Oh, it would help if I unmuted my mic, wouldn't it? Good morning, everybody. You guys are doing all right?
Pink. I'm pink. That was crazy. You turned pink as I appeared. Now you're blue. All right. It seems so crazy. This is awesome.
Right. Again, good morning, everybody. Oh, awesome. Matt's with us. We have a wonderful lineup for you guys today. Thanks, everybody, for joining us for the beginning of day 2 of the virtual Aquaponic Cannabis Conference. If you missed yesterday, be sure to go check it out. You can watch all 12 hours in its entirety in one shot via the link from yesterday, which is still available and will remain available. And then we'll also edit all of those talks down to 1 hour video and audio talks for each speaker. All right. Well, without further ado, I think we'll introduce one of my favorite people in the industry and someone I really really gotten to know over the last year. Sorry, I'm a bit tired today. It's almost 11 o'clock here. And yesterday I was up till 11 a.m. So the time shift is a bit fun
Dang.
here in Thailand. Thank you so much for joining us, Matt. Those of you that don't know, Matt is kind of a next level soil scientist. He's taken what a lot of the other soil scientists have educated everybody on, and then kind of delved deeper into each of those topics and really gotten into the why and the how and what microbial players were involved, and a whole layer that's much more in depth than I think anyone else that I've seen in the industry, and someone that I regularly learn from every week. So I'm super excited to have on the show today and on the conference. And thank you so much for joining us today, Beth.
Thank you for having me. It is a delight to be here. And I feel like just the same. I feel honored to know you and to learn from you. And it's just so much fun to have someone that I can bounce ideas off of. It's really exciting because
And if you guys
it can
want
feel alone.
to, and if you guys want even more, Matt, he has his own conference that he's putting on. I believe it starts Thursday.
Yes.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thursday.
yep, Thursday, called Our Future. So, and that'll also be available. I'm sure he's going to tell us all about it, but definitely check that out as well. And I'll let you take it away.
Awesome. Yeah, I might mention it at the end, but I'm going to primarily focus on the soil because there's so much to say. So let me just hop on here and let's get into it. So when people ask me what is regenerative soil, it's like this huge like unpacking and unfolding and connecting to like what they already know. And so it's this huge process. And so let me get into that with you today. And let's start here. There's so many places to start. Because it connects with everything, I really can almost start anywhere, but I like to rotate where I begin. So let's start here. Do you guys know what happens to old batteries? You know how they like lose their charge? What exactly is that? Well, it's the differential, right? It's the difference between the two parts of the battery. You get deposits on the diodes, and you've got to like shock it to clear those off and to create a clear differential. So everything's really about these differentials. You need to have a clear difference between those two states. They can't bleed into each other. Same thing with the sky, same thing with the earth. You may have heard of earthing before. Well, it's an actual thing. I once interviewed a doctor, an Iowan doctor who ran a hospital, wanted to set up a permaculture food forest because there's instant effects when people put their feet in fertile soil on their blood pressure. And he was like, listen, I want people to heal quickly. This is the thing that will literally help them all heal quickly. I want them to walk through the garden every day, take their shoes off. And I want to make sure that everything's right. You know what I mean? So that we actually get this effect consistently, because it'll change how fast we have people in the hospital, which will save us so much money. And he was pragmatic about it because it's real. And so the sky is positively charged. The earth is negatively charged. That's why when we connect to the earth, we take up those negative ions. So the thing is, the differential is also multivalent, right? So oxygen rich, carbon rich. That's the way it's supposed to be. But when we till, we're taking oxygen and we're oxidizing our soil by combining it with the soil. You know, oxidation is also burning, right? You oxidize a material when you light it on fire. And then the carbon's being lost. It's turning into CO2, right? And so certain oxides stay in the soil and certain oxides go out as a gas. This is the Fenton reaction, where you have bare soil or in your arid climates or you're plowing and the sun literally just causes this effect. So you lose all your organics in your soil, you lose your nitrogen, you lose your carbon. And this leads to alkaline oxidized soils. And we see this all over the place. People leave it bare. You may think that it looks clean, in your own operation, and you're avoiding this or that or the other, but there's other ways to make it look clean, but not have it be bare. And we could talk about some of those. Large stretches of uniformity are a huge problem. Their pesticides, fungicides, and insecticides also kill the soil life and destroy the soil organic matter. So does synthetic nitrogen. So there's like a myth out there at some point that they said the nitrogen fertilization helps carbon sequestration. Not true at all. It actually destroys the soil. It literally, because it's, well, this is simply true for a lot of things, and you should know this. You probably already know this. But when you have a purified form of anything, it's like hungry, it's lonely, it's gonna want to tear apart in its desperation to make friends with everything around it. So you put in like char into like a forest soil, and it'll rob the soil of humus because it wants to bond with everything in it, all the nutrients and all that carbon. It's to bond. Like, and so it's like a magnet. And it wants to hold a ton of water because it's like a magnet. It's lonely, it's isolated. Same thing with synthetic nitrogen. It's going to take apart the organic matter. It's because it's creating a little composting event, the carbon to nitrogen ratio, right? But it's also because it's desperate. It's in a situation where it's in nature. All organic matter is carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen. But when you isolate these things, they destroy the other things because they want to get back into that state. So they're draining the soil of life and energy. That's what they're doing. And you might have heard this story before. You might know this story. And you might also know that we can fix it. And if you don't know that, that's what, that's what Stephen's all about. That's what all of us are all about, fixing our ecology, fixing our broken food system so that we can have good food, good soil, and all of the above, because everything touches that. Everything does. And then also water is energy. So pH is linked to humidity and soil moisture always. So when you're looking at the hydrogen scale, you're realizing that, oh, wait, protons, hydroxide, that is pH. The concentration of those above pH 7, it's hydroxide. Below pH 7, it is protons. But then you're like, wait a second, positive, negative. There's an electrical charge relationship here. So for every 1% increase in soil organic matter, you're able to hold an additional 20,000 gallons of plant available water in the top foot per acre of land. And that's based upon a bunch of people who have done tests and then generalized about it. Obviously, different types of organic matter, different types of soil already, someone with like more clay in their soil to begin with is going to hold more water when they add more soil organic matter. If it's pure sand or mostly sand, it's gonna have a harder time stretching that relationship, and it's because what humic compounds do is they attach to the sites of the clay, and they literally extend off the clay, and so they create more sites that are available. You increase your CEC, and then that makes sense. Everything's glomming together, but it's when you get down to the molecular level, it's a little bit more precise. You know what I mean? It looks like it's all glommed together, but there's actual pattern and system, and there's rules and relationships around it. So obviously this is a generalization, but it's pretty incredible. And just caveat, almost everything is a generalization, and that's good, because we know that like if we're under that, we can maybe go up to it, or if we're at it, we can maybe go a little bit above it for a lot of these numbers that we see always circulating. And also remember that all the testing that they're doing like these little samples, these little pinpricks, and soil is really dynamic. So if you're discouraged about your site, do more tests, and then also know that you can fix it. There's a lot here. And This particular thing about soil pH, though, is not subtle, because you can switch your soil pH very easily. You can change your landscape by increasing humidity with soil organic matter. And a lot of people don't realize this. So when we talk about this relationship, it's massive. You can hold so much water, and then you can shift things actually quite quickly because of that. The relationship to pH, the water cycle and pH is direct. The hydrogen cycle is pH, or pH is seated in the hydrogen cycle, I should say. And so when we look at the world around us, and people say it's been desertified, and you read Dirt, Erosion of Civilizations by Professor David Montgomery, excellent book. You're like, wow, the world around us has kind of like been wrecked. And it's like, yeah. And it's not like 150 years of it, it's 10,000 years of it. And it's defined all of our histories, the rise and falls of empires, soil fertility, water holding capacity of your soil, and availability of water. So this is incredibly important. And that's why it's been one of our primary indicators this whole time. But knowing that it's connected to moisture kind of like changes the game entirely. Because if you can hold 3 times your mass, like with biochar holds 3 times its mass in water. So you could charge it up with water and be like adding it to your soil mix, charge it up with compost tea actually, or kelp and other things. And it'll hold that moisture, hold all that nutrition. And if you have it as like 5% of your soil, you've just increased your water holding capacity for that soil horizon by 15%. So you suddenly see how pH, water holding capacity, all of these things you can gain in a completely different way. And I say all this stuff knowing that you might be in Oregon. You might be like, Matt, I can't have too much like biochar because it'll hold too much water in my soil here and waterlog my cannabis, and they freak out. And I know we're talking about, aquaponics, but the same principles, you know what I mean, could hold as well with the horizon of how much soil you have with the dual root system. Steven's the expert on that. But yeah, no, so I'm just sharing, what I do know about cannabis in relation to this. I have a lot of friends, who, Quantum Mafia is one of them. Siobhan Brady is another. And they've been involved in the cannabis industry for decades. So that's a lot of where my like information, and understanding comes from. They've shown me things and taught me things. But I've never worked on a big grow, and I've never worked on like, an aquaponics grow. So from that space, I'm sharing principles and speaking from my place of understanding and experience to offer you these things. And I try to do them in a way that goes down to the principles. That's what, maybe Stephen was alluding to at the beginning, was like the thing that makes me different is likely that I go down to the principle behind why this thing is happening and find out what's universal about it, so that we can understand it's how it really functions across all bioregions. And then we start seeing the caveats and conditions around it per bioregion or pH or such. But I try to like really expose nature, because that's how you're actually going to learn. It's nature, not me or my opinions or my results or something like that. It's like, no, let's figure out like what's real. And in that authentic, complex beauty, we're going to learn way more than any one person can bring to the table. So that's really what I try to do. And we can flip our soils, and it doesn't have to be a gradual change. We can create incredible soils very, very quickly. And it's really all about this differential we'll be talking about today. It's electric, it's polarity, and it powers all life. So we're gonna talk about energizing your soils today and bringing the fertility back, holding more water, but but who am I? Well, I'm Matt Powers. I was a ski racer in New England. I was a professional musician in New York City. I toured, played with all sorts of people. Met my wife in the process. My wife got cancer early on in our relationship 15 years ago. She lost her thyroid, and doing the radiation, listening to the doctors, caused her to get another form of cancer within 3 months, and it almost took her life. And she had to have like extensive surgery, and the doctors wouldn't like meet my eye when I asked if it was like caused by the radiation. And I knew, because of the way they were acting, that they felt guilty, and it was just bad. I lost all my trust for doctors. I lost my trust in that whole system. Um, we started doing our own treatments for things, and we really have led from there ever since then. But let's get back to the story. We left New York City. I was the bass player in Rachel Ray's husband's band. It was an easy job. I played bass. And I had a 2-story apartment. So you can imagine how well I got paid. It was a 2-story apartment in Brooklyn. And so I was living the dream. I was doing the thing that most people thought was impossible. But my wife prayed about it and said, as she was recovering at my mom's house, she had to be on the 3rd floor. I was on the 2nd floor taking care of her, bringing her food. We couldn't be near each other. She couldn't be near the baby because she was radioactive. And that was another thing. The doctors couldn't tell us when it was safe to be around the baby. We got different answers from every doctor. And so the answer was they didn't know. They were just going off of whatever little sheet that the pharmaceutical or the radiation reps gave them. It was infuriating to realize that the doctors had no idea what they were talking about. They were just doing things, just following like a little step, like steps on a piece of paper, without even understanding what they meant. Maybe that's also part of why I want to understand the why behind everything, because at this time I became very skeptical, very distrusting. I started reading as many medical papers as I could, and we figured out a lot. And we left New York City, and we left that job because I prayed about it. And despite not liking the answer, I listened, and we left and came to California. And I did play a little bit in LA. I met my best friend, Peter Simon, who's a producer in LA. But subbing in Fresno was hard. Realizing that, going to a top 40 boarding school had given me an education that actually got me banned from certain schools. So I would tell the kids what the actual information was, and they're like high history books, and their teacher would get upset because then they'd Google it and figure out that it was true. And I mean, I'd be just citing stuff that, I've got a semi-photographic memory. My mom's got a crazy photographic memory. So like, I remember all the texts from like high school and college, and so I would just bring them up as I was subbing, and it set off a firestorm. And so I got banned from certain schools. The way they were treating the kids was deplorable. So, all right. So what happened was, I was subbing. They brought out these books at this like 11 o'clock. Like, they brought these books out, and they were like flipping through them and like talking quietly to each other. But they were like flipping through the books, like, do, all of them. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? And they're like, we're reading. I'm like, you're not reading. What are you doing? And they're like, this is what we do every day. This is our reading. I'm like, you're not. And then I look at the books, and they're children's books. These are 11th graders who are in remedial, like reading, remedial reading course in English. And I realized that they're shaming them. And I got so mad. And I like told them how it was. I was like, you guys are being cheated of an education. You guys You guys got to take your education into your own hands. You guys have to, you have the internet, you've got cell phones, you got to, sharpen your actual skills and realize like these people aren't here to help you. Obviously, if this is what they're doing. And so I became a student advocate. And one of the schools I was subbing for, instead of being like, oh, they were like, will you be our permanent sub? And so I became this permanent sub in Madera County. Madera County is the 6th most violent county in America. And I, at the time, could be worse now. I became a teacher at this, eventually became the first student teacher and then full-time teacher and then headed an English department at a charter school that had no textbooks. I became Mr. Powers, and I really did it for the insurance so I could be home and be home for my wife because she kept getting sick. And when we needed to like have the tests to catch things early, to do natural things anyway, and I wasn't making enough money. I was getting paid $70 a night playing with Brad Wilson on the blues tour. We're having a blues buffet. Like literally, this was what it was like. If you look at Brad Wilson, you will laugh long and hard, my friend. He talked like that. Oh my gosh, this is so embarrassing. Woo! So yeah, I became a sub. And then a full-time teacher. We had another son. And I became a crazy teacher. I started teaching gardening in English. I started teaching whatever the heck I wanted through English, and I started like playing with curriculum and stretching things because I don't know if you guys can guess. I get bored. So like I'm a neophile. I want us to know new things. I want to figure new things out. I'm addicted with curiosity to new things, and so this is a corn that I adapted to North America without realizing it. It was considered impossible to do this, and it was permaculture, the endless possibilities, inspiration, care, like a permaculture that really coincided with the role as I was the English teacher for the local high school. My job is to be caring for my community, caring for the future, and I feel that we should be teaching kids to care for the earth. And so it really, really went all like perfectly with what I was doing. And I started growing these incredibly large gardens. That's me in the circle there. And I started growing like this is in 140-degree soils. This is seeds thrown on the ground. It's red Aztec spinach, the kind that Baker Creek sold. That was from me. I threw this seed on the ground without watering it. And it grew. This is 3 months later in 140-degree soils. So this is Central Valley, California. And in the midst of that, I wrote a curriculum because there was no textbooks. It was all laptops. And so I learned how to create curriculum and align it to the standards, objectives, and assessments. And when you do that, you learn to go down to the principle, down to the core unifying thing that you want to measure and express and teach in that like module per se or lesson. And so I just got really good at that. And then I was modeling for the kids because this was like an Apple certified entrepreneurship, video, media, music based school. I was a music teacher too. I wanted to demonstrate to my kids like entrepreneurship. I did a Kickstarter, because if you're a good teacher, you demonstrate. It worked a little better than I thought it would work. I would pledge 9,000. It went way over. We got 9,000 in 3 days, and I quit my job a month later. And the book went around the world, went into multiple languages. Started working with people all over the world. Became a speaker. Started working with gardens and different people all over the world. Became a citizen scientist over the years. My boys and my family, we grew up. Oh, I grew up. Well, sort of. I did, I guess. And I became this author, educator, entrepreneur, soil expert, seed farmer, and family guy. And I've written over 23 different books. And it's really about that bridge to the regenerative future. I was a sophomore English teacher, so I was helping kids prepare for that junior year in life. And as a culture right now, we're kind of in that like formless sophomore year. And it's like, we got to get it together because we're going to be running this ship. You know what I mean? The baby boomers are dying off. The old systems are dying off. And we need the people who have care, people who have regenerative understanding and want to heal the earth, want to make good food, all those people to find the regenerative solutions to build that bridge. And so that's what I've been focusing on. That's the people I've been working with. So what does regenerative mean? Well, it means better and better over time and self-healing. Better hurry it up. All right. So it's self-healing abilities. Why is this important? If you master this, you'll unlock all of the potential that's inherent in the genetics of your plant and soil. And there are genes in your soil. Like the soil is full of genetic material. So let's talk about what you're going to learn today. The 5 indicators of soil health and how to improve any soil, because these 5 indicators are universal. And then how to grow faster, growing healthier, more productive, and more resilient plants, because that's what these indicators help you recognize and accomplish. These things will change your life forever because you're going to save time, money, energy, and effort. You're going to make medicine that's much, much, much stronger, much more beneficial in all sorts of ways. You'll always have better soils and plants year after year. So you can create living soil. You can have systems that, like Chris Trump has talked about, where you don't have to change the soil out ever, and you'll be able to apply this at any scale. You can make this happen. So what's my story? Well, like I said, I was a teacher in Central Valley, California. That's a brittle Mediterranean temperate climate. And that's where all the fires are. See the baldness there? That's where the fire was. See the redness? That's the bark beetle damage. The little bits of green is the only life. And this was 10 years ago. It's mostly decomposed granite, so it looks like sand, which makes it oxidized and alkaline. Like I said, it's 140 degrees. See it again? Yeah. So the Sierra Nevadas and water, their history is actually quite sad. We had enough water in the foothills, and we dammed it up and then rerouted it. And it was a duck and fish hunting paradise, like Disneyland. And so what I did was try to recreate that catchment as best I could in my own little area, despite the creeks being next to us in the foothills, 20 feet deep, cut into the rocks, and no water usually in it. All that water is being stolen by the California government and moved around in the tall upper foothills and upper peaks, and rerouted in the Sierra Nevadas, so it never reaches the foothills. So all those fires that they say are man-made, yeah, the California government did it. And so and because they won't let water through, because there's an absolutist nature to what they're doing, it's terrifying, really, because there's I mean, I lived there, documented what was going on, and promoted it for years. I spoke at after the fire recovery conferences and events. I spoke with people whose houses were burned out. People recovering the land. I spoke with firefighters. They all understood what I was talking about. They all agreed, but no one can do anything because of the bureaucracy. So I realized no one was going to help anyone, and they weren't going to fix the problem. They're going to burn everyone out. That's why we left Guerneville. So it's pretty terrifying. And so we built these swales. We planted them with a food forest, surrounded them by annuals. My boys when they're little, and it just got so big. It's kind of like Dr. Seuss truffle trees, right? And so why is it so big? It's because it's oxidized and alkaline. I added compost tea and compost. I planted nitrogen fixtures in a huge diversity. That's me again. And I grew amazing food. Now, Governor's Island is similar. If you've been to Governor's Island, I saw Radiohead there in like 2003, to the Amnesiac tour. They took it, and in that time, they transformed it. Todd Harrington did this. Elaine Ingham was an advisor on this. Yeah, here we go. It'll transform here in a second. It's really stunning. The reality is, these beaten down, compacted soils that are dead dirt can all be living. We can plant a native food forest in these areas. And it was compost and mycorrhizae, but it was fungal dominant compost designed for native forest. And then someone came along and built an actual like camping resort there. And so you can do glamorous camping. And it's like an Airbnb camping thing right there in New York City in this forest. And what's wild is that's my best man's company. And that's Elaine Ingham was one of my soil mentors, was the advisor. This is a small world. Terra Preta, 10,000 years ago in the Amazon, there was ancient corn called teosinte, and it was wild. No, not that corn. This corn. Yeah, it's kind of underwhelming, I know. But they made beer from it, so it was exciting for them. And so they had these big fire pits. I know they're not making beer the way you do, but they made big fire pits, and they simmered beer in these giant clay pots. And sometimes those clay pots burned through or broke, and they had char combining with fermented beer, so yeasts. The heat would be likely a lactic acid bacteria would be activated by the heat. They turn these into compost pits and latrines afterwards. Lots of fish bones. This soil, because they did this again and again and again, these were compost related beer parties. It was cultural, and they started transforming the soil. And because it was predictable, their behavior, the microbes began to develop a consortium that was predictable. So they created Terra Preta, which really is a combination of organic matter, those tropical soils, which are considered terrible, like just devoid of any fertility, and these microbes. And it's these microbes that make the difference. And it was through consistency, through doing the right things, that nature responded with like a legitimate miracle. I mean, that's a legitimate miracle. And you can take it down to 10 centimeters and then feed it organic matter, and it grows back. It's a business in Brazil. So we can imitate this with like 5 cousins, like, which is a combination of, it's a combination of different cover crops. And I think you should think about blending cover crops to meet your needs always. So that's cowpeas, sorghum, daikon radish, buckwheat, and amaranth. And it creates tons of organic matter. They actually have this relationship. I won't go into it now for time, but you can do sheet composting, biochar, EM. This is an area that was burned. So you're like, oh, you get the char, but you see the actinobacteria, the whitish stuff. That's not good mycorrhizal action there. So look here, it's pretty light sand color. This is an area with a cover crop, and you can already see that it's darker. There's no division between the below and above. Like, you don't see like raw clay below it. You actually can see that the clay there in the corner is brownish. So literally it's stained with humics now. And you can see, actually, there's like little bits of pottery in this. I don't know how that even happened. A little miracle. But this was literally me trying to imitate Terra Preta-ish stuff in action. And you can see that there's a lot more like roots. There's a lot more connections, a lot more structure and color. And not only is there more organic matter, but look at the color of the sand. This is something that you can't really quantify with a jar soil test because the humics are still attached to the sand. But you can see the color, and you can know that, wow, okay, so it's sticky, it's staying, even though it shook it all up and that was abrasive. The humic compounds are still staying on those rice, the sand grains. So Singing Frog Farm, here's another example. They went from 2% to 12% in 12 years. They use compost, perennial hedgerows, no-till, and subtle earthworks. This is something that you could do. Everyone can do this. They're literally adding compost in every time they transplant, and they're transplanting in. So they dig a little bit and they're like, I guess, hand tilling, right? But everything is constantly being added to, and they're building up constantly. So this is something that we could do. I know that Cuauhtemoc Villa is constantly adding a fresh layer of Bokashi on top, and or at least he used to, on top of his grows, and that resets the top layer. And then all those roots that are popping out of the top layer, and they're looking for more nutrition, but they're also looking for oxidized, dried out options as well, those roots. And so adding an extra layer, they reset, they go through a more acidic, more reduced phase, and then they crawl through that, and then they come up to that drier layer of that, and then they have options that are things that are higher pH, more alkaline, and they have options for things that are more oxidized. So that's really a powerful tool to think about. And people have been doing this with other plants forever. I mean, this is what hilling up is in potatoes. What made these examples successful? Well, it's because of this. It's so simple. You have the proper amount of air and water, not too much, not too little. You've got organic matter there in a strong way. You've got the correct soil biology, and your minerals are present and coherent. So you've got all your trace and all your micronutrients and minerals, and they're there in the right timing, and they're there in the right amounts, and they're in there in the right forms. And they're not fighting each other because you have enough organic matter as a buffer. Plant roots, and the buffering is in effect the fact that the organic matter has more sites. So it's like holding things apart. It's like buffering it, sure, but it's also holding it. It just has more sites. And it's like you could buffer with like clay you brought in, but that makes things much more complicated and can create huge problems. So but you see what I'm saying. And you can use clay in small ingredients and other preps and stuff instead of binder. And there's lots of things you can do, but bringing in tons of clay, you know what I mean, is not necessarily the idea. You really want organic matter. Structurally, it's much more dynamic. And it's also the place where you're going to store much more energy. And then lastly, plant roots and photosynthesis. So let's dive into this. Why do people fail? They stick with the old paradigms. They mess up their calcium to magnesium ratios and make concrete. They get their compost confused, and they end up using anaerobic, smelly stuff. And I'm not talking about facultative anaerobic fermentation now, because the soil is facultative anaerobic. It is not aerobic. If your soil was aerobic, you'd be tilling it all day, making sure that it's aerated, and then you'd have oxidized, destroyed soil. I mean, technically speaking, it's like those soils that are constantly tilled in the Midwest that everyone's worried about, that they're losing all their carbon and losing all their nitrogen. Those are mostly aerobic soils. So we don't want that. We want facultative anaerobic. And that's actually what compost is. Even the thermal hot compost, Elaine Ingham talks about that. She says is aerobic. No, she leaves it after they do the hot part for months, and that's what her new students are all doing with their new program. And not only that, and this is them telling me, this is me going and videoing their commercial operations and seeing this, you know. But not only that, I've tested all their all the top students' compost, and all of it is facultative anaerobic. And how do we know that? How do I know that? Well, when you DNA test, you can actually know the percentages of who's there, and then the percentages of who's there determine the behavior of that compost, right? So if you have, let's say, E. coli, and you have streptomyces, and they amount to 20%, and then everything else is less than 1%, and everything else being like what, 12 things, and then everything else after that is under 0.01%. That changes things, doesn't it? So this idea of aquaponics and aquaculture, and you're like, oh, well, half of that isn't, there's no oxygen there. It's anaerobic. Well, you guys, most of you, those of you here have already started on this, that's not true. That like it works amazingly. You've seen Stephen's work, or other people's work. That there's something there. There's something, there's a confusion there. And a lot of it has to do with redox, because reduction and oxidation is actually the gain and loss of energy. And then people have chemistry fears. A lot of people are like, biology is best. We don't have to go back to chemistry class. And it's like, it's not chemistry class. It's a language. It's a really clean way of communicating ideas. So, and then microscope envy. People are like, oh, if I only had a microscope. Oh, if, you don't need to worry about that. There's many people in your community who can help you, who are getting microscopes now. I'm going to be creating this database so that you can learn the microscopy. You can get your own microscope. All of these things are going to become much easier soon in the future. Just know that you're not going to fail. You're going to have people around you. You're going to be able, in this community especially, the cannabis community is showcasing in so many ways how important collaboration is, and transparency is, and being open and communicating is. So rely upon that and the good people in that community as well, and you're not going to fail. So let's dig deeper. So air and water, that's nitrogen, carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and some more things, but primarily it's that. And those things are what forms all organic matter, all organic life forms. This is what the organic matter is made of. The carbon cycle. When we look at it, the center of the carbon cycle is photosynthesis. And then when we look at it closely, we realize that the 2004 global warming book by Cambridge University that oft is the experts are using and referencing. I first read about this in Radical Mycology by Peter McCoy, who's really a brass tacks guy, that, human activity is releasing 7 gigatons of CO2. Fungi release 85 gigatons, and we've killed them systematically for the past 150 years with industrial ag, but then with all the pesticides and chemicals and all that, but then before that with all the tillage as well. So there actually is a lot more to the story there. And it's really important, because if we actually fix the photosynthetic systems that were the forests and grasslands, we're going to release way more CO2. But it's so efficient, those forests and grasslands and kelp forests in the ocean, that, and because they're in situ with the decomposition, they sop it up in situ. So it never reaches the ice cores and doesn't really get up in the upper atmosphere. And so you end up actually reading as less CO2, even though you're cycling more CO2, because your engine for the carbon has increased. So really what's happened, we've shrunk the photosynthetic engine of the earth by desertifying so much of the earth. And I know people are like, oh, but we've greened it. Okay, listen, it takes 20 years for a forest to go from, a baby forest to go from taking to giving, in terms of like their contribution in photosynthesis and carbon sequestration. And so people don't understand that all that greening is still representing the taking. And none of the forests that we're regrowing are anything like primeval forests, which had hundreds of feet taller canopies than we have today in the tallest forests. So we're fooling ourselves. People are playing word games. People are playing shell games, and it's despicable, because they're using this to with people who've got good hearts. And so you talk to like Neil Speckman, and he's like, I'm working with these indigenous people, and they've already lost the rights to their land. And it's not from an oil company. It's from these carbon credit people. They've lost the rights to their land. So the carbon cowboy thing, like, I mean, I got all these initial emails from all these people who wanted to do business, wanted to do this like carbon economy stuff with me, and I could feel their energy, and they were takers, and it looks like they all got into it and got going. And for me, I want to fix the actual issue, and none of the politicians, UN, any of them have any idea cyclically what's important. And the most important cyclical thing would be to regrow the kelp forests. If someone did that, I would know they were actually serious. And until then, and they already know. I mean, the Lost Plateau project was funded by the US, China, and World Bank as a joint effort. And in 9 years, for $14 a hectare, they took an area that was desertified to the point where it was just unarable, ungrazable, unlivable, and they turned it into a paradise that is making all the people there wealthy. So they know. They're playing a game. And global oxygen is one of those indicators that they just won't look at either. Oxygen has been depleting and going down. Most of it comes from the ocean. Anyway, I'm getting all tied up in that stuff. But hydrogen cycle, all of these things, we need to see them from a cyclical space. Because when we see that, we're like, wait a second, endophytic fixation. Yeah. All plants, and primarily like, all right, so there's ones that are really good at it, and there's ones that are like just like everyone else. All plants can fix nitrogen, but because all plants can have endophytes, and all endophytes have to fix nitrogen to survive inside plants. So, but there's plants that do it really, really well, like sorghum, sugarcane, sweet potato, and those are the ones we noticed first. But then there's also nitrogen fixation at the root level. But understanding how all these things have natural sources, all these things tie together. And it's the plant photosynthesis and the plant roots together that draw down that energy, draw down that carbon. People talk about the sugars, but it's H plus as well as protons. And protons are going to provide that energy that is being stored in the organic matter. So the more acidic things are, the more protons there are. So all of these things tie together. Your system is going to be controlled by your plants ultimately, and the microbes. So we need to bring in that energy. It's the only way to power all the microbes. It's the only way to grow. And if you notice here, on the right side, if we don't get enough light, if the soil is oxidized or there's not enough organic matter, the energy isn't getting stored. And the signals that are sent out are simple sugars, and they destroy the plant, pathogens, insects, and viruses. But at the same time, you need a little bit of hydroxide to be able to get all the anions. And that's, to me, the surface layer. So the surface layer and the older roots, the tip of the root is going to be the most acidic. And then the root hairs, as you go back, are less and less acidic. Soil minerals. So did you know that you need molybdenum to fix nitrogen? There's a lot of things like this. I'll hurry up. Soil mineral deficiencies and antagonism are often the limiting factor when everything seems right. You may have molybdenum, you may have those things, but they may not appear in your tests. You may not have them, and that's what's going on. So being able to test for these things in the plant sap, bionutrient meter, soil mineral, standard soil mineral tests, and then putting that all together, that is the way that we see these things. So the antagonisms are real. You guys probably have seen this before. This is why we need organic matter to buffer things, because without organic matter, this will happen. It's like organic matter is like, I don't know. It's the peaceful context. It's the mom. No one fight. And then cobalt. Cobalt is the centerpiece of B12. So if your microbes are going to survive in your soil, you need cobalt in your soil. And you're like, how much? It's like, not much. You can actually add it with like kelp or something like that has cobalt in it. And plants that are healthy have cobalt in them, but it has to be in soils that are sufficient in it. So often we get compost from the area that we're in, and it doesn't contain new nutrients. It's the same nutrients, and that's why people have to go to the ocean. They have to go to where the nutrients have left, because, you know, just like Robert Plant and Led Zeppelin says, you know, mountains flow into the sea. They literally do. They eroded away this whole time, and some of us didn't get glaciation. You know, I know in Canada and America we got some glaciation happening, but closer to the equator, no. And then Australia, no. That's why Australian soils have all the problems they do. Soil organic matter. It's just like former living things. And it can be plant material, but you could be composting a lot of other things. Yeah, people are doing are sometimes composting animals that have died in their hot compost. Anything that's lived can live again, is what Jeff Lawton likes to say. The reality is we're taking it apart. When we take a compost down, we're taking things apart and we're reforming them into this kind of universal, well, that's what humus is. It's this universal basics substructure that everything, when it breaks down, goes back to. And then out of that, all life comes from. And I know it can feel strange to be talking about all these things. They're so small and everything, but you and I all began microscopically. We were microscopic, each of us, at one point. Maybe that's why we're all looking at these microscopic images and fascinated by them once we were there. I'm going to admit that person in the waiting room. All right. All right, and I'll hurry up. So biochar, we need to do a biochar. Biochar is a magnet. Biochar and organic matter, they do buffering, they hold nutrients, they hold water, they hold life. Soil biology, the soil food web. We have to have all the players there and all the levels there to actually make this work. But traditionally it was like this, where the cakes and cookies come, they feed the bacteria and fungi, the protozoa feed on them, nematodes feed upon them and the bacteria and fungi, and it was their waste that went to feed the plants. But the reality is actually the roots are much more aggressive than that, and they attack themselves. They themselves like seek out and then feed and farm and then oxidize and feast upon the microbes. Yeah, no, I've got 8 minutes, right? I hear you.
Yeah, you're good, everybody. I just had the speakers connect a little early in case they had technical issues.
Awesome. All right, so rhizophagy, this was recently discovered. This is the actual value of compost tea. And we need to figure out what the best rhizophagy compost teas are. I'm mapping out who uses the rhizophagy cycle, who inoculates the rhizophagy cycle. I mean, this is where mycorrhizal fungi gets in. It's the meristem cells, right? So this is how root hairs grow. If you don't have microbes going in and being destroyed, you don't have root hairs. So all of these things combined, I mean, we have this happening. We have them trading for these microbial metabolites. So we say that the microbes, you know, are feeding on the cakes and cookies, but they're actually triggering with hormones. They're doing a ton of different things. So they're releasing these metabolites, and some of them are manures. All right. But then we also have arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi. We have ectomycorrhizal fungi. We've got nodule forming rhizobia. The microbes are inside the phloem. They're inside the plants. So biofertilizers, biostimulants, biocontrol, buffers, and filters, all these microbes are doing this for us all the time. Soil biology has the greatest effect on soil pH and nutrition. This is some fungi. This is from Regenerative Soil Microscopy, the book I'm working on right now. This just really shows you how, if you've got the right setup, you can just quickly see things and see how wide and long things are. This is rhizophaceae in action. That's a root hair. And you can see the expel bacteria with the methylene blue very easily. This is epiflorescence. You can see those spores inside that chunk of wood, and you can see the cells and the actual outlines of the wood chunks. This is dark field. You can really see the minerals, see the striations. You can see, check this out. You can see composed from Pacific biochar under the microscope at 400 times magnification. So in the dark field. For most. So that the little flickering there, those were bacteria. They move that quickly and they look like that, but we usually look at them under only light microscopy, and so they don't look like that. I think there's a lot to be done in this space. That's why I'm writing this book and creating these courses. So this is another thing that I discovered. I haven't found anyone else who's been able to replicate this. This is a pinworm with the glowing hairs, are likely because it's a fungal feeder. So we've got to keep an open mind because we know so little. It's estimated 1 to 5% of soil microbes have been identified. I'm doing a lot of DNA testing. The MinION is an incredible device. It's nanopore technology, so it's direct reads rather than PCR. It's a 98, 99% success rate. It's stunning. So if you do all these things, we follow this road of regenerative soil, what can we expect? Well, people are seeing pest infection and virus and disease immunity. They're seeing higher nutrient density. They're seeing faster maturation and higher yields. They're increasing their secondary metabolites and aromatics. And there's a massive decrease in their fertilizer inputs. And it just equals less work over time and then more value. And it's really this simple. That's what regenerative soil always scales up and scales down to, is taking steps in these areas to make your soil better. This is what, I've done on my own sites. We aren't going to get to this, but I've done a lot of evolution, and I use rock dust and EM. I wrote this book, Regenerative Soil. It changed everything for me, and people are finding that it changes everything for them. I've started working with the microscope extensively and creating new forms of compost tea and new recipes. Currently, I'm south of Austin on this incredible 24 acres. We're going to be setting up this permaculture paradise. And I just finished up this Kickstarter only a few months while in the middle of moving. I did this because I felt compelled. And that was a prompting, I can see, because it went this well. It just was absolutely incredible. It's part of this trilogy I'm working on right now. You can pre-order that on my website, thepermaculturestudent.com, and join us in that process. This book is going to help everyone everywhere do soil tests at home with a microscope. So get a microscope, start digging into this, because there's so much there. And we're going to be putting all of our information in our soil database online and all of our soil tests, so that we can have a 360-degree soil test platform finally, where we're comparing all these things over time and then sharing them openly, transparently across bioregions across the world, to understand how things are improving, how things are getting better. How is the organic matter levels of this of the world so far? Are we going up or are we going down? So all the soil tests you can think of, we're going to be covering, so that people can actually compare them for the first time ever. So you can actually use this to learn a lot about microscopy as well. I'm going to be adding in a lot more tests. We're still unpacking here. I've got a ton of things to set up, and I'm working on the new book. So if you'd like to check that out, it's at thepermaculturestudent.com under books. And if you, this book, Regenerative Soil, if you haven't checked it out, people are doubling their harvests. People like Chandler of Wormies, people in the cannabis community love it. So I highly recommend it. And it's got everything. It's got all the cycles, the EH charts. So not just pH, right? We got to have the EH charts in there as well. And all the recipes. Korean natural farming is prominently prominent focus in there, but so are so many other things. So this can all be scaled up and down If you do this, if you improve your soil significantly every season, you're going to see increased profits. You're going to see less work. It's going to be incredible. So that's what I teach, regenerative soil. You should check it out. If we're going to be starting up this spring again, I'm finishing up the 20 weeks right now with a group. I gather people's voices from everywhere and let them talk. And then we go down to the actual studies and compare them. Someone took it recently and was like, this is like a grad school program, but in like high school language. And like, that's really what we need to do to actually go through all the information. So I connect and combine green natural farming, the soil food web approach, regenerative ag, biochar, biofertilizers, mineral science, fourth phase water, EM, fermentations, holistic management, Michael Phillips' work, the late Michael Phillips, and so much more. So it's thousands of studies, hundreds of books, dozens of experts. You guys can sign up and start anytime. The course is completely open. You can jump around to the sections that you care about. Check that out at regenerativesoilscience.com. Stephen mentioned it. Our future is happening this next week, and it's a free online conference. We have, I think, over 60 giveaways that we'll do live. So all the sponsors below gave me like crazy fun stuff. Like, this is from Fungi Perfecti. This is their new microbrew coffee and matcha and mocha and cocoa. So yeah, got to put that one gently as other things. So this is free. If you go to ourfuture.world, it's a lead link. It'll just take you there. Just type in r-future.world in your URL and it'll take you to that proper link. And it's a lot of fun. There's over 35 different speakers. Stephen will be there. And it's 6 days, daily live panels, daily giveaways, and it's all free. So sign up. That's the place to go. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, let's get you some answers. But I don't want to run into the next person's time. I really want to respect everyone. This is such an incredible conference. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, everyone, for watching. I hope I didn't move too fast.
Awesome, man. Thank you so much. We'll definitely have to get you on the podcast again soon. It's always a blast talking to you. Certainly incredibly excited for your book coming out and all the work. You and I talk a couple times a week on nerding out on different science stuff. So I'm sure I'll hear from you soon. But thank you again so much for the wonderful presentation. Do you want to tell everybody one last time how to find you again, websites and stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you go to the permaculturestudent.com, that's my main website, and there's tons of stuff there. But if you want to go to our future, you got to type in r-future.world. My books are all on the permaculturestudent.com. You can pre-order books there. You can get regenerative soil there. Everything's currently on sale, so check that out.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
Much appreciated.
All right. I think maybe I need to like unshare my thing.
It's okay.
Rude overshare.
We had nothing but technical issues yesterday, but we managed to get through it too. So if that's the worst one we have today, I'm happy.
Sweet. All right.
Thank you so much.
Have a great one.
And be sure to check out all of our different companies from the different speakers. We don't actually have sponsors for this event or anything like that. We don't take any money for this event. You can't like pay to be part of this. We just try to bring you guys, or I actually organize the whole thing. I try to organize the people that I think are going to bring you guys new ideas and kind of next level education, or people doing this at a commercial scale. So be sure to support the different companies listed here. If you happen to need any other services or in their part of the world, be sure to check them out for things that you may need. All right, next up we have Ichthys Aquaponics from South Africa, our second South African speaker of the conference. We had one yesterday as well. Be sure to check that out if you missed day one. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Pleasure. Hi guys, thanks so much for this time. It's great to be part of this, and we've got a good team lined up. So I've got actually a few other partners with me tonight. I've got Michael Brooks from Vital Veggies, and I've also got Michael. I don't know if you want to introduce anyone else who's joining you. So, Michael, your sound is really quiet.
Yeah, you're having some kind of a volume issue. Maybe check your microphone device, make sure it's set to the one that you're wanting. Or if you don't, maybe try an earpiece if you're having an issue. We'll get you sorted. You might want to turn off your video. It looks like maybe your internet connection isn't the strongest. If you disable the video, you might improve your, yeah, that might help your audio. Still sounds kind of quiet, unfortunately. See if you can the microphone device.
Yeah, just see if you can just check that microphone. But Michael and Sheba will be also joining in a bit. But so I'll kick off, and I think today was, I was deliberating a little bit about what to share in terms of cannabis and aquaponics and the history of aquaponics, and where I've come from. And for me, I think the one thing that I'd like to really just do a little walkthrough today is a bit of my journey, a bit of my story. A lot of people have an idea that agriculture or farming or hydroponics or aquaponics is something that can just be done and done quickly. You can start it tomorrow and be the best. You can watch a lot of YouTube and you can see people growing amazing things, but often we don't realize that this takes a lot of time, and there's a lot of history, there's a lot of knowledge that's gone into the methods and how things are done and the way things are done in particular. So I'm just going to share my screen. Awesome. All right. Is that sharing properly?
You're not presenting. So if you want to go to the bottom of the screen or wherever your slideshow present,
yeah,
or the button. Right now we're just using the version.
Try see the screen. 1 second.
Slideshow, and then should be able to do start slideshow. Something like that. There you go. Perfect.
Perfect. Awesome. Here we go. Okay, so before I get into some of the real nitty gritty, I think here's some of the reality of what goes on behind the scenes. Basically, this is where I started my aquaponics in 2014 in South Africa. And this was basically a converted swimming pool that I started to get some fish into, and I was feeding these fish just duckweed. Back in 2014, South Africa, you couldn't buy fish food. It didn't. You could fish farming, aquaponics, none of this existed. So this swimming pool basically became a fish pond, and what I did was use the pool pump to pump on a timer to a little grow bed, and here you can see on the left of my screen initially where I started to grow. And I'd pump this water onto the stone on a timer. The water would drain through. I would collect it in a sump, send it back to the pond. And this was the very first time that I started to realize that because I'd heard so much about aquaponics and I'd really felt that there was something to explore. This was my very first attempt at aquaponics, and it worked. And the truth is, so many different methods that we use within the aquaponics space can work. But what I realized here was that the amount of fish poo or the fish waste wasn't being sufficiently filtered. The filtration wasn't great. There was very little filtration. And when I started, I thought I need all that waste. I need to pump as much waste as I can to the stone and everything. And I found that everything started blocking, clogging. So I started to really modify and tweak and improve the way that I was doing it. So I started to experiment a little bit with deep water culture. I experimented with, changing the way that I did my flooding and draining, growing my duckweed again under the grow beds, growing a wide variety of different products and produce. And this was really, really interesting. So what I realized here was, for the first time, that while aquaponics doesn't necessarily provide 100% of all the nutrients. Now, I thought that aquaponics did. I thought it would. I thought, the fish are going to provide all the nutrition needed for all my plants. But as I started growing a wide variety of produce, such as cherry tomatoes, cucumbers, kale, spinach, I started realizing that there were slight little nutrient deficiencies that were popping up. Now, just to put this all in context, is prior to this, I had very little farming experience. So it's not like I came at this from a hydroponic experience or viewpoint or, traditional commercial farming experience. I came from it from a complete novice into agriculture, into farming, into understanding this world. But when I started, I was like, no, from what I understand, my fish can do everything. They can produce everything I need. The truth is, it couldn't. And so while I started understanding the different ways to set up my system, to develop it, to grow the products, I started also realizing that I needed to really look after these plants. I needed to manage them better. And so I started experimenting with, basic nutritional additions such as iron or iron chelate, a little bit of potassium, and I started to really start reading these plants, starting to understand what do they need, not following a textbook, not following what was prescribed. So I didn't follow anything about EC. I didn't follow anything about dose X amount of this per 1,000 liters. If I saw a plant needed a bit more iron, I would add a bit more iron. So I started to learn how to read these plants better. But for the first time, I realized that aquaponics can't just grow everything all the time. While it grew everything really well, there was this extra, supplementation that was required, obviously, in addition to the normal pest control and things like that. So in 2017, I started to look at how to maximize my grow space. How do I grow more in the same space in order to try and maximize my revenues? And so I started making my deep water cultures bigger. And what you'll notice is as I progressed on my journey, I started really falling in love with deep water culture. Now, when I started, obviously it wasn't the first method I used. I used many, many other concepts and grow methods and techniques. And deep water culture for me was the one method that for some reason just seemed to be more consistent all year round. And putting it in perspective, I live in a country that in summer can hit 100 Fahrenheit, and in winter we can drop to 30. So we were in a scenario where we had extreme weather changes. One day is hot, one day is cold. And I found that the deep water culture seemed to tolerate the temperature changes just that much better. And unfortunately, 2017, I got rid of my swimming pool. I put actual fish tanks in. This was a time and the reason I did this was because I realized that gravitational filtration was by far the most effective method of removing those solids. Because as I said, I started realizing that it wasn't the solids I needed, it was the water. And those solids, once mineralized or processed and put back into the system, were way more effective. And I couldn't find any other mechanical filtration other than a good gravity filtration system to actually strip or to remove those solids. So 2018, I built a second greenhouse, started to expand. By now, I thought I knew it all. I thought I understood exactly how everything worked. And we started becoming very recognized in South Africa for aquaponics. We had a lot of students come around. We had a lot of schools interested. But then I started realizing as I farmed more that there were, better ways to do it, more efficient ways to do it. We started developing smarter vertical growing methods that doubled as cooling mechanisms in summer. And then I got to a point where I said, I'm actually getting a little bit frustrated with this process of having to keep my water, hot and warm for the tilapia. And I decided to start farming rainbow trout. And at that time, people thought I was lunatic. They thought I was crazy. They said, you can't do that, not in Johannesburg, not in places where your water, it's going to be so hot. But what I realized was the temperature profile of the rainbow trout was a lot closer matched to plants than a lot of people gave it credit for. So with plants, we know that the root zone temperature is really the key or the most important element, which is going to allow that plant to take up nutrients, to absorb them. And for most plants, that's about 18 degrees Celsius. And when I found that 18 degrees Celsius was actually the optimum growth temperature for rainbow trout, a lot of people don't know that. The problem is when you hit 18, 19 is you deal with different bacteria. Different bacteria tend to colonize, tend to come onto that fish, and you have to manage a transition from less than 18 to over 18. But if you can do that, this fish could tolerate up to 22 Celsius. And, even a tomato plant, which requires 18-degree water, I thought, wow, surely it's going to work a lot better than tilapia, which need warmer than 2022. So I started farming rainbow trout instead of tilapia. Went through a lot of learning curves, a lot. And, after a few years, I started really learning this fish, understanding the fish a lot better. And up until then, I'd focused really only on the plants, only on what the plants need, how the plants. But what I found was when I got my temperature correlation, my temperature profile between the fish water and my plants more constant all year round, suddenly I got a much more consistent production coming out of my produce. So 2019, this is now what the farm looked like. At the bottom of the screen is the very first greenhouse. And as you go up, all the subsequent greenhouses and the processing rooms and the office being built, a fish pack house, a fresh produce pack house. And every time I rebuilt, my design would modify, my design would change because I would realize that there was a massive difference between farming a single greenhouse, which is where I started, and a small greenhouse to managing a 1 hectare farm. And the changeover between, I can do it well at small scale to doing it well at large scale suddenly became a big slap in the face. And again, it's not because it's aquaponics, it's not because it's hydroponics, it's because it's agriculture, it's farming. The more you do, the higher the chance you're going to come into contact with different pests, different disease, different issues, client problems, marketing issues, distribution problems. But anyway, I thought I'm going to take it on, so I did. And we started growing spring onions, lettuce, tomatoes, cucumbers, chives, you name it, we grew it. We started setting up these systems in different countries around Africa. This is one that was set up in actually where I'm presenting from now in Mauritius. So at the moment, I'm in Mauritius working here with the government on a few very, very interesting projects to do with aquaponics. And then the next step was to say, how does aquaponics prove to the world that really it is the most versatile methodology of growing a product? And we set up a farm on top of a rooftop, on top of a concrete slab that was 100% off the grid, had its own water catchment, solar power, and what really was beautiful here was the sheer varietal of product that we could grow. And the fact that this was done literally on stone, on concrete. Again, it was changing the concept of what aquaponics can do and how it can do it. We set up a cafe. This was my son, and this was amazing. We would smoke the trout, we would harvest the produce, we would make fresh salads, we would, a huge educational experience around it. And we started really modifying, tweaking, improving how we could do it. And what I learned was that you cannot underestimate the fact that we are still learning, and that you never ever stop learning. So at this point, I thought, you know what, I really want to change my focus and my challenge with aquaponics, because I really feel that there's so much more to learn around cannabis and hemp in particular. So I was able to get my permit, my license in South Africa, and I started cultivating. I started to cultivate different varietals. I started using different grow methods. I grew the cannabis in wicking beds, NFT, verticals, grow beds, stone beds, you name it, across a whole wide range spectrum that I had. And then I realized I'm up with another kettle of fish. This is a plant that, as I mentioned earlier, when you start to read a plant and you understand what do you need, how much do you need, when do you need, what I loved with the cannabis and aquaponics is how quickly it would start responding. Now, what really shocked me was, out of all the grow methods that I used and I tried, still to date, the best results I've got have been straight in the deep water culture beds. And what's been really interesting is that the growth time, the yields, and the quality have exceeded many of the other grow methods. And when we send our product for testing or for analysis, it's coming back as extremely clean, extremely high quality in terms of a product, in terms of the contents. But it's still, what blew my mind is in terms of, this is a plant, what does it need? What does it really need to develop the stem, the growth, the leaf, the vegetation, the flowering, but most importantly, the highest quality in product. And as I've mentioned before, a lot of this comes down to how do you manage and control? And I've asked myself, why would this plant do so much better in a deep water culture system as opposed to a media bed or a dual root or one of the other grow methods? And I think it's because of the extreme climates that we deal with, the very cold in winter, very hot in summer, cold at night, hot in the day. And I started doing a lot more analysis in terms, and this is what I've been doing for many years, around keeping that root zone as consistent as possible for the plant seems to be what enables it to be able to uptake the most amount of nutrient. And what was really fascinating was when I could maintain my water temperature at that 20 degrees Celsius all year. And the slide I'm showing now is the profile difference between the root zone and the air temperatures and the effect on a plant. And I still today put it down to the fact that in the deep water, we've got the most or the biggest ability to manipulate and control a constant temperature, which is where the plant is never going to go into extreme stress because it's too cold, or extreme stress because it's too hot. And again, in terms of pot size, anything around the 150 mil pot size seems to be what was able to develop the right size roots, right size stem. But we're learning, and a lot about what I wanted to share today is very much about, this is a journey. This has been going on for me for many years. I'm new into the cannabis, but at the same time, I've learned and I respect agriculture. I respect a plant. I respect what a plant needs. And to really encourage everyone to say, don't just follow a textbook, but follow what the plant says. Read the plant, understand it. I operate at nutrient levels a fifth or a quarter of most farmers. Because most people say, Justin, but you can't do it in a deep water culture because you can't get your EC high enough. The reality is your EC doesn't have to be that high if your water temperature is right. Your EC doesn't have to be that high if your other nutrient compound matches are perfect. So it's really taught me to understand, why does something need to be what it is and how can we do it better? And I still think we've got so much to learn in this space, in this industry, in this field, that's really exciting. And having guys like Michael from Vital Veggie, who's come on to partner with Ichthys to really develop this, to take it, to grow it. The Sheba Academy in South Africa, which have been into cannabis production for a long time. For the first time, aquaponics is really starting to catch the attention of the hydroponic farmers, of the traditional farmers, primarily because of these things I've mentioned. And the fact that we use virtually no substrate, almost no substrate throughout the process. I can move a plant from one system to another without affecting the root integrity of it. If I want to flush a plant, no problem. I can take that plant in the pot from the deep water and put it in a separate deep water system to flush it if I would like to do so. So I am surprised that I haven't seen a lot more people really pursuing it as a method or as a methodology. But I think it's just, that's just my learnings. But I do think that hopefully Michael has sorted out his microphone and is able to really share some of his experience and knowledge to date as well. Michael, you there?
Yes, guys, is that a bit better now?
Hey,
Much better. Yeah. You can try
Thanks,
turning
guys.
your video on as well. It might be
Turn the video. Cool.
might be working.
Okay, start the video. Cool. And then I'll
Perfect.
just like to share my screen as well. Cool. Thanks, Justin. Thanks, guys, for the opportunity once again to be on this platform as well. As Justin mentioned, it has been quite a ride for us, we're doing test trials within aquaponics, different methods of cultivation, people telling Justin things that cannot be done. And what was ironic to us is that our first test trials with our deep water cultivation was done through the heart of winter. And even with our temperatures that we had within the Midrand and Johannesburg area, we were able to produce a crop, as you can see, that Justin put up on the screen. I'll also run through it. And, when it came back from the lab, even the lab guy was quite shocked to see the results for a crop that came through in the middle of winter. Cool. So I'd just like to take you guys from the start of Vital Veggie Gardens. Okay, so where we started. Okay, just 1 second. There we go. Okay, so Vital Veggie Gardens is a company that basically started out in Cape Town and then moved up to the Northern Cape with the drought that we had in Cape Town. Generally, I started out doing traditional farming, outdoor, normal, soil grown. From there, we moved over into the hydroponic space. And then from there, growing into the different types of hydroponic cultivation, and then moving over into the cannabis space as well, and trying the different techniques on cannabis as well, actually showed me the different ways that you are able to cultivate and how we are able to multi-crop within certain systems, as cannabis can grow with various other crops as well, like tomatoes, cucumbers, chilies. So when you're looking at combining cannabis in your DWCs in an aquaculture system, it works perfectly with all those type of crops, basically. So your tomatoes, your peppers, your chilies, you are able to multi-crop perfectly, as the nutrient content as well for these plants they match basically. So that is where Vital Veggie Gardens has started basically. Just one slide down as well. It's taking a while, the signal's bad. Signals a bit bad this side.
You hit the little button where it says comments. There's 2 buttons over. That'll make it full screen for the presentation. If you shut off your camera again, I think you might help your connection.
Okay. Okay. Now the signal's really bad this side.
No
As
worries.
you can see here, this on the right hand side over here is where
If you want to try shutting off your camera again, I think it might help your. You want to try shutting off your camera again? I think it might help your.
I don't think I can, signal is unstable, so it's not even allowing me to get access to shut off the camera.
I can shut off your camera for you if it makes it easier. Oh,
Yeah, I think so.
sure. There we go. That should do it. Nope. Quite. Not letting
Yeah,
me kill
just- I'm hanging, everything's freezing.
Try turning off screen share for a second and then see if it gives you control of your screen back again. We'll get these technical issues sorted, guys. I do apologize. Oh, there we go. Looks like looks like he got his thing to try screen sharing again and see if that doesn't work better for you. That should cut down your bandwidth a little bit.
Okay, guys, can you hear me?
Don't forget to like and subscribe. Potent's put on a lot of hard work here to get this conference together and on the thing. So guys, just like and subscribe, and just like and subscribe. I'm trying to get through these technical difficulties here. We'll see how it comes. Hope everyone's well out there. Why don't you guys chime in and chat and tell me who you guys are most excited about hearing today?
It looks like I've got.
Yeah, there you go. You're rolling.
Okay. Okay. I don't have full control. It seems like it's still to be hanging. I've got a message on my screen saying that my internet connection is unstable. It's probably due to our load shedding.
We can hear you just fine and the screen's working fine. So if, it seems to be all right on our side.
Cool. Okay, so just to get back where Justin left off on our test trials that came from the DWC. So this is a flower, as we see, as I've mentioned, that was grown in the heart of winter. And when we sent it off to the labs, The guy called back, as I said, you know, requesting to see actually where it was grown due to the quality of the flower and, you know, how it looked, the smell, the terpenes, everything. And he was amazed that it was actually grown aquaponically in a greenhouse, you know, and he said to me that he's actually compared it to a certain amount of indoor grows that has come through the lab, and the aquaponic flower is actually matching certain indoor cultivated flowers, you know, and that goes to show the quality of what aquaponics can produce. And coming out of a greenhouse, you all know that indoor versus greenhouse there's a big gap between the two, but with greenhouse and aquaponics starting to match the standard of a completely indoor grown flower, it means we are taking steps in the right direction with our grow methods, and you know what the fish are doing and the nutrients available. There's definitely some magic that's definitely happening between there. As Justin said, even though you're having ECs that are quite low, you know, all the nutrients you are looking for is available. So from my side, as I mentioned, I started as a pure hydroponic grower. I started out, like I said, in the Northern Cape, supplying fresh produce to the local stores within the Northern Cape, certain towns and neighboring towns within the Northern Cape. And then moving over into, like we said, the cannabis space, from a hydroponic perspective into an aquaculture system. And, you know, the changes that I've seen versus hydroponics is amazing. You know, as Justin said, in hydroponic growing, you need to lift the ECs and add your nutrient every week to actually get the flower to that level. Whereas with the aquaponics, you are not needing to adjust your ECs as high and adding so much extra nutrient and salt powders to the system to actually get the flower to that quality. You know, so for us, that was a major point that we actually found, that you don't need to add as much as people are saying to actually hit a good quality flower. And then this is how we actually flushed out our flowers. So it came out of the DWCs and then went from the DWC into these beds. And this is where we flushed them out with just clean, pure water for about 10 days after it came out of the DWC. And as you can see on the left-hand side over here in the corner, it's just a little picture of what has actually come from aquaponics. You know, so there's definitely a lot more that we can do, as we said, like with our research going forward and the industry being developed and a lot of other people sharing knowledge. We can definitely grow the industry and get better quality out of our aquaponic systems. Okay, and then that's another one. So moving over into the hemp space as well. We've then recently said, okay, if the cannabis, our test trials was that good, we moved over into the hemp space to see the quality of the hemp that can be produced as well. So that's the seeds that we then started with. It's the CBG and CBN strains. And then we've also got some Mexican strains that Justin was able to bring in for us to start test trials and developing strains and see what works within South Africa and within the aquaculture systems. So I've sprouted these seeds, and I've got about 600 seeds that we've put in to start the different trials on fiber, grain, and flower as well. And then with the end result and the wastage that comes from all our hemp, I would like to go into start making graphite and hemp batteries, as the hemp batteries can actually produce a charge and release a charge much faster than any lithium-ion battery can do. The only downfall with a hemp battery is that it cannot hold the charge long enough as lithium-ion can. So when you're looking at trying to combine the two, the hemp with the lithium-ion, or if you can do it purely on hemp and get the hemp to hold the charge longer, I'm sure we will have a better quality than any lithium-ion battery coming from hemp production. And that will also determine the quality of the flower will determine the quality of the graphite and battery that you also will receive in the end. So that is the way we are moving within our space and our trials, basically.
That's wonderful. So what have you learned so far growing with cannabis in your aquaponic systems? Any kind of takeaways so far with your early trials?
Yes, no, definitely. As I've said, like what I've picked up is that when with nutrient content and the amount of phosphates that I've picked up when I do my water quality analysis, I've picked up that the phosphate levels in one of our tunnels is extremely high, and that actually keeps for some other reason, even though the EC levels are quite low, with the high phosphates in the system, I'm getting a very good germination rate. And like I've mentioned, we were able to cultivate right through the coldest period of our South African winter period. And we had plants within the same DWC. We had some plants that were flowering. We sectioned it off, and we had vegetative plants further down in the very same DWC. And you know, we got a clean flower out of the very same DWC. We had vegetative in the one side and flowering plants on the other side that was just separated by a little mylar curtain. So that goes to show within the very same DWC, you are able to do vegetative plants on a controlled light cycle and flowering plants on the other end within the same DWC. So the nutrient content that is available within aquaponics allows you to do flowering plants and vegetative plants at the very same time. Yet with hydroponics, you are a bit more focused approach where you have to flower according to your nutrient dosing. So if you're going with a flowering solution, you can only flower. If it's a vegetative solution, you can only veg. But in our case now, we found that within our very same DWC, we had flowering plants on the upper end and vegetative plants on the lower end, you know. And it was in the very same DWC. And the test results that we had up on the screen with a flower that was sent to the lab was one of the flowers that came from that very DWC within our test results, with our test trial, basically. And that's something that we've picked up. As I mentioned, I come from a hydroponic background where every week we have to increase our EC and we have a quite constant and stable pH. But with aquaponics, I've realized that you don't need that high of a EC, and just keeping a stable pH to what the plants and the fish, what balances the two together, you know, it hits a little sweet spot. And for me, it's like magic, basically, having a very low EC and with the right pH and the right water temperature, you know, it brings it all together, you know. And then also just touching on the water temperature as well, as Justin mentioned, with the trout, you know, I had some plants that were struggling because of the heat in one of our tunnels. And then I've moved the cannabis from a tunnel that had the tilapia into our trout tunnel, where the water is a bit cooler, you know. And the plants actually responded to that, you know, as to say that because of the water temperature in the trout tunnel, you know, the tunnel might be hot, but because of the temperature in the root zone, the plants are able to thrive in that conditions. And that's something that I've picked up also. So yes, no, definitely that is a learning point that I've picked up on aquaponics and using aquaponics to do cannabis cultivation as well. And not only on cannabis, but on all across the board for all plants. Even when I look at the lettuce that we've been cultivating and the various varieties of fresh produce within the trout tunnel, where you're using trout and the cooler water, the ambient temperature or the temperatures within the greenhouse itself does not affect the wilting of the plants that much because of the cooler water and the cooler temperatures within the root zone.
What methods have you guys tried? I saw most of your stuff was set in straight DWC. Have you tried any other methods that you in your trials?
Yes, we've done some in the wicking beds. We've done some in NFTs and DW in the wicking bed, the NFT and the towers. But we found that across the substrates, the DWC gave us the best results. On the wicking bed, I think it's just a bit too much water. there's just a bit too much water as the plants constantly take up whatever the peat is holding. So within the wicking bed, the plants tend to struggle a bit. Then looking at the NFT systems, it's a bit, the plants won't get the same growth due to the amount of root space within the NFT that we've picked up. And then once we've moved the plants around into our media beds, the temperature within the media bed itself does rise depending on the medium used within the media bed. And we found that it does affect the root as well. Because those stones get quite hot, it does affect the root zone temperature. So moving it into the DWC, like we said, that is where we found to get the best results. And then if I can just share my screen once again with you guys, going back to the bins that we use to flush the cannabis. As you can see over there, I'll just try and bring that back for you.
I just have to screen share again. I'm sorry. I turned it off there for a second so people would know who was speaking.
No problem. Okay, where is it's taking a while. There we go. Over here. We've got our internet connection is a bit unstable.
No worries. I'll bear with you through the trials and tribulations here. We had nothing but issues yesterday. Tried to start the show, so I completely understand.
You know, and that's actually one thing I've also noticed. We as farmers, we actually tend to be not only the farmer. You tend to be the electrician. You tend to be a mechanic, the plumber, the electrician. It tends to bring out every single side of you. You know, when you need something to be fixed and there's no one on hand, you have to be that person. You know, so yes, definitely we understand the difficulties. As you can see over here within this is the bins, like you said, we use for flushing. And I mean, this is one of the methods that we said worked quite well for us. We've tried it in multiple methods to get the plant clean and flushed out. And ultimately, we ended up saying, you know what, the DWCs and gave us the best growth rate. So it gave us the best product at the end. And then for flushing as well, when the other products was tested versus the DWC, it came out much cleaner. So it does go to show that the medium that we use within the aquaponic space does have an effect on the final product and end result as well.
You muted, Pilton.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, signal's a bit bad, guys. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, and then as we can see,
if you if it's easier, if you can send me a link, I can pull it up for you and screen share, and then maybe that's easier.
Okay. I've got a couple of minutes left, but yeah,
Oh, I'm sorry.
and over here we can see. Can you hear? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you. So if you can screen share what you're trying to show us, that would be wonderful.
Okay. It's just lagging a bit.
Looks like it's working now. Or it will in a second.
There we go. Yeah.
Perfect.
Cool. Okay, so I mean, over here we can see that this, when you look at the cannabis over here, just getting back to the fact that multi-cropping over here, this is when I moved the cannabis from the tunnel that was hot in tunnel 2 using the tilapia over back to tunnel 6, you know. So we've installed the lights, and then the moment I moved these plants into the tunnel, the response to the plants was almost like instant, over a matter of hours, basically, you know. And by the end of the day, this is the result from the plants wilted and being really, like, you know, stressed due to the heat. And then moving them into this tunnel, they responded, and they were okay, you know. They recovered quite nicely. I wanted to take a couple of more photos and actually do the presentation out of the greenhouse to get you you guys could have seen a better picture of these plants at the moment. They are quite big already. But yeah, unfortunately we had load shedding in the Midrand area, so I had to move for the presentation. And then, as you can see, multi-cropping once again in an aquaponic system. Cannabis, we've got some cannabis there, we've got lettuce, we've got spring onion, and our seedlings all in the same system, you know. And that is an advantage that we've got within the aquaponic space. As you can see, within even the lighting infrastructure, because of the lighting infrastructure installed for the cannabis, it now also reduces the grow time on our lettuce and our fresh produce, you know. And then focusing obviously with the nutritional requirements for cannabis, we would obviously then start to change up the crops as the cannabis is growing, just to accommodate the flowering end of it, obviously to bring in the, as I mentioned, green peppers, yellow peppers, cucumbers, and chilies, as that grows quite well with cannabis in the flowering end. So yes, definitely, it's been a good learning curve. And I must also just say thank you very much to Justin and the team at Ichthys. I actually did my commercial training at Ichthys, and that is how we got together. I've been growing cannabis for about the last 10 years, and after doing the commercial cannabis course at Ichthys, for me, it just opened my eyes, and it actually brought me much closer. I was always scared of moving over into aquaponics, you know, using the fish, and I was always scared, is it going to be enough nutrients? Is my fish going to die? Is the plants going to survive? You know, how do I do it? But then after my course, everything became much clearer, and now that I've been running with it for the last couple of months, you know, it's actually I find it to be much easier than hydroponics. You know, yes, there's much more work that goes into aquaponics, but when you become accustomed to the systems and dosing the system, you know, it actually becomes it's much more fun working with the fish. You know, you become so attached to the actual fish itself that when it comes to people call you and they say, do you have a couple of fish for me to buy? And you actually don't want to give the fish away because you get so attached to them, you know. So that's just the experience that we've got. And with Justin on the one side as well, his knowledge and his expertise within the aquaponic arena, you know, it's been a really good couple of months thus far, and only looking to get better in the future as we're going, you know. About 8 minutes left. Signal is really bad.
I was just going to say, aside from the power, which we all know is the bane of South Africa and to a lesser extent Zimbabwe, where I did a lot of work as well. What have been some of your biggest challenges there in South Africa? One of the nice things about South Africa is that you can get access to most of the general products on the market, so you don't you can get beneficial bugs and all the different things that you can get in the States there. And what have you found to be maybe some of the things that you've had to overcome while transitioning to cannabis?
Well, from outside in South Africa, well, yeah, as you've actually hit it quite on the head there, saying that our power is the biggest issue. You know, and then also getting in South Africa, what I've noticed is that our market and the industry within South Africa has not really been established as yet. So yes, we've got a lot of farms coming up, legal medicinal grows coming up as well. But some of these farmers has got nowhere to go with the product. So yes, people are cultivating and they are getting licenses, and ultimately they are cultivating, and some of them has got nowhere to go with the product, as I've mentioned. And these facilities are costing about, say, anywhere from 20 million to about 200 million. Was the last legal medicinal facility that I visited. And these guys are sitting on about 200 kilos of product that they cannot move due to the restrictions within South Africa, being no licensed dispensaries in South Africa, the recreational market not being properly set up. So there's a lot of red tape where final product and flower is concerned. So I think within South Africa, our market and the actual industry, getting the industry and the sector developed so that the farmers and legal facilities can actually start making the money and what we are putting in. And I think that is one of our biggest challenges, is getting the product moved once it's been cultivated. And then also the THC level that some people got to work with on our hemp permits is only 0.2. So getting the correct strains into South Africa to meet the SA standards, where we don't go over the 0.2 limit, essentially sitting with a hot crop, so those are the struggles that we've been having within the South African space, basically.
What have been your strongest cultivars?
From our side, according to the test trials, what we've done, I've brought up, let me see if I can bring up my strain list as well over here. The strongest that I've had so far, I've tried the Critical Mass CBD, and that gave me very good results in the media beds as well, doing it aquaponically. That gave me very good results. I had the plant that was the plant was actually in a flowering state, and then I reverted the plant to actually get a better and a bigger plant from it. And the Critical Mass was a very good plant to work with, I must say. When you're looking at the THC strains that we've test trialed, was the Maltesers hybrid. We did some golden cheese, we did triple cheese, the sour apples, and the Gorilla Glue. Those strains also did quite well. Gorilla Glue didn't do too well, but the other strains performed extremely well. And then on the hemp side, we started with the Matterhorn CBG, and the Matterhorn is the CBG, and the Merlot is the CBD. So those are the hemp varieties that we are working with at the moment. And as you can see on the side here, those are the seedlings that have sprouted. So by next week, these seeds are only 7 days in the system at the moment, and they are running. So the varieties that we've got, that we've tested thus far within the South African or within African space, these come from Oregon in the USA, and they've been doing quite well for us, I must say.
That's great. And I can tell you, at least with our testing, we found that aquaponics tended to have higher CBD in all but one of our strains that we ever tested when we did side by side. So it definitely, especially with CBD and CBC, a couple of the other minor cannabinoids can really boost those significantly compared to soils. And who knows? There's clearly some kind of aquatic endophyte that's causing that additional expression, which is so interesting. And it's one of the things that's so neat to have so many different people from around the world all working on this together and talking about it. So, any last questions in chat before we start to wrap up here? How do people find out about you guys? How do do you guys have your website and your Instagram and social media or other contact information?
Yes, we've got the website as well, which is up on there. It's the Ichthys Aquaponics. So they will be able to reach us through the Ichthys Aquaponics website. We've got our online store as well. where we basically, it supplies all aquaponic supplies, consumables, whether they want systems installed as well. So as Justin mentioned, he's basically sitting in Mauritius at the moment, where they've done an installation and also doing the training on that system for the guys in Mauritius. So yes, definitely from the Ichthys Aquaponics website, or for Vital Veggies would be vitalveggiegardensnc@gmail.com. And if you cannot reach me there, you can get hold of the Ichthys Aquaponics office line, and we'll be able to contact you guys from there as well.
Yeah, just thanks, Martin. And the easier one is the easier one to remember is aquaponics.africa. The easier one to remember is aquaponics.
There we go. Do you perhaps have it on the screen, Justin? Can you pull it up for them, perhaps?
Pull it up here.
No, but it's fine. Aquaponics.africa. Aquaponics.
There we go.
Sorry
Yeah.
about that. An echo there, but we'll get that all cleared up here. Here you go. Here's the website. You guys can check that out.
There we go. Thank you so much. That's perfect.
Thanks, and thank you guys for taking time.
Thank you so much. That's perfect.
I know it's getting kind of late there, and thank you guys for taking time. But kind of late there. Alrighty. Thank you. Alrighty. Thank you. Well, what a wonderful presentation. It's always nice to see new faces on the conference. I'm sorry. Let me throw up the sponsor sheet real quick, or not sponsor sheet, supporter sheet. We don't have any sponsors for this this conference. Check out all the different speakers. This is all the different companies that are represented here at the conference. Be sure to support them, show them some love. And if they have any services or goods that you know might help you with your garden, please consider them. They are taking the time to educate you guys. A lot of them took a lot of time to put together different presentations for this weekend, and I'm very appreciative of all of that. And if you can show them some love, that would be great. Next up, we have the grandfather of aquaponics and cannabis, Breeder Steve. How's it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thanks to you, actually. I'm doing great. I'm over here in Thailand working on a project that you helped me get to. So I'm very appreciative.
I'm so glad you went, man. It was just perfect timing. You contacted me, whenever it was, close to a year ago, and said, hey, if you got any openings down in Colombia, I'd love to come. And of course, it's super hard getting work permits and that for foreigners in the industry down there. So, but at the time I was thinking, oh, the Thai place we've got just getting going. So it's time I need to put somebody good over there. And there's a pond out back. We can do a big, nice aquaponics farm in both of the farms, actually. So that was just perfect serendipity that you contacted me and said, hey, what have you got? So I'm so glad you're there. And I get to watch your Potent Ponics videos and get updates, every couple of days. There's a little walkthrough, and I really appreciate that. I want that from all my farms, but I can't get everybody to do it. But you've got the passion for it, so it makes my life easy,
Oh yeah, hey, if I'm gonna go in there and scout, I go through, make sure everything looks decent, and then I'll go through and scout a second time. And hey, if I'm gonna walk through and look at all the plants to make sure everything's looking good, I might as well bring a camera and show.
With you, right?
Yeah, show off how much the team is doing, and we have a great team of Thai workers here that really are doing a great job caring for the plants, and I'm really stoked. And you guys can find out information on them at Genetican here in Thailand. You can look us up if you're interested in working with us. But tell us a little bit about what you've been up to. You got all kinds of great stuff going on. You got Colombia is really doing all kinds of great stuff, and you've been traveling all over. But what's the latest with you and your world? Because I know you have a lot going on.
I've got enough going on right now. There was a time in my life where I thought I would never turn down projects, but the last while I've you know, the last couple, I would say even 3 years or something, I've had to start pick and choose a little bit because it just gets to be too much in too many places. But I really do enjoy, you know, picking and choosing the right ones. And so it definitely has me traveling a bunch. I just got back from the Caribbean 5 days ago. Tomorrow I go back to Colombia for a month. I'll come home for a week, go to Jamaica for 2 weeks, come home for a week, go to Thailand for a month. You know, so it's really just a lot of traveling. But you know, with all the zooming you can do, I always have to let my daughter in. But yeah, we've got research stations, you know, popping up in interesting climates around the world. And speaking of Colombia, you know, they had a real heavy-handed, over-regulated med scene for the last 4 years, but the adult use regs are in discussion right now, where the law itself will pass in March, presumably, and then the regs would probably follow in June. And that's going to be great for Colombians, you know, that's really for sure. It's going to hopefully lighten up some of the regs because they're just unwieldy to work with. There's nowhere else in the world that wants quotas, cupos in Spanish. So you have to wait between crops for all these cupos. And at first they didn't understand breeding because nobody else was breeding really. So they would start, you know, other companies would ask for a quota to start 20 seeds of each to do an internal characterization and pick what they wanted to make mothers and grow cuttings from. And then I would say, I want to start 10,000 seeds of each. And they'd be like, whoa, nobody does that. You know, you only need to start 20 seeds of each. I'm like, yeah, but I'm a breeder and I need to start more seeds than other people because that's how you find the winners. And they're like, nah, you're trying to pull a fast one the first times. And then when they come and actually see that you actually have a proper breeding operation, now they're like, okay, we get it, you know, so you can plant what you need. And we destroy those crops anyway. So it's so dumb. We just take samples from them. And, you know, I might grow literally tons of gorgeous grass. At the end of the day, we're just taking a few samples from our favorite and chopping and burning the rest. So it's painful, you know, that they're going to dictate how many seeds you could plant. And that 1 year we had to wait, we apply in January and had to wait till June to plant. Because you're waiting on it's like, if I'm going to go to the equator, I want to grow 12 months a year. If you hold me up for 6 months between plantings, this isn't working. So I was getting ready to bail on the place, honestly, because I was so fed up with it. But knowing that, yeah, you know, they have started to come around. We were the first ones with a lot of the licenses and achievements that way, like first to register genetics, first to get THC export quotas and things like that. So you know, it was a lot of effort to bail on it, but on the other hand, just such a nightmare with the bureaucracy. And most of the Canadian companies did, you know, up stakes and turn around because they just realized this isn't worth the hassle. You know, you have a big burn rate to keep all the requirements in place, like 24-hour armed security and, you know, all the massive fencing and military grade surveillance equipment and cameras and all this. So once you've, you know, done all that sunk costs, it's hard to just give it up, right? But on the other hand, with the new regs coming, I think we might see somewhat of I'm hoping an end to those quotas because they're just a pain and they serve no purpose and no other country in the world does them. I mean, Thailand is currently the place to be where you are right now. They're the most reasonable about it, where it's, you know, they just said deschedule, you know, then we'll see if there's a problem and then we'll come up with regs for it. They don't try to craft their utopian ideal of how it's supposed to work. They just say, hey, let it be, see what we got. And they still controlled the extracts that they had to be under license and sold through prescriptions and pharmacies. But the, you know, raw plant, no problem, it's echinacea. And that's what we always wanted to see, right? So I'm happiest working in Thailand because we can register our genetics as we work there, just as we could in other countries, but we don't have nearly as many hoops to jump through to get there. So Thailand is really, you know, a shining light for us right now. In Spain, various projects there, largely in partnership with regional governments and with EU funding, which was kind of a coup. So the the greenhouses, you know, that belong to the Basque government's biotech company, they're, you know, full of our weed for characterizations right now. And we're not growing for production there, but we have a lot of genetics projects lined up to do in their lab and microprop advances. So that's fun. And then we're doing a similar thing with the Catalan government, about 45 minutes outside Barcelona. Really neat research institute with a 1,000-year-old stone tower in the center of it, and greenhouses and fields all around. It's pretty sweet, and really good people too to work with. And then doing something more production oriented with greenhouses around Almeria, with the largest vegetable producer in all of Europe, probably is the largest in Spain. So they've got a lot of space. So that'll be something to do. But I only need to maybe go over there once a year, because there's a pretty strong team over there, and they don't need a huge amount of oversight, but they, you know, certainly benefit from some. But Thailand's the most fun because it's the least restricted. So I'm enjoying, you know, even working them all from home remotely as I am, which I feel like I'm getting away with something, but I also feel like I'm missing out when I don't get to see the plants as often as I would like. And I really try and time my visits around selection crops. So this week we have that big living library one. We'll go down and see on the equator, 3.5 degrees off the equator. And that's got 375 different lines from all over the world, old and new, and up to 10,000 seeds were planted of each. Not that many of all of them. And then even the ones planted 10,000, they're largely thinned out. So of those, maybe 100 go to the field, you know, each transplant, and you kill 75, 80% of them. So, but there's going to be a couple days in church there for sure. If not a couple weeks in church, just watching them finish, because they were stagger planted with the idea that everything would finish February 4th. So I really wanted to get there and see everything for its last 2 weeks, you know? So it's going to be a lot of fun taking pictures, smelling them, teaching my people there about what I'm seeing in the different ones, or what I smell in the different ones, and identifying which of the staff have the, you know, good nose, and just general training. And, you know, we also have to look forward to extracts and edibles for the Colombian market with the new adult use coming out. And my staff there is really qualified as far as qualifications, but maybe they haven't had so much experience making rosin or diamonds and sauce and things like that. So I'm going to get down there and do a bunch of training in the extract department, and that'll be really fun, because we will be making them to high standards, because we try and build our labs. The first lab, which is analytical lab mainly, and then a tiny bit of extraction lab, but that was an EU GMP qualified build, but we never had it certified because we don't really care for the analytics or for the bench lab stuff. But we wanted to build it to those specs, so that when we are building the pilot and then the big industrial production, that we can maintain that standard. Because if you do EU GMP on extracts that don't even exist yet, like you can get GMP CO2 oil distillate, right? You can't get EU GMP hydrocarbon yet, for example, or solventless. So if you can make EU GMP rosin, that's a first, you know. So that's it's not necessary for the domestic market, and it's certainly not necessary in my mind for anyone, but for export opportunities, it really opens a lot more. So we're expecting any day our GACP certification on the field, which took 3 years. We just received the Colombian equivalent a month ago, which is called the BPA, the Buena Práctica Agrícola, and that enables you to grow outdoor feedstock to go into a processing lab that's EU GMP certified, and then that product has a much better chance of moving into more places, right? So even in Canada, those standards aren't necessary, and some Canadians do it because it ups their export possibilities. But it is really tight, it's really tight. And I've got people on it that have done it for breweries and stuff in the past. So they're familiar with the whole process, but it's been an eye-opener to, lots to learn there. And of course, that's not my forte. Compliance was never my forte. Yeah.
Compliance is always the least fun. I know I have a bunch of cool stuff to show you. We have this incredible temple tie, which came from these giant 23-foot plants that had like arm-sized colas on each branch, and the smell is different, the structure is different, the leaves are it's completely unique from anything else that we have or have found at all. And the vigor on it is unreal. I know a buddy of mine has a 4-week-old plant that's like 5 feet tall and really good node spacing. That's pretty wild. And then a bunch of incredible terpene profiles, chocolate tie, a bunch of sandalwood ones, and some other really funky, unique stuff that you don't see very often. So very excited to.
I'm really excited to get back there and go through the jars with you. I know you're going to have a library of jars ready for me beyond most people's dreams, right? So to me, that's what I love, showing up at work and there's 100 flavors to try, Okay, that'll work for today. Let's see, So what a riot, man.
Oh yeah, we have this week we put everything into flour on the clones, so they'll all be just about finished curing by the time you get here. So we should be, or at least the majority of them, hopefully. So
fantastico.
So tell us about how you got started originally with the aquaponics, and it was 93 or 94.
94 was my first one, and I built it. It was my first garden in Vancouver. And what happened is I've been wanting to try it because I've been reading, lots of grow books and beyond cannabis grow books and stuff. And I thought, oh, this aquaponics sounds really interesting, and nobody seems to have done it for grass. So I might as well, I'm sure, probably somebody had, but I just never heard about it. So I said, I was talking to a friend out there who said, oh, I know this guy with a grow store. You should go talk to him about it. He'll probably want you to build him one to demo it or something. So I went down to this grow store and talked to these old growers, and they were definitely Rockwool General Hydro guys, but they were still like, it's interesting. Would you like, what do you want to do one for us? And I said, I'll tell you what, here's a design I put on paper for a 1-light closet. I'll build one for you, and I get to take home the equal amount of parts for me. So I built them one. I had to go to a hardware store, get some stuff, but I just got double what I needed, right? And then when I left, I was taking a light and a fan and the pumps and the roll of black and white and all, even the wood all cut, because I did all the cuts when I was at their shop and did so anyway, I went home with a brand new aquaponic system and put it in my 1-bedroom apartment, and didn't do, that was really just to keep some veg as I was collecting some cuttings around town. And then in the fall, I'd been living 1 year in that apartment, and I moved into a house so I could have some grow rooms in the basement. And the very first room I set up was with Rubbermaids and on a table with a Mickey Mouse shower curtain that went down to an open Rubbermaid, which was the reservoir. And then I had a small pump in that. I forget what it was, maybe a 90 or something, but it pumped up a 1/2-inch hose that went teed off into the different Rubbermaids. And they only just drained out onto the table. Like I just had a hole cut in the bottoms of them so they wouldn't pool up too much. And man, I just put some slits on the thing to have sprayers, just some slits in the tubes. And man, they would just grow dank. I had the holes on top. There were some 4-inch ones and some 6-inch ones. And I used my organic soil mix in the pots instead of rocks or anything. So it's kind of a hybrid system. And I put wicks so that you had absorbent absorbent nylon ropes. So you had the white wicks. If you put 2 through, you got 4 tails. And those tails turned into like white carrots. And then just a mop of roots would come off them. And of course, really soon the entire Rubbermaid was just a huge cube of roots and you couldn't take them out anymore. But the little plants that would come out were so thick because every time I was growing them, and I realized I could do it deeper. So after I'd done them the first time with these medium-sized Rubbermaids, the fairly shallow ones, right? Then the next time I did it, I built tables with like 2 to 3 feet of pond liner under it. And I called that my bioponic system, or the Sweetwater system. And that had the same idea with the pots in the top, except by then I switched to just hydroton. I still had the 4 tails coming out, but the roots could run much, much deeper. And if you have 36 6-inch pots in a 4x4 area, and you've got as much roots as a 7-gallon under each one, you have a total baseball bat. If you can keep them from branching, just, don't let it happen. It's just insane how well they could produce, and they would produce just as well as if you were using, salts. It's just, as long as the plant's fully happy and has access to what it needs the whole time, it'll give you its potential, It just tastes like air though. When it's done, the texture, not taste like, but the texture of the smoke from a clean aquaponic grow is really, really a light texture of smoke. And I even find the whitest of ashes. I understand when people say, oh, black ash is wet, gray ash is dry. But that's the thing, is they call gray white, but white is white. And a lot of the people don't realize that there's a lot of shades of gray between black and white. But the cleanliness of really nice aqua grass is just unmatched. And you really get a varietal flavor. You start getting, a lot of people say, I don't want fishy taste or something. You know what? I have seen guys do it and get fishy taste. And it's not from the fish. It's from the pellets or the flakes, which are just processed dead fish, half of them, and they smell nasty. When you open some fish flakes for your goldfish, think how bad that jar smells, right? It's totally wretched, So if you just dump clumps of that and that's floating in the water the whole time, never, just like a tea, it's a soup of fish guts, or the same with the pellets. I've seen places where the pellets were just circling and the fish couldn't even eat them all because they'd give them so many. But the weed smelled like, fish food. It was gross. But if you're feeding it a lot of real food or just letting the algae eaters go to town, which if you have enough light on the tank, you can get a huge amount of the nutrient just from the algae eaters. So I'd have like a dozen different types of algae eaters in there. And some of them like the brown algae and some of them like the fuzzy green and some of them like the cloudy green. And you'd see them sort of attracted to different things growing, but I always made sure there was lots of light on the res because that's just the start of everything is the light hitting water on rock, that's gets it going.
In fact, you want to see something trippy? I got something funny that you'll probably laugh about. This is the first time that I can find that you ever posted about Aquaponic Cannabis in '98 on the BC Growers Association.
No shit. Isn't that wild? You'll have to send me a link because there's no way I'm going to read that right now.
No, it's fine. I just get a kick out of it. I thought
I want to see that. That's you know what? I was telling somebody the other day, is they say, well, how did it all start? I said, well, we used to have, before there was social media, there were some grow forums, but they were black and white and you couldn't post pictures. There was one older than that was like literally black with the kind of green letters. And of course you couldn't upload pictures or anything and you dialed in on your phone. But those were like, to me, those were the first grow forums that I knew about. And I think that was probably the second one there. It's crazy. That's a blast from the past, man.
So what type of results have you had with growing with aquaponics? Because I know you're a big fan and you've talked many times about that, but I'd love for you to.
It's my favorite way to grow in like any horticultural setting. Let's say if you're going to have a facility, I would want to have an aquaponic facility. And then even if I'm doing field grown, or I do field grown, I still like to water it with pond water. And I've done beautiful field crops that got nothing but pond water. And especially in the dry season, when the pond water is like a shamrock shake, it's all green, the level's down, and the water's good. It's on the equator where it's blazing hot, and the algae in that water, you're just pumping algae into the field. So if you could have that even in subsurface irrigation, would be really ideal. But even way, it's been just fine to pump it up and watch plants grow down there. I've grown like long crops where I had big plants that were equatorial plants I put in the ground in May and didn't harvest them until December. And they got nothing but pond water the whole time. And they never looked like they were lacking for anything,
Well, have you found it or been working on any cool new observations that you've noticed in the last year? I know the last time that we talked to you, you talked about using hot temperatures for treating things like PM and greenhouses. You also mentioned about doing some research on root temperatures and flowering times. What has kind of been the last year or so worth of stuff that you've been kind of focused on researching or learning more about? And what are
the
some of
same
your
stuff, it's the same stuff. And you really just need to track, especially if you're outdoor grower, but if you're a facilities grower as well, it's helpful, but theoretically you set the temperature and humidity theoretically, right? So if you do have a controlled facility, you know what the data is. But if you're outdoors, you got to have data loggers so you can really track your season. And from the planting dates, I've found, let's call preliminary studies over 20 years, but without being formally proven, is that the warmer median temperatures, rather than adding up your daytime highs. So if you're looking at crop degree days, which some crops are looked at, or corn heat units, the CHU, or degree ripening days, I think was what I meant to say the first time. They keep adding up the highs of every day that you have the crop in the ground, right? The thing that I found is obviously where you have warmer or colder nights, that affects the ripening drastically, right? So the median temperature tells you a better story about the ripening time, but I'll say the ripening heat units. So I call them cannabis median heat units, but they could just be median heat units. It's fine. The warmer sites ripen plants faster. That's what it comes down to, is if they have, and that's not to say that that's 100% better, because maybe same as with wine grapes, like a slower ripening allows them to develop more complex aromas and flavors. But honestly, I didn't feel like the ones I saw ripen in the hot places were any worse off for it. But I mean, it's still not totally measured and quantified, but to me, anything that I thought of as an 8-week strain, when I put it in a hot climate, it's a 6-weeker. And they can't go a day longer. Like they're 45 days old and they are just rock solid done. And there's no reason to leave it. It's done, But that same clone indoors, up in BC would take you 8 weeks, because you keep it cool. We always like to keep it cool at night and try and bring out colors, right? So most grow rooms, people work hard to chill them a bit at night, I think, or they don't have to work hard at it if they're up north. But overall, you'll see a faster ripening. It might not ripen exactly the same, but the difference to me is so marginal that I wouldn't be too concerned. I would be happy. It's a high energy plant, whether it's coming from sun and from heat. We always think of the high energy plant using lots of light, which is of course true, and they can be pretty heavy feeders too. But the temperature gives them, an edge. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but you will where you are, because it's hot enough, and you've grown in hot places. You see that the things ripen a little quicker if it's like a modern hybrid.
Oh yeah, not only that, but like a lot of stuff will shut down between like 11 and 1 or 11 and 2. They literally, the tops of the plants will kind of like droop down a little bit, and the whole plant will kind of go from praying in the morning until it hits a certain temperature, and then it kind of is just like, nope.
It goes from praying to umbrella, because it wants to just kind of curl down and hide from the sun and shade itself.
Yep. But right now
Especially
doing
those in the
the
greenhouse, though. You'll be
I'm
better
sorry.
outside, I think, with a lot of those. I find them
Oh,
better
yeah.
outside than in the greenhouse. Greenhouses are a bitch in the hot place, but they're, you know, if you need to keep them absolutely clean, then you've got to do it. And it's good for your genetic library and stuff, but for actual production, it's foolish, I think. You know, you can do really well outside once you've got the right cultivars for the site, you know, once you, and that can be for the dry season and the rainy season, because I've found in the dry season, I can grow virtually anything. It'll finish totally beautifully. But in the rainy season, a lot less. But I was still surprised how much we're okay through the rainy season. Like I expected like 80% wouldn't work, but it was more like 80 did, you know? Because there was 20% that had no chance. They were just sponges that turned into mold as soon as they got wet. So as soon as like sweet tooth doesn't work, example, shishkaberry does. You know, it's odd to see just the way some of them behave. As long as you're using the right plants, it's a lot easier to get a good crop. But if you're trying to limp along with something that's not happy there, it's a drag.
Oh yeah. Of about 190 or 200 cultivars we've popped so far, only 3 of them have really been really pouty and clearly are definitely not going to work in the climate.
Yeah, you just kill them off. You know, that's what it's all
Exactly.
about. Just cull the weak and move on, because you'll find ones that just thrive, and then it's like, okay, focus on what works, and then life is easy. You can always, you know, we'll always be breeding for various traits out of each of them, or different chemotypes. Like maybe we want to raise THCV in one or something like that. So there's never, you know, an end to the breeding you can do. But on the other hand, there's just no point fighting the wrong ones. Just say, nope, not for you. You're out of here.
What have been some of the more interesting cultivars that you've encountered here in the last year or so?
Well, in the last year, I haven't really popped anything new down there. Well, we did in the fall, but I'm not seeing it until I go down next week, right? So the last year we'd been making a lot of test hybrids, and those are also getting grown out now. So last year was like a seed increases. This year's, you know, a massive selection. So that's going to be something to look forward to. But in my backyard this summer, I tried some I hadn't tried before, and I enjoyed the orange creamsicle, the pie hole. There was a chem glue. A shishka bubba. I had an amnesia haze, which I'd had a few times before. It was the only thing I've planted 3 summers in a row, just because it does so well in my backyard here. It's a really easy one to grow. And it reminds me, while it's growing, especially young flower, it reminds me of Santa Marta Gold, which is one of my very favorite aromas in the entire species. So that, you know, would never even start flowering up here at 50 degrees where my house is. But the amnesia haze comes on strong pretty early, and it smells quite a bit like it for, you know, its first 3 quarters of flower. In the last quarter, the Afghanica starts to, you know, stink it up a little bit. But it's really just been pleasant smoke, and I was happy to do the amnesia 3 times in a row. It's the only time I'd ever grown it was the last 3 years in my backyard, and it was a nice cut that's going around. So it's just, I know it's not the tight rock hard bud that people want to see on Instagram or whatever, but who cares? Once it, you know, once it's rolled up, it's, you know, the proof is in the joint, right? So I think the, you know, pre-rolls will wreak havoc with preconceived notions of what good bud looks like, you know. So that's I think it's fun because it brings it more like a blind tasting, as it were. Yeah, people are apt to judge a book by its cover otherwise, right? So anyways, I think the orange creamsicle was a fun one. Oh, the other one I liked this summer was what was it? Grandpa's Breath. That was nice. Those 2 I started to see a bit of mildew on at the end before everything else. So they were a little more susceptible that way, but they had interesting profiles to puff, you know, so I like those. Yeah.
Very cool. So you've been around the industry for quite a long time, since you know, all different aspects of the industry.
I mean, I think
what
I
do you
started
think?
dealing when I was 14, so I'm over 50 now. So it's been
Allegedly. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, statute of limitations is up
yeah,
on
that's
most of
Yeah,
those
yeah.
things
drug
now,
crimes,
so
unfortunately.
we could probably
I'm
openly
sure
talk
nobody
about it.
cares.
Have you? You must have some. You could probably fill novels with the stories of from prohibition land, probably moving crops overnight, doing all kinds of things. I mean, I would be interested to hear some of those if you didn't mind sharing.
Shoot, that's funny. Yeah, what? Totally. You know, I can sit down and ramble off stories about those days like it ain't nothing. It's just picking one off the top of my head. I'm just going, where to start? Where to start?
Well, and you're also working on a book too that you're putting together that is a lot of those, which is I also saw that you're working on.
That's awesome.
I've started on that. I think I've got like 20,000 words or something. So, you know, I think I was reading the memoirs are usually 60 to 80,000 words. And I'm like, oh man, I'm never going to get this down. It's going to be 150 before I'm halfway because I just have too much to, if I really start reminiscing about all these crazy things that ever happened. But let's see, taking smuggling, moving crops, what rip-offs.
Can I ask about the time that I don't know if we want to say the person's name, but that they ripped off your seeds, reproduced them without your permission, and then sold them on their site? That might be an interesting.
That doesn't narrow it down, man. There was a lot of those. But I don't want to go on about
Okay.
you know,
Yeah, another negative. Let's do it. Any interesting cultivation observations that you've had? Because you'd mentioned that you'd had the stuff that can't be pollinated. You talked about that quite extensively.
right. And
stuff like that.
I've
Any
been
other
proceeding with that.
interesting,
I'm in the process of making infertile females out of everything in the collection at farm number 1. And I'll be doing this exact same thing with you once we've got them sorted out over there, the first steps of them, you know. So the first steps are making the selections, and that's what we're doing. But as we I'll give you each generation at a time, and we'll turn all of our favorites into individuals that are obligate parthenocarpy, you know, is what they're called. The facultative parthenocarpy is when they're seedless because you facilitated it. That's facultative parthenocarpy. So their sensimilla is facultative parthenocarpy, right? The stenocarpy is when they have aborted white seeds. So if you have that little white pip in a seedless grape or the little white pip in seedless watermelons, those are stenocarpet plants. So they take the pollination, but they won't complete the gestation of it. Whereas obligate parthenocarpic plants, they cannot receive pollen and they cannot be pollinated, therefore, you know. So those ones I call true scents, and they are seedless forever. And the fun thing about them as well, not that that isn't enough, but they root in 3 or 4 days. And in other species, parthenocarpic plants are known for that accelerated rooting as well, because it's your only way of reproduction, right? So I think a similar, not similar to the sterile plants, but in a propagation sense, a fun thing that I had encountered on my first trip to Colombia was a bizarre mutation I'd never seen before, with buds that had bulbules, which look like a little sprout, like a fern head or something, you know. And they're like a seed with no case on it almost, you know. So their apomixy is, or apomixis, you know, is the reproduction without sex in the plants. So these apomixy plants have kind of interested me too, but not as much as they have maybe some other people. I know a scientist in the prairies who's a specialist in apomixy in other plants as well. So he's been trying to apply what he's learned to cannabis, but the last I talked to him was a year or two ago. I can't remember, but it was a while ago, and he really hadn't got anywhere. When I showed him the pictures of the one I'd seen, he's like, "Oh, how did you do that?" I was like, I just came across the plant. I didn't do it, But
Are you talking, it looks like the green spoon, kind of like a little pearl chains kind of thing?
well, it has the little pearls. There's a picture of it on my Instagram, but you'd have to scroll back to August 2017. No, August 2016. August 2016. That plant, that mutation would lend itself well to the apple mixie. Because it's already doing it basically. So I know that's way far for you to scroll back, but I know sometimes you pull these things up.
Oh yeah, I'll work on pulling that up while we're talking. It might take me a minute.
Yeah. And getting back to your other question about old war stories, I'm really half of my head's turning over like to pick out something suitable, but the moment, let me just keep working on that. Let me think. Lots of incriminating tales could be told, but I'm just past caring. I was pretty lucky as far as grows went that I never really lost a grow to the police, back in the day or ever. I had more adventures with them on the highways and stuff, highways and byways, in the air, on the water. But my gardens, I always made care to set them up because it was, it seemed like such a nightmare to get busted and you think there's so many people doing it that if you followed, the basic security protocol, you were ahead of 99% other people, right? So I thought they're going to find so many other growers before they ever find one of my places. And that was true. They never did. So because, the old rules apply. I always think that, just don't have it.
I too made it through lucky and never got pinched during the height of it, even though I was in dangerous areas. But yeah,
good for you. It's way more fun that way.
Yeah, exactly. So when you see it happen to one of your friends and you're like, oh, this is serious.
I can remember running from helicopters outside in guerrilla patches and hiding in bushes and stuff. And that was really a long time ago. That would have been like 89, 90 or whatever, 91. Yeah, it was heady. You don't want to do that if you can help it. Shit. But it was better than the alternative, which was not growing any.
Yeah. It paid a little better back then. Paid a little better back then.
Back in Ontario, if you had one plant back then, you were getting some time for sure. It wasn't fines. BC was the only place in Canada where you get a fine. So a lot of, real heady people that just said, I love pot, I don't want to go to jail for it. So everybody moves out west and went to BC because you were getting fines if you got busted. I remember this one old lady coming into the grocery store. She just got busted for her 5th time with 12 light room. And her 5th time, she got a $15,000 fine. The first time was like 500, 1,500, 2,500, $5,000. The next time, 15 grand. And she's like, it's less than sales tax. And she didn't give me 12 more lights. She did not care. It was so funny. Go, grandma.
Sorry, I didn't realize my mic was on. I'm back to 2016. I'm trying to find your, do you remember at all what, are you sure it was 2016?
Yeah, it was August 2016.
August.
Yeah. It was my first trip down there. There might be a picture of me with a little Beretta pistol shooting bananas or something.
It's August 2016. I'll throw this on the screen here. August 23rd.
Not
Well,
that.
so it would be.
Oh, okay, is around here. Go up a little bit, or there's it's either up or no. Okay, go down a little bit. That's the same trip, but not those plants.
I think it might be up a little bit.
Oh, it must be up. They're out of order.
There we go.
There it is on the right, top right. This was a neat greenhouse, and if you saw the Strain Hunters Columbia expedition, this was the same greenhouse, and they were growing a huge amount of shishkaberry, originally shishkaberry, blueberry, blue satellite, and MK Ultra, and then the guy started crossing the four together, you know, two at a time, and that was the Nicole Kush, and this is one of the freaks. This is a mutant out of that Nicole Kush. It was a 1 hectare selection crop of seed that I was up there for, and it was really fun to see all these plants, because if you scroll the pictures around them, you'll see some that really do look like the old blue sad or the shishkaberry and stuff. But those are called bulbules, so you can see they look like a little sprout, or the bud is turning into a sprout, you know? Isn't that crazy?
Broccoli bud.
Yeah. I always, I mean, I was like, I gotta post a picture of that so I can always find it, because that was just a crazy plant. And I've never seen one again, you know?
Yeah.
But I don't know why. You'd want to be able to induce that if you were going to propagate that way, but you wouldn't want to smoke that, you know? So that's just how it was naturally coming out. And that would be terrible for smoking. But if you could induce that mutation into a good plant and get all those little bulbules, then you could take, you know, so many, you know, you could put them right into microprop too, like the smaller ones. So that would be fine. Anyways, that's just an interesting mutation.
So that functions kind of like a seed. You can basically snap that off.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, you could take, like, you see the biggest one on top, and then just touching it to the bottom right, there's a smaller one that's about the size of a seed. So it's kind of like a living seed. Yeah, look at the top one, the biggest one at the tip, and then just below that, there's one touching it. Yeah, that little one. Yeah, that little one. Yeah, it looks like that's about the size of a seed there. But if you could induce that in plants, it might be, just for interest's sake, can't think of any advantage to doing it, but it's just kind of funky to see something unusual. The mutants make it fun.
That one. We have some mutants. We have a bunch of different freak show crosses. Some of them are actually really nice, normal looking plants, but the smell came through from the freak show. And then we have a couple of ABC crosses. 2 of them look like celery plants. Don't even look like remotely like cannabis.
Right.
And then the other one is the more traditional ABC expression with the fingers. But
I remember trying the ABC. I never grew it, but I had a friend grow it a long, long time ago. But I just thought it tasted like nothing. You know, I just thought it was dull. But maybe it was the one he had. But it wasn't something I wanted to grow. But the freak shows, I've never tasted them, so I've never seen a finished bud of it. I've just seen the pictures, and it looks super great. You know, it's awesome to see such mutations, and I think it's wicked to have people dabbling with it on all levels. But it's gotta taste good for me. That's the end of the day. If it doesn't taste good, I don't care. You know, so it'll be fun, but it'll be neat to throw like those freak shows at some of those tall ties and stuff. It's some absolutely different looking plants, I'm sure.
oh, absolutely. But I think the thing I'm most excited for is just some of the different fruity stuff we found in the ties, between the chocolate and then some of the mango guavas and the peach guavas and some of the other just smells that I haven't smelled ever really at that potency before, even in veg. They have those
I
really.
can't wait to get over and see it, man.
Have you found any other trends in terms of terp profiles in any other regions? I know you spent a lot of time in Colombia. Can you tell us maybe a little bit about?
I'll tell you, the one thing that did stand out to me in the last years was last spring, I was looking at a bunch of hybrid tropical, native stuff crossed with hemp line. So we had a few different hemp, lines crossed with the Punta Rojo or Santa Marta Gold or Mango Beach, Limon Verde. And we started looking through them. And when we went to grow the progeny, because of course the hemp was too photosensitive, so it would just want to flower immediately down there. So you have to cross them with some tropical stuff if you want to have a tall hemp. And they really came out with the vigor and the height, but they had apple smells, and they were always yellow. I always found them to be different yellow or green apple smells in the progeny of those native with the hemp. So that was really profiles I don't remember seeing in grass before, where it was like apple was the dominant nose, but is it Fuji apple or Gala apple, or you're going through and kind of like, this is apple, but it's not the same as this apple, and then you're like, no, that's more green apple and that's more golden. So I thought that was unusual. I'm not familiar with smelling a lot of apple in cannabis, so that was a new one for me.
Well, yeah, we were one of my buddies out here, Kanatai, who's been helping supply us with a lot of the more exotic genetics from out here in Thailand. We were going through and doing some, looking at the plants yesterday and did a stem rub, and we found one that's just got like completely unique terpenes from anything. It's sandalwood and like a light blueberry smell, but then also like a weird like goat cheese funk, like a blue goat cheese kind of funk to it, all at the same time. And it's this really, really, really unique smell to it. Something that's again I haven't seen too often. So definitely excited about many of the different things that we have going.
What I miss is I haven't had a good pineapple one in a long time. There used to be a good pineapple one from Vancouver Island, and it really smelled piney, like as pineapple, not pine. And I miss that. I like pineapple flavored weed. I haven't seen it in a long time.
The one thing I have noticed with the pineapple cultivars, and maybe you've observed this too, the thrips seem to really like the pineapple cultivars above all others. I've also noticed on 2 separate occasions on the pineapple cultivars, the thrips just feeding on the pestils of those cultivars and not the rest of the plant, which is just bizarre.
True. All these leaf suckers, they go for the tastiest plants. If they're nasty plants, they leave them to the end. If they're nasty ass, pungent, cushy type thing, they want the fruity stuff. They always go, you can pretty much let the mites and thrips do selections for you if you're looking for sweet, fruity plants, because they are better at it picking them out than you are. And they're real good. So, I hate that because I love to do some selection crops where I spray absolutely nothing and just see who's resistant and whatnot. But I also know enough to keep the backup cuts to do a protected run, because I know that a lot of the pests will just gravitate to the tastiest ones immediately. So you don't want to be trying to salvage them after they've had an orgy of thrips on them,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why we're running at least 2 copies of everything out here, one indoors and then one in the greenhouse, just to kind of see, hey, what are the bugs like here? What can we get away with running outdoors? What is everything?
Field, man. You got to put them right in the field too, because that's the truth. That's the truth, And I know some of the things we've got aren't intended to be grown outdoors there, but anything that has a fighting chance should be run outside, straight outside, because it's just so much easier to make selections. You can go throw a million seeds down in a field and come back and see who's standing, it's just that easy. So maybe your crop might not thrive on neglect, but your selections will, because the external pressures will just kill so many without you having to lift a finger, and you just come back and pick the winners.
Well, we have about 8 minutes left. Do you have any advice for people that are just getting into breeding? Maybe people that want to kind of end up eventually in a situation like where you're at. How do people get started with the breeding game, and any advice that you have for people that are
the lowest tech way I would suggest? Well, first, read Robert Connell Clark's Marijuana Botany. That gave me a good insight into getting started as a selective breeder. And then the simplest way, to collect a small scale pollen and apply it, I found is, and this is how I started doing it, wasn't keeping full plants in rooms or anything, because I was just growing, 1 to 3 plants in different spots, guerrilla style, right? So if I found a male that was about to open and I wanted to use it for whatever reason, usually I would just chop them up, but that I would find one and say, okay, this male is so nice. It was my favorite plant all summer, but there's 2 females and 1 male, but this male is so nice. This line is so nice. I want some pollen. And so I would just cut the top or maybe a top or 2 around it before the bells open, right? So you cut them when they're very formed, but not open yet. And then I would tape them in the lid of a shoebox, and I would line the shoebox with parchment paper and cheesecloth. And then I would maybe poke a few holes even in the lid in that to let some humidity escape. And I would just put the lid back on the box, and the pollen would drop through the cheesecloth onto the parchment paper. And you lift up the cheesecloth to get all the green bits and the flower bits out, and then you've got clean pollen sitting on the parchment paper. You can take that, tip it into an envelope, go back to your plant with the envelope with pollen or a couple envelopes, and you just put them over a bottom branch. Just rip the one end off and slide them on the bottom branch like that, and you'll just get one branch coated in seeds, enough to fill up a film canister if you can find one anymore. And I could do 4 different crosses if I wanted to on the bottom of a plant, but the first time I did it was just with the one, and there wouldn't be a seed anywhere else on the plant. But you certainly don't go out and open an envelope beside it if it's windy or something. Wait for a little calm day, slit the thing, slide it over the branch, take it away, and you can just seed one branch really easily that way. And if you have different test crosses you want to make with various males, you can still do them all on different branches of the same plant. So that I found is a good way when you think, well, I need to have 10 different chambers and stuff like that. You don't have to start with that. You can start just by making a number of crosses on the same plant, and then when you grow them out, you'll know which were the right ones to do if you're going to do them again, if you have the same parents still. So that's a small tip, I guess.
I guess I had a question for you. Are you still utilizing that the temperature method for PM and mites in Colombia for the greenhouses?
Well, I don't control the temperature there because I'm just in a hot zone. So I mean, I have some shade cloth and fans, but I don't have any air conditioning or anything like that, or heating. It's not, it's just you don't get mildew there because it's too hot. I've never, ever had mildew on that farm. I have other fungal issues which come with the territory, right? Like the septoria, the pseudospora.
That septoria is one thing I think I've pretty well conquered at this point. With the right natural farming inputs, you put a good IMO application in every 3 or 4 waterings, like we do here. We haven't seen. I actually have seen it in the neighbors pretty badly, and I know it's in the trees around here, right? It's
endemic to the area. So if you've got a good way of dealing with it, you're ahead of most people. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, no. The first year in Oklahoma, I watched it wipe out acres and acres and acres, and we figured that out pretty quickly and on how to deal with it. But a lactobacillus treatment followed by an IMO application will knock it back, unless it's really, really far along. You can't reverse it once it's more than 60% through the plant, but
right,
at least as far as I can tell.
So if you can keep them healthy and preventative, that's good. But also, my shtick is always, okay, well, let's find the ones that don't have it, and the ones that do, see if we can't mark which is which, and why, and then breed for that resistance. So I always, of course, a treatment is fantastic, but also looking for the genetic angle as well. So there's lots to be done, and I've used up all your time, kind people.
How do people find you? And we'll definitely have to do another episode with you here. Maybe when you come out here, we'll just sit down by the grove and chat.
I've got a website, breedersteve.com, and I think spiceoflifeseed.com is up. And then that will point towards a new seed retail site I have opening this year. And that's going to not just be things I've made, but it's going to be things we bring in, and also a consignment spot for new breeders to list stuff. So it's going to be an interesting site. And then we're going to use, anything that's listed on the site will eventually get tested in our various, the fields around the world where I do R&D rounds. So they're going to be the only seed retail site, I think, that has open testing of all the seeds on the site. So we'll track that all, and people can visit it and see the living library, as it were, of each year's listings in different environments, because it'd be very different to look at it in Michigan than Jamaica, right? So it's going to be a lot of fun.
So you're saying I will be able to get shishka berry again. I will also, will I be able to get the grapefruit?
That's entirely possible. And maybe even as a micro prop. So you get the real cutting, get the original cuttings.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm excited.
Yeah, it'll be fun, and lots of new stuff too. I mean, and sterile versions of everything. So really, I've been working really hard. I haven't been releasing anything. I've been wanting to really line up make it so interesting when it comes out that you can't ignore it. You got to check it out.
That sounds wonderful. I know our next guest is also a fan of yours, and both of you were huge inspirations to me in my early education. So thank you so much for joining us. You guys can find him at breedersteve.com or breedersteve on Instagram. We will have links to their socials, all of our speakers' social medias in the description. We do not, unfortunately, are not able to link to websites. In fact, last year we did that, and I almost lost my channel. I think it was Mammoth P and breedersteve.com and one or two others there. YouTube got real angry at me. So we now have to list social medias, but it does seem to work well that way.
Well, I got to go pack a bag for travels. So we'll see you later, guys. Have a rest of the conference. I hope it's really great.
Safe journeys. Thank you so much.
Thanks. You guys have a good one.
You too. And
That
be
was
sure.
awesome.
That was wonderful as always. Always enjoy hanging out with Steve. Be sure to check out our our speakers companies. We don't have any sponsors for this conference, but we do have a bunch of different companies and that are from our speakers or companies that they support. Be sure to check them out. They're all listed here. Show them some love. They've all taken quite a few hours to put together a presentation for you guys this weekend. So if you can, utilize them in some way, please do. Next up is a gentleman who started my cannabis education, certainly in video form. And I think a lot of us first got started our cannabis education.
Me as well. I've downloaded everything he ever put out, and I still have it on a laptop right over here.
I think he'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it originally came out in '99. At least that's
that would seem about right to me. Yep.
Yeah. So, but this was the first video content I ever watched, and I memorized the entire script from start to finish. I could recite it as just as much as I could the Matrix script. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Green.
What up, Steve?
That is awesome.
So excited, and I know I finally hunted this man down after 5 years of trying to find him, and then he was kind enough to send me a copy of his books, and we were able to get together and smoke some of his fine herb up in Maine. And he's just a wonderful gentleman in person, and I could not be happier to have him on and support him and have him tell us all about the last couple of years that he's been working on putting together some new educational books and other materials that you guys are interested in hearing. And then it's just great to have a legend like him on the show after all these years. So can't thank you enough for getting my journey started in cannabis cultivation, and we're happy to have you on.
Kind words, bro. Thank you. Let's begin. I am the Mr. Green, the original, the OG, the one and only. I'm here to predict the future of the cannabis industry. Oh, my crystal ball. Give me 1 second.
This is awesome. This is going to be awesome.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. He was like, I want to come on in full green. I haven't done it in like 10 years. And I was like, let's do it.
Here we are.
Okay. Okay. My crystal ball. Let me gaze into my crystal ball. We are all going to be, well, how do I put this? We are all going to be dead. And yes, oh, maybe that's too far in the future. Hold on. Yes, no. Okay, no. And no one will remember our names. Well, maybe a few people, family for a few generations, but basically, nope. But wait, there's more. Oh, okay, that's nice. The work that we do, the truth we are rediscovering, that will be remembered. That pure organic knowledge that we are rediscovering will be used long after we are gone, long after we have turned into compost. Okay, thank you, Crystal Ball. That was nice. Now let's get down to business. Okay. The future of the cannabis industry. Corporations and greed are completely out of control and are actively taking over this industry. When this industry goes federal in the United States, it's only going to get worse, ugly. This is the nature of the beast, the path of the machine. So what do we do? How do we fight this trend? We fight this trend through empowering ourselves, empowering the people, and helping each other with this knowledge and producing good product. Let's be real. It was a brutal year for the industry, especially on the West Coast here. Prices were on a downward spiral, a race to the bottom. This seems like the only industry where prices were actually dropping. In a world of massive price increase and inflation, our industry got hammered. Outdoor flower wholesale on the West Coast went down to $200 a pound. Ouch. Why would farmers even be growing at this point? If you think about it, growing cannabis is still better than growing cucumbers. It's better per pound than growing corn, tomatoes, or Brussels sprouts. And that's why farmers are still growing cannabis, because farmers farm. That's what they do. So if you still want to grow herb, but are lacking the financial resources to compete on a corporate level, what can you do? Well, if you can own a farm, even a small farm, and a dispensary too, that is one way to stay in business. Controlling both production and retail would be a great thing, especially in a little nice town, right? The dream from farm to bong. Whether you're able to pull that off or not, we're going to have a You're going to have to specialize in something. You're going to have to make some product stand out so that you can flourish in your niche market. People are still paying for cannabis. They are just paying less and demanding the best. So you got to bring your A game, right? I know of several $500,000 farms that went out of business last year. So you have to control your costs. Smaller farms are survivors because they have lower overhead and they themselves can put in the work. A huge way for a small farm to survive in this type of market is to control your input overhead costs. That is why aeroponic farming and regenerative organic farming are the way of the future. Your product has to be organic. It has to be top shelf and competitively priced. You have everyone from Johnny Come Lately to huge corporations to the cartels producing millions of pounds of bud, and you have to compete with that. You must lower your costs and control your inputs. The next thing you can do is use your connections like this one right here. Your networks of people, become friends with people in this community. Make money for them. Make money with them. Money is the glue that keeps business relationships together. As you are well aware of, the supply and demand curves in this industry are shifting rapidly. You can't really trust the official numbers because they are full of bullshit. Did you know organized crime launders money through Colorado state dispensaries? Look it up. You'll see. So you cannot trust, you cannot truly trust the official numbers and how the industry is doing. You have to trust what you see, what is right in front of you. With your connections and your excellent product inside your niche market, we are experiencing a relatively high demand for cannabis right now mostly because it's a hot new market. It's hip, it's cool, it's the thing to do now, but that will not last forever. So people will start to quit using cannabis. People get old, their consumption slows down. People may stop or slow down for health reasons. There are health benefits for weed, as we all know, but there are also health hazards and health dangers that come into play, which can dampen future demand, okay? Meanwhile, the supply keeps growing, keeps growing, so people keep your eye on the ball. I didn't even get into I didn't even touch on the world economic situation. If we have a huge economic collapse, that would surely affect our market. We must stay on our toes and be ready for change because change is coming in hot, hot, hot. Thank you, Peter Tosh. Yes, all right. Now, on the topic of change, I want to look at artificial intelligence, AI, and how AI can right now affect your growing business in a positive way, okay? I just got turned on to Chat GPT and DALL-E AI systems. I recommend you go check these tools out and see how they might help you grow your business, okay? Chat GPT is an AI, artificial intelligence, writing program that researches and writes everything and anything you want it to. And it does it good and it does it fast and it does it for free. Here are two examples of what I was playing around with the other night. Let me see. You go to chat or you look up Chat GPT on your search engine, and it's a open source free program that's running. So you sign in, and what I did here, okay, this is what I did. I just put in the input. You just put in the input and you hit enter and you watch it go. So I put in an input, a quick history of aquaponic farming, including all the benefits to human health and environmental health. And I got a 2-page essay in about 3 seconds. It was quite amazing. I'm going to read it to you. This is what the computer generated to me in 3 seconds. Aquaponics is a method of farming that combines aquaculture, raising fish or other aquatic animals, with hydroponics, growing plants in water without soil. The waste produced by aquatic animals provides nutrients for the plants, and the plants help purify the water for the aquatic animals. This closed system loop is highly effective, and it can be used to grow a wide variety of plants and animals. You're actually growing 2 products if you're doing that on a commercial level, like many of you are. Okay. I know some of the people up in Canada, they were talking about selling their koi as pets. And I heard other people talking about getting their tilapia off to the butcher for meat. So super cool. Okay. I made that part up. This is back to the AI. One of the main benefits of aquaponics is that it is a highly sustainable method of farming. It uses significantly less water than traditional agriculture. And because the plants and animals are grown in a controlled environment, the system is less susceptible to weather-related crop failures. Additionally, because the system is closed loop, there is little to no need for chemical fertilizers or pesticides, making it an environmentally friendly option. Aquaponics is also beneficial for human health because the plants are grown in a controlled environment. They can be grown using organic methods, which means they are free from harmful chemicals. Additionally, because the system is closed loop, there is little to no risk of contamination from external sources, making the food produced in an aquaponic system safer to eat. Aquaponics has been around for a long time. Actually, aquaponics has probably been around for thousands of years, but you guys know that. Sidebar. But this thing's not perfect. It's got to develop still, but it's pretty amazing what it's spitting out. It spit this out in 3 seconds. Okay. Aquaponics has been around for a long time, but it has been gaining popularity in recent years as a way to produce food in urban areas where traditional farming methods may be difficult to implement. Additionally, it's becoming more popular in countries where water sources are scarce. Overall, aquaponics is a highly effective and sustainable method of farming that can produce high quality, safe food and herb while also being beneficial for the environment. It is a great option for urban and rural areas alike, and it can be used to grow a wide variety of plants and animals. So that's one article that I put. I just asked that one basic question and it spit that out so quickly. I was amazed. This AI machine can get really intellectual. Jordan Peterson, I got turned on by his YouTube a couple days ago. He put in one of his heavy, stony ass, psychological, philosophical questions, and it spit out 8-page essay in 5 seconds. So this machine, this tool that you guys can use for your marketing, for all your text needs, is already available. Okay, this is another question because I was just throwing questions at it, having fun. I asked it, can artificial intelligence successfully predict the genome of cannabis plants used for a future breeding projects? And this is what, and now it only gave me a paragraph on this because I didn't put in any data. But if like I was that speaker yesterday, that genius or that other genius, because there's so many geniuses, all these people are just, they're really amazing. Their level of intelligence is just, it's beautiful. It's beautiful to see that good humans are putting their minds and their efforts towards, things to help the planet and help each other. It's really nice. So I asked it that question: can artificial intelligence successfully predict the genome of cannabis plants used for future breeding projects? And this is what it told me. It is possible for artificial intelligence to predict the genome of cannabis plants for future breeding projects, but it would likely require a significant amount of data on the genetic makeup of existing cannabis strains as well as a sophisticated model trained on that data. So Kevin and that other awesome lady from Canada, you guys got to get on that. All right. So as well as a sophisticated model trained on that data. Additionally, it's important to note that breeding cannabis plants is a complex process that can be influenced by a variety of factors, including genetics, environment, and cultivation methods. So making predictions about the outcome of breeding projects may be challenging. So it's honest, even though the creators of this app, this artificial intelligence app that we can all utilize for free right now, they're honest, and they said that it's not 100% correct on every subject all the time. It gets its information from the internet, and the internet doesn't always have correct information. So you have to use it as a tool. You have to give it you have to guide it in the proper way. You have to give it certain inputs, like we give inputs to our plants. You're going to have to give inputs to this AI. But if you can do that, you can get some well-written text, marketing text, answers to your questions. It's really, really fun, really amazing. So this program can do all of your future marketing and advertising text. It's kind of mind-blowing. It is going to change the fabric and the way we do work, the way we use our mind. Human beings, we like the comfort zone. I myself love the comfort zone. But just because we like the comfort zone, it doesn't give us the right to be lazy and to get lazy on our minds. And we can get really lazy if we can let machines do everything, and we can go straight to stupidality. We got to be careful. You got to challenge yourself. You got to challenge your mind. You got to challenge your body. Hopefully we'll be able to push ourselves farther and beyond without just falling into this comfort zone and being lazy bones. Like the cart narcs. You guys ever seen cart narcs? Yeah, you look it up. Don't be a lazy bone. Okay, the other artificial intelligence program I was talking about is DALL-E, D-A-L-L-E. This program creates art and graphics. It too is totally amazing. Now, a farmer can stay farming, yet easily create his own graphic design and text on the fly. I'm just saying it's totally amazing. So if you need a new packaging design for a new flavor of gummies, you got it in about 20 seconds with DALL-E. This technology is available to us right now today. In 1 year, it'll be 100 times, maybe 1,000 times better. Who knows how advanced it'll go? Check out these pictures. I did them just last night because I just clicked on DALL-E and started playing with it last night. Excuse me. I'm getting over the vid, right? So these pictures, this is my little logo, right? This is my Mr. Green. Here's a little Mr. Green jar. Okay. So here's my logo. And I just put in like Mr. Green. I put in the little thing, Mr. Green, and alien flying around on an alien spaceship in the universe. And it produced this in about 5 seconds. I produced this actually in 4 other images. And you can tweak them and edit them and play with them. And then this one I said, I think I put into the input Mr. Green in a field of cannabis or something like that. And it produced this one. And what can I say? I didn't make these. It spat these out in just seconds, and I was able to print them up. So if you needed to put this on a new label for something, it's right there for you to use today. So this one's called DALL-E, and there's several art AI programs out there. You got to Google it and check it out. They're for free, and there's pay for the art ones. There's actually pay for ones, so you can get you can put a couple bucks and get a higher quality AI that puts out a higher quality image for yourself. So really, who knows how advanced it'll go? They are, like I said, they're not the greatest, but they're not too bad either. And I did them in literally 20 seconds. And I'm new to the program. I don't even know what I'm doing. If you're an artist, some of these guys are playing with it, and they're really coming up with fascinating images. You can do a little research on your own, and I'm sure you're going to be just as amazed as I am. Now, geez, that's really fast. Oh, it's 23 minutes, so I'm going good. We'll have some time for talk after. So I'm just going to wrap it up in conclusion. Well, in conclusion, you all know, or should know, we are at war. We are at war for the future of humanity, for the future of this planet. Just look around you. It is everywhere. All right. If it was not apparent to you before, it should be very apparent to you now. The players in this war are the organics, that is us, versus the machines. Governments and technology are the machine, and they are versus everything that is organic, everything that is natural, everything that has a soul. The machine is making its big move right now, and we, the organic, we must fight back or risk getting consumed and merged by and with the machine. It could be a super ugly scenario where they're pushing it. And that's just where it's at. Okay. And so you think to yourself, what am I going to do? What do I have to do with the war against the organic and the machine? You have everything to do with this war because you are alive right now on this planet. All right. This is where aquaponics, the regenerative organic grow community, come in. It is our mission to really learn how to farm without modern chemicals, like the ancients used to, and then teach others these techniques so that we may live in harmony with the earth organically, in the natural flow, like God, our creator, intended. I'm okay with machines and technology as tools, not as masters, to help us get through this life journey, not to imprison and to enslave us. Not everybody feels this way, and that's why we now war. And here we are. So that's my presentation. Thank you for your time. Stay focused. Fight a good fight. You can reach me at Mr. J.D. Green at protonmail.com. Mr.J.D. Green at protonmail.com. For any breeders out there, I'm looking to produce a weed review podcast. I need your weed. You can send it to me. I don't care. I need your weed and your information, including testing, your weed and your pictures and anything else you can give me, and I'll review it for you. I'm always looking to partner up with good people, so just let me know. Drop me a line, let me know. I also want to do some, this is a little sidebar, another little sidebar. I also want to do some THC and CBD all natural chewing gum with collectible cannabis cards. Oh, I don't know. You guys probably know this. About 20 years ago, I got my stack. So about 20 years ago, they put out these badass cannabis cards. And I just thought they're the coolest thing. I collected them. And I got them all right here. And I would love, how like a baseball cards used to have like 5 or 10 cards in there, and then you got your little stick of chewing gum. I want to do that again, and it's not geared toward kids because I'm actually really against developing brains using cannabis or CBD other than for medical reasons, heavy medical reasons, not just bullshit medical reasons. I'm just against it. You guys, young people, need to stay. I know there's a lot of people that have a lot of problems, and I get it, psychological problems and whatnot. But if you can get through, your first 20, 25 years without being a heavy user of anything, especially alcohol, but cannabis included, you're going to be better off. You're going to have a better adulthood. That's just my personal opinion. So anyway, I want to do some THC and CBD all natural chewing gum with collectible cannabis cards. And And if anybody wants to do something like that, just let me know, drop me a line. And I will do a flavor with you, Steve, because I've been thinking about this. We can call it Thai sticks, because that's just the natural name for where you're at right now. And you can have a little picture of you growing in your, in Thailand somewhere with one of those hats, or one of those floaty light things that float down the river. And when you have a little Thai stick chewing gum, you could chew it. And I don't know, I love that idea, and we'd be all over it. So thank you again. You all give me hope. It's really comforting to know that farmers with a super high intelligence are on the side of good. It's a pleasure to be on your team. And in time permitting, I'm done. Time permitting, it looks like we have some time. We can take some questions.
Yeah, and before we start doing questions, I just wanted to also say we have an awesome 2-hour interview that we did with you back on our 6th anniversary episode, and we're almost coming up on our 7th anniversary episode here in another month or so. So if you guys are a big fan of Mr. Green, be sure to go back and check out the episode we did about a year ago now with him, where we had about 2 or 3 hours on all about your journey. But one thing I did want to mention is that you started so many people, that not only myself, but so many people that I know back in Philadelphia and elsewhere that really didn't have any other good sources. You could read a book, but reading a book versus seeing someone do it in video format was so much more game changing. What inspired you to kind of take that leap? Because I know even when I started doing this, I used to write under a pen name when I first wrote for High Times and stuff like that, when I was working for the Aquaponic source the first year or so, because until legalization happened, there was still kind of this, will the feds do something, won't they? So what kind of made you take the leap to kind of be the first person to really put out any kind of sizable cannabis content in video format? Because you were the first one, and I know that you've started thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. I mean, I know Thai people here who you were the first source of knowledge that they ever saw. I met a guy in Bangkok, and we were talking about you specifically. So what got your journey started? And I really hope you know that you have changed so many people's lives when it comes to getting them down the cultivation journey in their life, and certainly of my generation when there was no other good source. Thank you so much for doing that.
Steve, thank you, man. Kind words. It's really super simple. Just like you said earlier, you wanted to see it, and a picture. If a picture tells 1,000 words, how's that saying go? A picture tells 1,000 words. Well, then a video tells 100,000 words, right? And so, I put that out because there was nothing else out, and it just needed to happen. It needed to be. I was down in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, celebrating the new year back in 1999 with some friends. And this bug bit me, and I started storyboarding. I had met some friends over at Burning Man the year before, and they worked in Hollywood. I didn't even know what a storyboard was. And I went to his work, and there were storyboards all over he did that. And so I got that idea from them, and I storyboarded it. And I had an excellent editor, filmer, a buddy of mine. And we went on from there. We did it, and we put it out. So I knew it was going to get popular. It was before the whole, media, the whole social media thing really exploded. So there really wasn't a way to make money at it at the very, very beginning. So it kind of just went, viral on its own. And I just let it do the work that it needed to get done. So, if picture says, does 1,000 words, then a video must do 100,000. So that's what I did. And I'm really glad I was able to help the people and get this ball rolling.
Speaking of pictures, do you want to mention your books there? I can either pull up the links, or I don't know if you happen to have one you can hold up to show people.
I don't. What do I do? But my books are available on Amazon. I got Agrochronic for the beginner's guide, and then I got Agrochronic 2, Masters of the Closed System. And I'm looking to do another book. the third and final, hopefully. And that's where I'm going to get in. Maybe I'll come visit some of your guys' farms out there, and come, like I said, Mr. JD Green at Proton Mail, invite me to your farm, and maybe we'll do some, there it is right there. Thanks, Steve. And we'll get a third book going. And the third book, I just, I want to talk a lot about what we're talking right now. I just want to get into aquaponics and the regenerative. And you know what? People need to see, I need more hits on that Agrochronic 2 on YouTube. We can go do that. Go watch Agrochronic 2 on YouTube and have fun watching it. That is not an hour and 20 minutes. That's only 23 minutes of your life. So unlike the first one where I was pretty super baked and even a little drunk when I was filming it, the second one is really concise and quick, a little more professional, and it's just talking about the closed system and how you can up your yields. It goes for 3 basic rooms, and the first room is, old school style. It's like 3.5 pounds. The second room almost doubles it, but the third room triples it, and he just triples it by really, bringing in some VPD, the vapor pressure differential, growing with a little bit higher humidity, right? And throwing in some teas and some microbes, and and he was doing Gorilla Glue, a little bit different genetics, but it was 10 pounds. I was so impressed. And so, yeah, that'll be fun. I'll give that a watch. You guys might enjoy that. And I don't know if you're all going to learn anything. Some of the beginner types and the intermediate types may learn a little bit, but most of the people on this panel are super masters. I'm learning from you guys, which is amazing and really enjoyable.
Oh, it's really, really fun to have you on them. What are some of the more interesting things you're hoping to cover in your next book?
Well, I want to get into lighting. I want to get into greenhouses, maybe do a little outdoor. I want to get into breeding a little bit, maybe go visit some breeders and give the people some ideas on how to breed themselves. Like, most people don't even realize, if you want to do a breeding program, you need a superior male, and you need to keep a father plant. Like we are normally keeping mother plants and taking clones from mother plants. You need to keep a father plant. Oh, you don't need to, but that is really good if you can, because then you can cross back to your offspring. Something you do not want to do in the human race, but in the cannabis race, it seems to be working pretty well. So, a little joke there. I'm not in any rough crowd here. So, yeah, so that's what's going on. You want to keep a father plant so you can keep that pollen, that consistent pollen coming in. And then there's a ton of other ways to do breeding cannabis as well, which, I don't want people, top breeders to have to give away their super secrets. But if you can give out some general information and people can start breeding, even clicking into breeding programs. Like when I was in Maine, what was that gentleman's name from Northern Cal? Kevin Jodry. He's the guy that has he has like a cutting farm up in Northern Cal. He's amazing. And he passed out all these old school landrace Himalayan Kush type seeds. And his instructions were to try to find the best male out of the group and keep the best male and use that for my breeding projects, and then contact him if it's super, send him some stuff, some pollen, or send him some pictures. And if he's interested, well, we can get him some cuttings or whatever of that. And so he passed that out to everybody at this convention I went to in Maine, Josh's regenerative convention in Maine, where I met you at. And that type of thing can be done on a grander scale, with more people interested in breeding, just even having fun with it, in your backyard, even at a hobby level. So that's pretty cool. I'm looking to do some of that. on the next book, or in the next movie, in the next book, and just visiting a couple, farms and just really getting into the organic scene and the importance of it. And it's nice to know that cannabis is only a small percentage of aquaponic. It's nice to know that it's actually catching wind and doing very well in vegetables with lettuce and with other vegetables and real farming. I mean, cannabis is real farming. And it is real farming, of course, but food, you could probably live a little while without weed, but you're not going to live very long without food. So food is of utmost importance. And we need to, as a planet, focus on food production and organic food production that's not harmful to nature and everything and everybody. We're ingesting so many excuse me, we're ingesting so many heavy metals. Medical medium, Anthony Williams, medical medium. You got to get hip to that. You got to be drinking in your celery juice. You got to be doing your juicing, because the heavy metal onslaught, the chemtrails are sprayed. It's out of control. So and they're not stopping, because, like I said, we are at war. So we have to utilize the tools, and our human body is an amazing tool if we know how to run it. And we have to use our tools to keep our health and to keep our longevity going strong.
Another question from chat. Are you still growing chronic in your basement?
The basement is full. Yes, we are still working the basement. I wish I had a couple more feet of height.
I remember allegedly going up to Montreal and just seeking out even the exact strains of White Widow and AK-47 that you had in that video, so we could replicate like every last aspect of that thing.
I actually did. The movie wasn't totally filmed in BC, but I actually did visit BC. I visited one of Mark Emery. Hi, Mark. I visited one of Mark Emery's establishments in Vancouver, and it was so underground. It was so cool. It was so cutting edge back in the day. And yeah, I remember that vividly. It was a good trip. Came back with a lot of good beans.
It's always fun when a trip ends up being fun. I know yesterday, right after the conference, I got invited to go to this local grower's house that ended up being a field of kratom trees and cannabis. I've never seen anything like it. So it's always fun. You never know where you end up when someone's like, hey, come check out my grow.
Right.
So what are is that have you had any other interesting stories of people reaching out to you after doing your content? I know you've got to have countless people that have reached out to you since you've put that out.
Yeah. Nothing. I can't think of anything right now, but yeah. I actually, I'm really excited. I haven't cracked too many of those beans that we got in Maine last year. So I'm just really, that's what I'm actually thinking about right now is cracking more beans and getting some of that just getting some fresh genetics. I love what I have. I've gone down from a daily user as of late, I've gone down from like a daily user to more of a chronic user. Chronic user, they define as 2 times or a week, but not quite daily. I've had to do that for a couple personal reasons. I'm not super excited about it. Kind of miss my old ways, but you have to do what's best for yourself and for your family at the time. So anyway, so the herb that I'm already currently growing, I get really, it's very effective for me. I get totally blown away. And so it's great, but I'm excited just to find some new flavors and to start playing with some new stuff. So that's why I'm just looking forward to cracking some beans, some Maine beans. And, there's people from all over the country there. But that's what I'm looking forward to this year.
Another question from Chad. Do you have a top 5 cultivar list from all the years that you've been growing?
Well, I do like some of those pineapple strains. I like the grape strains. The Kush, Kush is kind of my all-time favorite. The Gorilla Glue, kind of, I had some of that Gorilla Cake, and it kind of couched me, but it's great if you want to be couched. Now, it may not couch you, but it couched me. But that's that Gorilla Glue birthday cake. The Skills is kind of is a little mellow. I like that. I want to kind of play with a little more hybrids, and and see what that'll do for me. And that's about it.
Have you found any particularly interesting grow tips or anything else that maybe over the years you're like, man, I found an easy way to do this, or more efficient?
I did play. There was a guy that put this book out from Colorado that he was charging $500 for. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that book, but he talked about in this book about stripping your plant down like on the first day of flowering, pretty much like taking all the fan leaves off it, and then 3 weeks into flowering, stripping it down again. So I was never for that. I was always let the plant do what it wants to do. But I have been playing around a little bit with that. And it is interesting. If you have a very stable plant, it won't shock. And the buds do seem to get down the canopy a little bit deeper. And I've been playing around with that a little bit. Do you guys know what book I'm talking about? That $500 book?
I have no idea. This is the first I'm hearing it. The only book I've ever considered spending that much money on was Modern Cuisine, The Art of Modern Cuisine, which is like a hella cookbook.
Yeah, that sounds like a cookbook might be worthy of that price. Someone that's selling a weed book for $500. I didn't purchase it. I just kind of read a little bit from a friend who bought it through his little organization. And my books are very affordable. My books, I think, are in the $20 to $25. The second one's $20 or less even, and the first one's like $25. So I think it's preposterous to charge that type of money for any kind of information that you think is useful. It's ridiculous.
What advice do you have for people that are just wanting to get started creating their own content? It's kind of the grandfather of video content for cannabis. What advice do you have for people that are wanting to put out education of their own?
There's a lot of good guys out there right now. Oh, what's that one? I can't think of everything right now. Of course, my brain's going flat, but where's my phone? I probably can get some. But there's a lot of, what's that one?
Do you have any tips as far as things that worked for you or didn't work for you with developing the content or distributing the content or anything like that you think would be good for people to know?
Keep it short, because there's so much content out there. So you got to keep it short. Fumidor, I love that guy Fumidor. He's great. But I can never get through one of his shows because they're like 6 hours long. That guy puts in the time, and it's good stuff, but woo. And so you got to keep it short to the point. I mean, if you got time and you're just chilling, you're just getting baked with Fumidor and drinking some whiskey on Wednesdays, then that's killer. More power to you. But if you're really trying to get a message across, put out more content with limited time, short little shorts. Those shorts videos are actually, I don't think they're good for our brain. I don't think they're good for the human brain at all. They're very highly, highly addictive, and they're just kind of time suckers. But an actual video, a short video that's, less than 5 minutes that can get a point across or several points across, super beneficial. What's my, trying to think of this guy. You guys all know him. No, it's not going to show me. Of course, when I want it. It is. I almost thought of it. But it's one of the shows on YouTube. There's many cannabis shows, and most of them are just show off shows. Like, oh, check out this corporate farm, and it's great to see, what's going on out there. But I like to actually learn something. And so Rough House Studios. You guys know that guy?
I don't know.
He's awesome. Rough House Studios. Excuse me. Rough House Studios. That's it. If I can find him even. But Rough House Studios, that guy is so cool. His videos are short, to the point, and he does a lot of videos on what to do with your product. So, oh yeah, there you go. How to make a bubble hash. How, of course we all know how to make bubble hash. You put it in the bubble, you got it. But he'll do a lot of different variations, and he's a good one to watch. He's got a couple videos out there with millions of hits. So he's really popular. Rough House Studios, yeah. And then I was looking this day. Forrest Stevens. Leafly is another one, but I think Leafly is like a corporate one. Endo Grows.
I noticed you also had a whip style vaporizer. Do you want to?
Oh, this.
I think a lot of kids haven't seen one of those before.
This is the only vaporizer you should ever use. This is the OG, the original Vapor Brothers vapor box right here. Okay. It's a glass on glass. There's no off gassing. You use your flower in this, flower only. And there's a tube. There's my tubes. Yeah. So you use a tube right here, and you put your flower up inside, and you get this. Takes a couple minutes for it to warm up, and you just blah blah, and then you take your rip. It is the cleanest burning vaporizer hit on the planet. And no one can beat this guy. He's been doing it for 20 years. He's really had to downsize. This smaller company now. Things have changed, but he's really amazing. Vapor Brothers vapor boxes. I think you can find them. Oh, if you look up, if you watch my Mr. Green Agrochronic 2, there is actually a coupon code in there for a Vapor Brothers box. It should work. It should still be active. And I have a volcano over here. And I like the volcano. The volcano is awesome, right? The volcano is a great machine. But I love you, volcano. And it's a great party bag. It's great. They're awesome. They're great. I don't want to put them down because they're actually fabulous. But if I had to compare the two, honestly, the Vapor Brothers box gives out a superior hit. Especially you don't put too much herb inside the glass, just a little, like a couple bong hits. You take your first rip, it just starts to warm it up. Your second hit really singes into the crystals. The second hit is amazing. The third hit is still very good. And then by the fourth hit, you'll start getting that popcorn taste, and then you're done. So one fat rip, you can get three, you get blazed on one toke, and it's a lot of fun. It's fun. It's fun to smoke out. Actually, I was at a wedding once, getting everybody in the wedding party high, and there was a doctor in the wedding party, and he took one hit off this. He started dancing around the hotel room. He said, "I'm going to get high forever. I can get high forever." And he was just so happy because, we all love pipes and bongs and joints. But like I said, people get older and their health issues change. And sometimes, you have to change with that. And he was just elated that he had discovered the box, the Vapor Brothers box. And by the way, there's so many knockoffs there in the past. I don't think there's many knockoffs of these boxes anymore, but there's so many knockoffs in the past. that the market got flooded and there was a lot of poorly built boxes. That's why you have to get the Vapor Brothers one. I think it's from Vapor Warehouse also sells them. Vaporwarehouse.com or vaporbrothers.com. Go check it out.
Those are great. And remember the little Magic Flight lunchbox, the little one that had like the Bible verses or whatever on the bottom that were like engraved into it.
Oh, that's sweet.
Well, any other interesting things that you've had along your journey with cannabis education? I'm sure you've got a chance to meet, interesting people along the way.
I miss Jack. Jack Herrera, he never took any money for those seeds. For that Herrera bud. And if you get a fabulous phenom on that, it's super stony. And it's a great one to where they've worked it into so many different new strains. And yeah, I used to bump into Jack going around the head shops when I was trying to sling my VCR tapes back in 99 and 2000 and 2001. I would drive the head shop circuit in Southern California, all the different head shops, from Redondo Beach to LA to Hollywood. And I would bump into Jack because he's selling these little wooden pipes or whatever he was selling all around. And then I met his kid up in Oregon. They have a head shop up in Oregon. They bought some videos from me. And I was actually there in Oregon at a outdoor cannabis show. I forget where he had his first stroke, his nasty first stroke. That was horrible. And so that affected him heavily, but he still stayed in the game. He kept doing it. And so that was really neat to hang out with him a little bit. He was a good guy.
I had a chance to get to know Dennis too before he passed, and I'm still good friends with Wayne Justman. I still reach out to him now and then. So there's still a few OGs left, but a lot of them have passed in just the last couple of years. So.
Well, I never really got to hang out with Ed Rosenthal, but I thought that would be fun. He taught me a lot in his books. He got me going, and he got so many of us going. He's so knowledgeable. I think he's doing with a book sale now. He's giving out seeds or something like that. I'm not positive on that, but he's got to be getting up there in age. There's also another gentleman, Mel Frank. That was his pen name. I think those were his cats. I never got to meet him too, but I met I met a girl that he knew, and we got to hang out, and he knew that I was a fan as well. So that was neat. I spent some time in Amsterdam. I got to not my very first seeds, but one of my first groupings of seeds. I went to the greenhouse to Arjan, and I got the White Widow, and I got all that back then. I went running out of his cafe. I got super, super stoned. I got all claustrophobic, and it was freezing outside, but I had to, all these European guys, you just see these hairy European guys were on top of me in this little coffee shop, and I just freaked out, and I had to go running. I had to hit the streets, man. And so that was fun in Amsterdam. So once you get some fresh air, that changes it up a little bit, helps it out. I was pretty good buddies for a minute with DNA, with Don and Aaron of DNA Seeds. I don't know what they're doing anymore. I think they're still doing their kosher kush. They killed it though. They made more money than God. So them and their children and their great grandchildren should be fine for the rest of their life, as long as they bought some Bitcoin, right? And so yeah, so they were good. They did really successful. They started their whole seed company because on a mistake, actually. They went to Europe. They left LA. He was a plumber. Donja was a plumber. He left LA, him and Aaron, his buddy Aaron, to go grow in Amsterdam. And they were trying to grow product for the shops. And they had a male stink everything up. The random male came out and flowered and pollinated everything. And so they didn't know what to do. And I think it was Soma. Soma. I love Soma. I don't know if Soma's still around. Hi, Soma. Man, that guy is cool. How you doing, buddy? All right. Nice to see you if you're here. Soma Seeds. Say again?
He was just here in Bangkok.
Oh, was he? Did he get? So how's he looking? Is he? He's probably not aging. He's probably doing good.
I didn't actually see him, but we were at the same event. We were just.
Oh, that's so rad. Yeah, Soma is super cool. So yeah, Soma and I got to hang out a little bit. I went to one of his birthday parties. Yeah, we had a good time. That guy's awesome. Anyway, I think it was Soma that told Don or Aaron or whatever, hey, just bag up those beans and let's see if we can sell them. And that's what they did. They called it Who's Your Daddy? Because they didn't know who the daddy was. They didn't know where the pollen came from. But that was one of their first starts of their seeds. And they did pretty well selling those. And so they dove into the breeder realm immediately into the breeder realm. And there's so many great breeders out there. It's really hard to stand above everybody else without dumping a ton of money into advertising and marketing now. So that's one of the reasons I want to do this weed review show, because I want to get, excellent yet small farm breeders some exposure and try their medicine out, see what they got going.
It's amazing. We're just about out of time. How do people find you again? I'll throw up your Instagram.
Anybody in the community can contact you. Steve, you got my info. And if you want to contact me directly, you can go to Mr. JD Green at protonmail.com. MRJD Green, just dank green at protonmail.com. Or you can message me on YouTube. Sometimes I check those messages out too.
You can check him out. He's got his iGrowchronic 2, a bunch of clips from his original iGrowchronic, and you can find, looks like he's got most of it up there. Go back and watch it. That was the first video a lot of us ever learned how to grow cannabis. I know of at least 6 people that have been on the show that are breeders or cannabis owners of businesses that all got started watching his stuff. So, check it out. It's certainly a special place in a lot of our hearts in the industry for sure. And thank you so much for taking the time to come on today. It was really great to have you on.
It was nice to see you, man. Did you get some sleep last night?
A little bit.
This morning.
I got dragged off for 4 hours to go see this amazing farm that's like 15 minutes from my house. So I managed to squeeze in a few hours before the workers woke me up with questions about farm problems. So yeah, you squeeze in the sleep when you can, but I'll catch.
Thanks for your effort, bro. Thanks for everything that you do. That's a lot of fun. Get some sleep tonight.
Yeah, well, by tonight it'll be after 11 a.m. or 10 a.m. I think when this is over. But yes.
Oh no.
But it's okay. When I planned this originally, I wasn't planning on being on Thai time. So
what happened to Oklahoma? Are you not going back to Oklahoma, or what's going on over there?
So for now, I'm home base is Thailand, at least.
Wow. Living the dream, buddy. Living the dream.
Yeah, you got to come out here, man. We'll definitely have to do something out here.
It sounds amazing.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. See you guys. Bye, Marty. See you all.
Cheers. Alrighty, and please make sure to support our speakers. We throw them all up here. We don't have any sponsors for this event. We just ask that instead we can promote the companies that the different speakers have, and they put a lot of time and effort. A lot of them spend quite a few hours to put their presentations together. So please take a time to support them if you're in a region that they can supply you legally with any of their services. Please do take time to support them. Alrighty, next up we have a good friend of mine, Brendan Rust. Always enjoy hanging out with him when I'm out in Oklahoma. We've spent a couple of birthdays together, both mine and his, out having a good time, as well as I've had a chance to follow his path and also use his soil for quite a few of my aquaponics facilities in the United States. In Georgia, we're using his soil, and Bain from Vertica is using his soil at his facility as well. So, someone who's actually supplying a lot of the people that not only myself use in the United States, but a lot of the people that I work with that are also doing dual root zone aquaponics are having really amazing results with a lot of the work that he's done. So I was really happy to bring him on, have him talk to us about his work and his science and his background, because he is one of the people that I look up to when it comes to the science and chemistry side of things, when it comes to nutrients and other important topics like that. So thank you so much, Brendan, for taking the time to join us today and educating us about the wonderful knowledge that you have.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for having me on. It's always a pleasure to come on and share information. For people who don't know who I am, my name is Brandon Rust. I'm the owner of Bokashi Earthworks. We specialize in green waste recycling for the production of biofertilizers. We manufacture microbes for agriculture, the Micro Plus. It's used for nutrient cycling, outcompeting pathogens, the whole, you guys know the get down with the microbes. We manufacture soilless medias for cannabis that's been agronomically blended to meet the target specific nutritional levels for that crop. And then we also sell humate fertilizers that was developed by my friend and mentor, who was the engineer and director on the Apollo space project, Dr. George Caltizes, who also owns NASA Agricultural Technologies. So a little bit of background on myself. I've been cultivating for over 22 years now. I was in the traditional market for the majority of my career. For the first 11 years, I ran ebb and flow buckets and hydroponics, and I dabbled with all types of other hydroponic systems here and there. I switched over to soil, and I was still using fertigation salts and synthetics. And then in 2000, I think 14 or so, I switched over to completely organic and focused on soil biology and the agronomy aspect and understanding nutrient balancing. So I have a very clear and concise understanding of how the cannabis plants works from a nutritional perspective. And so I also specialize and do consulting for looking at lab analytics and soil, and putting down the right recommended amounts to get to nutritional sufficiency and have all the nutrients in soil balanced.
Awesome. So I know you've been doing a lot of work with living soil, and you also worked with the facility in Oklahoma that also was doing had some aquaponic inputs there in Southern Oklahoma. I'd love to hear more about that. And again, if you guys haven't checked out, he has a wonderful list of different organic and bio controls and all kinds of other soil amendments on his site.
So I can't tell you how many farms I work with, because I'm just now starting to compile everything and create individual folders, because my workload has greatly increased over these last couple of years. But I work with the largest farm in the state of Hawaii, which is Kewaialua. I've been doing their agronomy for about 2 years, helping them with soil microbes and things of that nature. Out here, organic lays, red dirt, banana seed botanicals, all American organics, native provisions. I got people all over. But what I specialize in is reducing the cost of cultivation, and then also looking at business analytics to maximize business efficiencies. The reason why that we do data-driven cultivation is because it's far more cost-effective. You don't have to throw out media every time, which is really wasteful, or use synthetic fertilizers that have really, really low nutrient use efficiency, which essentially means that you're a lot of times paying for something that you're not going to get a lot of use at, and you have to use it continually over and over and over and over to be efficient, and you waste the majority of it. And the way that I approach that is, when we're looking at a facility design and build out, we'll go into a facility, we'll say, this is, what we recommend. I always like to do stationary beds, lifted off the ground on plastic pallets with a fabric bed. The reason why I like this model is because it allows airflow underneath the bed. And it also, when it's stationary, usually the facility will be set up so there's enough spaces in between those rows that it makes it an efficient workspace, because with these types of systems, maximizing the efficiency is just as important as maximizing the yield and the output. And so, I usually go into a facility and I'm able to tell them, give them an approximation depending on how much soil volume they have in their space, what amount of water they'll use, what amount of microbes they'll need as for their inoculations to help with nutrient cycling, pathogen suppression, and just general nutrient availability. And we can get into some of how these microbes work in a minute. And then we're looking at the agronomics, the side of it too, so I can look at how much soil's there and have a general understanding of how much microbes are going to be needed for inoculations, how much humate fertilizer, how much, Beauveria bassiana or, IPM is going to be needed for that system, because those are part of the SOP protocols that we run. And what we're doing is after a run in my soil, you just test it, you send it out to Logan Labs. And what we're doing is we're looking at the nutritional profile of that soil. We're looking at saturated paste and how that soil is falling into solution. So we can look at every single element that's falling into solution: sulfur, calcium, magnesium, potassium, phosphorus, all of your micronutrients, and we can adjust those. And so I have a key that allows me to know how much of what type of element needs to go into that system to get it to the target level of nutritional sufficiency for the cannabis crop. And so, I look at that data and then I give back recommendations to the people that I work with, and they blend that as a top dress, and then they can feed that either all at once, or they can do it in increments. Like they could take fourth it and do it over the course of 4 weeks or something like that, or over the course of the cultivation. And what this allows us to do is not add a lot of excess that goes into that soil. We don't want to add, too many elements that could bring in imbalances with the actual elements themselves. And a good example of this is like I work with a lot of people who have in the past used a lot of ocean inputs, like things like kelp and oyster shell and crab meal and things of that nature. And they use those consistently over and over. And then they come to a time in their journey where they can't figure out what's going on with their soil because everything has been running so smoothly up to this point. And something like that, when you're able to look at the data, you can see, hey, your sodium levels are off the chart. Sodium is antagonizing calcium, magnesium, and potassium because you've been introducing all these ocean inputs over a period of time. And so the sodium's built up. You can address certain issues like that really, really easy with the data and know how to address and fix those issues. And so it makes it a really efficient way of taking all the guesswork out of the cultivation side from, an organic cultivation perspective, because I built out, SOPs for the integrated pest management side and then the fertigation side, environmental parameters, for different conditions, depending on if you're indoors or if you're in a greenhouse setting, lighting parameters, all of those types of things.
Can you talk a little bit about maybe some of the common misconceptions with nutrients? Is it something that I think you have such an incredible depth of knowledge when it comes to different nutrients and levels, bioavailability, and all kinds of other things. I'd love for you to touch on that a little bit, because it's something that really truly is something that I look up to you on many of those topics.
Yeah. So oftentimes I think that there's a misconception about what organic is. So let's talk about that first. Organic, defined by chemistry, is anything that is carbon-based. Now, just because something is organic doesn't necessarily mean it's safe, and vice versa, right? Just because it's carbon-based doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good for your garden. That being said, when we think about nutrition, or at least when I think about nutrition, I think about available ions, and the actual mineral elements or the ions that are being uptaken either through diffusion, root inception, or through mass flow. Those are ions, and those typically aren't attached to anything carbon. So when we're talking about phosphorus, there's only, HPO5. That is a negatively charged anion, and it doesn't, the actual phosphate molecule that plants use that they can sequester, they don't really exist freely in nature for very long because they're so highly reactive, and they react with other positively charged elements. It's one of the reasons why using a starter fertilizer like diammonium phosphate, a synthetic, all that available phosphate, if you put it into a system, it'll start tying up things like iron, zinc, manganese, and calcium, right? Because that those liberated phosphate ions tie up other things because they're not bound to anything. They're not bound in an organic matrix, like that would be in an organic compound. And so when we're adding anything that's organic, we're usually talking about a meal. That's not necessarily how we always feed in organics, because we can use natural components that are mineral based that aren't necessarily organic. And so I think there's oftentimes a misconception about what salts are also, right? Because there are things that are synthetic that are salts, and there are also things that are natural that are also salts. A salt just means that you have an anion that's attached to a cation. And what happens is, in the presence of, an acid like water, they dissociate. They dissociate into the two available components. Depending on what those components are, how reactive they are in solution and in the soil, depends on how they're going to, how bioavailable they are. And then we also have the nutrient interactions with, the microorganisms. And there are things that are mediated like phosphorus, nitrogen, carbon, sulfur, and iron are all really highly mediated by biological processes. And so when we're thinking about those types of elements, it's a process that requires, microbial metabolisms, secondary metabolites like organic acids and enzymes that are going to be able to solubilize, in the case of phosphorus, solubilize inorganic or mineral sources, parent apatite material that exists in the soil, to degrade that parent material and then release it as the phosphate ion that is available. So it's a natural process that has to occur for that phosphorus to be liberated, to be available. And then that phosphorus is really only available through diffusion. And so it's a complicated process that's, highly dependent on that nutrient cycling process. And then also the balance of other elements that are in and around that phosphate anion as it is liberated. Because again, it's so highly reactive. If it's not immediately sequestered, if that process isn't happening in the rhizosphere next to the plant root where it's able to diffuse through the bilipid membrane layer of the root cell, then it'll attach to something else like calcium, and it'll perspire out of solution as calcium phosphate, which then has to be again cycled through a biologically mediated process. In the case of nitrogen, we have 78% of the atmosphere is nitrogen. However, none of it's plant available, and it has to be converted through, most of it's actually converted during anaerobic respiration, right? And we don't typically want anaerobic processes happening in our soils. And so trying to find things that are facultative, like the probiotic microbes, is one of the reasons that we can go to that type of consortium because we're not going to get the negative impacts that you would get from a anaerobic microbe like the sulfides or the hydroxide compounds that are being produced that, you know, really generate nasty substances and those foul smells that are associated with those types of organisms, right? We get the probiotic ones that are also able to operate in those systems, and they are also able to, you know, convert nitrogen using, you know, nitrogenase, the enzyme, to create a plant usable form of nitrogen. You know, a lot of the highly aerobic microorganisms will actually liberate nitrogen and back into the atmosphere. I mean, if you've ever smelt a fresh, really high nitrogen rich source, let's say blood meal, for instance, that's real fresh, or chicken manure, that smell that you get, that strong smell of ammonia, that's actually nitrogen that's being converted back into atmospheric gas. And so you have all these different processes. And the same with carbon, right? Carbon is constantly cycled. If you have photosynthetic bacteria that are able to take atmospheric carbon and turn that into more complex carbon compounds as a secondary metabolite, and those are being synced into the soil or being, you know, made into different compounds that could be beneficial, that either could be beneficial to the plant or other organisms in that system. There's that carbon cycle that we want to always be proliferating, which is the breaking down of parent material so it can get the available carbon and nutrition for the biology in the plant, and then also proliferating the types of organisms that can pull atmospheric carbon out of the atmosphere and convert that into usable forms in the soil. I mean, that's what the plant does as well. The majority of the carbon that the plant is making, around 85% or so, is actually being produced and then exuded back into the soil. So carbon is a nutrition. It's a major, it's, you know, a macronutrient that, you know, we mostly get from that. Well, the plant gets it from, you know, photosynthesis, CO2 in the atmosphere. But as a nutrient for microbiology and for all of the biological processes that need to happen in the soil, they require carbon as well. It's like the fuel source for all of the things that are happening. I mean, just like carbon is a fuel source for ourselves, we use hydrocarbon compounds as fuel because they release energy, and this energy that's being released from the breakdown of carbon, it offers, you know, metabolic energy for these microbial metabolisms.
Microbes, you're quite the specialist and have quite a few different probiotic microbes available. Excuse me, for pest control. Do you want to give people kind of a breakdown on, you know, why that's kind of a better method to kind of proactively apply those microbes to defend the plants rather than trying to play catch up or use them as a treatment?
Yeah, we've all heard it said time and time again throughout our lives, ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. When we're talking about controlled cultivation settings, now I also kind of want people to understand that there's kind of when we go back to that whole conversation about what organic is, there are natural farming practices where you're using everything that's local and indigenous to you. And then there's, you know, organic, where you're using things that are more natural, not synthetic. And there's kind of two realms of thinking when we talk about controlled cultivation versus like real agronomic crops. And there's kind of a difference when it comes to the agronomic side and also the biology that's involved, because in highly controlled settings, you can also mediate the biology a lot better. You can also control that because you're controlling environmental parameters, you're controlling your temperatures, right? You're controlling your humidity levels, you're controlling your soil hydrology, you're able to control the amount of carbon that's in those systems. um, CO2 that are in those systems. So when I think about highly controlled systems, I take into account what I call biological crop steering. And for instance, like I know a lot of growers that will use things like arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi inoculations in their systems. Now, it's still in the air because I haven't actually done the testing to see if an association has been made with the root. But anecdotally, I've never seen any evidence of it having a real beneficial effect for the nutrient cycling or phosphorus availability. And I believe this is typically because when we're building these types of soils that are blended, and used for cannabis, and we're, fertigating these plants, there's typically enough phosphorus in our soils that the types of relationships that are made between the mycorrhizal fungi aren't made because they're not in the right type of condition. Now, if we were in a type of condition where we were having, real issues with nutrient cycling, hydrology, and for soil fertility, you would get more benefit and you might get that trade-off. However, I've never seen to have a benefit. And so, but I have seen benefits, and I have seen testing with other things, inoculations like trichoderma and Bacillus subtilis. I've seen higher solubility on saturated paste tests with the inoculations of Bacillus subtilis and trichoderma. Now, iron is really, really tricky, and I'll talk a little bit about iron here. I said that iron is highly mediated by biology, and the reason why is because it's so chemically reactive. Ferric iron, the type of iron that we need that plants can absorb, or Fe2, its divalent form of iron, is highly oxidative. And so in the pH ranges that we're cultivating our plants in, and in just it oxidizes in those ranges, it oxidizes in our just regular atmospheric conditions, and then oxidizes extremely fast when you add water. And so it falls out of bioavailability really quickly. However, trichoderma has a really high affinity for iron, and it creates a chemical secondary metabolite called a sidiophore. And these sidiophores, they chelate iron and other minerals in the soil, so they keep them in their ferric form. And this microbially mediated process allows for that iron to stay in a biologically available form, so the plant has more access to it. And you can actually see the bioavailable form during your soil testing. So I've been able to see an improvement. It's also a photosynthetic chemical, a photosynthetic nutrient, right? And so it's a lot of time a limiting factor in these types of systems. And so using biology is one of the ways that you can make sure that the iron that's in your soil is becoming biologically available to the plants. And, the ways that we can check to see this is by doing the inoculations side by side and doing the tests. We can look at, if both soils have 200 pounds per acre, let's say, of or ppm on the Malic 3 test, which is different than a saturated paste test, and you inoculate one with the biology, and you don't inoculate the other, and then you look at the soil after inoculation on a saturated paste test, and then you can also test the plant. So if it's higher on the saturated paste test, you know that there's something different. If that's the only parameter that you've changed, and you can say, hey, look, this is what's happened. This is obviously working. And then you can also do backup testing with leaf tissue analysis to make sure that what you're seeing in your saturated paste test is actually available and making it into the tissue itself. And so that's part of the biological crop steering method. Instead of using a EDTA or chemically chelated source of iron, which you'll find across the board in conventional agriculture, whether it's, cannabis, brands, nutrients, or in, regular agriculture, if iron needs to be applied, that's what they'll have. And it's because there's no way to really keep that iron from becoming unavailable and extremely fast. And so that's what I mean by it's a highly biologically mediated process. Also, with the production of organic acids, like when you inoculate a system, like with the Microbe Plus, for instance, which is a consortium of bacillus species, photosynthetic bacteria, and a fermentive fungi, during the fermentation process, they're using all the carbohydrates and they're creating all of those organic acids and all those enzymes, all those phytohormones. And so you're inoculating the soil with the biology, but also you're getting the benefit of that. And so that has a temporary decrease in your water pH. If you're starting off with clean water and there's no high sodium chloride, bicarbonate, yada, yada, yada in there, it's okay to have that lower pH because the soil is going to buffer it out and it's temporary. But in that temporary moment where you're adding in that biology, the things that are available at a lower pH level are able to be sequestered at a much faster rate during that time. And then, so what you would see on a test, if you were to test, is you would inoculate with that, you would see a drop in your solution, very, very slight drop in pH on your soil. And then your soil just bumps right back up because it's buffered with, things like calcium silica, maybe oyster shells, gypsum, your pH, the things that buffer the pH. And so that's another method of biological crop steering. Also, the constant inoculation with things like Beauveria bassiana, right? It's an entomopathogenic fungi that attaches spores to the outer layer of an insect shell, and it releases an enzyme called chitinase. And that chitinase degrades the shell of the insect, and then it infects the insect. It causes what's called white muscadine disease, but basically it parasitizes insects, and it works on things like root aphids. It works on things like white flies. It works on things like caterpillars. It has a really broad range, but it doesn't typically affect things like fast moving predator mites that are constantly cleaning themselves. Because if we were to talk to, my friend Matthew Gates, and we were to talk about, the movement of a lot of these types of insects, you'll typically see slower insects, the sap feeders, which are easier targets for a lot of these entomopathogenic fungi than a lot of these quick moving, beneficial hunters that are also cleaning themselves regularly. So it's, all of these things are really inexpensive. They're often less expensive than conventional means of using, fertilizers and pesticides in like conventional ag crops. And for cannabis, for what I've done with Bokashi Earthworks is we've just provided like a one-stop solution. So that way, if somebody wants to set this up, they don't need to know all of the science, right? They just need to know the practical application for the products, right? How do you use the Beauveria bassiana? How do you use the Microbe Plus? How do you use the humate fertilizers? How often should I be watering my soil? What should my environmental parameters be? It's all of the questions that a cultivator might have that we have all of those answers and SOPs built around. So that way, when people decide to reach out and say, hey, we're building a facility, we want to figure out, what we might be able to offer as, a service, or what you guys might be able to offer as a service, we're able to give them all of the information and kind of set them up for success. Teach them how to do soil sampling, teach them how to properly mix up their raw ingredients, their mineral nutrition, which is their raw, meals like their gypsum and their Epsom salts and their soybean meal or their amino acids or whatever it might be that they're going to be applying to keep mineral sufficiency and balance throughout their system. We have it pretty much, ready to go and written up already, how to go about it.
So you had a chance to work with, and I was following you along, and I'd love to hear more about your work with fish inputs down at a facility in Oklahoma. And I know
Yep.
they do living soil and aquaponics down there, native provisions. And I'd love to hear more about that and your work with them and how that all worked out.
Man, great team over there at Native Provisions. They have a really nice sized greenhouse and they're using aquaponics and a combination of my soil, and then all the Bokashi line in conjunction with everything else. So it makes the cost of cultivation really, really inexpensive because you get nitrogen and you get some phosphorus and some other elements from the fish feed. And so when we're usually re-amending beds or looking at the agronomy side, we don't typically have to add a lot. We've been able to cut down real heavily on the nitrogen inputs at that facility. And we just kind of built a system based off of what was there, right? Because they wanted to switch to soil, but they also still had all these fish tanks and they wanted to figure out how we could implement everything. And so what we did was we built a program based off of looking at the water. So we did a water sample so we could see what was in the water, right? How much mineral nutrition does the water contain? And then what happens is when you have a water sample and you're doing a saturated paste test, you can get a better view of everything, right? Because it's adding in the mineral nutrition from the water and what's falling into solution from the soil. So we can base our recommendations off of that whole system holistically. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So what we did is we just tested the fish water. And then when we did a saturated paste test, we used the fish water to see the whole nutrient profile. So that way we know that, hey, dude, we can cut back on this, and this. It just gives us the exact information that we want. It makes everything easy. I mean, I just posted a picture. They're on, I think, their third or fourth run in the soil. They did all beds, and I just did a post on Instagram, and you can check out their facility. They have a great team over there. They have a beautiful facility, and they're able to continually run over and over and over again, just with very minimal inputs. They do a little bit of top dressing at the end of each run, and they have their tanks plumbed in for fish feed and a little bit of microbes. They actually put the microbes just in with the fish, because the microbes that I have are used in aquaculture as well. It's used in bioremediation, sewage treatment. It's used in, it's a probiotic. It's not, you get so much benefits, but it's across the board, not just for agriculture. You can use it to fight and keep chickens healthier. You can use it for, keep livestock healthier. You can use it in, so it's just one of those things. It's a benefit when you put it into the fish water. So it's just right there. You can water it directly in with it. It's not going to harm the microbes. It's not going to harm the fish.
Yeah, no, it's definitely something that I have learned in my journeys with aquaponics, is kind of realizing, and it was one of the things I really took away from my first trip to the regenerative conference, was hybridizing the soil food web kind of way of thinking, and I want to say not quite ideology, but that model, and applying it to the aquatic realm, and it just has absolutely incredible results when you start to combine those two realms.
And I think one of the things that is the benefit is because you get the high density of mineral nutrition in the ionic form that's needed. And then you also get the nutrient cycling capacity that comes with the nitrogen, phosphorus, carbon from all the fish, because that fish, like fish poo, all the fish water, all that waste, everything that you're putting in there, it has those things. And those are the main components of the nutrient cycling that needs to happen in these systems for the things to really hit, dude. Phosphorus is really, really tricky in organic systems. You can load it up with organic types of phosphorus like bone meals and rock phosphate and things of that nature, guano and stuff like that. But again, those anions, they don't exist freely in nature for very long. So it's a very, quick time period from when they're liberated to the time that they can be sequestered. And if they don't get sequestered, then they react chemically. So you can bring in those anions into that system using things that are attached to carbon as well. That's what's so great about the humate fertilizer. When you use the humate fertilizer, so what Dr. George did was, let me give you a little bit of background on him. He has a degree, he has 4 degrees. He has a degree in astronautical engineering, chemical engineering, civil engineering, and mechanical engineering. Now, he designed the chemistry and engineered all the equipment to be able to create this product. So it is a manufactured product, but he uses all natural elements. So use lignite, which is what all manufacturers for humic and fulvic acids use. But what's done to it is it's micronized into 200 mesh, which 200 micron, which is enough to completely coat a square surface, a mile of a square mile in one coating of atoms. Bam. It's extremely fine. And then what they do is they add in an organic catalyst that increases the pH and all of the what's called humate. It's just the kind of the stuff that's in there. It separates out from the pure carboxylic acid, which is the functioning group in humic and fulvic acids, and they act as acceptors. So they'll start to bond to all of the mineral ions that are also liberated during this process. So the iron, the manganese, the zinc, all of the micronutrients and macronutrients that were in that material, which is an organic compound. That lignite is mineralized organic matter from eons ago, when we had massive amounts of CO2 in the atmosphere and the whole world was covered in canopy. All that stuff broke down, it turned into mineral in the soil, and so all that mineral is trapped in that. So it's liberated during this process, and all of those ions, it's liberated to their ions, and those ions, because of this catalyst, they attach to all of that carboxylic acid, all that humic and fulvic acids. Those pure humic and fulvic acids, they bond to them, and so it creates this homogeneous solution that contains all of the macro, secondary, and micronutrients. And so it has a greater nutrient use efficiency, because even the nitrogen, the phosphorus, and potassium, those things, everything in there is chelated through carbon chelation. And so it has a 96% nutrient use efficiency, which means that when you put that into the soil, it acts as a biostimulant, because it's everything, all of the mineral nutrition is attached to carbon, and it's available both metabolically to the plant and to the biology. Because it has such a high nutrient use efficiency, it's not something that you need to continually use over and over and over. You can add it into these systems infrequently, way less frequently than you would typically fertigate, a cannabis plant or any type of crop with.
So what are some of the common questions or problems that you're seeing a lot, maybe in the last year, or especially this last outdoor season? I know my first year in Oklahoma, Septoria was a huge issue. I know it's kind of been a bit of an issue for quite a few growers out there over and over again the last few years. We've managed to control it pretty well after kind of experimenting a little bit. What are some of the common issues that you've seen people come to you with? You have such a broad spectrum of people, both at the home and commercial scale, reaching out to you. What have been the big issues in the last year?
So this is what I see a lot of times happen, and I really believe it is a breeding and genetic component that's inherently the root of the issue. So if you look at cannabis as a whole, it's for the majority of it is done with synthetics, right? A lot of the breeding is done that same way. A lot of the really, the brands that drive market, that's how they cultivate and breed. And so I think that with the advent and onset of widespread indoor cultivation and breeding only indoors, when you take cultivars that have been run on Athena Pro line at 3 or 4 EC, and that's how they've been bred, and that's over and over into things that are similar, and then you try to take that thing and then put it into an agronomic environment in an outdoor setting, I think that it's going to take a while for that plant to kind of reprogram its epigenetic code, because you're gonna, like, I see it all the time. You can't grow a lot of things that you can just take commercially and throw them outside or in a greenhouse setting, right? They're a lot of times way susceptible. I see this too, where people will take something that's been cultivated and bred in these really, high EC type salt systems, and they don't do as well in, ag systems where you're dealing with much lower ECs, much less nutritional fertility in these agronomic soils. So I think that is a really big issue when it comes to successful cultivation, especially if you're in, like, if you have a cultivar that works really well outdoor in California, doesn't mean it's going to work out in Michigan. It doesn't mean it's going to work in New York or Oklahoma. So genetic selection is huge for outdoor, to be able to avoid the things like Cipatora or any type of wilt diseases, or to deal with the types of soil profiles that we have out here. I mean, I can tell you right now, there's no fucking way that I could go outside in my backyard back here and successfully grow plants without either humate fertilizer. If I was just trying to put seeds in there, there's not enough nutrition because it's practically sand, and there's a lot of places in the world. I mean, we don't have a lot of really highly arable ag land that just has natural fertility that can grow high yielding, high dense nutritionally dense crops. And so we have to look at the genetics. We have to be able to find stuff that works for the regions that we're working in. And then we need to know timing, right? When do we fertilize? How do we fertilize? Integrated pest management. We need to know when things come. When are the leaf hoppers going to start appearing? We need to hit before they hatch, after they hatch. It has to be on these time schedules, because that's inherently part of that cycle in your region. So if you have leaf hoppers, and I'm using that as an example because that's something that we have out here. We have a shitload of fucking leaf hoppers. That's like one of the things that will eat all your seedlings if you're trying to grow from seeds, So you have to be mindful of the natural environment around you, and you got to find stuff that works for the area. And again, nutrition. A lot of this can be aided with proper nutrition. If you have soils that are deficient, throwing chemicals aren't necessarily the right answer. Adding organic material, crop covers, organic amendments, things like gypsum, those things all improve soil health and fertility.
Any other things that you've observed or noticed in the last year when it comes to growing in Oklahoma, and maybe tips or tricks for dealing with the heat or that kind of environment? There's more and more states in the South that are kind of looking to legalize soon, or will soon
Yeah.
have some form of new
I mean-
medical program. What advice do you have for growing in that type of climate for people?
Yeah, it can be difficult. You need to be able to create environments. Like when I was when we started up Black Label, we built the whole place up and it had, heaters in it. It had propane heaters in it. It had wet walls. It had all of the things to make it so that way if we were having a winter storm and it was -10 degrees for a week, our plants wouldn't we all die, So you can run, light depth year round out here, but you need to be able to make sure that you have the right the right equipment in place. Your facility needs to be built out. I mainly work indoors, but I've worked with so many greenhouses in places like Oklahoma, man. You got to have a lot of automation. You got to make sure that you can seal things up. It's just part of it because you can get high insect pressure out here. One of the things that I see is hemp russet mite. Hemp russet mite is out here in Oklahoma. I see it all the time. It's one of those things that can be treated pretty easily if you know how to approach your integrated pest management. And I've helped a lot of people that have had that issue. But there's always something that's going to be coming up when you're talking about cultivation and farming, right? Machines break, freaking fert lines go down. Dude, Native Provisions got struck by lightning, dude. It took out their whole entire electrical system, all of their monitoring system, all of their timers. It you know what I mean? Like stuff like that happens. And so you got to be highly adaptable as a company and as a, cultivator, someone who's, managing these farms, because shit happens all the time, man. If you have an outbreak of something, you have to know how to do it. And that's why I say prevention, biocontrols, biosecurity. If you do it right, you're not going to have it. You won't have issues.
Yeah, biosecurity is extremely important. I know here as far as I've seen, the only place in Thailand that I've visited, at least, where we have everyone wearing medical scrubs to go into any of the facilities. If they change rooms, they got to change scrubs and all the rest of that type of stuff. That little things like that is important. And you know what? We don't have anything other than the occasional grasshopper that somehow finds its way through the screen. You know what I mean? And you can't do anything about that.
Like I said, the IPM is just part of it. There should always be a budget. It should always be something you're doing. It's no different than watering your plant, right? You're going to give your plants water. You're going to have a protocol for your integrated pest management, biosecurity as well. All those things are necessary for cannabis cultivation. And really, because when you start allowing insect pressure to build, you're not just allowing insects in there, you're potentially allowing pathogens and viroids as well, because a lot of times these things are carried. I've seen, man, I saw a photograph of it was either a broad mite or a spider mite. I couldn't remember which one it was, but it was hitchhiking a ride on a fungus gnat or something like that, and it was when you have a perspective like that, knowing that some of these pests can also vector pathogens, it's important to, maintain those SOP protocols.
Oh yeah, russet mites and broad mites have both been seen on the backs of whiteflies. So you definitely can vector one pest on another for sure.
Yep. So it's just, you have to take a really holistic approach to the cultivation side of everything. We're looking at the biology, what the biology does for the nutrient cycling. We're looking at carbon. We're looking at soil health and fertility through data and through nutrient management. We can still do things like crop covers, which are great for retaining moisture, reducing your cost and overhead of water. So there's just, and then the whole business side of it, that's a whole nother thing. I mean, that's like a whole nother hour of talking just about how to be successful as a business side, because you can be growing the best weed ever, but weed in a bag is just an agricultural commodity now, and people need to start realizing that. And it's going to go that way with the federal legislation as the world opens up, because there's going to be so much more access from all over the place, and it depends on how the legislation are written, and if we're paying tariffs and taxes on imports, whether or not we'll have a sustainable cannabis economy. So if you're looking at it from that perspective, you have to have all of your business logistics in line. You need to understand your business accounting. You need to understand the cost of labor. You need to understand and have all of your overhead itemized, so that way you can know where you can improve. You need to have marketing and branding nowadays, because nobody's going to know who the fuck you are out of the millions of cannabis companies that are popping up, or seed companies, if you don't have something reputable going on, and they can't find you. Right. So there's a lot to it. There's the involvement in the community side, right? There's the involvement in the legislative side, making sure that your business isn't getting fucked over by every year when legislation starts, when sessions start for making new laws and legislation for the year, because every state in the country goes into session. It usually starts, I think, right around March, and they start getting all their Senate committees, and everybody starts saying, hey, we want to change laws. We want to increase taxes. We want to do this. We want to do this. And cannabis is always got a target on the back until we can get legislation written into the state's constitutions, where it will take massive voting power to change what the people pass. Then we're not really safe. So it's a big thing when it comes to the business side, dude, because you got to be vigilant, dude. Like one day you're free and clear. The next day you have this crazy intensive reporting called metric, things fucking change so fucking frequently. So from a business perspective, it's one of the most difficult businesses. You have to be a farm. You have to be a marketing and branding company. You have to be a sales and distribution company. You might have to be a genetics company and a nursery. You might have to be a processor. You might have to be all of these things. And if you're a mom and pop business, that's really difficult to do. It takes time to build that up. Luckily, Oklahoma has started off with great, licensing policy where everybody could get in inexpensively, and it caused economic prosperity out here. Brands are still going. So I think that there's a lot to it, man. We have to look at this whole thing holistically and understand where it's going. It's hard for small farms to also to pound pavement and be distribution companies. So I see in the future, a lot of companies are going to come online, I feel like, that are able to bring a lot of small farms under their umbrella to help with the big marketing, the big curation of menus, making sure people aren't clashing on what they're cultivating, and making sure the market knows what's available from high quality cannabis farms, to be able to put people under an umbrella. If you thought about it like this, Cookies is a huge marketing machine, right? But Cookies has one brand. It's Cookies. Cookies. Now you could have a distribution company that's like what Coke is, right? Coca-Cola, but Coca-Cola is also Powerade. Coca-Cola is also ton of different energy drinks. Coca-Cola is also Dr. Pepper. Coca-Cola is also Sprite. You know what I mean? So if you're looking at it from that type of perspective, you can, I think that is probably going to be what ends up happening, is there's going to be companies that are legitimately able to market really high quality farms that are doing excellent work and helping with the curation of menus, the curation of genetics, all that type of stuff, you know. And the reason why I say that is really because the wine, that's how the wine business model is. There's a lot of really high quality wines that are distributed by really large companies. Small farms all over the world are involved under the umbrella of these companies.
I have one last question for you before we wrap up. What are your favorite hot weather cultivars there, like in Oklahoma, that you found do really well?
So the things that do best in the types of environment out here, if you cannot absolutely control your environmental parameters, because we get humidity fluctuations and we get super high temperatures, the varieties that grow and have really, really good structures, the GMO cherry pie, the Bicket OG that I ran is great because it gets really, really big. It produces a lot of biomass and it creates a lot of calyx. There's not a lot of leaf to the calyx ratio, but everything is spaced out. So you get these really nice bud structures that are all really spaced out. So nothing's really heavily stacked on top of each other. And that type of structure really allows air movement to pass through, and it really allows the plant to perspire and transpire without keeping close, humid environments, microclimates around the flower formations, which can cause obviously pathogens and mold.
All right. How can people find you if they want to find out more about what you do and follow your work?
Yes. So BokashiEarthworks.com. You can check out, that's the website. You can check out, we're building. We are in the process right now of opening up a retail location in Oklahoma City. We've outgrown our office, so we'll have soil, microbes. We have a seed distribution license, so we'll have seeds in there. We're also going to be doing education there. We can plan out any types of consulting for farms there. And then also, if you want to find the body of my work and farms that I'm working with, things of that nature, you can check me out on rust.brandon, which is right there at rust.brandon on the screen. And you can find me on IG, and then also IG, I think we created, Bokashi Earthworks should be on LinkedIn. We just started a TikTok. Unfortunately, I don't know how to use it. But all forms of media. We have a YouTube, which is Bokashi Earthworks. There's a bunch of things we're trying to integrate and kind of find some software that we can post on one platform, and it kind of links everything together, and it will make my job of constantly, because I'll write stuff up. Like I have a bunch of pre-written up content, so that way I can share it daily. If you go to my profile, I share something every day. Right now I'm doing a lot of stuff on understanding nutrient interactions and amendments. So, yep, I'm there, and you can find me. I know that there's someone else coming on, so I don't want to take up too much of your time.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to educate us. You're certainly someone I look up to a lot when it comes to chemistry and cannabis and gardening in general. So thank you so much.
Thanks. I appreciate you guys having me on. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All righty. Well, before we get to our next speaker, a quick mention here. Please support the speakers that have taken the time to educate us this weekend. All of the different people that have companies that you can support one form or another, you can find here on this page. If you are in, nearby one of these people and you can support them, please vote with your dollars and help support the people that have helped make this event possible this weekend. All right. Next up, we have Mary Beth Sanchez, who's a pest control expert. She's going to be talking to us about pest control and her other specialties. Thank you so much for joining us for the conference this weekend.
Well, hello, and how are you?
Doing very well.
How's
Yeah,
life in Thailand? I'm concerned. Are you getting any sleep this weekend?
No, I actually have not gotten much sleep.
I was afraid of that.
It's been a good weekend. We also have a wonderful, I believe it was 298 or 299, something like that, episode of the Growing with Fishes podcast with Mary Beth Sanchez for 2 or 3 hours. It was a wonderful podcast. Check that out. She's a regular speaker over on the Growcast with Jordan River, who we were hoping actually to get to moderate one of our panels this weekend, but him and Heavy Days, who did an incredible job last year, were both busy this weekend, so they had other obligations. So we still happy to get part of the team on and support the crew over there and have you with us this weekend. So thank you so much, and take it away. I really appreciate you taking the time to educate us.
Oh, sweet. And I hope you forgive the occasional cat noises. I got 5 of them running around here, just trying to entertain us all. So I thought I'd start off by telling you a little bit about my background so you know who I am and why on earth he allowed me to be here amongst such distinguished speakers. I have no idea, but I'm very, very honored. Thank you. I got notes here so I wouldn't lose myself because I'm 67 years old now. It's fading fast, boys and girls. But I still have some functioning brain cells, so they let me talk sometimes. That's very cool. I was a farmer's daughter. I was born in the industry, fruit and vegetable farming, actively involved. And in my large home garden, we did all kinds of things from working in the fields to, doing the regular plant care. So I got really into plants and plant care actively from a very young age. I always had a great self-interest in it and horticulture in general. So I did a lot of self-study in my youth. I just would go to libraries and read books. I remember my favorite book I ever read in my life was called Roots. And it was all about plant roots. And I think I was in high school when I read it, and I was just, jaw dropped about the things that you learn when you go ahead and take the time and read a book that sounds totally boring because it's nothing but plant roots. But it turns out to be the most fascinating book in the world. And, you really get into the deep dives of horticulture. And it's not just, pretty flowers, growing pretty flowers or growing cannabis or what have you. There's a lot more to horticulture. Horticulture, as my teacher told me in college, is the study of everything because it's all related somehow. It's all, the geology is related, the meteorology is all related, the biology of the plants, it's all related, the flora and the fauna and all this is all working together. It's a great big web that we're living in. And so when you get turned on to that kind of stuff, and I knew that someday I was going to have an employment in the field of horticulture in some capacity or other, because that's where my interest lies if I'm ever going to be happy. I mean, I've done who knows how many different jobs in my life, but the thing I'm always looking for is something in the horticultural field. And one day, lo and behold, I got a job at a nursery working as the manager of the nursery, but I've also worked quite a bit of time in the store itself, selling the products in the store. And just happened to be where this nursery was the place where the huge cannabis industry was exploding. And so not only did I have the deep immersion in the plant care for variety of, plants that you plant, your garden landscaping plants, vegetable gardening plants, flower garden plants, etc. But deep immersion into the cannabis culture, because all day, every day, we're getting lines of customers coming with questions. So many, especially back when I started there, it was 2010, there was just a huge amount of new people into the field who just wanted to learn how to do this. They thought it's an overnight millionaire path and they wanted to get on that train. So they come with no knowledge at all and questions. And the neat thing about working in an environment like that is that you hear everybody's stories. You don't have to go through all these experiences yourself. And so you don't have to necessarily suffer the traumas they did. And you can find out what they did to everybody's different ways of remediating their problems. And, they'll discuss amongst each other. And it was a really, really good way to learn. For about 11 years, I was really immersed in that. And when I became the garden manager after a couple of years being there, people all day are bringing me plants to look at, leaves and things, and saying, Mary Beth, what's wrong with my plant and how do I fix it? So I got my little handy dandy microscope, and I have still going through lots and lots of continuing education, going to learn more and more, going to the seminars, the things that, you go for a week or however long and learn just about compost or compost tea and that kind of thing, which has been kind of my focus since I got out of college in the 90s, was to, and I went to college late in life. I didn't go to college right out of high school. So like some people, I've always done things kind of the different way. What can I say? But I was always into the organic, and I got turned on to compost and compost tea. And for me, as pest management is really what I'm going to be talking to you about today. Getting a healthy garden through compost and compost tea is one of the basic starter things that I would have the foundation of all of what I'm going to be doing, is to recommend the use of compost and compost tea, because the healthier that your plants are, the more likely they'll be resistant to pests, are able to fight them off if they come, or various ways. It's true in life that all of the, say hello to Kitty, all of the different predators in the universe always go first for the weaker, the ones that are the easiest prey, obviously, the young ones, the sick ones, the old ones. So it's the same in the plant world. If you're healthier things are going to get attacked, and after they're done with your really unhealthier things. And that's just kind of the way it works. So anyway, that's the focus that I have been on for all these years. The business closed and I retired back in 2021, and that was perfect timing because I was ready to retire then anyway. But I've been doing webinar series since then, educating people online. People will just email me and ask me questions, and I do what I can to help with the knowledge that's still in there. Haven't lost everything yet. So that's just what I've been doing for the past few years. Basically, online interviews, cannabis orientated grower platforms such as the Growcast. Regularly I'm on their Discord channel, which is the Odor of the Cultivation. And I've been on the Michigan Brothers Grow Show, interviewed there, Uptown Grow Lab. Potentonics did one, he mentioned before. Photosyntech from Canada, Cannabuzz, all fudged up, and others. There's, but so that's what I've been doing, and just trying to emphasize that my focus has always been on practicality. So, I am absolutely fascinated by the science, and I like to read about the science, but I know that when I try to talk about the science, eyes start glazing over and people start falling asleep. And when I'm out in the garden, the science is fascinating, but what I want when I'm out in the garden is, what do I do? What's step one? What's step two? I want the practical information that's going to help me with my problem now, not just talking about the ions and cations and chemical exchanges and okay, I want to know, what do I put in it and how do I make it better? So that's kind of where I am with growers. I don't so much try to convince them that they need to grow my way, but I'm going to try to get them successfully to the end of whatever growing style that they're using. And like I said, compost and compost tea have been my biggest go-tos. I studied the works of the great Elaine Ingham, Carol Rollins, Mark Remillard, Jeff Lowenfels, etc. That's the school of compost tea that I'm into. And I advise, if you are using any inputs, to make them strictly organic. But of course, I also do advise people who grow with salts, because the main thing, I want them to do it in the least toxic way, and I want them to be successful, whatever they're doing. So I'm not really here to preach that you change your ways so much as that you practice ecologically sound practices with whatever method you're choosing to grow by. And remember that we just have the one planet. Let's try to take care of it. I don't know where we're gonna go after this one gets chewed up. Okay, so anyway, when I was first turned on to aquaponics, oh yeah, that's when light bulbs were really going off, and you know, it was like that epiphany moments when you realize, yeah, somebody's finally figured it out. This is the superior way for an overpopulated planet to survive and to be sustainable. A sustainable agriculture that is just, it makes so much sense. It's so balanced and perfect, you know, because obviously, Stephen, you know what I'm talking about. Aquaponics is just, I mean, there's a million ways to grow, but boy, if you're talking about trying to feed the world in small spaces and save water, and you've got everything there. You don't need to put in any artificial inputs of any kind. You've got the super nutrition. You've just, yeah, so aquaponics is the way. It's not always that easy. You kind of have to know what you're doing to start with aquaponics. And like basically, if you're even going to get into it, first thing you got to do is study how to raise fish. Okay. Don't forget, you have to know how to take care of fish, and can you recognize and treat fish disease? And do you know how many fish can safely be packed into a finite space? And what are their oxygen level requirements and their temperature parameters? And you know, some fish like it hot, some fish like it cold, et cetera, et cetera. Some can take a higher population than others. And so you do have to really get into a wide variety of knowledge. Okay, it isn't just the plant that you're taking care of now. And that's part of what I wanted to talk about, was what you have to consider as far as your IPM goes. When you don't want to kill your plant, you can't just spray any old thing when you see a problem. You can't just apply any product, because some products are toxic to the fish. And the problem with the UV lights, which are lovely for killing things that you don't want, is that they also kill things you do want, including those beneficial biology that's in your fish tank that's supposed to be doing the filtration, supposed to be keeping things healthy. So UV lights in an aquaponic in the water, you know, if you want to put that in your ducting for your lights or your air conditioning, maybe that's a good place for it, but I wouldn't put it anywhere where it's going to be killing the biology in the fish water. That's what's keeping your fish healthy and happy. Sorry, I'm being attacked by a beautiful young kitten. So, okay, the number one preventative for pest problems and environmental controls. Guess what? You should. You know, if we lived in a perfect world, we'd have double door entries and exits in all of our enclosed spaces. We would have clothing exclusive to the workplace that you never took and wore outside. That, you know, you would change as you entered and exited your buildings, so that you're not coming in with contaminants on you into your precious workspace. And you will want to be controlling your temperature, humidity, both, and as well as your pollutant contaminants, dust, etc., that comes into your buildings or in your enclosed spaces. And, you know, to whatever degree you can, to your outdoor spaces as well. So that's the main thing that will keep you right off the bat from overwhelming pest problems. And my second really big main thing that I would always, it's one of my pet peeves, and I know I'm talking to myself when I get on this horse and start preaching it: avoid overcrowding, because we always see crops that look like it's in a grocery store, and you've got to fill every square inch with marketable product, and you can't have any empty space that isn't making you money. And you cramp those plants in there, and you're just asking for trouble. You know, any problem you have is immediately going to be spread to, I mean, very, very, very quickly to every other plant in your facility, when they're all touching each other all the time, especially like pathogenic molds and pest hopping little darlings. Suppose you get russet mites or even spider mites or any kind of little thrips or what have you. They just love it when you are walking through the rows of plants and they're all rubbing against you because they're so close, and every plant you go to, you're spreading what you got from the plant before. Whether it be good or bad, it's very, I mean, it's so common. I almost never see plants that aren't really squashed. Now, it's different if you're growing in a little closet in your house, you know, in your very, very small enclosed space. Well, then, yeah, sure. Even if you have just one plant, it's going to be overcrowded in a 4x4 tent. So it really doesn't make that much of a difference if you have 4 or 6 or one plant in a 4x4 tent. It's going to be crowded. But you really want to work on the air circulation issue, because that's where it's happening. And avoid a dry, dusty, debris-laden environment. You want to be a little bit tidy, because dry, dusty, debris-laden environments are the happy haven of spider mites. And we all just love what they do when they get excited and make our lives miserable. It's because they are so tiny, you really don't see them unless you're really looking for them. And that's another thing. You need people scoping day and night everywhere in the garden. When our crops are so big that we don't have time to go day to day to each and every plant to see if it's getting something going on, nip it in the bud, literally, before it gets out of hand. That's where problems really go. So your environment, start off with your environment, and plant wildflowers nearby, trap crops, banker plants, okay? Because that way you will attract the predators that you want to be eating the little things that might be your problem insects in your garden. So that was that. My best strategies for IPM and aquaculture. There's a few things that would be safe. For grasshoppers, I know Nosema locustae is a really good biological sort of a fungus that attacks only grasshopper species, so it won't affect your fish. I know you can use lactobacillus and predator insects regularly. Biologicals such as MET52, Bavaria bassiana, those work safely with fish. Floating row covers. People always forget about floating row covers. That's one of the most obvious things. It's a physical barrier. Agrabon is a trade name, I believe, but it's just basically a thing that covers your plant and keeps a lot of pests, a lot of the worst pests, from getting in there and just eating up your plants. Okay, just screens, like a mosquito netting, any kind of screening that will keep tiny insects out. So many of the worst pests, they're just really tiny, like a third of an inch, a quarter of an inch, an eighth of an inch. They're teeny things. So you need something like mosquito netting or Agrabon to keep them out, but it does work without chemicals. It's like magic. Okay. So anyway, I have a little bit of a slideshow, if that's okay to share with you, Stephen, with some of the favorite various insects of predator style. Is that okay
Yes, that would be great.
with that? Let's see. Hide that thing. Okay, there it goes. Play that thing. So here we go. I want to talk about the tachnid fly. I'm going to make myself invisible so you can see better. Tachnid flies, okay, they are one of the best predators. They're only about a third to maybe 3/4 of an inch long. There's like 13,000 different species, maybe. Okay, so they're not all going to look exactly like this, but what you will notice is that they will all have these very bristly hairs on their, what you want to call butt. You might want to call it a thorax, but suit yourself. They do lay their eggs inside of their host, and they often may only lay one egg in a host. They aren't going to be laying necessarily multiple eggs per host, but their larvae there will, like I said, pupate, and that will kill the host. Is not a willing host, believe me. Okay, so they're going to look like you see here, a little small housefly. They adults will eat pollen and larvae if there are no pests available. So that's why I want to encourage people to plant plants around that are not a part of your commercial grow. So it will attract the predators that you want to your garden, unless you want to keep buying predators all the time. If you don't want to keep buying predators all the time and you want them to just live there and be there when needed, good host plants are such as the Queen Anne's lace, the parsley, the small flowers, cilantro, daisies, asters, feverfew, chamomile, dill, fennel, those kind of things, okay? They are good little host plants for controlling things like the small caterpillars, the budworms, the Colorado potato beetle, the corn earworms, cutworms, squash bugs, sawfly larvae. They're good for little things like that because they are also really little. Okay. So, whoops. Okay, well, there it goes. Aphidius wasp. These are only about 1/8 of an inch long. Okay, and yes, once again, there are many species, so they won't all look exactly alike. But pretty much this is what they're going to look like. Okay, and they are interesting in that they will not compete with ladybugs. They will avoid plants where ladybugs inhabit. The ladybug's footprints are repellent to this wasp. So ladybugs are not harmed by this wasp because once they have parasitized the aphid, suppose the ladybug eats it, is it going to have that parasite in it? No. They don't hang out on the same plant. They can smell or sense or however. They know if ladybugs are there and they don't go on those plants. It's kind of trippy. Up to 100 eggs per lifespan. And this is what a mummified mummified aphid looks like after the aphidius, wasp has parasitized it. They get all swollen and brown looking and kind of weird. If you have these in your garden, it's a good thing because they will be growing more aphidius wasps for you to continue the process. And lo and behold, spiders. Spiders are very underrated predators. I remember Fukuoka, the man from the One Straw Revolution fame, he talked about how he had a big field of wheat and it was always covered with spider webs and everything was fine. And one day he went and applied a large amount of wood ash and it killed all the spiders. He didn't know that was going to happen. And the next thing he knew, all kinds of problems started. He didn't have the spiders there acting as predator in his field anymore. So people just kind of underrate spiders too much. There's over 38,000 known species. Isn't that lovely? But there's only 4 in the United States that are poisonous. Of course, we're talking to people all over the world, but in the United States, aren't we lucky? We only have 4. That's the brown recluse, black widow, the hobo spider, and the yellow sac spider. And I believe we're looking at a yellow sac spider in that picture. It's a trippy looking got a big fat yellow belly. Okay, the assassin bug, that's another fun one. It also has, like I said before, many hundreds of species. And so they're all going to be mostly, little or big, anywhere from 4 to 40 millimeters in size. That's quite a range. Okay, so they're not all going to look exactly alike, but they are going to have certain similarities here. Like you can see that kind of stripy wood or checker pattern around the edge of the back of its shell. It's always going to have a kind of a diamond shaped thorax. It's always going to have 6 legs and a long antenna, kind of stripy looking legs, but it's always going to be, it may be different colors, different sizes. Okay, but it isn't friendly to humans. So you don't want this inside an indoor garden. You don't want this where it's going to be really close to people. This is good for like out in the field. Got a big field with some kind of plants growing that you want some generalist predators. This is one of the good ones. Excuse me.
I just wanted to mention you had chagas on there. I actually got, they call it in Jamaica chickmunga.
Oh.
And I got it and it is not pleasant.
Oh, Stephen, I'm sorry. That's a terrible thing. Yuck. Yeah, everything I've heard about it is not good. It's a real problem with people who especially like to live with animals in the house. For some reason, a lot of cultures will have right in the house, the chickens or the donkey or whatever, and the chugs really kind of, yeah, thrives in that environment. Ooh, okay, so the robber flies, our next little fun critter. There's over 1,000 species of those just in the United States alone. The maximum size known about 1.5 inches long, but most of them are kind of small. They, both adults and larvae will eat pests, and they will also consume beneficials. So that is a problem. They're strictly carnivorous, so they are not going to be attracted to any plants that you might have in your garden. They're only going to want to go with, if you have pests, they will be there. If you don't, they can eat even the bees and the dragonflies and spiders and things like that that you don't want to be consumed necessarily. But c'est la vie. They can bite if handled roughly. You don't want to be too brutal with them if you happen to have some. Just keep that in mind. They are good against the Colorado potato beetle, the 4-line plant bug, Mexican bean beetle, and the Japanese beetles, which are pretty nasty pests. So if we go on to the big-eyed bug, once again, there are several species. So they aren't all going to look just like this, but they are all going to have those big bulging eyeballs on the side. They don't get their wings till they become adults, but they look kind of the same when they're little, just, you know, miniature versions. They only live about 3 or 4 months. They'll lay 2 to 3 eggs a day, and the eggs hatch in about a week. 30 days of molting gets them adulthood. When they get their wings, ta-dang, and the bells will ring. So they like a really diverse habitat. Just like most of the universe, they like diversity. Yay! Will eat pollen and nectar if no prey is available. But they will even eat small seeds if they're desperate. So that's, you know, something to keep in mind if you have small seeds around that you don't want consumed. Okay, but they are really good against aphids, cabbage loopers, caterpillars, flea beetles, Mexican bean beetles, white flies, thrips, mites, cinch bugs, spiders, weevils, and the eggs of those critters. They will just go up and eat the eggs too. Yay, that's always nice. Eggs are so tough. Not everybody eats them. Okay, the corn, cotton, and tobacco growers often rely on big-eyed bugs because they have these giant fields and they can just let these things go and let them reproduce. And they do tend to, you know, if you're not spraying poisonous things on them, they will go ahead and keep on reproducing and doing that thing. Praying, excuse me, praying mantis. Also, many species of praying mantis. We know that some are so beautiful. Over in places like Thailand and things in Southeast Asia, they have some species that are absolutely gorgeous. It's nothing but pleasure to watch them in action. But the ones that are the most hardy, cold tolerant, are always those green ones that you see, you know, the commercial sales things. They will normally live about 10 to 12 months. They're really strictly ambush killers. They're not going to go out hunting, so they're not going to be your biggest predator in the garden. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. That's the doorbell thing going off. We can ignore those lovely bells that are ringing and think beautiful thoughts. Okay, thank you. So anyway, indiscriminate killers. Okay, so they will kill more things than you necessarily want them to kill, including each other. If they run out of food, they will eat each other. They will even eat small salamanders, frogs, and birds if they get a chance. You know, they have their up and down side. The one in that picture, it looks completely albino because he just molted, or she just molted. And so that's a real temporary condition, but looks kind of cool. But like I said, they're good against a variety of pests because they just love to sit there and wait for something to come by. You know, what they're known for is aphids, squash bugs, Colorado potato beetle again, Mexican bean beetle, leaf hoppers, asparagus beetles, and you know what I said, etc. Even each other. So, damsel bugs, yeah, another one with so many species, over 400 known species. So Once again, they won't all look exactly like this, but they will look something similar to this. They're all in that family. They overwinter in plant duff. So, plant duff isn't always bad. Just, it's not always good either, because other things can overwinter in there that you don't want to see. But maybe if you got some duff in a far corner somewhere, they get 1 to 5 generations per season. And they like low-growing perennial plants. So they're going to be attracted to your gardens if you've got a lot of low-growing ground covers. Herbs and flowering types, such as the lavender, the dianthus, the alfalfa, candy tuft, clovers, creeping phlox, these kind of things like that. Little tiny flowers are very attractive to little tiny bugs. And these guys, as most of the others, they're only a 1/4 inch approximately in length. So, put your finger up at a 1/4 inch is really pretty tiny bug. They have big pictures, but tiny bugs. So parasitic wasps, that's another really super good group of things that you want to attract to your garden. And there are many species, again, so many species. The problem is there's not enough people doing the data to classify all these creatures. There's more creatures than there are scientists to give them names and say that's what they do. So far, what we know is these 4 groups are the main groups of the parasitic wasps. The trichogramma wasp will parasitize eggs strictly. That's their thing. And it'll about 200 different species of caterpillars that they like to parasitize. So they're very handy in the garden. But it's a slow process. I want to say they're going to try to keep their host alive as long as possible. Okay. In all of these situations, this isn't a quick kill, okay? Braconid types will parasitize the caterpillars themselves. They lay their larvae, they lay their eggs inside, and the larvae will eat out the insides of your caterpillars and what have you, and then they will make their cocoons on the outside of the body of the caterpillars, and then they will grow up and fly off and be little parasitic wasps. The ichneumon, those are really fascinating because those are the ones who can detect underneath the wood just where that little larvae, that little egg is, that they're going to drill through the wood and stick their little ovipositor in there, and they're going to parasitize the grub or the egg inside the wood of the trees. It's just fascinating to me that they have this power. And so, yeah, that's not necessarily the one you're going to have in your garden, but it's nice to have in your woods. The calcid is the type that you're looking at in that bottom picture, but in each of these groups, there are many, 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 many species. They're not all going to look just alike, okay? I thought this one was especially beautiful. It has these iridescent body and these really neat looking wings. And anyway, these will parasitize all stages of life. And so they will lay their eggs in another egg and a larvae and an adult. They aren't picky. Okay, but the adults of all these parasitic wasps do like the pollen and nectar. So once again, you do want to have your gardens planted and interplanted with the various things that will attract the little pollen and nectar type plants, the little things that I keep talking about, perennials, little flowering perennials. Now you have to have a lot of different kinds because perennials are especially famous for really short flowering periods. They'll live forever, but their flowering periods are real short. So you want a lot of different ones so that there's always something blooming. Okay, but these wasps are fantastic for the control of Japanese beetles, also aphids, also Colorado potato beetles, cucumber beetles, cabbage worms, cutworms, gypsy moth, leaf miners, mealybugs, all kinds of caterpillars, sawfly larvae, scales, squash vine borers. So, we might get to squash vine borer later. That's a lovely little thing. They also, like I said, like the pollen and nectar, keep around things like zinnias and yarrow and statice. You know what I'm talking about, the flowers that have a big landing pad, or lots of those teeny tiny flowers. And the cosmos are good also, lemon balm, thyme, dill, fennel, alyssum, allium. You hopefully know what I'm talking about. Little tiny flowers in clusters, umbels, that kind of thing. So our next little friend are the ground beetles. It's amazing how underrated the ground beetles are and the wonderful things that they do, because the adults will hunt above ground and the larvae will consume pests below ground, like those nasty little grubs of the gypsy moth larva, or the Colorado potato beetle, or the snails. Even they'll eat snails. Like, yeah. They'll eat cutworms, they'll eat a whole bunch of different caterpillars, corn earworms, and they will attack squash, vine borers. Hallelujah. Okay, thousands of species of these guys. They are definitely not all going to look like this picture, but they're all going to be somewhere between 1/8 of an inch and 1.5 inches approximately. They're only going to produce about 1 generation per year. But they are predators at all stages, okay? They aren't attracted to any plants of any kind. What they are attracted to are the prey. So where they like to hide out are in the rocky environments, under the rocks, under the wooden boards, under the logs, and that kind of thing. So if you want to have a nice environment that favors ground beetles around, put some little bit of landscaping in. It's attractive to these guys, and they will be on the job for you on a regular basis. Okay, so next in line is the very famous minute pirate bug, which many of you are very familiar with, but it's one of the best little teeny tiny, once again, only about 1/8 of an inch in length, teeny tiny little thing, often mistaken for a pest. Really good at reproducing. It'll give you several generations per season. Adults and nymphs will both consume up to 30 pests per day. And that's a pretty good rate. A lot of these predators really aren't that hungry, and these are one of the hungry ones. We like that. They're best outdoors because it can be so quick to overwhelm the population. So in other words, they do reproduce very quickly. So in a really small space, suddenly you could be overwhelmed. That's outdoor pet normally. And the plants that attract them: oregano, alfalfa, clover, buckwheat, sage, parsley, wallflowers, wild mustard. And all those things would be good to have around for the pollen and nectar that these bugs can eat when they don't have a pest on the plants to eat. Okay. Very good for control of the aphids, the lace bugs, the spider mites, the cutworms, the various small caterpillars such as the tobacco budworms, the corn earworms. And they're good against the Mexican bean beetles and scale and whiteflies. Scale, it's another fun pest you don't want to deal with. Okie dokie. So syrphid fly is our next one that is really nice to attract to your garden. A very small little 1/4 inch to maybe 1/2 inch length, maybe 3/4 inch length bug. They are, once again, many thousands of species, so they're not all going to look just alike, but they are all going to look kind of like a bee and a fly got together and had babies. And the larvae are the best predators. The larvae are the ones, they look like little tiny maggots, little kind of brown and green maggots, but they just go around the plant eating aphids and stuff. And it's why these are also called hover flies, because they will just hover around the flowers and looking for the best places to lay their eggs and things and see if there's maybe a good batch of pollen or what have you. Okay, but the larvae rarely will eat a plant. I don't even know if it's really actually happened or somebody just thought that's what happened. I don't know, but they can consume up to 500 pests in their short 7 to 10 days it takes to mature. So that is a really good number, a very unusually high number of pests that this tiny little creature can consume in basically a week and a half. Okay, so they can get you 3 to 7 generations per year, and they are attracted to the flower gardens, particularly the zinnias, feverfew, lavender, mint, mustard, statice, sunflowers, cosmos, dill, daisies, coreopsis. So you may be noticing a pattern of small flowers for small insects. Okay, and once again, keep something blooming all the time, and you might have them around for most of your growing season. They are really good for controlling aphids and caterpillars and mealybugs. Hello, kitty, kitty, kitty. They lay eggs according to the amount of food available for their larvae. This is one of their most interesting traits. If there's not a lot of food, in other words, if there aren't a lot of pests on the plant that the larvae are going to want to eat, the syrphid fly knows not to lay its eggs there, because what is the baby going to eat? It is absolutely amazing to me, but they do pay attention, and they avoid those plants where they don't have pests. That's kind of trippy. So one of the other, this is just a really cute picture of some more varieties of this hoverfly. There are, like I said, so many. The green lacewing larvae is one of my very favorite little predator creatures, because like you see in this picture here, if you can see this picture here, it is not just the little lacewing larvae, but they like to dress up, because that way they can hide from predators. This way they look like just a piece of dust walking around, so they'll get their backs all covered with duff and debris of various kinds. So it'll be, they won't always look alike with their duff and debris. If you go online and look up ant lions or aphid lions, they will call them by both names, and they are often dressed like this. I call it dressed. So many great pictures, fantastic pictures of these guys with their duff on their back and how cool they look. But that way they just walk around with this big pack on their back to disguise themselves while they go around eating the prey. They're really amazingly good predators, because they are born hungry. As soon as they are born, they want to eat. They're born with a big appetite and a lot of energy, and they just go running fast all over the plants looking for what's next. When they run out of prey, they will eat each other. So a lot of times when they're commercially available, people get them shipped to them. You have to get it overnight, because if it's warm at all on the way, they can hatch, and they'll arrive with like maybe one survivor, because it ate everybody else. And that's can be an issue, but you can also easily attract these people in your garden, these insects, and people are often finding their eggs, and they're really cute looking eggs that stand up in the air on a little stalk, a little white egg that just looks so cute. Almost like a slime mold, but it isn't. It's a good little egg. They are good for controlling aphids and those small caterpillars like the corn earworms, tobacco budworms, that sort of thing. The asparagus and Colorado potato beetle are controlled by them. They're in their larval stages. And they will eat caterpillar eggs. So anyone they come across, fair game. Good to know. Another predator, well known, but not maybe as well utilized as it could be. These are some different varieties of the, the green lacewing larvae without the clothing on its back, without the duff. That's what they would normally look like, even though they're quite different. You can see they're also quite similar. They have a lot in common, that bristly back to hold that duff and debris, and their little legs and their little pinchers up front. They are good predators. Okay, the ladybug larva, as you can see, if you're looking, looks very similar, but slightly different than the last one that we looked at. But it's also extremely voracious. As soon as it's born, it's so good, it's so hungry, it's very fast moving. It's about the same size as the larvae of the green lacewing. They both look kind of like almost microscopic, but not quite. Okay, eggs in clusters of bright yellow and orange. Now, people get excited when they see the eggs in clusters of bright yellow and orange, because they go, oh, I got ladybug. Not necessarily. Some nasty pests also have ladybugs in clusters of bright yellow and orange. So don't get too excited until you actually see who's being born and who's not being born. The thing with ladybug larvae, or ladybugs themselves, okay, the ladybug larvae will consume up to 40 aphids per hour. That's freaking incredible. They can consume up to 5,000 aphids in their little lifetime of 4 to 7 weeks. So they're really good for aphids in that way. And they will overwinter in leaf litter. So put your leaf litter somewhere where you want them to overwinter. And take your chances. Okay, but you're really good attractors for the pollen and nectar supplementation would be things like bugleweed, Queen Anne's lace, dill, fennel, thyme, coreopsis, cilantro, butterfly weed, yarrow, hairy vetch, etc. These sorts of things. Again, so you're sensing a trend here. Okay, and they will help to control, of course, the aphids as we discussed, but also they are good at getting the larvae of the asparagus and Colorado potato beetle, which is a nasty little pest. Okay, and also the larvae of the Mexican bean beetle. They're good at getting that. And they're good at getting scale, which is no fun at all. White flies as well, spider mites as well, lace bugs, eggs, let's see, various insect eggs, mealy bugs. Yeah, we mentioned that kind of thing before. They are valuable, however, as adults. This I like the little stages of the life of the ladybug because a lot of people don't know what they look like outside of the beetle stage of it as an adult, and they'll see this little bug and try to kill it. So many people that were helping me in the nursery when I was working, the young kids, they'd see these things and they didn't know what it was, and they'd say, "Oh my gosh, I've been killing those. I didn't know what that was." I used to have plastic models of them on the desk inside the shop so that people could look at them and see what they look like before they turn into that ladybug that everybody knows. This is their various life stages. And here you have a neat little, all the way from the point of conception down to the point of just turning into an actual adult beetle and hardening and getting the coloration on your shell. It's kind of interesting. They're look a little different all along the way. So what you might be looking at their very young stage won't be the same thing that you're seeing at their very older stage. And you might wonder if you're looking at two different things. Nope, it's that same beautiful ladybug. Which brings us to the rove beetles, yet another fabulous and often underrated predator, which is very often confused with the earwig in the picture seen below, which in the picture to the left you can see can absolutely ravage your plant if it has nothing else to eat. Normally earwigs really aren't a problem in the garden. They normally are eating pests. However, if they don't have anything to eat, they will go to your garden and really make an absolute mess of it. Quite shocking. But the rove beetles, they don't do that at all. They, excuse me, they're 3 or 4 millimeters in length. They are from egg to adult, takes about 21 days. They've got 3 larval instars up to that point, and they are predatory in every one of their life stages. So that's a really important thing too. And their adults may eat up to 150 eggs a day of the things they like to eat. And isn't that nice? They are also very compatible with the Stratiolaelaps mites, so that, if you're using the two together, they aren't going to eat that mite that you also didn't want to lose, okay? They like temperatures in the 55 to 80 range, humidity in the 50 to 80 range. If that's the kind of situation you have, it's a good greenhouse predator. It can be a little, difficult inside the home. So I would want these to be an outdoor pest. Outdoor pest predator. That's the word I'm looking for. Okay, so on we go. Spider mite destroyers, the often underrated, and everybody forgets they even exist. They're only about 1/16 of an inch long, but they can consume up to 40 mites per day. And with spider mites, that's not bad at all. You can get these commercially available, but they are also attracted to the pollen and the nectar, like we mentioned before. And they will probably be around or stay around if you have some environments around your facilities in some way or another that provide these things when the pests are in short supply. The springtails I'm bringing up only because people often look at a springtail and they don't know what they're seeing and they're afraid it's a pest. And they come in many colors. They're not always white. They're sometimes kind of gray, sometimes black, and various shades of gray, but they are not the problem. What they normally indicate, however, is that your soil is being overwatered. They really reproduce quickly in overly wet soils. They're looking for that organic matter that's decaying and the fungus that's attacking it. That's their favorite food. So when you see a lot of these, they are not the problem, but they kind of can indicate that there is something else going on that you should pay attention to. Particularly, how much water are you getting? Is anything ever able to dry back? I think we're learning in horticulture, certain situations aren't all aquaponics, if you know what I mean. And the Simpla I've got here, just so that you can see what they look like. They are normally never a problem, but people don't understand when they see it what it is. And if it isn't a problem, it's normally one of those that is eating other bugs. They don't necessarily eat a pest bug, but they're eating other bugs. And if they don't have other bugs available, then they might go ahead and attack your plants, but it's not really that common. And when they do attack your plants, it's going to look a little bit like this guy in the picture there. There'll be little holes in it here and there, but they really, it's like having a carnivore out of vegetarian diet. They're not real happy. And their little eggs are really fascinating. I don't know if you can even see them in here, but they kind of look like soccer balls with little pentagram shapes all over them and protruding neat little, it looks like crystals. They have one of the neatest looking eggs in the insect world if you ever do catch them in soil. That's very cool. Stink bug is another fun pest that I don't have a lot of biological controls against. I would suggest using things in the nature of Bavaria bassiana, Met 52, that kind of thing. And mint is an excellent repellent if you can put lots of bowls of water around with mint oil in it and things like that, that will repel them to a certain degree. They're usually not that huge of a plant pest, but they will move indoors and become real annoying indoors and more of a pest that way. Lygus bugs, that's another pest that there are just a million different kinds of. So many. They aren't all going to look alike, but they all are going to have that little V on their back. And they are going to live on many different kind of plants. There's all kinds of things attract them. They are particularly damaging to strawberries. Isn't that lovely? Among others, okay? They will be chewing your flowers and foliage, and it does help to eliminate weedy perimeters on your gardens if you don't want these guys living and constantly overwintering and coming back every single spring. Practice prevention, physical barriers. Again, I'm all for the Agribon, floating row covers, mosquito netting. These things work. These are some various varieties of the Lygus bug, but want you to notice that nymph stage up there, it looks almost like an aphid on the top right corner. It looks almost like an aphid, but it's not an aphid. It's the nymph of the Lygus bug. Well, they're both a pest. You know your aphids by their little cornicles on the butt. If they got the cornicles on their backside there, that's an aphid. And the last one did not have cornicles on his backside, okay? And we all know about aphids. We don't love aphids, okay? But they are highly resistant to the poisonous type of pesticides, the stomach toxins, nerve toxins and things. So it's really best to try to deal with them with predators or things like Bavaria or things like, I wanted to mention, thank you, Stephen, for mentioning the other day about crushing up bugs and getting them, fermenting them and culturing the diseases that they carry in order to spray it back on their populations and kill them. And you make good pesticides this way. I know Stephen made a good program on that, and he should be your source for the great information details on that. I would definitely seek that video out. aphids are so cool looking. There's so many varieties. It's too bad that they are a pest because they are neat looking bugs, but doggone it. And root aphid is even worse because it's even tougher, harder to kill. But yet you can kill it with those same things that we discussed as the Bavaria bassiana, etc., maybe MET52, other sorts of little fungal pathogens, cordyceps. They can do it. There's not a row cover crop, or a row cover thing that's going to help you with the root aphids if they're coming from underground. They inside an indoor garden, like I said, it often requires a complete reset because they are notoriously difficult to get a handle on once they've really established themselves. They can become so thick and so overwhelming in their populations there. Then eventually they get so thick they grow wings and move on to another territory, and that makes life worse. But they still have the little cornicles on their backside, so you can tell if you're looking at a winged root aphid or a winged some kind of aphid, other than a fly or what have you, God knows. So, Stephen, it looks like we're getting close to the top of the hour. And I think the rest of these slides are just pictures of pests that we've talked about already that do terrible things that we don't want in our garden. And can easily be controlled by the things we mentioned earlier. So shall I wrap it up at this point and make way for the incredible Chris Trump, which I believe is coming on next? Unless
He was
something
actually
has
the
changed?
one that he was actually the one that taught me about the IPMO that I mentioned earlier. So all
Yeah.
credit goes to him, actually.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Like I said before, Stephen, it is amazing to me that I'm, such good company right now, to be honest. Okay. With that, I will say it has been beyond a pleasure being here and talking with you and sharing. And I've really enjoyed. I have watched quite a bit of the off and on throughout the last weekend, so I think I'll continue to watch until late tonight. Since you got to put up with, you're not going to get to sleep for quite a while, Stephen.
Yeah.
Mary
But,
Beth, I just want you to know I really enjoyed your talk. It was a good one.
oh, thank you
I
so
wish you'd
much.
had a little more time, honestly. So
Oh, that's okay. This kind of stuff you can go on for days. But like I said, I'm honored to be here for the little time that we had. And if anybody wants to contact me with any kind of questions, I have a Instagram page. It's known as MBS IPM. You can direct message me there. I don't post there anymore, but I do check for messages sometimes, and I will still answer people's questions that way. Otherwise, look for me on the Discord channel, the Order of Cultivation. And with that, I yield the floor. Thank you so much for having me.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Oops. See if I can stop my share. There we go. Okay.
It was great to have you.
Pleasure to be here again. Thank you, Stephen.
Be sure to go out and support our speakers. We have a list of all the different companies that are represented by our different speakers here. Be sure to support them if they are near you or provide services that might be able to help you out. Alrighty, next up is a good friend of mine and someone that I look up to a lot, Chris Trump, who's going to tell us about what he's been up to lately down there in Costa Rica and some of the other fun projects that he's been working on. He's been working with people in Ireland and all over, so really excited to hear what he has to share with us today. And if you aren't familiar with him, be sure to check him out on christrump.com. He has a wonderful online KNF course. It's quite extensive. He also has a really amazing YouTube channel that's a really good reference material for anyone trying to get started in green natural farming. I'm sorry. Thanks a lot for joining us, Chris. I guess Chris stepped away for a moment to get a drink or something. You know what? We can run the. While Chris is getting his stuff situated, we can run the copyleft video again real quick. For those of you that aren't familiar with Copyleft, they're a wonderful group. Be sure to check them out, copyleft.org. or any of the other copyleft platforms. They have a wonderful Discord as well. If you're looking to learn more about copyleft, we're going to play that right now while we wait. All right, apparently I'm having a problem. Everybody has a problem. It's all right. 1 second, I'll get mine sorted here. Okay. Sorted. I'm sure Chris will be with us momentarily. We'll play the copyleft video here in the meantime while he's getting his stuff situated. Right. That was a wonderful little educational video from Copyleft. I'm sure to check them out on copyleft.com. Now we have Chris Trump. Thanks a lot for joining us. I know you've been busy man traveling all over the planet here the last few months, and I'm excited to hear about the wonderful work that you've been up to.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks for having me. I definitely have been just working away, and I love and miss the peaceful work that commercial aquaponics afforded me. That was nice, repetitive, enjoyable work, and the fish fries were always a highlight of the family gatherings. My favorite fish fry topping was we'd take brown sugar, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, and a little beer, very little beer. And we'd boil it into a reduction sauce. And so it was like a syrup. And then you pull that crispy, fresh fried fish out of the oil wok, and you drizzle your syrup over the top of it. We're eating tilapia, and man, that combo. So if you got some fresh fish you're about to fry, give it a try. Just a slow boil over a fire until it thickens. Hard to beat. Yeah, I've been I did a natural farming project in Costa Rica. Was a lot of good work to be able to be doing, and they're now in the implementation there. Super cool, very rural, kind of jungle life. And I mean, I have stories to tell of the natural farming exploits. I was thinking about you guys and how there's much more qualified people to speak on aquaponics, but kind of thought that I should share something else I've been working on that's pretty shareable here, whereas natural farming so much, well, there's crossover and a lot of complementary tech. A lot of it's kind of the same and somewhat disconnected from aquaponics. But one thing that's really kind of important to me, and something I want to continue to explore, and I've done a good bit of work seeking to explore, is collaborative community work, and the thoughts of that for me is kind of what I wanted to share, because I think it works and applies to all of us in the online space and in the education space and in the plotting world takeover and a new food system space, which is what I continue to wonder about and expect that we can achieve. So to that end, I've been creating a bit of a infrastructure to support a community network, and in the next month or two, I'm going to be kind of inviting some of my thought leaders and friends, people really in this natural farming and food space, to kind of collaborate on how a collaborative network works. And what I've found as I've explored this thought and line of thinking is that there's very little, if really any, examples of that to pull from. I see it in attempted in communities and the kind of in-person stuff, but a network that touches the online space that really is kind of by us, so to speak, is something I don't have a lot of experience with, but I desperately want to explore. And so I found some people that can kind of mentor that, and have been working to to seek that out. One of the things I wanted to share in regards to that is a series of they tried to rip concept out of my brain, and we did hours of kind of development thought and kind of work, and I wanted to share some of, I guess, my words that were written down. And I would love, I don't know how much ability do we have, Steve, to chat with or receive questions from the community?
Yeah, so we actually have live guests in chat here. Oh man, my camera turned off. In the YouTube. So we
Perfect.
can actually link here.
Yeah, I would love to hear thoughts.
I'll scan and put anything I see coming up in the chat here on.
Perfect. Yeah, that sounds great. I'm going to jump into share screen and just go through a few thoughts, and jump back. It's a tiny bit off topic, but it is definitely one of the leading things I'm working on, and something that I would love this community support in as well, just as it's forming. It really is a space that is moving away from stuff about me. In my space, I've had a really hard time being into marketing my own thing, and I've found, getting to the bottom of it, kind of found that I don't like the about me marketing, spending time kind of telling about me. So this is sadly more of that, but it is to the end of trying to come to a space where we're sharing. So I'm going to jump in here and share some thoughts. So this is the journey of kind of thought pull. So if we're developing, if I'm going to take, my whatever kind of equity in the online space to create a network that's community driven or driven by the members of it, this is kind of the answer to some of those questions. So what do you want people to feel or sense as they're participating in this community? I think hope is one of the leading desires I have to see rise in our agricultural space. I think a lot of people have a need to make income from the reading the chat, sorry. A need to make income from the work they're doing in agriculture. And I think a lot of people have struggled with this, both in the cannabis realm and in the food realm, especially with cannabis kind of becoming something that big organizations are throwing a ton of money back without the need for immediate returns. I think it messes with the hope of a future in agriculture. And so both the community support and the technology that natural farming is, I think there's a real possibility for hope to be a rallying point and a place we kind of come to together. Feeling a part of something, trust being being able to rely on the character and actions of those that are in community with them. And I think part of that for me, though I love the idea of just having a bunch of trustworthy people, I think part of it for me is to come up with a bit of a ritual and creed around what people are signing in up for. And again, back to us not having a whole lot of examples to look at on what does it mean to share space in the online space, to create a place where, you know, we all know that anybody can portray any sort of persona online quite easily that is disconnected from their real world life. And so in brands in general, we are all trained from a young age to look at marketing as a prettied up version of whatever it is that's going on. And I think that exploring really what it is to be not just me and not just a few friends that I know I can trust, but a broader community that have a commitment to a shared accountability, a shared vision that allows for real trust in the community. So that is definitely, for me, in the realm of social experiment, but one I feel like is really achievable with just some kind of, I'm like, as much as signing on the dotted line and having real commitment. So that's been a fun exploration and still challenging, but again, more to do. Feeling a part of something shared. I feel like this is really something that's on the leaders to really create the space to invite people in, to not just something that they get to be a fan club in, but something they get to own and really have as part of something they are doing. So that's probably one of the kind of leading bodies of work is really enabling true shared space that is also protected from negative disruptors or those, because as you open stuff up to a broad group, there is the need still to regulate the those that would disrupt or bring down or come against the core vision and values of the group. It's just like a moderator does in an online space, but this being a little bit more shared in the sense of work and opportunity, and collaborative work and or referrals, the need for a real sense of security that this can't be upended by one or two outliers. That would be so yeah, moderation, if you will, of the space being created. Inspired and excited, supported, to share a compassionate view of the world, one where the plights of others are actually something that we're working together to participate in. Justice. So this is as real as standing together, not in war, but in agreement and kind of shared skill, expertise, ability, resource to combat what is a world full of injustice. This is not an idealistic kind of view of this word either, to participate in justice. It's something that I did some of my college in, and have since done a great deal of international justice work, seeking to affect the change of those that are being oppressed in this agricultural space, and to provide a bit of relief and or correction to that injustice. And that's an example would be much of the raw resource in Africa is bought out of Africa in its raw state, so increased value can be created in other countries. And working with groups that are keeping some of these raw resources, teaching people how to take cotton and make high quality fibers with colors that then are able to be sold at a higher price than the per pound cotton they're selling it for. And those steps and details are it's a journey. This is a lifelong journey, and one that requires a whole lot more than one people or a handful of people. And so, but putting it out there, giving framework and inviting participation is kind of the goal. Love being the motivator, the reason, experiencing the love that nature is, that we have the sun that comes daily free and abundant, and the rain that falls, and the soil that's good for growing. Then we can seek to equip others to be able to use those same gifts, and also not just give somebody a handout, but equip them like we'd want to be equipped with tools and knowledge, so that they have their own sovereignty intact. Awe, I think, is important because the reality is this nature is bigger than us. We're a little part in this whole thing, and I think if we're truly coming up against natural law and participating with it as our how, that awe is pretty necessary, that we're humbled by this massive and complex, beautiful painting that nature is. All right, these are my quotes, which is weird to read and very personal, but again, I'm exploring something in this online space, and I want to share it while it's raw. And I'll have much more to share in the next year, but hope is something I need to lean into personally in this season, but also there's a lot of shit that's the opposite of hope going on in the world. What's going on with food and information. So this is just a leaning into what I feel like is a bit of the answer. I'm skipping this one. We know it, but it doesn't need to be laid out again. Just that we're in crisis in that mental space for people. Hope can be a kind of rallying point to invite people to participate in a hopeful endeavor. There's a lot of the right kind of power in that concept and that offering, that invitation. Hope looks like a bright sunrise. I was asked, what does hope look like? Hope looks like a bright sunrise on the other side of a dark battlefield, a dark ominous cloud that the sunrise cuts through. Looks like light on the horizon, the light at the end of the tunnel. It's something that inspires overcoming of the current obstacle to reach the future one. What does hope feel like? Hope feels like a warm place in the chest when there's constricting cold. What does hope taste like? Hope tastes like sustenance. What does it smell like? Fresh rain in the forest or in the forests. Hope is peaceful, but not always. Sometimes it's a battle call, but worth it. trust is a big one for me. One of the things I associate with trust is character. Just like natural farming, skill-based, not everybody's good at it just because they have the recipe. There's some practice. I think that it's reasonable to recognize that not everybody knows how to walk out in a collaborative space and be somebody that can be relied on equally, or have their normal be trustworthy. And that isn't even saying that these aren't trustworthy people. I think to some degree, we just as a broader community haven't been told or learned what it is to kind of be those that share space, that work together in kind of collaboration, cohesion, really not rubbing rough up against each other, but can kind of come to lean on a community dedicated to the same thing. So this is one that still is exploratory for me, because I know that there's a great deal of risk in that, but I think that it's really something that I want in the community I'm participating in, and I think there's a way forward in that. And then as for the broader group, I want people to be able to trust in the motivation, the why, that it's not all just some money grab, but has good intentions, worthy leadership, worthy vision and goals, use of time, even honesty and failures and shortcomings is a part of trust. I like the idea of people feeling a part of something, that they can be a part of something shared. I think that plotting world takeover and changing the topography of the agricultural environment worldwide needs to be a bit grassroots, in that there needs to be those who take up their own version. This has been something that I've thought a lot about in teaching and being a mentor to a lot of people. I think what I see is natural farming as a movement that needs to have heads and feet and arms, and it needs to be something that spreads and gains steam, gains speed beyond any one person. Grassroots being that any one place you find it, it is the whole structure is there in the local environment, the local people. This affected me a lot in kind of thinking about growing right off the bat, and I answered, I see if I become too high of a central point, this is in the natural farming community, and outpace everybody that's learning, then we aren't grassroots, widespread, decentralized movement. So initially, while teaching, I avoided having all the answers laid out right out the gate, and waited for other leaders and communicators to come and show up and participate. And now there are those others that speak. There's not necessarily one person or one thing to put down. If you see us, natural farmers, or as a rebellion against the evil forces that rule the agricultural oppression, people that have their own responsibility to carry it forward. So this is something I care a lot about, and I've tried to foster teaching teachers, and I feel like it's there. If we were to create a network that really armed people's experience or journey, or gave them ability to participate, then we stop being something people look at and see what someone else is doing, and instead see a movement they can be a part of. And this is important for me, that it's not looked at or held up as others experience what's going on as something that others are doing, but something that they can jump into. As much as it is a grassroots movement I want people to be a part of, I also recognize that people get encouraged by watching me do all the stuff and go after the things that are inspiring to me, working in the third world, teaching, giving free information, not being super greedy in my approach. I teach my students how to teach. They can be in competition if they wanted. which many of them are that kind of community. It would be really cool for people to share a kind of compassionate view to encourage that kind of picture of the world: compassion, justice, maybe, and love, perspective on the difficulties in Myanmar, for example, in Cambodia, or places in Africa, and why it's important. In the US, recognition that farmers aren't bad people using toxic chemicals, but those that are stuck and need a good solution, an answer to be profitable, so that they don't use toxic protocol, GMO seeds. Then you have to sign up for the spray and all the stuff that goes with it. And there's a lot of intention, power, and money in that whole program. Compassion for farmers that are stuck in that system and people that don't have access to good food because it's expensive. And in the third world, all the ways we can be compassionate because people don't have access to good food and stable farming practices. So I guess this is kind of the a theme or an attitude I would hope that we could share as this grows. Those that aren't, bashing the people that come in the door with their own issues and chains on, but can be those that support continually the movement forward. And yeah, it's not super common. We have a lot on our plates all individually, so being compassionate to the plight of others is not something you see a lot. A lot of greedy exploitation causes a lot of our problems in agriculture. Sharing knowledge unlocks those shackles, sorry, typo, and becomes an act of justice. So community to share and increase in knowledge, and not just the knowledge we have so far, but the knowledge that we develop by doing this. There's endlessly we're coming up with new things and new ways to kind of scale natural farming for agricultural purposes or add a tool. Steve has been a great thought partner in that. We're always developing new details and ways to kind of do this in agriculture. So I've really enjoyed that, and I want more of that. Love is ultimately the motivation. Love is the thing that brings about inspiration. To love people in the network, I show love to students, and then invite them to come back and co-teach. I've done this so far only free, bringing training the trainers, my Soil Smith program, and teaching the teachers has been something that I've paid them for, or paid for their lunches and bought them stuff they haven't paid. And so that being kind of a leading way that I can kind of initiate that kind of motivation, show it as an example, and then they get the opportunity to duplicate that treatment with those they encounter. They can be a culture that can be a culture that's created or fostered to teach each other that way. So I see that as something that's ultimately needs to be initiated, and others can duplicate. I feel ultimately like there's an overarching theme of love in nature. As we see the sunrise, I said this earlier, there's a kind of theme we encounter, and I think that inspires a response of love. We can do that interpersonally, showing redemptive love, not necessarily deserving love, but that love that enables people to respond in kind. That's a lot of how love works, the catalyst that then fosters reciprocation and or the same done to others. So I try to create that, or have tried to create that as part of the culture and community, and have that be a central pillar as people learn, duplicated in creative ways. So this is a bit of how I see community expanding into the lives of each other, where there's kind of a culture that's agreed on. It doesn't have to be necessarily spoken, but that people experience that same kind of action and get the opportunity to participate in kind. Creative love, intentional action, you can't make people do that. It has to be taught or demonstrated, especially to people who haven't been taught or seen that demonstrated in the past. especially in cannabis. They have this gobble up or be gobbled up mentality, and it transfers pretty easily, and everybody's pretty okay with it because it's normal. And awareness of other people and the effects of others' actions is kind of what I hope to be a part of, and that's something that I need more of too, and people I'm in community with. All ties into inspired, the things that not everyone can participate in. They go and see the work, wonder of the work, the examples of me working with big farms and seeing natural farming work at scale, seeing me in a war environment in Zimbabwe or Hill Tribe in another country. That watching, that seeing stuff that seems so big can really be the kind of thing that people gravitate towards and want to support in some of the peripheral ways. Good documentation or video can be a part of that. I'm a content creator and good at communicating. This is kind of how do we inspire? And what I hope is that we can do more of documenting some of the things people are doing worldwide that are part of community, so that others can be kind of be inspired, can get ideas on how to move forward. So just a few more. Farmers are stuck, which creates a stuckedness in our food supply, a stuckedness in our health. If you don't have access to high quality food, illness and disease are part of the outcome of that. What's the dream? An effective agricultural system. Farmers drive Mercedes and grocers drive Hondas. That's that quote from my teacher, Master Cho. More of the dream that farmers create nutrient dense food and are required by better prices or more exposure. Basically, that the entirety of the market starts to demand this other type of food. There's stability in that, not a greedy middleman, sovereignty for farmers, a whole system, a farmer on their land producing their income from their land, not needing a whole bunch of products, becoming a picture of sovereignty for humanity, that anybody could make a decent income producing food. The dream that there's community connectedness that comes through an agricultural system, especially those that are beautiful and inviting or just healthy. It touches on agrarian society. Agrarian societies end up being healthy for humans versus digital societies that have consequences for humans. We're not robots. We have impact on our environment. We understand the impact of the psychological role that nature plays. Humans having to wear hazmat suits to interact with food, that's pretty distant from what we need. Healing is a part of this journey. So this is continuing on the hope that we have a different system for our kids. This is my dream, that my children have a better scenario where they can go to the grocery store, and instead of most of the things being toxic, causing autoimmune disease or gluten disorder, that they find medicine on the shelves, that all the food is healthy. I'm huge into generosity. I feel there's a great deal of gift given in the whole process of natural farming, giving it away, nature being a gift, transparency, showing the process. I don't love the idea of hiding any of the knowledge, putting something I feel like should be shared behind a paywall. I teach more in the free space, and there's no inhibition to the success for people. This is hard because there's not a lot of ways to teach and make income. It's kind of limited to a few kind of avenues, and at the same time, like, this knowledge, we just want it to be out there and be out there really well, but even making it really accessible or packaged really well so people have access to good, well-made educational content, that costs money, that takes time and away from your other work. And so this is another exploration that I want to kind of put out to community participation. Warring against oppression as part of the why, like the whole system is stuck in a pit created by those that see income potential. You're really just putting a ladder in the pit and letting people out. money by itself is not a motivator. Whenever it has been, whenever it has been a job just for money, I've seen issues. The only word is love, loving people I'm teaching, conscientious care of what I'm doing, the quality of and or value of what I'm producing because I care about the people. When we're talking about international aid or US takeover, it has to be taught, it has to be part of the communication that the product is a combination of the dealing with a physical need and the spiritual one. For the community to not just be greedy, not even that people will be greedy with the information or hoard knowledge or feeling love, but that they do the same, a culture that's passed on with it. So this is the idea that teaching isn't just the knowledge, but that we can teach a culture with the knowledge. And so that is a bit of this journey I'm on. I'm in the midst of it. And it is a lot harder than I thought it would be because people don't know how to do this passively. It's not like some thing that everybody learns how to do, conscious community and togetherness. We are in an era of online space where we can be really it can be a really funky space. And so yeah, I'm inviting some meetings with thought leaders, and like I said, I have some facilitators I'm working with to try and yeah, find a way where we can have a shared agrarian culture in the super weird digital space that we have. But we're doing it. We're having conferences like these and coming together on things we love, and I just kind of want to lean into that and see if we can't continue to do it better. So that's a lot of what I've been working on with my free time. As you know, people say that word, and I'm like, yeah, I don't know that I know that word much, but it's been a fun journey and continues to be. So I have more to share, a new brand that has nothing to do with my name, which is great. And yeah, and a network. And so that's for all kind of ag, I think, and aquaponics in the midst of it. So I hope to share more of the how, so that we can we can copy each other and continue to be in online spaces and community spaces that would really give us joy and help us as humans. That's kind of a good bit of what I'm hoping for. I don't understand this question. Using water that chickpeas have been rehydrated in, or the water of red lentils. Yeah, bean milk can, or kind of the bean wash can definitely be. So there's a question from Michael Quistgard, and beans water using Start Lab. I think start with rice water if you can, and then use bean milk instead of dairy milk if you want to jump into kind of vegan LAB. Any thoughts on that, Steve? I know I haven't shared that too much with you, but we talk about it.
I know it is an option. One thing I wanted to mention too is, so in the United States, cannabis regulations mean you can't do dairy products that are built from animals, but you are allowed to do vegan versions. So you can do like vegan infused cheeses that chemically are functionally the same thing. You just can't do it from a cow milk. You can do it from bean milk. So it is absolutely another option if you're trying to diversify, particularly with cannabis products, and want to follow this method. And you actually have a great video on how to convert your curds to cheese that you did too.
That was a terrible video. It needs to be a better one. That one was pretty sad.
Well, it fooled me.
It can work.
Had
It
me
can work,
convinced
but
too.
there's definitely better methods I've learned along the way. So I need to redo that one. You need a double boiler. The key that what's missing in that is the double boiler. I have the pan with the cheese in it right on the hot plate, and I need the water bowl and then put the pan in the water bowl. So double boiler is the key for cooking down your cheese. That's what I left out of that video, which is why I don't like it.
Anything, any other interesting refinements that you've had in working down there in Costa Rica? And I get some incredible content on IMO and a bunch of other wonderful things that you were doing down there. What any other things? I know one of the things that you taught me this year was adding the vermicompost to the LIMOs and stuff like that. So
Yeah, Limo with vermicompost is great. I think that I did put a real quick video on how to build a worm tower online. That was new this year or end of last year, and I really haven't gotten into talking a ton about vermicompost, but that's something that when we were doing our farm in Hawaii, I kept pretty central in everything we're doing. So liquid IMO is definitely helped if you have good vermicompost. I wouldn't say that just because you can buy vermicompost somewhere that it's good. But yeah, bringing in that life can be really helpful. And so I think it's what I've seen is that you can actually kind of catalog or shelf some of your microbial diversity in a good worm farm. So I kind of do natural farming, worm farming. So I'm adding in IMO, failed IMO 1. I'm adding in the leftovers from FPJ, even OHN, and any of those natural yeasts and stuff that are and fungi and bacteria that are coming in from those processes and materials are getting kind of banked in my worm bin, and then I kind of can keep adding to that over time. And I feel like I continue to kind of maintain an increasing diversity if I'm continuing to bring in not just food stuff and scraps or raw materials for the worms to eat, but also some microbial or microbially rich material. And so I think that that can be done with we've been playing with on a large scale Johnson Stew, a big Johnson Stew, because Johnson Stew is basically worm farming. And so taking that, getting your Johnson Stew started and then inoculating it with all your IMOs and really maintaining it as a worm farm, you can then pull from it. So for some of these large scale guys, one of my clients in Iowa has been playing with combining natural farming and this Johnson Stew, and it's going really well. So I think just worm farming in general being something that I've always done and added it into natural farming, but haven't talked about a whole lot because it wasn't, core information or things I was taught. It was kind of an addition or something I was adding. And but I really think that it's a huge part of kind of getting diversity. Yeah. Thanks for letting me talk about community and agriculture. I know that's somewhat off topic, but it's literally something I'm going after and running with. I think that I want to see more and more of that be what we talk about and what we do well as a community. All right, a couple more questions here. Weston Rob, if Chris had to start an orchard from scratch, how would he do it? Would he buy pre-grown trees or wait for new ones to germinate? Cheers. Definitely would buy pre-grown trees or germinate and graft them. I wouldn't start any sort of food orchard without grafted trees. you're basically doing a seed run where you're looking for or hoping at some genetic diversity if you do from seed trees, because there is diverse expression in trees just like in cannabis. And you would have kind of helter-skelter. You'd have a whole lot of diverse expression of that seed throughout the orchard, and that inconsistency could lead to some trees, flowering earlier, or some trees holding on to their fruit later. It could really mess with kind of your economy of workflow. And you might not get enough good trees to be financially viable by the time they're all supposed to be fruiting, and now you're out of business. So yeah, definitely grafted trees, whether you graft them or buy grafted ones, absolutely. And then I would prepare the holes that the trees are going to go in 1 week before planting with IMO and liquid IMO or liquid nutrient to kind of activate it. So dig the hole, leave it exposed to the sky, full of microbes and whatnot, so that there can be some activity that gets going on in the walls of that hole. You don't want to take a $10 tree and put it in a 3-cent hole. You want to put a $10 tree in a $10 hole. And really, I think the hole you create and how you prepare it is probably one of the most important things with planting trees or orchard planting. All right. What insects would you use to make IPMO to halt the current caterpillar plague I'm experiencing here in Australia? Caterpillars are not actually, the moths are not as highly affected as some of the other insects we could deal with IPMO. So IPMO, there's huge fungal predators for insects with a carapace. Though moths have some sort of exoskeleton, I would not say that that is maybe the best tech. Bacillus thuringiensis is a pretty good tool for caterpillars, and that is a very exact application protocol. If you want to have success with that, learn about the life cycle and application protocol and timing of spraying BT, and get it on religiously, put it on just like it's supposed to go on, and you will knock down that population drastically. I don't think IPMO is the right tool for the job with caterpillars. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree too. There is some SOPs out there now for collecting your own BT. If you can find some caterpillars or enough caterpillars from a population, you can usually find a few that are infected and culture them that way, but it's a bit of a pain in the ass to do.
And BT is quite effective, pretty cheap, and pretty easy to apply. So I think it's in the realm of natural. I mean, some say that there's, we shouldn't have that in our gut and but drink your liquid IMO and you'll probably be fairly unaffected by the BT.
No, that's also one of the safest and most widely used things for treating mosquitoes as well, in a way that's safe for the local environment without having a huge negative impact on a lot of the other off-target insects. So.
Yeah, I used it when I did aquaponics. It was my one kind of addition that I didn't create myself, and it was invaluable. Yeah, for aquaponics, I would. Is it? It works for fungus gnats?
Yeah.
They eat it and ruins their gut.
It affects the larva, is my understanding, but I've used it, successfully at application many times in aquaponics to eliminate them.
I learned something new. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that.
Anything else that you learned with your IMO collections aside from don't grab snakes?
I had a ton of rain I was dealing with while I was putting out collections in Costa Rica. And so just effectively, and easily tarping them was something I kind of battled with. And so, yeah, a nicely stretched, tough enough piece of plastic, um, creates a good roof. I mean, really, what else? What else was helpful? One of the keys is just tucking one little piece of fungi in before you close the paper towel. I've been meaning to put that in a new video online. Actually, I think I did. No, I did make a new IMO1 video last year, end of last year. So a few details in there that are hugely important. So if you haven't seen the new IMO1 video, I think that would be helpful to give you a few tips and tricks. And then no, I think I was making a big pile of IMO, and I used a bunch of red soil from a leaf cutter anthill. And the hope was that whatever resistance the leaf cutters created in their anthill, I could kind of find things to chew on those resistance, and maybe even the proteins that the leaf cutters are creating in IMO. That experiment is ongoing. We're kind of looking at how the leaf cutters are affected by this most recent application of IMO. But yeah, I'm gonna circle back to really doing IPMO with zombie fungus and ants that have been predated on by fungi, and use that as inoculum for small batch IMO, and do that in a liquid and a foliar, really kind of spot treating where the ants are, and see if we can't cultivate one of the fungi that shows me a pattern of, or a line of death leading back to the leaf cutter anthill. It was all ants. That was the big pest. Still is the big pest in Costa Rica where we were farming. And so my questions are ongoing on the best way to do that. So if people have ideas, go ahead and shoot me an Instagram message. And but yeah, no, I didn't just IPMO protocol for ants, but I didn't really I didn't collect them and put them out in a IMO1, which is the next thing I'll try and do. But it's kind of hard to get. I think maybe with a small little like vacuum cleaner going down the line of leaf cutters and sucking up a bunch of leaf cutter ants. I was like, how am I going to collect these things? So that was one of the things that will happen in the next few months if the leaf cutters aren't inhibited by the IMO itself.
Those little keyboard vacuum cleaners work pretty good for getting the insects without killing them.
little dust devil, little handheld dealy bob. Yeah, that's on the list.
I was like, I think I messaged you the other day, but the Thais are really like rice vinegar. They'll pour it on the nests and near the openings and stuff, and the ants really hate it.
They hate the smell or what?
I have no idea. It's just that's what I've had two separate people tell me that's kind of like the go-to for keeping them out of the garden and keeping them off the cannabis plants, at least. So
rice vinegar, what's the dilution? Full strength?
They're just taking pure rice vinegar and pouring it near the entrances or near the nests or near the where the holes are, and just kind of pouring it down. So
all right,
I think it's more of a deterrent than anything else, but they seem to swear by it. So apparently it's doing something.
I just want to see lines of zombie fungus or zombie ants. They're beautiful creatures though. Long lines of beautiful ants working hard, carrying their little banners of leaves.
Oh yeah, I've seen them when I was down in Peru. They're quite amazing, and it really, it's so cool how they chew up the leaf material and then use it to culture a fungus and then
Yeah.
feed off fungus. It's so crazy.
Yeah, I found pockets of their ferment. It was pretty cool. Little pile of fermenting food. Well, I hope to circle back next year and have a whole story to tell about a community of natural farmers working together. I am taking a large job in India to educate farmers there. It's a group that wants to provide resource to farmers that are getting gentrified out of their land. And it's very ambitious, 500 farmers a year for 5 years, along with other things. So that's one of the things I'll be working on in the second quarter of this year.
Nice. We could like have an excuse to go to Nepal for a long weekend or something.
I've never been to Nepal or India, so I'm excited, and it'll require a bunch of support from the community or people to help me teach. So that's one of the launching points of this idea of collaborative network.
Awesome. Well, thank
Yeah.
you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
It's always fun to talk to you. You guys can find out 4 to 6 hours more content on Chris in podcast episodes on the show. And then he's also done quite a few other talks, both on the last year's conference and the year before, as well as a bunch of other little content videos that we've done with Chris in the past. So thank you so much, Chris. And also, before we let you go, I wanted to quick throw this up as well. I've had a chance to take his online course. Be sure to check it out if you're looking for a good online resource for KNF. It's very, very good. It's very extensive, and he put a lot of time and effort into it. And he has also the latest for his in-person courses and other things that he's teaching. So be sure to check that out at christrump.com.
Yep, just click on courses. Cool. Thanks, Steve.
Awesome. Thanks a lot, and look forward to hearing more from what you're up to in the future.
Yeah, see you guys later. Have fun.
And while we wait for Bob to connect here, he should be joining us momentarily. We have our speakers. Here's all the different companies represented by our speakers here. Be sure to check them out and support them when possible. If there's anything that they can provide you, we try to show them some love. People represented from all over the world here, Mexico and all across the US, South Africa, Thailand, and elsewhere. So be sure to check that out. Just waiting on Bob here. Why don't we go ahead and play the copyleft video, and hopefully, like last time, the speaker will be...
magic has worked and it brings a guest again. You betcha.
Yes. All right.
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yep. Right with you. Sorry.
That works like magic every time.
How's it going? Can you hear me or not?
Oh, yes, we can hear you. Thank you so much. Every time we have a little bit of a bump in the road, we just play the copyleft video and the speaker shows up. So it seems to be working without fail.
Not a problem. Well, I've had a yeah, according to my schedule, it's 10 o'clock. It's another hour before I started, so I wasn't too sure what was going on there.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was some kind of I must have gotten the time zones wrong with the Australia. I'm sorry. With the time
That's all
shift
good.
and everything with America, I must have fudged that up. I apologize.
That is all good. I'm just trying to work things out on my end, like how I put my virtual background on.
I apologize.
It's all good. So how do you upload your own background?
So the virtual background, just where the camera button is, there's a little arrow.
Yep.
Just hit the arrow and it'll say choose virtual background. And then there'll be a little plus sign at the top right. Just hit that. You can add
Gotcha.
your own.
Gotcha. So sorry for making this riveting entertainment, folks.
Oh, it's fine. We've had very minor technical issues. We had way bigger issues yesterday morning with trying to get Zoom to connect to YouTube. So this is
Oh, sweet. Fair
there
enough.
we go.
There we go. Cool. So,
Great.
been
Thank you.
enjoying. It's been going well for you all.
Oh, yes. It's been a wonderful conference and we're really excited to have you on. For those of you that don't know who Rob Bob is, he's probably the single best source of beginner education on aquaponics, and then also a lot of more advanced topics as well. He really covers a lot of different topics in aquaponics in depth. He also has some really good beginner education, a whole bunch of other great stuff, a really cool Patreon group where he has a really great community videos and all kinds of great stuff. So be sure to check him out on YouTube and his other wonderful content.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, so I do have something worked out for you all to share, but I just need to arrange my screen so I can see what's going on. And here we go. Cool. So you'd like me to share my screen, I take it?
Sure.
Share screen. So what I thought I'd do is a little bit of an introduction to aquaponics. And I'm not sure how well that is turning out. Can you guys actually, sorry about this, mate. I'm just a total noob when it comes to working with PowerPoint and that online, and I can't see the screen as such. So
I was gonna say we can see your screen just fine. It looks really, really clear.
Cool.
Really good.
Not a problem. Well, introduction to aquaponics. I've pretty much all figured I would start off with a what is aquaponics for you folks who really aren't familiar. Obviously, most of you guys out there who are watching this are going to be familiar with what aquaponics is. It's the merging of both aquaculture, which is the farming of fish in either wild environments in cages, pens, or whatever, and also the growing of hydroponic plants in a soilless medium, which no doubt the majority of you folks are all familiar with. And yeah, luckily enough, aquaponics has a couple of little friendly helpers that gets them to work together, and that's the bacteria. The bacteria pretty much will the driving force of aquaponics. You have a couple of different varieties. You have ammonia oxidizing ones that will oxidize the waste generated by the fish, both ammonia and ammonium, into nitrite. And then you have nitrobacter and other nitrite oxidizing bacteria that will then convert that nitrite into plant available nitrate, even though there are other forms of nitrogen that are plant available as well. So yeah, all part of a happy ecosystem, and it's pretty much all the bacteria that gets the aquaculture and the hydroponics working together. The cycle is pretty basic. As you can see, you have some fish food. You feed that to the fish. The protein within that food is converted into waste ammonia and ammonium, which is excreted out of the fish's gills. And then the bacteria get to work, the nitrous amonas and other nitrite oxidizing bacteria convert it to nitrite. And then again, the nitrobacter and other bacteria converted into nitrate. It's available to the plants. It's clean from the water, and it's safe for the fish to basically swim in that environment due to the low nitrate levels. Rightio. And next on, we need to, when we decide to set up our aquaponic system, we pretty much will have to create our own little nitrogen cycle, so we can get the fish in clean water, basically, take care of all that ammonium and ammonia that they release themselves. So what we tend to do is cycle the system. That's what people pretty much all call it, bit of a common term. So we're actually creating a nitrogen cycle, and we're doing so by adding an ammonium source. The popular ones are things like ammonium hydroxide, which is cleaning ammonia with no perfumes or surfactants or soaps in it, anything like that. Ammonium chloride, which is big in the aquarium trade. There's a couple of branded products that are based on this. You can even use things such as Charlie Carp or fish emulsion, which is made from a pest species here in Australia. And I think Maxicrop is a version of fish emulsion over in the States. And you can also use the fish feed you intend to feed the fish themselves, basically by dosing the system with the same amount you'd be feeding your fingerlings or new fish on a daily basis to create that cycle. Now, what you will need, though, is a test kit, so you can monitor the elevation of the ammonia within the system and know how the cycling is going, the cycling process. Can take anywhere up to a couple of months, depending on your climate, where you live, the heat, and also the ammonia source. But for our climate here, we're in the subtropics. You can see up there, day 1, we got an ammonia reading pretty much well straight away. Day 4, the ammonia had pretty much well disappeared. That's probably because I was using some recycled medium from an earlier system. But we got a spike in the nitrite, which went up to around about, I'd say, between 0.25 and 0.5 parts per million. And we started to see a little bit of nitrate accumulate in that end test. And then day 7, the nitrite climbed higher, so did the nitrate. And by day 14, we only had trace amount of ammonia, which is something you will find in most aquaponic systems. 0 nitrite, which means those bacteria getting in there and doing their job, and elevated levels of nitrate. So pretty much all by those readings, I could tell the system was cycled. And this chart down here gives you a little bit of an idea on what goes on. You get a raise in your ammonia level until the bacteria kick in and start to oxidize the nitrite. And around about the same time, you get those nitrite oxidizing bacteria coming in and raising the nitrate level. And yeah, once you see the levels drop right down, you know your system is pretty much well cycled. And there's a couple of easy ways to kickstart the system. Like I mentioned, I had old media, which had a little bit of bacteria already on there. So I kickstarted the system that way. So if you know someone with a system already, or a healthy aquarium even, get some of that filter material or some media from their system, pop it in your grow beds, and away you go. A little bit of a kickstart of that cycling process. So that's pretty much all how you started out to look after the ammonia, the nitrite and the nitrate, so the fish can live in a friendly environment. But there's other microorganisms and biota in the systems as well. You'll find they naturally occur when you plant your seedlings in, if they've been grown in a compost mix. Quite often they will come in from the air. The addition of compost worms, which we use to chew through the leftover roots and any organic matter that has fallen on the surface of the beds. They will also have some of these microorganisms on them, things like protozoa, nematodes, and even fungi, which I'm sure you guys have already heard about a bit, mycorrhiza, through the last 48 hours. They can occur in aquaponics as well. Sometimes they're introduced and sometimes they'll just turn up out of the blue. Most people, by the way, don't test for these sort of things, don't look for the samples, but it is possible to find them in systems. Next up, how a basic aquaponic system works. It's pretty easy, really. You've got a load of fish down in the fish tank, and they're excreting ammonia plus other solid waste out the other end, and that is being picked up by a pump of some description and delivered into a grow bed. Now, this grow bed provides the home for the bacteria. The bacteria are living on the media itself. They're being supplied food from the bacteria. They're being supplied oxygen as the beds flood and drain, if it's a flood and drain bed, or from the well oxygenated water in this fish tank. Don't pay attention to this fish tank. It should have air stones in it as well, but you know, it was a bit of a rush job. And from there, the bacteria convert the ammonia all the way through to nitrate, where it is taken up by the plants. And ultimately, that nitrate is removed from the system as we harvest it for our own consumption. So it's a pretty basic, easy cycle to follow along. It's just imperative that before we add fish to most systems, that we do set up this cycling, this nitrogen cycle, so we can look after all the ammonia and ammonium generated by the fish. Now, to make your own little backyard aquaponic system, it's pretty basic. There's all sorts of equipment you can use. Old fish tanks, loads of people use old fish tanks. A food grade suitable plastic, whether it's a concrete mixing tray, some sort of storage tote, or some sort of large tub. They're great for starting off small little aquaponic systems, either on verandas or on decks or patios, whatever, or even inside under lights. But do try and make sure that they are UV stabilized and also that they're made from food grade plastic. And these are just a couple of examples of the sorts of things you can make from these little tanks and whatnot. Over here in the top left-hand corner, we have just a basic little tote system. It is a couple of totes, one a little bit smaller than the other, a little goldfish down the bottom there, clay balls with a bell siphon, very cheap to make. This one here was a picture sent in by Lewis. Again, a larger tote down the bottom with a bit of shade covering for the fish. And then the water is pumped up through a little canister filter at the back there. And then that overflows into a media bed, which by the looks of it has a little bit of a flood and drain style bell siphon on there. In Gurkhan here in Australia, he's basically set up a little tray over the top of his fish pond, aerated nicely through a little waterfall that overflows into the pond itself. So even ponds in the backyard can be utilised into aquaponic systems. Mate Anthony runs an Australian aquaponics group. He set up this real kick-ass aquaponic system in his kitchen, basically a nice long aquarium down the bottom, and then goes straight up into a grow bed. And you might be able to see some lights up there. I think they're a Spider Farmer light, LED light, that illuminate the grow bed right there in the kitchen, right next to his fridge. And a couple of more aquarium examples, pretty basic flood and drain looking jobbies. Some are just benchtop units. Others you can actually build a nice little arrangements to go around them to get them fit into the decor. And this one from Jayandra here, also in Australia, is pretty kick-ass as well. A basic little aquarium down the wall, a little feature with some pots that run from one level down to the other, all the way back down into the fish tank. So there's a whole different way, you know, there's many different ways you can set up these little aquaponic systems if you just want to get your feet wet with a couple of, with a little, you know, trial run with fish tanks or totes or whatever. Now, if you want to go a little bit bigger, you've got things that make it a little bit cheaper, things like the recycled drums, 50-gallon, 200-litre drums, smaller ones. That one there's about a 50-litre, so probably about a 12-gallon drum. IBC totes, generally around about 265 gallons or 1,000 litres, or even though you can get some a little bit larger. And you can find these on places like Craigslist and over here in Australia, Gumtree and places like that. I've picked up IBCs as little as $50 each, anywhere up to this black one here. It cost me about 150 each from memory, because they are UV stabilized and no light can penetrate, which just makes them a little bit easier to work with later on down the track when there's a lot of nutrient-rich water in there. A few examples of little barrel systems. This was our first aquaponic system, actually, made by barrels that were washed up through the 2011 floods we found around the place, washed them out and turned them into a couple of grow beds. And down the bottom, we had another 50-gallon, 200-litre barrel, and that hosed a host of goldfish and some yabbies, and just created a small little basic flood and drain system. Water enters in the back, and just when the bell siphons were triggered, it just flowed directly down into the base. And we found we had so much air flowing through there that we, through the splashing of water, we didn't actually have any air stones in that little jobby. Down here, we have a little chop. Whoops, sorry, on the back. Oh no, there we go. Down here, we've got a little chop and flip jobby. It's a barrel. You chop the top off, flip it over, a little inlet on the left-hand side, a bell siphon on the right-hand side, and just the water cycling through. Not something I'd throw fish in, table fish as such, just little ornamental fish. And yeah, it grew us a load of herbs and greens. That one was actually cycled using urine, which you can also use as a fertilizer as well. But we cycled that one with urine before the fish went in. Took off nicely, as you can see, some very, very green looking plants there. And over here, we have a submission from Chris. He did a chop and flip barrel, slightly different due to the top of the barrel that he was using. But the barrel down the bottom actually has some goldfish in it. And he was growing a couple of strawberries up the top, just in some river rock, and it grew very well for him. In fact, I think it's still growing to this day. Next, some slightly larger examples using those totes. Here, Andrew's got a little chop and flip system inside under some LED lights. Basically the same idea. You get the IBC, you chop the top section off, you set it up above the base, which becomes a fish tank, and you pop a couple of fish in there, a bell siphon in the front corner, and basically floods and drains under lights. Kim went a little bit further. She actually used, by the looks of it, the base of another IBC to create a grow bed on top of a whole IBC with a little canister filter in the corner there, which we'll see in a minute. And that basically, turns into a larger fish tank, something you could throw a few more fish in, as long as you've got enough biofiltration to look after the waste. The Steve Lee over here, he's basically made a chop and flip, clad it with some old pallet boards by the look of it, make it look a little bit more schmicko. And Teal's made up one using a whole IBC with an extra grow bed off to one side, just to utilize the amount of waste that the fish will generate, because you'll find even in a small little tote system like this, they generate more than enough waste to run probably around about 2 square meters or 18 square foot of grow bed, or especially greens, as they're not very nutrient demanding. Over here, chop and flip, just run through the steps. You basically get an IBC, chop the cage off, chop a top section off the IBC itself. You can either take out a small section, depending on what you want to do with it later, or just leave it nice and tall. I'll pop the grow bed on the top using some timber slats underneath, using the cage saved from the first chop. And you have a fish tank down the bottom, pump in one corner. I like to use bell siphons just to regulate the amount of air that goes down through the media. And then you plan it out with some plants on top and pop a couple of fish down the bottom. Pretty simple, takes an afternoon to knock up. I think this unit here cost me Australian around about $200 before I bought the clay. You can use river rock, which is fairly cheap. The clay, I think, set me back around about $350 for that. So I brought the total up to around about $500. So if you use recycled things, only comes in about a couple of $100 if you're using the suitable river rock. Now, there is a few different schools of thought when it comes to filtering these small little backyard jobbies. Some people say that you need to leave all the muck in the system because that's what the plants grow on. I think you'll find there's enough suspended nutrients just in the water itself that most plants will do fine, as long as you're feeding the fish well and the tanks are well stocked. One of the reasons I like to filter is because these large root systems, as you can see, can catch a lot of muck. And as these root systems develop, those roots can entangle a lot of medium. Basically, what can happen, doesn't happen all the time, but what can happen is you can't get enough water exchange through those areas. So all these solids start to break down, and without any oxygen around them, one possibility is that the bacteria start to rob oxygen from the NO3, which is the nitrate, converting it back to NO2. You can end up with a nitrite spike, and if you haven't taken the proper precautions, like adding chloride to the system, you can end up with brown blood disease and killing your fish. Not only that, if it gets really bad, they can start to break down, and you can release things like harmful chemicals like sulfur and whatnot into the system, which can also cause hassles, not only for plant growth, but also fish health. Now, I like to set up these small little basic canister filters in these chop and flip jobbies. The main reason being, I'll give you a brief explanation. This one here, we have a bit of pipe coming through the side. There's a uniseal, which is a rubber seal. You can buy them in my shop if you're in Australia. A little uniseal that allows the pipe to run through and runs vertical. So you have a drain on the outside, a vertical pipe on the inside. The water is picked up by the pump, and because the pump smashes it together, it basically breaks it up. They're very fine solids. The water enters through this hose that goes into the bottom of the pipe. See me pointing to a small hole under my hand there. That's to stop the filter from siphoning back down into the pump, if into the sump tank or the fish tank. If the pump is turned off, just breaks the siphon. And then over the top of that hose and then around this exit pipe, we pack a whole heap of material. I like to use shave cloth because I have a lot around. You can also use things like bird netting. I've seen people use things like bottle caps as well to capture those solids and to filter them out. Also adds a little bit of biofiltration into the system. Once it's all packed in tight, you turn the water on, and as you can see, clean water comes out the top and then down over into that fill tube. And if we can just go back a bit, you might be able to see this little hole here. It's bubbling a bit. That's basically allowing a little bit of water to come out, but it also stops the siphoning, as I said, if the pump turns off, all that dirty water going back down the bottom. Now, this is a filter I'm about to clean. You can see in the top right-hand corner and around the drain there, the water's nice and clean. But all you need to do is pull off this top layer, and you can see the amount of crud that is captured underneath. This was after about 2 weeks of running. A couple of different layers, and it just gives you some idea of the amount of filth that these little basic filters can capture. And you might be able to see I've got a nut and tail jobby over there, just so it's easily removable from the system. Turn the pump off, unscrew a simple fitting, take it out, and give it a clean every week or so. And we're back to the start. Now, another basic filter that I like to use is a settling filter. There's a couple of different ones around. This one here is called a radial flow settler. This is from our first system, 40 mil pipe running into the side of the filter, and there is a stilling well in the center. The water is delivered into that stilling well, and then clean water is sent out the side. This is a larger jobby, 50-gallon drum, 200-litre drum. You can see the stilling well in the center there. I just pulled the cap off of. That has got water being delivered to it from this little line that is coming in through the fish tank. It is low enough so it can go under the edge of that stilling well, up through the top of the stilling well, and delivers water inside. Clean water again exits outside. So what happens is the water comes in at a certain velocity, just flowing rather fast. As soon as it exits that stilling well, because it's in a larger environment, the solid particulate starts to slow down, the velocity slows down, and they can settle out on the base. And that clean water again is allowed to go to the surface and out that side. And down here I have a little fines filter in the sump tank, and it just traps any of the finer solids. So these sorts of filters work best on larger systems that are multi-bed, where you have a dedicated fish tank, I found. And I'll come back to the beginning again. Next slide. This is what it looks like in the base of a radial flow settler after a week of feed. The fish were around about 300 grams at this point in time, which is almost 2/3-ish of a pound. And yeah, so they were getting a load of food, and this is the sort of solid particulate that you can expect. Down here I have a little drain fitting, a lot of suspended solids just because I've drained the filter down to a certain position. I like to pump them out either onto a garden bed, it's what I used to do, feed. This is actually under our lime tree. Or what I do now is connect a pump and deliver them into a mineralization tank. This mineralization tank has air running through it, helps to mineralize those solids and makes them plant available again. I also add in carbon sources to feed the bacteria, the aerobic bacteria. And after a while, what I'll do is about a week or so. I turn it off, let the particulate settle, take off the clean water from the top, and then that, or cleanish water full of nutrients, that gets directed directly into the grow bed to give them a little bit of an extra feed, all those minerals that had been mineralized out of that solid waste. And we're back to the start again. So that's basically a bit of a layout of the system that I was just showing you, a little bit of a basic version. Actually, no, this is more like our first system. Sorry, getting ahead of myself. This is what they call a single loop system, mainly because the water is traveling in one loop, coming up from the pump, going into the fish tank. The water entering the fish tank. Oh, also some air stones in there, just point that out. The water is entering the fish tank there, and what is happening is we're going back to the start. The water is entering the fish tank, and it is displacing water out this pipe work here called a solids lifting outlet. It's basically got a T in the top, so a siphon can't occur. The water comes out, round into that radial flow settler you saw before. The solids then fall out of suspension, collect on the bottom to be taken out later. The clean water can then move out the top through a pipe and delivered directly into the grow beds, which in this case are run by bell siphons, flooding and draining, and it is then delivered into the sump tank, and that's what makes it a single loop. Water's picked up again and then taken straight out into the grow bed, into the fish tank, and the cycle just loops around. Now this is a split flow system. This system here is very similar in that it has the same basic setup. It has a sump tank, the fish tank, the settler, and some grow beds. Now the big difference is the way the water flows. It comes up to a point where it is, if we press play, the water comes up to a point where it is split. You have one lot traveling out to the fish tank or the fish side of things, the aquaculture, and the other to the hydroponics or the plant grow side of the system. Pretty much all the same as the split flow, as the single loop, as it comes to the fish. Water comes in through the fish tank, solids are collected, and then the water is delivered back down into the sump tank. Myself and many others like to add some sort of biofiltration into that sump tank. Otherwise, basically what's going to happen is you're going to get ammonia-rich water go into the fish tank and then delivered, into the sump tank, picked up by the pump and delivered back into the fish tank. 9 times out of 10, that is going to be fine, but there's always that one occasion where you have a warmer day or the pH fluctuates a bit. The ammonium is in the presence of ammonia. It can be toxic to the fish. So I like to add some sort of biofiltration in there. If you want to learn more about that, jump onto my YouTube channel. There's other videos that explain the ammonia side of things, or buy my guide. I don't mind. I think Steve's got a link somewhere for that. And yeah, so this basically looks after that ammonia before it is pumped back into the fish tank. Not required in lightly stocked systems, but a lot of people like to push the limits and it can be a bit of an issue. So basically I like to put that in there. It can be as simple as a bit of netting in a slotted basket in the sump tank, or you can get a little bit more involved like I have with our systems, and I've set up a dedicated moving bed bioreactor. In here, basically, we have the same situation as a grow bed, whole heap of bacteria living on these little pizza wheels in here, and they are converting that ammonia all the way through to nitrate before it moves on anywhere else in the system. That way, the fish are protected. So we basically have the fish, as I showed before. I've forgotten what I've done. Oh, here we go. We're coming back to the plant side. So that's one way the water flows. The other way, it's split off into the grow beds themselves. And here we have some valves that regulate the flow into the grow bed. They can come in handy when it comes to either isolating the grow bed. So there is, if you want to do a treatment on the system, say spray for pest or whatever, using a neem oil, which can be toxic to fish in certain ratios and crustaceans if you have them in the system. You can isolate the grow beds, keep them running through the biofilter, the fish side of things, basically creating a mini aquaculture system. Treat your fish. After 48 hours, you can then reintroduce the grow beds into the loop again, and you're not going to have any issues with a toxic buildup for the fish. So yeah, that's one reason why I like this system. It can be isolated. It also comes in handy if you're running multiple different grow techniques, say like rafts or NFT, that require a much slower flow rate. Being able to moderate that flow rate with water directly from the pump and valves just makes it a lot easier to run than with a split loop where you've got all the water coming, a single loop where you've got all the water coming through at once and you're dealing with a high velocity of water or a high flow rate. And yep, after that, the water goes through the grow beds. It just goes down into the sump tank where it mingles again. I've had people say that, well, aren't you delivering a lot of nutrient less water? You're basically dissolving the nutrients from the fish side of things in with air going back to the grow bed cycle. As Steve and all the other growers on here who have probably been talking that have used this sort of split flow system, they will tell you there is more than enough nutrients in a decently stocked system that a little bit of watering down after it's been taken out by the plants really isn't going to affect your grow whatsoever, as long as you do have that, you know, reasonable stock level and you have a lot of nutrients going through with a decent feed ratio. So yeah, I hope that's helped explain the split flow system. Generally, it takes a lot longer to explain these things, so I'm sort of rushing through. Where are we? We're around about, what time are we? Oh, okay, we're getting close, so I'll speed things up a bit. With those tanks, the IBCs, as I mentioned, they can be basically opaque, letting some UV light in there. Because we're dealing with a lot of nutrient in there, we can cause algal buildup on the walls. So here's a couple of examples on how we've clad them or shielded them. I've used a paint on the outside, very hard to get it to stick on there. Some people swear by sanding a little bit and then painting on. For some reason now stuck for about 4 or 5 years, so it worked really well. I painted the surfaces of the sump tank, the grow beds and fish tank. Over here, our aquaculture system looks like something that's landed on Mars, basically used sarking from a house because it was available at the time, just wrapped it in that, and that kept the UV light out. Some of that sarking still exists to today. It's held up really well. So we're looking at around about 8 years worth of exposure there. Ben clad his in old pallets, as you saw with the chop and flip before. A couple of linked IBCs there, a couple of little grow beds on top. And yeah, they did really, really well. Actually, no, I think that's the actual lids on this incarnation. Another one had grow beds at the back. Yeah, just close it off, give them a bit of shelter. And Owen used some of that little reed landscaping material just to clad his. Looks rather nice if you're into that sort of thing. So there are ways you can shield it from the UV and also make it look a little bit nicer. As for the pumps that run the system, I like using the little magnetic drive pumps. They tend to be fairly power efficient these days. There's a couple of companies out there like J-Bow that are running little variable speed DC units. And yeah, I've found they work really well. One thing I would recommend is if you are running, like I have on this fish tank here, some hose work, it does pay to run a rigid solid PVC pipe as far as you can at the largest diameter the pump will allow until you're getting to your grow beds or your fish tank. You're basically going to get a better flow rate from the pump that way than running a hose work. This hose is a reinforced. It has a smooth bore, but there's just enough little indentation that it picks up bits and pieces along the way, which retards the flow slightly. As for pumping, plumbing supplies, as you can see, these are the little barb fittings that I use here in Australia. Very hard to get in the States. I'm actually going to start stocking them in the store. I've sold a few to people who are inquiring over in the States. Just makes hooking up this food grade pipe a lot easier, or hose work, I should say, a lot easier and a lot cheaper in some cases than buying the PVC fittings. A couple of hints: if you are buying the PVC fittings here in Australia, there's a couple of mum and pop wholesalers online that will save you anywhere up to about 50% on components, even after shipping, when compared to certain big box stores that we all know about. When you're buying in bulk, they have a flat shipping fee and their prices are really reduced. So probably the same in the States. If you shop around, they'll be a little bit cheaper than Lowe's and that and the like that tend to sell directly to the public. One thing I would recommend, if you can, if you've got little kids or a lot of people coming through your system, is looking for something like a valve like this Sand King valve that has removable handles. makes it a little bit more child friendly. I have had people turn valves off on me before and cause all sorts of hassles within a system, or opening valves and having the radial flow settler run continually out to the garden. Luckily the fish were saved, but yeah, having the handles off there does make for a little bit more of a more secure system. Didn't get a pretty picture for this one, sorry guys. But your basic tools for the trays are just, as you can see, general handyman tools most of us will have around, or if not, there may be a local men's shed or a tool hire, or even there's actually tool libraries in some places around that you can look up. If you look up tool library and get a couple of a loan of the free tools and whatnot, always give them a gold coin donation though if you are borrowing something. Basic things like reciprocating saws, saber saws, drills, hole saws for drilling out your bulkhead and uniseal holes, tape measures, markers, pipe cutters come in handy, utility knife, you know, everything there is pretty basic, sort of fare for most people's garages or back shed. Flood and drain grow beds. These are one of the things that help the system run. Basically helps get a lot of oxygen into the bed for the plant roots, the biota, the bacteria, all the other life forms that you have there in the grow beds. I like to use a bell siphon. I don't know why, I've never really had the hassles with it some other people have had. If you are interested in having hassles with bell siphons, I actually have a 101 which shows you how to make them. Mine have worked for well. There are loads of testimonials under the video, worked for ages, loads of testimonials under the videos. And it also includes troubleshooting guides for the most common mistakes, and they are very basic and easy to fix. Another common siphon you'll see around the place is a loop siphon. I generally don't use these because the inlet is hidden by media, very hard to clean out roots and issues like that, unless you have a dedicated opening, such as like you have here with a bell siphon. And I figure, well, a bell siphon is easy to operate. It doesn't run into hassles with people moving the hose or other things occurring on the outside. So that's why I prefer them. U-siphons, they work fine. I had hassles with them after a while. They weren't initiating as well. I did find they were a little bit slower to drain. Not that that really matters, as long as you've got a decent flow rate going through the bed. So that's why I pretty much all stuck with the bell siphons. But yep, U-siphons work. A little bit hard to retrofit into existing bell siphon setups though. And the other way people irrigate their beds is via flooding and draining using timers. So you basically got a standpipe that overflows while the water is on. The timer goes off and you've got this little hole down the base here in the standpipe, and you can see the water exiting down the bottom there. That basically over time will just drain the grow bed down. Generally speaking, a 15-minute off, I think it's 15-minute off, a 15-minute on, 35-minute off is what I found worked for my flow rate. Keeping in mind though, you do need the entire volume of the fish tank in water. So if it's 265 gallons or 1,000 litre IBC, that needs to pass through the biofiltration, meaning your grow beds at least once an hour. Sorry, Bianca, I'm in the talk. And yeah, so that needs to go through to process the waste from the fish at least once an hour. Texting me now. So if you are flooding and draining using a timer, make sure you do have that flow rate go through the grow beds to make sure that waste is processed. The right grow bed media. The best media to use in aquaponics is inert media, something that doesn't fluctuate pH. And so you've got your expanded clay like I like to use. Blue metal or basalt is a common, road base is a common rock here in Australia. You can get fairly cheaply. That works really well, a lot heavier than the clay, or the other alternative, which is scoria or volcanic rock or expanded shale. See Rob from Bigelow Brook Farm if you're after that here on YouTube. Both of those, or these three here, are light: the clay, the scoria, volcanic rock, and the expanded shale. The blue metal and the river rocks that a lot of people use, they're rather heavy. So when you're designing your system, if you are going to use them, make sure you've got decent footings so they can take the weight if you're just setting up out on the grass. Simple test as well, if you are testing the rock to see if it is suitable, pop it in some vinegar. Vinegar is acidic. If there's any carbonate-based rock within that rock blend, it will start to give off a steady stream of bubbles. If you see that, steer clear of that rock, because over time it will bring the pH of your system up to a point where it may be hard for some elements to be taken up by the plants. and also cause you issues with protecting the fish against ammonia issues further on down the track, depending on how you run the system. Deep water culture, another way to grow your system. A lot of you guys are going to be familiar with this. Basically, you have a floating raft. The plants grow through the holes in the base of the raft into nutrient-rich water below. The basic backyard, you guys who are more experienced may have different flow rates depending on your feed rates and all whatnot. But the basic rule of thumb I give people in the backyard is you want the water within that grow bed to flow through around about once an hour at the fastest. So a fairly slow flow rate, just so those plants have a lot of access to the nutrients within that water. In that water as well, you need a load of air. Rob from Brigalow Brook Farm, he's using Infusionator Venturi technology, something you can find over on his channel to help irrigate it using excess pump flow. Other people will run loads of air stones down there every so many square foot to get enough air in there to keep things like Pythium away, but also to provide air to the roots of the plants, because they do require air. There's air pockets in soil, so we need to provide it in the water. The next one is the nutrient film technique, or NFT. It is basically a film of water that washes over a channel or a rail. The roots of the plants grow down into it. The water then exits down the end and flows back into your reservoir, be it the fish tank or the sump tank of the system. And yeah, it's just a continuous cycle, not a huge flow at all. You will see people use like the round stormwater pipe here, and they have end caps on it, and they have a little basically probably about a couple of inches or an inch and a half or 40 mil of water in the base. That's sort of technically a deep water culture. The roots are always submerged. This one here is just literally, as you can see, open end, just a film of water running down through the base. Both methods work though. Aerating the system, I like to use the little piston pumps. I have them suspended, as you can see here. Otherwise they vibrate and make a load of noise. Otherwise you can buy different variations of the magnetic pumps, and yeah, they just basically nice rubber feet. They shake around a little bit, make a little bit of noise, but I found these jobbies here actually quieter than these ones when they're suspended, and a little bit easier to do because they provide a suspension port. Another thing for smaller systems, you can get AC/DC systems. This little one here runs on AC while the power is on, has an internal switch. The power goes off and goes on to some lithium batteries within the unit. So you've got about, I think it's 3 or 4 hours worth of air in there. Not great for a large, big IBC system, over 260 gallons, 1,000 litres, but for some of those smaller units, they work rather well. For those larger units, I prefer to use something that is a dedicated backup system. This is a little DC jobby, quite easy and legal to make. If you're here in Australia, we are allowed to work on the DC side of things. You just can't stuff around with the AC side. It's just made up with a little switch here. It's plugged into a power source. The power source keeps the switch open. As soon as the power goes off, the switch shuts and creates a circuit, as you can see here, that is set up on a couple of batteries and fires off your 12-volt pump. And there's plans on the Backyard Aquaponics forum. That's where I got this idea up. I think it's Chainsaw. He posted it, so take a screenshot of that and look it up if you're interested. I've also got a video that runs through it on my channel if you want to suss it out over there, and I really got to hurry things up. Fish for the US, we have our bluegill or sunfish. I think they're the same family. Tilapia, your trout and your carp may not be, which is your koi and your goldfish, may not be legal in all states of America, same as here in Australia. So look into that before you just rush out and get them. Tilapia, great for the warm weather. Catfish, your channel and your bullhead, they're pretty much all something that you can run in most areas from memory in the States. Then for the smaller systems, you've got your ornamentals like your goldfish, your guppies, your koi. Rainbow trout are a good choice for cooler areas, and there's a commercial place that's actually running salmon in the northeast from memory of the States. So there's loads. I mean, this is just a selection. There's loads of fish you can run. Just depends on whether you want something to chew on, or whether you want something just ornamental wise in a smaller system, or you prefer not to partake of the flesh. In Australia, we're going to go back to Australia. We got things like our go-to silver perch. They're good for the cooler and the warmer areas. Jade perch, they're what I run. The Baku grunters, they're good for warmer climates. And you've got your Asian sea bass or barramundi, which I think some places run in the States as well, commercially. A few places run jades actually over there commercially as well. Barra works really well in North Queensland, where it's nice and warm. Cooler states, you need heating, otherwise they die under 18 degrees Celsius, which is something Fahrenheit. We also have other natives like the eel-tailed catfish or Tandanus tandanus. Then we have our introduced species like redfin, legal in New South Wales to keep these guys. They're a European perch, but they are legal in Victoria from memory. Rainbow trout again, as well as golden trout and brown trout, I think are viable here in Australia. People also use bass as well. And I think a few people use bass in the States. And again, your ornamentals like koi, not legal in all states, are legal here in Queensland. And your other carp and your goldfish and your guppies and things like that. How many fish in your system? I'll run through this really quick because we're running out of time. Basically, what you need to do is work out the total volume of your grow bed. This is just basically a rule of thumb for you beginners starting out in aquaponics. Can be tweaked down the line, as there'll be a couple of people screaming in their chairs now saying, oh, you can have more. But anyway, this is the way I like to do it so you don't lose your fish. Allow for an inch or 25 mil from the top of your grow bed and 25 mil or an inch of dry media on top of your wet media to stop algal growth. And once you take off that amount from the height of the bed, you then work out the volume of your grow bed by measuring your length, your breadth, and your height. And then you use that calculation to work out your volume. Then you work out that volume either in litres or in gallons by 25 litres per fish if you're working litres, or 6.6 gallons if you're working in gallons. And that will give you the amount of media that you need to have a large enough bacterial colony to process the feed given to a fish at 500 grams into nitrate. So you're not going to end up with any issues poisoning your fish down the line. There are caveats in that, but if you're starting out and you follow those guidelines, you're not going to have a problem whatsoever. Just keeping in mind that you're looking at 500 grams of fish. So even if it's a fingerling and it grows up to 500 grams, that fingerling, you take it as being 500 grams because down the line, that's how big it's going to be. So had people say they put in 500 grams worth of fingerlings and they end up with dead fish after a couple of months. Don't know how that happened, but anyway. Types of plants for aquaponics, the go-to are the greens, the lettuces, things like kangkong, your basils, your chards, onion greens, things like that. They absolutely thrive on just the basic nutrient load of an aquaponic system. Things like tomatoes, fruiting plants, they work really well too. You may need to supplement with a little bit of extra potassium just to help with the fruit formation and the general health of the plant because they are a little bit more nutrient demanding, the fruiting plants. Down here, you can see that we've got a bit of a combination of a few. We've got our greens, our beets at the start. Down the bottom, we've got a brassica going to flower there, and we've got some snow peas up the back there. And they all do phenomenally well in an aquaponic system. You can grow things as well, like blurry carrots. Carrots work fairly well, I've found, if you grow the shorter varieties, not the longs. I think these are the short nance from memory. I may be wrong. And you can even grow your rooting crops, another blurred picture, sorry about that. But we grew a fantastic crop of potatoes, some of the best I've ever grown in a dual root zone style. Not the same exactly as Steve promotes, but slightly different. As you can see, I've got a pouch in the background there sitting in some clay balls. And I had a soil blend in there with certain rock mineral elements. And I had the hydroponic or aquaponic water delivered hydroponically to the base and was wicking up through a sand layer and grew awesome ginger, as you can see there, and also a great crop of spuds. So I'm pretty much all sold on that method, and I'll be exploring it a lot more down the line. Feeding the fish. Just quickly, with feeding the fish, I like to use the satiation method. So basically, you weigh out a given amount of fish feed, you put it in there with the fish. You basically wait until they stop eating it and just adding a little bit at a time towards the end. And then you weigh what's left over. and subtract that from their original amount. And that's pretty much all. If you can work out how much that is in a cup measurement or whatever, just makes feeding the fish a lot easier. If you do it over a series of days, it gives you an average to work out on. And every month or two, if you notice they're smashing through the food really fast, just do the same procedure again, weigh it out, work out what a bit of a basic amount is, and then just throw it in. It just makes feeding the fish a lot easier. And you know the fish are getting enough nutrients to support the plant life on the hydroponic side of the system. The fingerlings, you can purchase them from a hatchery, catching them from the wild where legal. Some places it is legal to do that. Get excess fingerlings from friend systems if you're lucky enough to grow things like carp and tilapia. A lot of people find that they will reproduce within the systems by themselves. So you might have mates into aquaponics who may have some that they can share around with you. When you do get new fish though, if you're adding them into an established system with fish in it already, put them in quarantine first, just with their own water, just in case they do have some sort of disease or some sort of issue, so they don't spread it to the other fish. Likewise, if you are adding fish even into a brand new system and they're small, add them into a little nursery area, because you don't want them being sucked up through the pump if you have a pump in the system, or taken out through your drain work and delivered into a grow bed. They don't like living in grow beds, I can tell you that. Put them in some sort of isolation tank. What you can see here on the right is basically a laundry basket with fly netting on the inside. I probably should have had a few holes in the bottom as well, because I did have a few solids build up and down in there, but that's enough to keep them isolated within there till they're a large enough size so they don't get sucked up and out through your drain work. And that is pretty much all it. Sorry for being late, folks, and being a bit rushed. Yeah, I thought I had another hour or so, but yeah, it looks like I was got my times stuffed up. So, and by the look of the clock there, I ran 2 minutes under an hour. So, yeah, let me know if you got any questions, folks. I've got a very limited screen here. I can't see exactly what's going on. So,
thank you so much. Sorry about the mix-up with the time zones there. The 1 hour.
That's all good, mate. That's all good. Yeah, I actually did all the deck yesterday, but I hadn't written down any notes or what, so I did it all off the all off the ass, all off me, seat of my pants. So yeah,
That's a real good talk, Rob. Really
Yeah,
enjoyed
cool.
all the diagrams and all that, so it was really good.
Wait, there's going to be another version of that popped up to my YouTube channel at a later date, a little bit more filled out with a few less ums and ahs and a little bit better narrative going along with it. So yeah,
No worries. How do people find you if they want to follow your work?
rightio. Rob's Aquaponics, or Rob Bob's Aquaponics here on YouTube. robsaquaponics.com is where I host my shop, a few bit of information about aquaponics, and there's also a link there to my guide. It's an online interactive guide for beginners getting into aquaponics. A lot of this stuff, plus a load more of what I talked about here today, is covered within the guide. It's $20 US at the moment, but if you use the code RobBob, the first 5 people get $5 off. But yeah, there's a link over on my channel there. So yeah, the guide is something that's being added to continually, so it's going to end up with a wealth of knowledge on there, and I fully support helping people out through the advice tab on the guide if they're interested. So that's pretty much all it. That's my spruiking for the morning.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Not a problem. Have a good one, guys.
You too. Apologize again for the mix-up with the times there. And before we jump to our next panel, be sure to support the various companies from the speakers that are presenting this weekend. Show them some love. They took the time to put together a presentation for us this weekend. I really appreciate it if you supported them in any way that you can, if possible. Alrighty, next up we have a really cool panel. We're still waiting on the last panelist, but I think we can get started with introductions in the meantime. We have Trevor from Sungrown Mids joining us today as our moderator for our breeders panel.
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm trying to figure out the screen.
Here we go. We do it this way.
You look good to us.
Oh, nice. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Thank you, Steve, for inviting me. And yeah, I'm stoked to be here with all you guys.
We also have Ross to Jeff. Thanks for joining us, Jeff.
Bro, thanks for having me. I'm excited to be here with you guys.
We also have Josh from Dutch Blooms. Let's go, Josh.
Good, man. Thank you for having me. And cheers to you for doing this, man. This is year number 3, I believe. And yeah, it's a real cool thing to do this and to do it for free, Steve. It's a lot of work. So cheers to you. Thanks, bud.
Thanks. We also have Mr. Green Jeans. Oh, looks like he's got his mic muted or, oh no. You there, Mr. Green Jeans? Maybe you having a mic issue at the moment. Well, looks like he's having some kind of technical issue. I'm sure he'll get that sorted.
Yeah. How are you guys?
There you
Can you
go.
hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear.
Right. Am I muted?
Oh, you're good.
Oh, really? Nah.
Oh, you're good. We can hear you. Can you hear us? Sorry about that.
Yeah.
He's on YouTube. He's on YouTube sound. That's his
really?
problem. He's a little bit behind us.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Make sure you set your audio out to on Zoom properly. The same audio output that you're using. Should be the little arrow next to the microphone. While he's getting that sorted, do you want to maybe do introductions? Trevor, would you like to introduce yourself to everybody and tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
Sure, yeah. My name's Trevor. I'm Sungrown Mids on Instagram. I first came on the Aquaponic podcast back during the Phylos craziness, and that was good times. And you've had me on a few more times over the years, and yeah, I've been growing, breeding, doing different stuff for a long time in the California cannabis world. Medical is where I got started, and I'm still here, figuring out this new rec world that we've got here in California. Still new, but yeah, that's my background.
About you there, Ross to Jeff. You want to give everybody a little bit of an introduction on you? You do a lot of different cool stuff.
Thank you, bro. I do a lot of cool stuff. I like to believe that as well. I'm Rasta Jeff. I'm the owner, head breeder of Irie Genetics Premium Seeds. We make regular and feminized seeds. I've been in the commercial game since about 2008, 2007-ish. Been growing a little bit before I should admit, probably. Out there breeding high THC, high terpene products for the people. That's my goal. Get all the good shit to everybody. I think we should all have access to good seeds, good strains. So that's my goal. I also do a podcast, the Grow From Your Heart podcast. Check that out. I won't pitch myself too much here on Steve's show, but check me out. You'll learn a lot of stuff. Beginner growers, pro growers. I feel like I keep everybody in tune. But that's enough about me, bro. I got seeds and I do a podcast. Thanks for having me, man. I'm excited to talk about breeding.
There, Josh, you want to give yourself a quick introduction?
Yeah, my name is Joshua Rutherford. I might be most popularly known by the Science of Regenerative Cannabis Cultivation Conference that I put on for 4 years. I was Dutch Blooms on Instagram, but they killed that motherfucker, unfortunately. So you can find me at House of Selection at Regenerative Seed Co. I have a seed bank, regenerativeseeds.com, where I sell a few of my friends' seeds and I sell my own seeds that I make. And by way of introduction to breeding, I got into it, full time about 5-6 years ago. And just largely out of passion and desire and an excitement on things that I was experiencing and wanting to find more, and also out of frustration because I live in the Northwest, right by the ocean and right by the Canadian border, and it is damn near impossible to find something that can grow full term out here without getting into autos, which are what they are. At this point, they're getting better. So that's kind of what drove me into breeding. So.
Mr. Green Jeans, did you get your?
I think it might. Can you hear me?
Awesome. Yep.
Yeah.
Do you want to give yourself a little introduction? Your been breeding,
Yeah,
I think, a little bit longer than everybody else by a couple of years at least.
maybe, but I'm not so pro. I mean, you guys have really helped to. You guys have helped to really bring me more into the public eye, and man, you know, I mean, you did kind of save me in the sense of getting me into medicinal, you know, getting my head turned towards the meta, you know, because I was always sort of a recreational user and breed, you know, I was breeding with that kind of stuff in mind. And then when I got contact with you guys, it was what, about 7 years ago now, something like that, huh? 6, 7 years. And you know, you guys started focusing me on medical, which got me into getting a press, you know, and then we pressed a bunch of rosin, and that was a real life-changing experience for me, because I had a friend in New York City, an old student, that kung fu student, that came down with pancreatic cancer. And as soon as I heard about it, I sent him a bottle of rosin and oil dissolved in MCT oil, and he liked it so much that he moved out. He relocated, and he stayed out with me in California for his last 6 or 8 months, I think it was. And he got about twice as much as the doctors gave him in life extension, and I think he was very comfortable and everything. That was quite an experience. So, you know, this was only due to my connection with you guys that this was stopped. That, you know, so that was really something. You know, that was a big and then, okay, recently been breeding some really cool stuff that I got from, you know, with genetics from you, Steve. And you know, you know, some seeds that you gave me, the what is it, the Jamaican Blue Mountain X Orange Hill, those were really nice. You gave me some seeds for Durban, wasn't labeled Durban poison, just Durban. Those are pretty interesting. And the Klamath Falls Kush, really nice stuff. So yeah, working on that. And you know, fooling around, getting back more into indicas these days a little bit. You know, I've always been, I guess, a sativa guy, and I'm living in Southern California, you know, and you know, sativa hybrids work really nice outdoors around here. But been kind of, I think I'm kind of on the trail of Southern indica here, you know, an indica that'll do really good here in Southern California. Again, thanks to all my connections with you guys and keeping me, you know, keeping me stoked and stuff. So, yeah, I'm really excited about this, you know, this conference and this breeders panel is fantastic. Really great. Thanks for inviting me, and thanks for being there. And hey, what's up, Dutch? You know. And there come my other friends here. Yeah. So I guess that's it. I mean, unless anybody's got any questions, you know, you've heard of my whole rap before. Labels, all you fledgling breeders out there, remember to keep your labels straight. That's #1 job. You all know that, I'm sure. I'm preaching to the.
It doesn't stop me from fucking it up though.
What? Yeah, it doesn't stop you from fucking up. This is why I tell you, because over the years you could be the biggest Nazi in the world and you will still make mistakes. There's no avoiding it. It isn't about
the worst is like I'll put a pile of seeds down and I'll be like, I'll be right. You know, I know what that is. Phone call.
Yeah, right.
And then like an hour later, I'm like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a big pile.
Label the bag of seeds, put the plant tag in the bag, put another tag in the dish that you're working with. Yeah, you got to quadruple check yourself when you're as stoned as us.
Thank you. As many methods, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, and my memory's real good too, but I still test it. I just put the thing right out there and I try to memorize it anyway, and then I still go back and look. You know what I mean? It's the way it's like double check, you know what I mean? So anyways, and you know, if you're gonna be making a bunch of clones of a bunch of different plants, you know, don't you know, make sure you keep each one in its cup, you know, and everything right here before it, right in front of you. Don't think, I'll remember these, it's fine, you know. Nope, don't do it.
Us guys on these shows in this position in cannabis, we're kind of the historians, the archivists, you know, we're we're set. We're writing the book now, like the cannabis legalization book. We are in that book. That's us. And if we start convoluting like crosses and stories, then history is tainted from the beginning.
Yes.
And I think you agree with me that it's up to us to keep that history pure and true and real.
Yes. So it's one of the most important things. I mean, to me, the story, that's at least half the value of your seeds right there is the lore and the story that comes along with them. So, I mean, giving something a new name is totally fine. I mean, when I sell seeds, I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but they're yours, you do whatever you want with them. But I would, advise, keeping the pedigree straight and be able to tell people, what you've got, what I mean. I mean, I think because it keeps the value, like you said,
Oh yeah,
it's our responsibility, and that is one of. Sorry, yeah.
No, I like your style. I think the commercial grows kind of shoot themselves in the foot when they change the name of a product because our products are known. Like the names we've been putting out there are sought after. So if you sell them your product and then they change the name to whatever cotton candy bubblegum gelato cake is popular this week, then everybody loses out because the name, I don't know your popular strain, but my Arise, if you put Arise on the tag, it will sell. And they change it. And now I feel like they lost sales because people want that Arise.
Yep, that's absolutely true. Yeah, that's one of the things that we're fighting against, I think. Keeping the labels, keeping the names straight,
Yep.
And we have to set the example. Okay, all you breeders out there. Label Nazis, we are.
Yeah, Mr. Green Jeans, would you like to talk about some of the older stuff that you worked on? I know you worked on stuff like the cherry bomb back in the day.
That's exactly right. Thank you. I probably have made about 3 strains that I would call something a strain after I've inbred it exclusively for 6 or 7 generations. So that would mean cherry bomb, which I didn't really create cherry bomb. My intention was just to seed save it, and I kept it in its original condition that I got the seeds from, which was from it was about a pound or maybe a pound and a half bag of what was supposed to be Maui Wowie, right? And so cherry bomb, and I recently checked with my my Kung Fu teacher in New York, and he says that I probably got the seeds from him in 1976. And previously, the story has been somewhere more later 70s because I couldn't remember exactly. But now, since I've talked to him, he confirmed that, yeah, he was living on 6th Street. So it had to be 1976. And then like around the same time or a little bit later, I made Triple X, which is a cross between an early Afghani hash plant. Sometime around the mid 70s, we started getting the pure indica genetics, in flower form, which we were, of course, getting, in as hash. It was possible to smoke, black hash made in Afghanistan out of indica genetics, but nobody ever saw indica flowers, I don't think, until sometime mid 70s. And I had a friend who was, in the recording studios in New York, and immediately, the pound, like ounces were around $90 an ounce, and back in those days, and immediately this, the Afghani flower was like 400 an ounce or something like that. And got a hold of a couple seeds of that. So Triple X is a female Afghani hash plant crossed with a male plant from Jamaica, which was Jamaican lamb's breath. And I always called that the name of the strain. It later turns out I talked to an old grower in Jamaica, and lamb's breath is not actually a strain. Lamb's breath is actually a method, apparently, of growing, of when you regenerate a plant, when you leave a plant in the ground and you grow it for a second season, that the product that comes off that is lamb's breath. So anyway, Triple X is and Triple X was just like a prohibitively potent. It was just like I feel like I've already, it's like, oh my God, I already created this ridiculously potent strain. And maybe that's why I kind of, after that, kind of went after a lot of sativas and stuff. And then I also, let's see, in the early 2000s, when I out here in California, I made White Wizard, which is basically a remix of White Widow. And those are the main, the three strains that are real strains. Plenty of other things and crosses and plants that have been named and stuff, original clones. I think that there's a lot of Oreo out there. I think a lot of people have a cut of the Oreo plant right now. That's just a ridiculous. And that plant taught me that F1, like I tried to make it into a strain, and I really couldn't. I couldn't nail down all the different characteristics really because the one side was the Durban poison and the other side was some unknown strain, that friends gave me from Germany or whatever. And they're so incredibly unrelated. So the F1 was really difficult I was not successful in nailing that down as a strain. So I basically said, well, shoot, we just got to get the clone out there, So I tried to spread the clone to as many people as possible. And I think a lot of, most people that have tried it are like, whoa, this is great. It's a ridiculously up. Oreo is incredibly, it's like like it's bracing up. Like people who don't believe there's a difference between the sativa and indica. It's like you give them this and you're just like, here, you don't think, here, try this. Literally will get you up off the couch. You could be down, you could be like all blasted out on some indica and you're like, oh man, what's up? And then you fire up the Oreo, pass it around, and 3 minutes later, everybody's up playing with the dog and vacuuming the floor and talking 50 miles an hour.
I love that.
It's
That's the kind of weed
amazing.
I love.
It's amazing. You cannot believe that that strong an effect, just because you think of indica, and I think of indicas too. It's like, if it's strong indica, I'm done. It's like, bye, good night, I'm going to bed. But if you can fire, my daughter says Oreo will straighten you up from alcohol. She says you can have too much to drink and you smoke a little Oreo and you're like, I'm good. I haven't actually tested that or not, so I don't know for sure. But yeah, so I think I've got some cool cuts and plants running around out there like the Oreo. But those are my three actual strains in terms of inbred. And it's hard to create a cannabis strain in a way. I mean, it's difficult to, I learned along the way that reducing variation is maybe not exactly the same thing as increasing sameness. In other words, creating a population with a lot of similar traits is more of that's a positive thing, whereas just reducing variation is not necessarily a positive thing. It can, you could kind of breed yourself into a corner. Although with cannabis, you don't usually have that danger so much. I think the main thing with cannabis is to watch a lot of traits. You can't breed it like a squash. You can't say, I'm going to take a crookneck squash and turn it into a straight neck squash so it can pack good into them. You know what I mean? You can't just look at one trait. You have to try and be aware of many traits. Because if you're just thinking about one thing, something else that you're not thinking about is going to pop up to bite you in the ass. So I feel like with cannabis, you got to have a really good eye. You really got to sit there. And of course, nose and everything else. But you really do have to consider many, many traits when you're breeding cannabis. It's more difficult than squash. Anyways, shut me up. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be.
No, we could listen to you talk all day, brother. That's why I just sit back. I had a lot of things I wanted to say, but we could listen to you all day.
No, man.
Do you still make Mendel charts and allele charts, or do you just do that with it? Can you put two plants together and the allele chart just happens in your brain?
It does kind of. I used to write them down a lot. I used to make. I was a big Punnett square guy back in the beginning, but I think with cannabis, there's so many traits that are variably inherited. They're not really dominant recessive traits. You know what I mean? They're inherited variably, and that's again, that makes things really kind of tricky in a sense that this is why another reason why you kind of have to grow larger grows in a way to be able to look at what kinds of groups you have. You know what I mean? How many of these guys are kind of like each other and how many of these are like each other. And that again also is a great way to choose males. In other words, if you have enough plants, you can kind of say, this guy, this male, he goes with them. He's this group.
Oh no, he froze right at the best time.
All right. No worries. Oh, Trevor, looks like you're muted.
Here we go. So yeah, as Mr. Green Jeans is frozen and we get back on, get him back online, would you like to pick up, Jeff? I know you.
Yeah, I can't even pick up. He's far more experienced than myself, but we have similar ideas. We are opposite though in one drastic way. He likes to breed things to F6, and I'm kind of an F1, F2 monster. A lot of what I put out is just F1s and F2s. And I think that there's a certain clientele that really, really likes that because they like that variation that comes with the F1. It's got that hybrid vigor. And I don't put them out if it's not sort of uniform. If it's completely wild, I don't release it. But I describe it as when you buy a pack of seeds, we're just going to say that just for sake of conversation, the seeds are labeled Italian food, right? So we could all say, hey, we want Italian food. We go to the Italian restaurant. When we get there, I'm going to order the phenotype that is garlicky and white sauce and vegetarian. I don't know what you guys eat, but one is going to get the red sauce with meatballs, and the other one's going to get a fucking salad and lasagna. But we're all going to get Italian food. We've just got to find the Italian food that we actually want. So when you order a pack of seeds, I feel like you're getting, if you say strawberry starburst, you know you're going to get basically strawberry starburst, but then you get to pick the one that is the best for you, your grow, your clientele, your medical needs. But you have a basic idea of like, we're going to get strawberries and bubblegum flavors, but then you get to pick that tall, skinny one, the short, squatty one. So I think they like the F1 variation a little bit if they're the right clientele.
Totally. Can you speak? I know you mentioned the Arise, and I remember that just Instagram from about like 7 years ago or 6 years ago when you first made it and it was like first popping off. I remember it making some noise, and it's legit to see, particularly regionally specific. Like you're based out of Colorado,
right?
And it's now something that's blown up outside of Colorado and is something that's initially associated with that area, but is now just in the repertoire of known varieties.
Yeah, I see her in New Mexico a lot. She's in Massachusetts, has a grow that runs a lot of Arise. It's really neat to see it happen. Really neat to see it. Yeah, that's a golden goat female pollinated by a daybreaker male. So you got that real tropical golden goat, thin-leafed kind of thing, and then a big broad-leafed opposite variety. And it worked beautifully. Doing those two way different things worked out beautifully for me.
That's awesome. Yeah. Josh, how about you, man? How have you been? What are you working on that's got you excited right now?
I'm kind of a dork. Okay, calling me a breeder isn't a fair term. I'm more a professional pollen chucker. I've created a niche to get people to buy my untested seeds to a degree. I thought of like, I kind of said earlier, like I was trying to fix some things in my garden and find things that would work. And I'm really excited about flavors. Like I'm super jazzed on flavors. I love to eat. I love to cook. I like getting really into like drinks and smells. And like, that's my favorite part of cannabis is consumption and smelling flowers. Like, so I kind of try to design my life based upon that, or some people get a job and then work the things around that. I'm like, how do I want to live? Like, I want to wake up and drink really good coffee and smell weed and smoke weed. And so I'm fumbling my way through this process a bit. For a while that was growing weed, and now it's making seeds and selling seeds. And in a sense, like I'm making a toolbox, and I'm at school. I'm homeschooling myself on what these different crosses will do, and then what they'll do when I cross them into other things. And so I'm slowly amassing like a toolbox, and I'm slowly kind of coming out with some more worked lines. But I find myself over and over again like a kid in the candy store getting stoked on the next pack of beans that someone else made and buying that. And so like literally this last year, I've done pretty much only work on the root beer stuff that Mean Gene from Mendocino has been putting out. And it just like, it makes no goddamn sense financially. You know what I mean? To be working on someone else's stuff, and it doesn't even look cool either. But I'm so excited about it. And it just is, the plants are stronger than anything I'm looking at. You know, when I have a greenhouse full of 30 varieties and they're a foot taller than everything else, you know what I mean? It's just like, God damn, dude, you know, and it's happened run after run, and they're yielding in the hash, you know, bigger than anything else. And I have, you know, 5%ers, 6%ers, you know what I mean? And they're getting more. It's super potent. It's the unique flavor profile. Like, it does really good with the mold and mildew. It's not super bomb proof, but it does really good. It doesn't have any larf. It's easy to trim. It's just a fucking killer line that Gene made, you know? And so I've hopped on that, and I've made a few, you know, of the next generation. And now I'm starting to like bring those out. You know, I have a prune flavored one and a root beer barrel candy flavored one, and a sarsaparilla type one, you know what I mean? And so it's kind of weird, but I just like, I talked with Gene about it, you know what I mean? I'm not just doing my own thing, but I'm like, I don't know, dude, I'm stoked on this. I hope that, you know, so that's kind of what I've been doing this year, you know, and previously really just making a bunch of stuff, you know. You know, we could all go into details and the things we're making, but that's kind of in general what I'm up to.
Nice. Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of the root beer. GMO root beer grew out some crosses from that this last year. Saw the ranch made a number of root beer crosses, and definitely it's unique. There's something about Jackson's work that's got a pop to it, where it's fizzy. It's sort of like it has a soda characteristic that's really unique. It's got a lot of oily, greasy varieties, but there's also this sort of like, I remember the Kefir lime, that one it was like lime soda almost. So Jackson's, his work is unique in being able to capture some of those volatiles that I think aren't necessarily in a lot of other lines. His lime seems to bring that volatile in there. And also the root beer's got that too, which is very cool. And that's something, what do you guys think about breeding specifically for different end uses? The breeding for concentrates, breeding for flower, the different things that you look for when you're doing this, the different trichome characteristics, resin characteristics, terp profiles, etc. What are you guys thinking about on that level?
I'll jump in. I tried to wait and be polite. Nobody went for it. I see that the concentrate makers, so remember in the 90s, Dr. Dre taught us we want rocks, a bag of rocks. For a while, bag appeal was just nugs, tight, dense rock nuggets. And then we started making concentrates, and we found out that when you try to grind up dense rock nuggets and blast those in a tube, you don't get as much. And we started getting these fluffier sativa buds or airier finger things. And when you blast those or extract those, we get so much more and better concentrate. My theory, I'm no Scientologist, but the Dr. Dre buds, the indica nugs, are dense like my fist, right? So if I took my fist and moistened it and rolled it in powdered sugar, you get this much powdered sugar. If you take an airy fingery bud and open it up, I got this much more room for surface area for trichome. So that's that much more resin we can knock off that plant to make a concentrate out of. And I think the concentrate makers, they learned that quite quickly. They also, some of them like the resin glands that are real tall with a big fat head. So if you can find those in your breeding and work with those, they really appreciate that. But yeah, it's changing the game. They're changing
it's the whole package. Is what I'm finding out. Not to cut you off, but there's a number of factors that make something yield really well in a concentrate, and like getting all that together. You know, holding on to the flavor all the way through. You know, all the way through, and it's a you know, once you get it, then it's pretty easy to hold on to and breed into. It's just you're just breeding morphology, and you can see it really easily. You know. But it's once you know, like we were really only, if you think about it in terms of like popularized hash cultivars, we have less than 4 or 5 that people really work with. We GMO, banana, papaya, trop, Skittles, maybe, right? I'm probably missing 1 or 2, but there's not a ton out there, you know.
No, that's very true. Welcome back, Mr. Green Gene.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that was what you said, Ross to Jeff, about the bag appeal. That's such a thing. I mean, that's you know, And it's becoming a thing in the rosin community too. Now you go and everybody wants their rosin to look, you know, like what really light in color. And, you know, when I got my press, I mean, I have like 30 or 40 different select clones that I've had around for years. You know, I got some kicking around that are over 20 years old. And when you press a whole bunch of different genetics, you find the outcome is incredibly different. I mean, you can't believe, you know, not just differences from the amount of pressure and the amount of heat, but even if you start getting really consistent with your pressure and heat, you know, your different genetics, it's just phenomenal kinds of differences that you're going to see there. And yeah, it's not unusual for a funny looking, scruffy looking plant that doesn't have very good bag appeal to squirt rosin, you know, to so I imagine if you were going to make a concentrate, you know, a solvent concentrate out of it, would be the same thing. You'd get a ton of it, you know, and yet the plant itself looks, you know, doesn't make dense. The whole idea of dense nugs, you know, I don't know about that. I mean, it's kind of cool, like, you know, it's in the dispensary, I suppose, and all that. But geez, I mean, every dispensaries I've been to lately too, they're just the bud is just so dry and stuff. You know, it's never stored well. You know, it's not. You know. So I don't know. You know, like is that really a connoisseur thing? You know, like the way the nug looks or something like that. I don't think anybody here on this panel really gives a shit, right? Do you? I mean, is there really anything to bag appeal? I don't know.
Gonna grind it up, roll it up anyway. I'm
Make
gonna grind it and roll it, you know?
Right. Yeah, I you know, I've seen you know, some of the best stuff I've ever smoked. I remember when I went up to that seed bank up in BC, and it wasn't I can't remember the dude's name. I should know, and I'm really sorry if you're out there watching. And he's like, he's talking to me, and he goes in the back and he brings out the, you know, it's like 10:30 in the morning, brings out this bright yellow, man. It was like the foxtailiest looking, the end of the, you know, it's just a complete fluffy, scruffy looking, but it was bright yellow. And he's like, yeah, like, you really got to try this, you know. He rolls it up and we smoke it, man. Oh man, oh man. You know, and the THC of that stuff was probably like, I don't know, maybe 10, 11% or something like that. You know, but it's 10 in the morning, and it's a super fine sativa that has no chlorophyll left in it at all. It's been like nitrogen starved like a mother, you know, towards the end, long season, bright yellow, and all these crazy terpenes in it, you know what I mean? And reasonably low THC. And wow, you know, I just remember that to this day. This is like 6 years ago, 7 years ago, you know what I mean? And I can still remember that in my mind is like one of the, you know what I mean? One of the great, and oh man, a bag appeal. If I'd shown you this, if I took 2 pictures and I had a picture of that scruffy foxtaily bud and a handful of the nice stuff from the dispensary, and I showed it on Reddit and said, guess which one of these is better? You know, everybody would have been, oh man, well, you know, but I'm sorry, man, but this one was the one, you know, and I think you guys would all liked it too, to tell you the truth. Maybe it was the time of the day too, you know. I mean, like I said, it was 10 in the morning. You know, what's better than a wonderful light sativa first thing in the morning? Anyway, sorry. Yeah, bag appeal,
no, that actually does bring a good point, because I went down to LA just recently, well, San Diego, but I stopped off in LA, and I had a bunch of Malawi chem that I've grown out this year. So it's African seed company. Excuse me, African seed companies, Malawi. Bodhi got it, reproduced it, released those about almost 5-6 years ago. We grew those out and made a number of crosses and an increase with it. And just now finally got around to growing out the different hybrids. And wow. And I just handed it out to people and gave it to some reviewer people, some other people who are down in LA. And most of them smoke indoor constantly. And the response that I've gotten is actually phenomenal, because every one of them is smoking something that gets them high in a completely different way than they've experienced. And it may not look the best, but they're all recognizing and talking about how the effects are way more unique, something that's on another level. And it's kind of like anxiety inducing sort of
I know
sativa
what you
high.
mean.
It's
Yeah.
not the most comfortable thing. It's you got to get up and do something, otherwise you just sit around and become really
Oh yeah.
anxious.
Oh yeah.
And but yeah, it works. It really works. And I think that brings up a question that I wanted to pose to everybody is, what do you think about breeding with land races, heirlooms, and then more hype modern stuff? Because I feel like we all run the gamut. Everybody I've seen in this panel kind of works in all these different sectors, and or works with things that are a little bit outside of the hype mainstream, but isn't afraid to also check out the new shit.
Yeah, no, I think we should always be absolutely checking out the new shit. And there is a lot of, the idea that we're running out of variation in cannabis. I don't think so at all. I mean, I've seen brand new stuff pop out with stuff that I've been breeding both sides. And I don't mean, if you ever have a real unicorn plant, often you can assume it was an accidental cross pollination, right? But I'm talking about where you've got a couple of plants, they're all showing this new trait, this new terpene maybe, and you have, you don't know where it's cut. You could have been breeding both sides for quite some time, and so it's possible. It's absolutely possible for new stuff to pop out. The idea that mixing colors together automatically makes brown, definitely not true. Not the way I mix my paints. You know what I mean? So, we're not gonna run out of genetic variation. And also cannabis, it's dioecious, you got the variation on both sides. And there's another thing, speaking up for the boys, it's often that male plant that's the serious unicorn in the crew. So this is why we all have to get really good at choosing males, because the males are more often they're the real weird ones. You know what I mean? They're the ones that sort of vary a little bit further out on the edge of the bell curve, the males. And sometimes you find a male that's, it's like seriously the one, you know what I mean? And you cross it with a bunch of things and you're like, whoa, look at that. Look what he does. Yeah. So, yeah, there's tons of variation still to be had. And I think that, this is why, I want to get a lot of people into breeding. I think we should all be working together. And me and Dutch have done some stuff, and me and Steve, when we're, gone back and forth a couple times, you know what I mean? Get the seeds, hand it back. That's how Oreo was made. Had the original Oreo. My friend is from Durban, from down there in South Africa, and brought seeds with him. I started them up. I made a cross, gave it back to him. He grew them out, gave it back to me. So every time we do stuff together too, I've noticed that always turns out great. Other people need to see. I was never noticing the red pistils in cherry bomb because I'm fucking colorblind. And as soon as Swami got a hold of him, Gas got a hold of him, he was like, oh, and he could see it just fine. And he was like, oh, that's beautiful. I want to do that. So he steered it over there, and now looks like, maybe 20% of the seeds, maybe if you get them from him, will have red pistil cherry bombs. And that's pretty damn cool. I mean, that resulted from, from somebody else working on, so this is why we got to get together, we all got to work together. Because you can't cover everything either. It takes you hours to look at a group of plants, and if your friend is local and nearby, have them come over and look at them and smell them with you, because this is something that you can't just run in there and choose plants quickly. If you've got even 20 or 30 females, that's a good many hours of observation, to make your choices. You really got to get in there and really look carefully, because, like I said, you want to keep track of a number of traits, getting a lot of traits under control at one time, as much under control as obviously you're not going to control it completely, but considering many traits, that's what we have to do. And this is something that having a partner, having other people come in, it's amazing to me. I've been looking at cannabis for so long, but if one of you guys come in, you're going to point out, you're going to You're going to say, hey, look at that, you know, the underside is so, you know, different color. Look at that, or whatever. Things like traits that one of us notices and the other one doesn't. Happens all the time. The cannabis is an incredibly complex plant. It takes years to even be able to see it. You know what I mean? It's a weird looking plant. I mean, it's beautiful right off the bat, but it's also super complex and kind of hard to see. You know what I mean? It's very, very hard to see sort of three-dimensionally. Like you try to do the Bruce Lee thing and sort of soften your gaze and kind of look at the whole plant. That's really hard. You know, it's like we're always only looking at little tiny, you know, the serrations on the edge of the leaf. You know, you know what I mean? Our eyes are always drawn into the tiny details of cannabis, but there's ways that you can kind of look at the whole plant too, maybe. Shut me up. I'm sorry. Anyway.
No, that's great, because I think you hit on a number of different points. Some that I was actually going to ask about, particularly cooperative and participatory plant breeding as kind of an alternative to some of the things that are going on right now. I know that there's a lot of working in the breeding space that isn't necessarily collaborative, or particularly as it's going more into the rec space. It's the renaming, the different things that the market is doing and that, you know, actors in the rec market are doing are having their impact on cannabis. But then there's all of us who have been doing this for a long time. A lot of us have been breeding long before we thought, oh, I'm going to have a, you know, commercial recreational cannabis license or something like this. And so how can we work collaboratively to keep on building value within the community and develop alternative methods of breeding or of, you know, collaborating that aren't necessarily the ones that we're seeing in the rec market? And also, if you're, you know, that's not to say commercial endeavors are bad. That's just to say, how can we continue to breed with community goals and objectives in our methods?
I feel like there's this continuous drift towards home growing. Sorry, go ahead, Dutch. He's probably going to say the same thing I just started saying.
Yeah, kind of like I really feel stoked on the idea that I arrived to a couple of years ago with the seed CSA idea, you know, and basically it's the idea of you know, the CSA is a community supported agriculture. It's robbing an idea from small farms where people would say, I don't have enough money to live here, but I have the land and I have the desire to grow fruit and vegetables, and you have the desire to buy it. Like, will you pre-buy the veggies? And so people would buy a share, if you will, you know, and the way this works in veggies, let's say you buy a share for $500, and for 24 weeks of the season, the farmer delivers you a box of veggies. And I adapted the idea to say, hey, if you pay me, you know, money for my seeds and you can buy a share, a half share, or whatever, I'll send you a bunch of untested seeds. And so it's been a creative way for me to, you know, I didn't really realize it at the time, but to look back now and go and hear the reviews and then choose what to breed further based on what other people are liking, you know. And so just like, I get to see the pictures, I get to do all this stuff. I'm like, sweet, I'm going to dig into that because I have the ability to look at a bigger population because I own a rec license. So I can look at, you know, 1,000 plants if I want to, a couple thousand. I can't do anything crazy, but to further I'm trying to think on how to further this concept. And I was inspired by Jesse from BioVortex because he kind of has a bunch of people growing his seeds all over the place, and he'll travel around and make his crosses and selections based upon, you know, how he's seeing the stuff in other people's gardens, and he'll sometimes even use those plants. And so I'd like to, you know, I don't have anything actualized, but I would just love to travel. You know, I would love to get more of my seeds in people's hands. I would love to get to different places to make selections, instead of just trying to limit myself so much to the shit that I can do with my own two hands. Which is really fun and awesome. Like, I'd like to find some way to be more collaborative about it.
Well, I feel like breeding naturally leads you in that direction. I think everybody, because like you said, you make a number of crosses and you just can't follow. It just starts exponentially. You just can't do it yet. If you've been doing it since the mid 70s, like me, there was so much that has gone under the bridge. There's so much that's been discarded. It just had to be. There's no other way. And it would have been really great to have been passed on, be able to pass on those, some of those projects to other people along the way. That's exact. And I lament having lost as much as I have. I mean, everything's great. I'm looking at it's wonderful now, but there's so much. And I think everybody, this is what happens. You make a couple of crosses, and each one of those is a responsibility. You know what I mean? And that's extra time. You're never going to get down. You're never going to go down all those roads. So we have to work, communally. And besides, the numbers of plants that we can look at.
There's so much learned too when you're just like beside somebody and smelling and looking at the same goddamn thing.
Exactly.
And I'm like, yo, man, that fucking lemon is this. And you're like, man, but it's more of a gasoline. I hit gasoline before I hit the lemon. You're like, oh, okay. Just in that back and forth. And then when you go apart, you have the same vocabulary on the same thing. It's like, it's irreplaceable, Yes. Anyway, it's just a stoner comment.
No, it's definitely true. I think it's just natural and also, I mean, and Mary Jane is a generous plant, and I think everything is very, like I was going to say before, I think there's a lot of things that are going towards home growing, which is really great for all of us breeders. That's exactly what we want. We want more people to grow in their backyard. And sorry for all the big commercial businesses and stuff, but I just don't really see how they could sustain themselves against against a whole bunch of smaller connoisseur growers and breeders. And the people commercially that are holding, I've done this before, Triple X, man. I basically lost it because I was too greedy. You know what I mean? I still have its genetics bred into some other stuff, but I don't have any pure Triple X anymore. And it's my fault. And the reason why I don't have it is because I should have gotten it. I should have distributed it out there. I should have gotten it. You guys should all have some Triple X already by now. You know what I mean? If that was the case, I wouldn't have lost it, because it was a long time ago. This was late 90s, and I didn't know any of you guys. So, but still, I'm just saying that this is what happens when I don't recommend any of the newbie breeders out there to try and hold any genetics tight to your chest like that and say, I'm going to make $1 million off this. I'm keeping it for myself and I ain't sharing it. I don't recommend that because I don't think Mary Jane likes it, for one thing. But like she's just a generous plant. She's naturally generous. Everything around it is about generosity. And the breeders, especially, because the breeders literally have these projects. We got this, damn, I know that's going to be good, but shit, I won't be able to get to it until next year, So, okay, I'm passing it to Rasta Jeff, That's what we got to do, man. Just have to do it.
Thank you.
There's no other way.
I've been sending out all my new stuff, all my new testers. If you buy something from me on my website, you just get a bunch of free testers. That's the way I've been putting them out there with a little card that says, hey, these are testers. If you want to run them, cool. Send me pictures. If not, give them away, do whatever you want. Excellent. Yeah, I'm trying to do something. I have a lot of seeds. I learned some greenhouse growing, but I've got an abundance now.
Excellent. That's really good.
Well, it's the home grow market is really going to be huge. It's going to be so huge. Like this whole year, I've just been, it's been shitty for a lot of people. But when I visited Humboldt last a year ago, it was evident to me what was going on. And then I next went to Michigan, and we were at Grow Greens, and they're one of the biggest online grow stores in the country. And while we were doing the Regen conference, they had an event, and he's like, I'm gonna have 5,000 people next door, and I'm having this Regen conference with 100+ people, And so I'm like, oh, I should go set up a booth. He's like, yeah, you should set up a booth and sell some seeds. So like while one of the speakers is going on, I bust over there for the opening of this thing. And I like probably have like 500, 1,000 people come across my booth. I'm right there up front. And I learned real quick. They're like, oh, honey, you know, one girl lady, she just set me real clear. She goes, oh, honey, you sound so cute and amazing. You sound so passionate. I've never heard of anything of this cherry or this lime or root beer. But we're just home growers here. You know, we need feminized seed, and we can't buy 10 or 18 in a pack. You know, we just need 3. We can only grow 6 at a time. And I just had that conversation over and over and over and over again. And I was just like, oh my gosh, this, you know, and it's just the realization that everything's changing anyways. And so like, yep. when you're dealing with that, and I think about that because I used to sell vegetables at a farmer's market and do vegetable CSA. I just know that you have to have a lot of stuff. You can't just be into tomatoes and peppers to you know, sell the booth. Nobody wants to do that. So here's how one way I think that we can work together is just carrying each other's seed, you know, and exchanging seed to sell, and finding ways to do that sort of market share, you know what I mean? So I don't have to like breed everything myself, you know what I mean, and breed every fucking flavor my own way to be able to service, you know, folks.
You know, and to the home growing and to what always breeders should be doing. Another thing is what I think is the clone market, right? Seriously, because a select clone, the person that wants to buy just the 3 feminized seeds from you could just get the clone. Now, say we can, you know, we can divide the country into different latitude zones, and we can, you know, indoors we can figure out with lights which we can make selections of plants that will be good for that, you know, that latitude zone that will flower. And then we, you know, then we mail them out at the right time, at the time of year. It's a good time, you know, for them to slam them in the ground. Because if you've already got a clone that's tested that will work in that time zone, that's good. That's worth a lot. And that makes the home growing a lot easier. You know what I mean? If they get a cherry bomb clone, they won't even be able to kill it, you know. It'll be like it'll grow through the, you know, through the patio, and it's going to be, you know. So you know, I think there's a big future in that. So I think that all of us breeders, and thanks for reminding me, we've got to sell each other's seeds, because and everybody out there who is contacting me on Instagram, and I'm gonna make a seed list very soon. I'm gonna send it out, and I'm working on it.
Yeah, motherfucker, I've been asking to sell your seeds for a while.
I know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've been making more too. It's COVID. It's COVID. But I got some great ones for you, and some stuff much better for your latitude zone too, your area. But yeah, I think that there's a future in clones. If we can, I think that's what we breeders ought to be looking at, is select clones, even changing them every year or whatever. You know, if you have a different, if people are across a certain, you know, latitude zone can order, you know, certain clones or whatever, and then, oh yeah, I like that one I had last year, or yeah, no, I got these new ones this year, stuff like that. You know, all you have to do is have indoor lights. Of course, if you're breeding, I know some people are breeding, I suppose, only outdoors, but most of us, I think, are indoors. Yes, maybe, because indoors, I think, is important for breeding. I don't think it's the future of growing. I don't think it's the future of home growing. I don't think it's the future of commercial growing. Commercial growing, I think it's only going to survive outdoors. And besides, I think outdoor, you know, shoot me if you disagree, but I think outdoor is better quality, you know. It is really, you know, indoor is not the idea that indoor is better than outdoor. Jesus, I don't agree. Forgot what I was saying. Lost my train of thought. Got real stoned. What did I say?
But to that point, kind of, what do you guys think about breeding for particular farming systems? So regenerative, aquaponic, organic, the importance of your nutrient regime while you're making your seeds, what you're feeding the seeds.
I think it's important to, sorry, just to not cut you off,
Yeah,
but like
yeah.
to grow, to breed for synthetic. If you're gonna, I hate to say it, and like cut, you know, that, but it's a thing, you know, like I've had plants in my repertoire that do not respond well to organics. The ATF, I've had to outcross it to get it to fucking, it's a beautiful fucking plant that I've held for 10 years. But when I grow it in organics, it doesn't fucking like it. It doesn't do what it used to do. I give it to my buddy Rob and it's like, yep, fucking boom, every fucking time, you know? And it's the plants, you know, it's people, you can dig into the science, but the plants literally learn how to adapt one way or to the other and how to uptake nutrients. And so you're better off, you know, if your fucking game is, you know, running NFT tables indoors, which I think it should be. If you're into synthetics, then you should get some seed that'll fucking be in that, that'll uptake that shit really fast, you know, or some clones that will, right? Sorry, go ahead.
But I didn't say anything. Oh.
I mean, that the opposite is obviously true, is that I think it's more important if you're into organics that you get seed that is raised organically and really in living soil. Because if you check out, you know, there's a guy that's Dr. James White that's been doing a bunch of research on this. And it's literally the microbes, if you can imagine, farm other microbes that are nutrients for the plants, and those microbes will live in the seed and get inside the plant, and so it makes everything happen better and faster, essentially. You know, to break it down, the best scenario would be to get the seed inside the plant, you know, held at proper moisture. You know, that would be the best way, because you're holding all those microbes in there. They're all in that bud, you know, and being held, you know.
Yeah, that's interesting. But it does seem like you know, like plants. You know, I guess in your breeding, but I suppose it's like you're not really. It's not like Lamarckism, like they're not passing on acquired traits. But just because they do, you know, they respond a certain way in your garden, that, you know, they like the way that I take care of them and the way that you take care of them or whatever. And then, you know, the one does completely different in somebody's garden than somebody else's garden. But I don't think it. Yeah. So for breeding for that, I mean, really we just have to determine what those, you know, what those parameters are and stuff. Like I've noticed, for example, you know, this recently, first time I've ever really gotten powdery mildew about a year ago or so. And I got to really see how different, you know, because I was starting to get so crowded, because before I used to be better about keeping more space between my plants. Somehow things started getting really crowded, got powdery mildew. And I got to see a real big difference between the, you know, some genetics that don't get it nearly as much, and it's a whole family, you know what I mean? It's like these ones, they don't get crippled by powdery mildew. It doesn't even really bother them that much. So maybe for something like aquaponics, I don't know, do you think that that powdery mildew is more likely to be in aquaponics because of the high humidity and the environment or anything like that? You know, that might be
the biggest.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Steve.
At least for that particular topic, the biggest thing I've noticed with PM is the silica, the bioavailability of silica. If there's no silica in the system, the plants seem extremely more susceptible than without silica in the system.
Bingo like a motherfucker, dude. You know, and I think one of the things is I haven't been putting enough sand in I think we've talked about this before, and people always go, "Why you put sand in your mix?" You know, and I buy bags of you know, the playground sand, the sharp or builder's sand, and I go through takes in about 2 years to go through a bag. You know, the plants apparently eat it. I mean, because I recycle my soil, I recycle everything. I pull out all the roots, and I carefully, and I add bone meal and nutrients and things back to it. So I'm constantly recycling it, and you know that the silica, the sand disappears. The plants eat it. They definitely eat it.
Nutrients are a huge thing. But I do breed and grow outdoors in a light supplemented, totally supplemented greenhouse, and also indoors under HPS and LED. And all those things influence cannabis, so just that's real. We all know that. Everyone here, can shake their head and we've seen that. And so all of those things matter to a degree. You know what I mean? How sensitive a person wants to be on that, but some plants make it a bigger deal or not. You know what I mean? The ATF is one that makes a real big deal. I can really see that. Some plants, it's not as big a deal between, but some of them you're like, oh no, this one's only an outdoor plant because it'll maybe potentially hurt me, indoors, and maybe like it just does really well outdoors. There's stuff that goes that way, and stuff that definitely is typically more mold and mildew resistant. Same with greenhouse, and then same with depth too. I didn't even mention. There's kind of this, and what season of depth. Are we talking? So there's. If you're a farmer and you're wanting to just crush it, I would really, I would dig into that, before buying stock, because that's available. We have lots of breeders, going on right now, doing lots of different things, and for someone that people that do different things, it's fair enough to ask and say, hey, and if your breeder doesn't have that conversation with you and say, hey, well, how are you growing? Exactly. Let's walk through it, and what are your goals? And what are you growing for?
Yeah, it's very important. Another thing to mention, since we're on the breeders panel, we're on the breeders thing. I've noticed in this, that there's quite a few genetics out there that they don't show all their traits necessarily the first time around until you've actually cloned and grown the plant, for a good 6-8 months. And the reason, because I flower everything really quick, right? I go everything into little tiny, I flower them, I start them when they're like in quart containers, so I can fit a whole bunch of plants in a little space. And the thing about that is that there is quite a few genetics, things with a lot of, sativa maybe possibly in them, that really, they don't do their thing that early, and you'll get the plant to flower and stuff, but you may not see a lot of traits or even smell terpenes and things until the plant kind of gets older. And I've noticed it even on some hybrid plants too, some plants that are part indica, part sativa, that there's because I remember Steve one time, I'm sorry, Dutch, we were talking about on the phone about plants changing, over time, and I thought about that, and I remember, and so when I realized that, and I saw that, I started noticing this, pretty recently. I think I noticed it a long time ago too, before I never really thought about it as much. But the changes that plants go through just because of their age, and then just pretty early, I'm saying the first say 6 to 9 months, you know what I mean? So if you're flowering plants early or whatever, you may miss some of these things, which if you clone that plant and then run it again, now that it's older, now that it's 7 months, 9 months old, it may actually show different traits than it did. There's this kind of, I think, growing up of plants in the beginning. So with certain genetics, anyways, just a caution out there. Certain genetics, keep an eye on that thing. It might change when you clone it. Usually just the first time, not too much. Just change a little bit, but usually that first 6-8 months, something like that. After that, I've got some plants that are 20 years old. I swear to God, they're exactly the same as they were. I got a 22-year-old Jack Herrera plant, identical to what it was, identical, and still incredibly vigorous too. I mean, that's that's a very fast rooting plant, just takes off, boom, immediately. It's 22 years old. I think it's probably
not only that, but you have a lot of traits too that don't even show till F2. I can think of like the freak show stuff, the ABC crosses, unless you take them out farther than an F2. Have you guys found anything interesting in an F2 or F3 that you guys didn't see earlier?
That's where all the fun is.
I'll ask that to Jeff.
I call that one the Pandora's box. That's where all the weird stuff happens. It's where you find the webbed branches. I don't even know what it's called, but you get the branch that goes up, and when the shoot comes off, you get webbing there. That's where I find the offspring that outperforms its parents quite often. The babies will be better than everything that we've grown. The F1s, both parents. The F2s do that. And then F3 kind of starts mellowing it out a little bit. But yeah, the F2 was fun. Those are really fun.
That's where the fun is. Yeah.
Yeah. Finding an F2 male. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that between in the right, F2, the number of variations can be incredibly high. So it's often really worth planting a large amount of seeds. If you've got an F2 batch, try to get hold of 60, 100 seeds and grow the hell out of all of them, because it's going to be some real unicorns in there.
Yes.
And good luck with the testing session. Don't invite me. No, I'm there in a second, I'm sure. But it'd be brutal. It's a brutal job, but somebody has to do it,
Mr. Mean Green, you talk a lot about not isolating traits and working. I forgot the term that you used. It was isolating many traits or working with many traits. Do you do parallel line breeding? Like,
oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So you understand where I'm headed with that.
Absolutely. Well, I call it. I use the terms from animal breeding. So, which in animal breeding, it's common for them to cross father to daughter or mother to son or something like that. So they call in animal breeding, they'll distinctly call that line breeding, and crossing of brothers and sisters or even cousins of the same generation, inbreeding. So I usually use the term inbreeding to mean anything of the same generation, whereas intergenerational, from any different generations, I would call that line breeding. And right now, one thing I did recently was a double back cross to Blackberry Kush, which was a DJ Short's Blackberry Kush plant, really nice, incredibly potent indica. Double back cross to that, and then I'm going to breed the brothers and sisters of that together, because they'll still be only one step off the mom. They'll be only F2, they'll be an F2 one generation away from the Blackberry Kush herself. But they are 7/8, so they're whatever 87.5% Blackberry Kush genetics. And then I'll inbreed those. I'll cross those brother and sister together, try to get a shitload of seeds of that, because that'll be an F2 as well, although sort of a specially engineered F2.
Right.
Only showing the F2 breakdown from the Blackberry Kush side. So anytime, and that plan has worked really well for me quite a few times. A single back cross, you don't necessarily have to do it double. You can do a single back cross and then cross brothers and sisters of that generation. That often, because that's giving you an F2 breakdown off of the plant you back cross to. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's a fabulous. It often will give you something great.
That's a neat strategy. That's fun.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, Jeff, how about some of your work that you've done beyond the Arise, where you've done, you've talked about doing some F2 work. You've also talked about doing FEMS, I think.
I do a lot of FEM stuff. Like Dutch said earlier, when you go to the shows, at the trade shows, everybody wants a pack of FEM seeds. All the new growers, they're afraid of males. They're so scared of males, all the new growers, so they don't even want the males. So I do a lot of FEMs. I've got an Afterglow plant, which is a clementine female pollinated by an Arise male. My friend, the Painted Lady, she's a well-known grower in Michigan. She found a cut of that plant that was phenomenal. It's an amazing plant through and through. It's got all the stuff you want. So I've been reversing that and basically just putting that pollen on everything, and it works. I haven't had a miss with that yet. I've been naming all those crosses ironically after fish songs. That's just because it was time for me to do that. There's Fluffhead, Character Zero, the Rhombus, Maze. So the Afterglow puts a real orange candy sort of a thing to stuff, but it's got a funk to it, like a tropical orange funk. And everything she pollinates, or he, I guess, it's 2023, you got to be careful. It didn't tell me what it wants to be called, but That plant, everything it pollinates just comes out magical. It's got that tangy taste to it, hyper vigor. I've put it to the sour diesel, the blue raspberry truffle. I've put it to lemon skunk, and every time it doesn't overpower anything, but it definitely complements and turbocharges everything. The customers love the fem seeds right now. I sell probably 3 times as many fems as I do regular seeds, and they're more expensive. So the fems are in demand.
Yeah, that's a good tip. I was making fem seeds like 5-6 years ago, but then I stopped. I should do it again.
The market would go crazy for your fems. You've got some gems, and if you could just put those out in purity, people would love those. That's kind of how I got started. I had golden goat. I didn't make golden goat. I get a lot of credit for the goat. I did not create it. I was gifted a clone, and I posted pictures of it, and people in other states were like, dude, I would do nasty shit for a cut of that, but I couldn't really send cuts. I wasn't that savvy yet. So I just made fem seeds of it, and I was sending out fem seeds, and that people really enjoyed that. So I started by just wanting to make fems for people to get classic cuts, but then I realized that's not cool just to go fem everybody's work. That's not cool. I had to make my own shit. So I was new at the time. I was learning.
Well, also, I'd like to caution that not all plants fem, because for example, I femmed the Oreo and that Oreo plant, and it didn't work at all. I only grew out 5 of the seeds, but they were all considerably lower THC, lower potency. But
Okay.
the Oreo is an F1 plant. You know what I mean? But I think it's pretty common for fem plants to not exactly to be very consistent with each other. The seeds will all grow something consistent, but it's not always the exact thing of the mom. It depends on, you know what I mean? It's one of the things you got to kind of progeny test for and see
Right.
if they work out.
We did kind of play with that.
One of the reasons why I gave it up was because it didn't work at all with the Oreo. But you're right. I got other ones that would work, so that I should test. Thank you.
Isn't it a heartbreaking feeling flushing all those bags of seeds down the drain? They're just no good. And like, here's bird feed. It's all I can do with these.
You got to do with it. You got to do it.
Yep.
And
that's a good breeder.
Yeah, you have to. It's like this is where the art comes into it. You know what I mean? It's like a good artist is, not just attached to every goddamn thing he does. He's gonna recognize, all right, this is shit. Just check, like Beethoven. Beethoven took his stuff, they work on it for a whole week, and he's like, fuck that, boosh, right in there. You know what I mean? And it takes courage, but sometimes you got to do it, and yeah, like it's a sign that you're doing good if you can handle that. Yeah, man.
We'll have to trade some cuts one day.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be more part of the community. You guys are excellent, and thanks for the tips, man. I gotta get back into a feminized thing. But I think and I have been working on ways to mail clones. I've successfully mailed clones, quite a few times the last couple of years and everything. It can be done.
Oh yeah, I've gotten much more savvy at things. There's been such an evolution.
Yeah, me and a friend accidentally, he dropped off some plants for me to take care of because something was happening. It left me 2 Rubbermaid packages full of them, and one of them I completely missed it, and I found it again 3 weeks later, and we popped it open, took the plants out. They came out like, hey, what's up? They were totally fine. They sat in the dark in a Rubbermaid for 3 weeks.
Wow.
Sealed in there, and they popped
Did they
out.
start to flower?
They didn't do anything. They were apparently just like in limbo. They didn't. They were in containers. They were in pots, and they were in the dark, and they were sealed in there. There was no, just tape around it and shit like that. It was
Hibernation.
it was an accidental experiment.
Embarrassingly, I have these shipping containers that have LED lights that are controlled outside the container. And so it's taken me a couple cycles to realize that sometimes that shit the signal doesn't get through. And so I've had at least 2 or 3 cycles, like where didn't, they were just in the dark and I didn't know, you know, like, cause I have them run at night, you know, and sometimes I'll just pop the door open real quick and, you know, look, and everything's fine. And it's a little cold in there. And like, you know, anyways, like they will flip. I just said that to say, I've done it a couple times enough to, know that they will start to flower a little bit, but they don't like keep initiating flowering, you know, unless they get that light there, you know, that they need to have the energy to keep going through. Just being in the dark, they stop. But yeah.
Yeah, very cool. Well, I think we pretty much ran it down.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if there were any last comments. We could start with you, Ross, to Jeff.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on the Breeders panel. This was a great honor to hang out. Made some new friends today. I learned some things. It's always an honor to be invited to anything that Steve does. Thank you guys. Felt like we had 3 good hosts on here. We all kind of took turns on accident, just naturally. So you're doing a great job moderating, bro. Steve, I don't know if you can hear me, but thank you for having me. I talk a lot, so follow me on social media and all that stuff. You'll get enough of me. I'll let other people talk because I definitely talk a lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I probably talked over all of you guys too as well.
No, it was an honor though, because you had a lot of good shit to say. So I'm glad we got to sit back and listen for a minute. Ganja class.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, good seeing you, Dutch. We gotta talk on the phone more often. Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Cheers. Thanks, Steve, for hosting again.
Yeah.
You guys can check me out. I have a YouTube as well for Regenerative Cannabis. So there's some cool shit on there.
Yeah. And
thanks Trevor as well for moderating the panel today, and thanks to all the wonderful speakers today and breeders. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to come on today.
Anytime, bro.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for inviting me. And it was great to chat with all of you. Really, really good to meet you. Finally to get on a chat with you, Ross, Jeff, and Dutch, Mr. Green. Always a pleasure. So yeah, thank you, Stephen. And I appreciate everyone who's tuning in to the conference. This was a great opportunity, and yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Well, that was a wonderful panel. We have next up, Marty is not quite ready yet, but we do have our one of our Spanish speakers. The second Spanish speaker out of Colombia is had a family emergency and will not be able to make it. But the other gentleman has a nice pre-recorded presentation for us. It is in Spanish. Hopefully YouTube works today. It worked in trials and then didn't work yesterday. So we'll see how this goes, I guess. But if it doesn't work, as far as the live version, I will have an English translation for us in the re-upload. And then Marty is going to have a design, a 1 hour on design here after that. So be sure to check that out. Let me throw up the companies from the speakers here real quick before we transition again. Sorry, trying to navigate some of the stuff. Been a little bit tricky today. All right, please support all the wonderful companies that took their time to educate us this weekend and share with us their knowledge. You know, a lot of these guys took a lot of time to put together different slide decks for us and things like that, and it takes a lot of time. So if you can support them, please support them any way you can. Thank you. Alrighty, well, let me get the video queued up here. Like I said, this will be in Spanish. You know, I apologize ahead of time if you don't speak Spanish. Hopefully YouTube, the live translation works. It worked. We tested this out this week and it worked fine. And then yesterday it was not working. So I guess we'll see how this goes. The next up, it'll be Jose Luis Salmeron from Canna Fish in Mexico.
nosotros. A continuación les voy a presentar sistemas aquapónicos. Bueno, esta plática va a ser de mayor interés o va más dirigida sobre todo para aquellas personas que están iniciando con este tipo de cultivos. A lo largo de la plática les iré mostrando algunos sistemas caseros, algunos sistemas pequeños de pequeña escala que se pueden construir con materiales muy fáciles de conseguir. Bueno, estos en un método ancestral que ya conocemos, un método mesoamericano, que es el método de las chinampas, el cultivo a través de las chinampas. También podemos encontrar algunos manuales, por ejemplo, en el manual de la FAO podemos encontrar varios modelos, varios diseños para poder desarrollar este tipo de cultivos, donde pues podemos plantar plantas comestibles, plantas medicinales, aromáticas y sobre todo pues la planta de la que estamos hablando en estas conferencias, que es la planta del cannabis. Entonces le repito, en este caso, en esta ocasión, pues es una charla que va más dirigida para principiantes o para personas que se están introduciendo al mundo de la acuaponía. Bueno, nos ubicamos en las faldas del volcán Citraltépetl. Estamos en México, en el estado de Puebla. Ahorita les hablaré un poquito más también acerca del por qué estamos desarrollando este tipo de proyectos. Estamos viendo en la pantalla unas imágenes que nos resumen de manera muy general cuál es el proceso y cuál es el funcionamiento de la acuaponía. En la acuaponía pues tenemos que crear un ecosistema donde convivan diferentes microorganismos como son peces, plantas, bacterias, diferentes organismos y diferentes microorganismos. Se debe de generar un ambiente ideal para que exista una simbiosis y para que tanto las plantas, los peces y las bacterias puedan contribuir y se puedan beneficiar entre ellos mismos. Además, les mencionaba, pues también existe un gran número de microorganismos que vamos a estar utilizando o que van a estar conviviendo dentro de nuestro sistema. Muy importante, en la imagen de abajo de la izquierda, por ejemplo, podemos ver una de las imágenes pues más importantes a lo mejor para el funcionamiento de estos sistemas aquapónicos, sobre todo para el cultivo del cannabis en camas de sustrato. Hay diferentes métodos de cultivo. En este caso estamos viendo una cama de sustrato que está dividida en 3 partes. Es muy importante que tengan esa división las camas de sustrato para poder generar una buena colonia de bacterias, también para que las raíces se puedan desarrollar y para que puedan tener una oxigenación adecuada. En la imagen de la izquierda les muestro pues una imagen que hace referencia al uso que le damos al agua, ¿no? Si somos conscientes, sabemos que por ejemplo, una planta de cannabis pues requiere bastante agua durante todo su proceso de desarrollo, ¿no? Desde que la germinamos, conforme va creciendo, cuando entra en etapa de floración, hasta que la cosechamos, nuestra planta de cannabis requiere bastante agua. Entonces, una de las ventajas de estos sistemas, de los sistemas aquapónicos, es que nuestra agua la podemos estar reutilizando. Nuestra agua siempre va a estar en un ciclo constante, siempre va a estar recirculando y eso nos permite reutilizarla de manera constante. Les comentaba que nosotros estamos ubicados en el estado de Puebla, en México, y pues decidimos también comenzar a utilizar este tipo de sistemas por problemáticas ambientales que ya estamos viviendo, como es el desabasto de agua. Desgraciadamente, pues la montaña que nos surte de agua, la montaña que se encarga de dotarnos de agua, pues ya está, los glaciares que tiene ya están desapareciendo. Este volcán tenía más de 14 glaciares hace algunos años. Actualmente solamente le queda uno, que es el glaciar Jamapa, pero pues ya está desapareciendo. Entonces, el problema de la escasez de agua ya comenzó y se va a ir intensificando conforme vaya disminuyendo hasta que llegue a su total desaparición este glaciar. Entonces es muy importante tener pues conciencia de este problema y comenzar pues a actuar, ¿no? Si queremos seguir cultivando no nada más cannabis, sino también alimentos y otro tipo de plantas que podemos utilizar, pues hay que ir viendo otro tipo de opciones que no requieran de tanta agua como en la agricultura convencional o como en la hidroponía. Les comentaba que a lo largo de esta presentación vamos a estar viendo algunos sistemas sencillos. Algunos de estos sistemas se desarrollaron con la idea de que se pudieran reproducir en las escuelas. Estos sistemas se han llevado también a las aulas de clase para que los chicos, los jóvenes de secundaria, pues puedan también adentrarse a este mundo de la acuaponía con el cultivo de plantas comestibles. Lo que estamos viendo ahorita en la imagen es uno de los sistemas, uno de los primeros sistemas que desarrollamos. Después de una conferencia que hubo hace algunos años en Bogotá, pues regresamos completamente emocionados y comenzamos a adentrarnos en este mundo, en el mundo de la acuaponía, pero específicamente más en el cannabis. Entonces comenzamos a desarrollar sistemas que pudieran replicarse o que pudieran desarrollarse de manera sencilla, ¿no? Por ejemplo, esas imágenes que estamos viendo ahí, los componentes del sistema aquapónico que incluso están enumerados, pues son materiales muy fáciles de conseguir. Comenzamos con el número 1, que es el tanque de peces, es un tanque de 200 litros, y a este tanque pues le podemos desarrollar una biomasa hasta de 5 kilogramos de peces. Es un tonel muy fácil de conseguir acá en México. Después, el punto número 2, tenemos un filtro de sólidos, que es un tanque de 35 litros, es un tonelito de estos que a veces ocupamos para el agua. Después tenemos número 3, la cama de sustrato, que es una tina roja también. Estas tinas, estos toneles, pues los puedes conseguir o encontrar fácilmente en los mercados, ¿no? Esta cama de sustrato originalmente tenía grava de construcción. Recordemos que pues en la acuaponía necesitamos un sustrato inerte. Hemos hecho pruebas con grava de construcción y nos ha resultado muy bien. Sin embargo, pues hemos visto que es un material muy denso, es un material muy pesado y a veces se dificulta también pues darle mantenimiento a estos sistemas o estarlos operando, ¿no? Entonces lo que optamos después fue por utilizar otro tipo de sustrato más liviano como es el tepecilo, el tesontle. Más adelante les hablaré acerca de ello. Como último punto, como último elemento de este sistema, tenemos el punto número 4, que es un tonel que observamos del lado izquierdo hasta abajo. Es un tonel que solamente se alcanza a ver la tapa porque está enterrado, está por abajo, ¿no? Es un tanque sumidero que es en donde todo el agua se llega a recolectar. Una vez que ya recorrió todo el sistema, el agua regresa a este punto y como nos damos cuenta, tenemos acá un tubo que va nuevamente hacia el tanque de los peces. Acá tenemos conectada una pequeña bomba que nuevamente se encarga de volver a reiniciar el ciclo, ¿no? Entonces, en resumen, este es el ciclo que va siguiendo nuestra agua, ¿no? Parte del tanque de los peces, pasa por un primer filtro de sólidos, después pasa por la cama de sustrato para que pueda regar las plantas también y para poder, pues, alimentar a las bacterias, ¿no? Esta cama de sustrato sirve también como biofiltro. Y por último, pues el agua regresa al tanque sumidero. Esta es una vista aérea de otro de los primeros sistemas que desarrollamos. Al centro, pues alcanzamos a ver una planta de cannabis y alrededor hay algunas plantas, por ejemplo, plantas de frijol. También pusimos algunas plantas de menta, algunas plantas de hierbabuena, algunas plantas de pepinillo. Fue uno de los primeros sistemas que estuvimos desarrollando. Este es un sistema ya un poco más grande. En este caso estamos utilizando una técnica de cultivo que se llama NFT y alcanzamos a ver diferentes tipos de plantas también como menta, lechuga orejona, algunas acelgas, había por ahí algunas espinacas también. En este caso el tanque de los peces lo vemos del lado izquierdo, que es el tanque verde en la parte superior izquierda. Vemos un tanque cuadrado de los IBC de 1000 litros. Ese es el tanque que utilizábamos para los peces. Después tenemos nuestro filtro de sólidos, que ya es un tanque más grande también. Y pues este era el otro de los sistemas que desarrollamos. En este caso el tanque sumidero no se alcanza a ver. Podemos lograr ver la línea de agua por donde regresaba, por donde retornaba el agua, que en este caso es este tubo de acá abajo, ¿no? Bueno, una de las ventajas que hemos observado, muchas de las personas que practican acuaponía pues ya están conscientes de esta ventaja, ¿no? Pero pues nosotros también ya lo hemos comprobado de manera personal, es que las plantas en los sistemas acuapónicos se desarrollan más rápido, crecen más rápido. Podemos ver aquí dos imágenes que estamos comparando. Del lado derecho tenemos una planta de tomate que, bueno, ambas plantas se cultivaron en la misma fecha, pero la de la derecha está cultivada en la tierra, es como el cultivo convencional, el cultivo tradicional. Obviamente sin ningún tipo de agroquímicos, sin pesticidas, todo natural. Y del lado izquierdo alcanzamos a ver también pues una planta de la misma charola de germinación que está fácilmente duplicando su tamaño, ¿no? Alcanzamos a ver que tiene ahí un mejor desarrollo. Sin embargo, también observamos algunas deficiencias. Hay algunas deficiencias en ambas plantas. Les comentaba, no ocupamos ningún tipo de suplemento, ningún tipo de fertilizante. Más adelante les voy a hablar un poquito acerca de este tema, también del tema de los fertilizantes, cómo poder complementar tu sistema acuapónico con algunos fertilizantes extras, ¿verdad? Pero bueno, en cuanto al tamaño en la reproducción de plantas, los sistemas acuapónicos pues se llevan la ventaja. Acá podemos ver la otra parte del mismo sistema que les mostraba hace ratito, con una cama de sustrato, es decir, que podemos ir haciendo combinaciones con nuestros sistemas acuapónicos, podemos cultivar diferentes técnicas en un solo sistema acuapónico. En este caso, pues alcanzamos a ver del lado izquierdo, casi en el centro de la imagen, una planta de cannabis también que pues iba desarrollándose muy bien y está pues está en conjunto junto con otras plantas. Tenemos la planta de tomate también, tenemos algunas selgas, hemos sembrado kale también. Y bueno, lo que podemos ver acá es que también este sustrato es grava de construcción. Este es otro de los sistemas también ya más grande todavía que los que les he mostrado anteriormente. Sin embargo, este sistema solamente está diseñado para utilizar camas de sustrato. Porque pues la finalidad es que se cultivara cannabis, que el cannabis fuera la planta principal en estos sistemas. Sin embargo, pues también se van complementando con otro tipo de plantas. En este caso, tenemos un tanque de peces que hicimos con un rotoplas, con un tinaco. También los tinacos son muy fáciles de conseguir acá en México. A diferencia de los tanques de peces cuadrados como en el sistema anterior, hemos visto que pues en los tanques circulares el agua puede circular con una mayor facilidad y eso permite que los sólidos y que todos los lodos que se acumulan en el fondo, todos los desechos de los peces, puedan salir con una mayor facilidad, a diferencia de los tanques cuadrados, porque debido a la forma geométrica se llega a almacenar diferentes sólidos y eso pues puede modificar también la calidad de nuestra agua. En cierto momento eso va a modificar la calidad de nuestra agua. Después del tinaco del tanque de peces que tenemos acá, ocupamos algunos filtros, no se ven aquí en la imagen, todavía no estaban, pero bueno, esto es como un esqueleto, un esquema general de nuestro sistema acuapónico. Después de esos filtros, el agua es llevada también hacia las camas de sustrato, que en este caso son 3. Utilizamos también tanques de los cuadrados IBC, pero igual se pueden pues, realizar de otras formas, ¿no? Se pueden hacer también cajones largos con madera, ya es dependiendo aquí de la creatividad y de las necesidades de cada persona. En la parte izquierda, en la parte de abajo, también alcanzamos a ver otro tanque de los cuadrados, pero está enterrado. Recordemos que esos tanques son en donde llega a parar toda el agua una vez que ya recorrió todo el sistema y de ahí parte nuevamente hacia el tanque de los peces y se está reiniciando este ciclo. En este caso, tenemos una bomba hasta el fondo de este tanque, tenemos una bomba con una potencia de 70 watts, una bomba que nos ha funcionado bastante bien. Tiene un flujo máximo de 49 litros por minuto y alcanza una altura máxima de 3.19 metros. Es muy importante saber la altura con la que pueden alcanzar nuestras bombas y el flujo máximo para tener en cuenta qué tanta cantidad de agua va a estar circulando por tu sistema y hacer que tu sistema funcione de manera correcta, ¿no? Es como si fuera vamos a suponer, si hacemos una analogía, podemos decir que El agua en el sistema acuapónico es como si fuera la sangre dentro del cuerpo de un ser humano, ¿no? Al final de cuentas, este sistema acuapónico, pues también al final de cuentas es algo vivo, es un ser vivo, podríamos decirlo, ¿no? Porque todos sus elementos son, pues, organismos, son microorganismos, estamos interactuando con vida, entonces podemos hacer esta analogía de que el agua es similar a la sangre, a la circulación que hay en los seres vivos. Entonces, pues, debe tener una excelente circulación. Acá vemos otra vista del mismo sistema ya con el sustrato. Alcanzamos a ver aquí el sustrato que es el tesontle. El tesontle o grava volcánica es una piedra roja, también es una piedra inerte, es una piedra más liviana que la grava de construcción. Sin embargo, pues también hemos hecho pruebas con otra piedra que es el tepecil, que también se puede obtener de manera muy fácil en la región en la que estamos nosotros. Alcanzamos a ver en las dos camas finales, pues que ya están protegidas de cierta forma por una especie de invernadero, ¿no? Que hicimos ahí con un domo geodésico. Bueno, ahorita les voy a seguir hablando más acerca de los sustratos. Estas son dos vistas diferentes también que hemos tenido a lo largo del tiempo, pues nuestro sistema acuapónico se va desarrollando de diferentes formas y va obteniendo diferentes vistas, ¿no? Eso es algo que nos encanta a nosotros, nos encanta ver cómo luce nuestro sistema acuapónico en diferentes fechas. Les comentaba que pues lo que hacemos es complementar este sistema, complementar el cultivo de sistemas, el cultivo de plantas de cannabis con otro tipo de plantas, con plantas comestibles también. En la imagen de la izquierda podemos ver pues hasta el fondo unas plantas de cannabis, unas mentas también, tenemos incluso lavanda y hasta adelante pues tenemos acelgas. Y las plantas que están viendo acá, estas plantas chiquitas, son plantas que solitas nacieron, ¿no? A través del viento, pues me imagino que las semillas han pues logrado caer en la cama del sustrato y las plantas terminan por desarrollarse ahí, son plantas nativas. No las quitamos porque lo que nos interesa es tener también raíces que puedan aprovechar esos nutrientes, porque al final de cuentas ya hablábamos acerca de la convivencia que debe de haber entre los organismos que están en el sistema acuapónico, entre los peces, plantas y bacterias. Entonces, pues hay que tener también cierto control acerca del número de plantas que vamos a tener. Y en algunos casos, cuando las plantas de cannabis apenas están conectándose hacia estos sistemas acuapónicos, o cuando tenemos muy pocas plantas de cannabis, pues también es conveniente tener otro tipo de plantas para que esas raíces vayan aprovechando todos los nutrientes de nuestro sistema. Podemos ver también que, bueno, por ejemplo, acá hay una planta de chile cubano, así lo conocemos acá en México, ¿verdad? Y podemos ver que tanto esta planta de chile que tenemos acá enfrente, junto con las dos plantas del fondo, están en una maceta. Esto se debe a otra técnica de cultivo también, pues que hemos visto que es de gran utilidad, que se llama zona de raíz doble. Más adelantito les voy a hablar acerca de ese tema, ¿sale? Y también, pues algo muy importante, alcanzamos a ver que en la parte de arriba de esa misma imagen tenemos una lámpara. En este caso, pues estuvimos haciendo pruebas con las plantas de cannabis. Digamos que era un sistema semicerrado, no estaba completamente cerrado como los indoor que acostumbramos. En este caso, pues este sistema recibía luz, pues, luz natural, y en algunos días cuando llegaba a estar nublado, por ejemplo, cuando la luz del sol no llegaba de manera correcta o de forma directa a nuestras plantas, lo que hacíamos era pues prender esta luz artificial. Incluso si queríamos también darle más horas de luz a nuestras plantas, a lo mejor pues ya no, el sol ya no podía, la luz del sol ya no podía llegar a nuestras plantas a la hora que nosotros queríamos, pues lo que hacíamos era prender esta luz. Ya es dependiendo aquí también de los intereses de cada cultivador y pues de cierta forma de lo que vaya experimentando. En la imagen de la derecha tenemos otra vista en otro momento de nuestro sistema acuapónico. Y aquí estamos observando algo muy importante. En la cama de sustrato, en la primera cama de sustrato, observamos dos cosas. La primera es que aparte de tesontle ya tenemos otro tipo de sustrato que es el tepecil. Es esa grava blanca, es una piedra muy liviana, que incluso a veces llega hasta poder flotar dentro del agua. Ahorita vamos a ver una imagen que nos muestra eso. Y lo segundo que observamos es que en estas dos plantas de cannabis estamos haciendo una, pues de cierta forma, una comparativa. Son especies totalmente distintas de cannabis, pero bueno, estamos viendo aquí dos formas de cultivar. La primera es la de la imagen izquierda, que es esta planta que estamos observando aquí con las hojas un poco amarillas y cafés, una variedad muy bonita que nos gustó. Pero esta planta se cultivó de manera directa en la piedra, entonces así se desarrollaron sus raíces de manera directa en la piedra. Y la imagen de la derecha, que es donde tenemos la maceta, acá podemos ver que otra planta de cannabis, en este caso pues tenemos la zona de raíz de esta planta se desarrolló primero en un sustrato, que ahorita les voy a platicar cómo, de manera general cómo lo hacemos. Utilizamos, por ejemplo, Bokashi, utilizamos lombricomposta y otros materiales. Pero la primera zona de raíz se desarrolló dentro de esta maceta, es decir, en un sustrato, y después, eso no se alcanza a ver, ahorita les paso algunas imágenes, pero después la segunda parte de la raíz, o digamos que la otra zona de la raíz, se desarrolló ya dentro del sistema, es decir, que lo que hicimos fue sacar las raíces de esa maceta para lograr que se pudieran conectar al sistema acuapónico. Y pues bueno, acá también enfrente podemos observar algunas plantas que apenas estaban recién germinadas, estaban apenas creciendo. Al final, pues nuevamente observamos otra planta de cannabis también, al final de la imagen, nuestro tanque de peces. Y tenemos por acá un aerador muy importante también para que se esté en constante movimiento nuestra agua, para que se esté aireando. Algo muy importante que considerar dentro de estos sistemas acuapónicos es que la calidad de agua tiene que ser constantemente monitoreada, ¿no? Hay varios aspectos que tenemos que considerar, hay varios parámetros que tenemos que considerar, pero pues en general ahorita les menciono, digamos que de los más importantes, que es nuestro pH. En este caso, pues lo podemos medir con un kit o con algunas plumas de medición, como la que estamos viendo aquí, una pluma de HANA Instruments, un instrumento muy bueno que nos permite medir incluso también sólidos disueltos y conductividad eléctrica. Del lado derecho, pues estamos viendo el kit que les platicaba. Es un kit también, a pesar de que es muy sencillo, nos permite medir pH, amonía, nitritos y nitratos, es decir, nos permite medir 4 parámetros de nuestro sistema acuapónico. Y es un kit muy fácil de operar, un kit que incluso lo podemos pues estar operando de manera, sí, de manera frecuente y de manera muy, muy fácil. Funciona a través de la colorimetría. Haces tus pruebas de agua, dentro del mismo kit vienen los instructivos, pero es muy fácil de utilizar. Haces tu prueba de agua dentro de cada tubo y al final terminas comparando los colores y haciendo una lectura con la tabla que se alcanza a ver al final atrás de los tubos, ¿no? Entonces tú puedes darte una idea y puedes hacer la comparativa. En este caso, pues nos gusta hacer esa lectura, una lectura digital con las plumas y una lectura también con el kit para ver qué tan certeros son estos kits, y pues nos hemos dado cuenta de que sí, que los resultados son los mismos. Las diferencias de estos instrumentos es que a lo mejor el kit es un poquito más económico que la pluma digital, ¿no? Pero bueno, pues obviamente con una pluma como esta, como la negra que estamos viendo, pues se facilita más tomar este tipo de mediciones. Solamente tienes que encenderla, obviamente debe estar calibrada, la enciendes, la metes o la colocas dentro del recipiente donde tengas la muestra de agua y rápidamente te va a arrojar los resultados. Ahora estamos viendo los rangos óptimos que deberíamos tener en nuestro sistema una vez que ya está bien establecido, ya digamos que ya tenemos un sistema maduro. Hace ratito les comentaba algo acerca de la deficiencia que hemos observado también en algunos sistemas acuapónicos. Es normal porque, bueno, por varias situaciones, pero una de ellas es que cuando recién comienzas a trabajar con un sistema acuapónico, los minerales, los nutrientes, todavía no son suficientes para poder nutrir bien a las plantas, ¿no? Entonces hay que esperar cierto tiempo para que tu sistema vaya estableciéndose, para que tu sistema vaya madurando y para que todos los nutrientes que vas a ocupar pues se vayan acumulando en el agua. Sin embargo, también es necesario suplementar. Ahorita les voy a comentar algo acerca de la suplementación. pero pues aquí podemos observar algunos parámetros, ¿no? Por ejemplo, el rango óptimo del pH es entre 6.4 y 6.8. La lectura que teníamos en esta ocasión, cuando medimos, era de 6.5, entonces eso indica que tenemos un pH pues excelente, un pH estable. Obviamente estas medidas pueden ir cambiando por varias situaciones, se pueden alterar, ¿no? A lo mejor en una de esas una planta está muriendo, tiene las raíces que se le están pudriendo, eso va a alterar tu pH. Si alguno de los peces también está enfermo o si murió y por alguna razón no has notado de manera inmediata y a lo mejor ese pez ya lleva ahí muerto 1 o 2 días, eso también va a modificar tu pH. Otra cosa que hay que considerar también es la temperatura. Ahí viene también el rango óptimo que hay que considerar. En la zona en la que estamos nos hemos dado cuenta que pues incluso también, bueno, esto va a depender de la especie de los peces que tengas, ¿no? Acá, por ejemplo, pues es muy frío y debido a eso, pues también hemos hecho varias pruebas hasta que hemos encontrado una especie de pez que se adapte bien a nuestras necesidades. Acá, por ejemplo, pues es muy difícil o no sería tan viable cultivar tilapia porque la tilapia pues es un pez de aguas más cálidas. Están los otros parámetros, el amonio, nitrito, nitratos, oxígeno, alcalinidad, etcétera, etcétera. Y en la parte de abajo, pues vemos una especie de registro que es necesario llevar. Es un registro, pues nosotros lo consideramos completo porque vamos anotando ahí la muestra que tomamos, si es del tanque de los peces o del tanque sumidero, la fecha, la hora también. Y pues vamos haciendo una gráfica para que veamos de manera visual cómo se va comportando nuestro sistema. Acá podemos ver en la parte gráfica, cuando recién inicia nuestro sistema, comienza con un pH elevado de 7.6. Después hubo un pico de pH, es decir, el pH subió bastante. Eso, pues ya les comentaba, puede deberse a diversos factores, ¿no? A veces a errores que nosotros cometemos también. Pero afortunadamente, lo que podemos notar también es que después hubo una caída de pH hasta que se fue estabilizando y llegó a 6.9, ¿no? Entonces es muy importante ver estos gráficos porque nos dan una idea de qué fue lo que estuvo o qué es lo que está ocurriendo en nuestro sistema y con eso pues podemos tomar ciertas decisiones. Les comentaba hace rato también del tipo de peces que hemos utilizado, pues cuando recién inicié con los sistemas acuapónicos pequeños, iniciamos cultivando tilapia, pero pues les digo que como es de zona muy cálida, pues no nos dio resultados buenos. Después nos pasamos a trucha arcoíris, que es esta que están viendo acá del lado izquierdo. Obtuvimos unos resultados muy buenos, resultados favorables. Vimos que la trucha arcoíris se desarrolla de manera excelente en los sistemas acuapónicos y no tiene problemas con la temperatura del agua. Sin embargo, tuvimos un problema debido a que pues la energía eléctrica ha fallado en algunas ocasiones acá y nosotros no tenemos ningún suplemento eléctrico, es decir, no tenemos ningún respaldo eléctrico. Y pues ya nos pasó aproximadamente 3, 4 ocasiones que, por ejemplo, la energía eléctrica se iba durante las noches, se iba a la luz durante las noches y al otro día, pues al momento de revisar el sistema, pues las truchas ya, la mayoría de los peces ya estaban muertos, ¿no? O a veces tenemos que salir, nos descuidamos a lo mejor 1 o 2 horas, tenemos que salir, no estamos pendientes del sistema y lo mismo, las truchas pues ya están agonizando, ya están sufriendo, o hay algunas que incluso ya están muertas. Entonces lo que hicimos después fue experimentar con un tipo de pez que es la carpa koi, que es el que tenemos hasta ahorita y es el que pues más nos hemos acomodado con este pez porque hemos visto que también aguanta temperaturas de agua muy frías y que pues aguanta más tiempo sin que el agua esté en constante movimiento, sin que se esté oxigenando. Es decir, que si nuevamente, si hacemos una comparativa con 2 sistemas, en un sistema tenemos truchas y en otro sistema tenemos carpa koi, y por alguna razón la energía eléctrica se llegara a cortar en ambos sistemas, los peces que van a resistir más van a ser los de la derecha, la carpa koi. Es más resistente, entonces debido a eso, pues es que decidimos quedarnos con esta especie. Hasta ahorita no tenemos una intención tan específica en la producción de peces. Tenemos peces de varios tamaños, de diferentes colores también, de diferentes especies. no les damos tanta prioridad a la parte de los peces, a la producción de los peces, porque nos estamos enfocando más a las plantas. Sin embargo, pues depende de cada cultivador, ¿no? Porque pues hay varias personas que se pueden enfocar más a la producción de peces y a lo mejor no tanto a lo de las plantas. Obviamente todo está relacionado, pero pues hay personas que ponen más cuidado al desarrollo de los peces, ¿no? Es decir, que a lo mejor tienen que cumplir con una meta de producción mensual o bimensual. Bueno, pues ya deben de tener a lo mejor como que varios tanques de peces que te permitan ir cosechando con un peso específico. Nosotros pues tenemos pesos diferentes, les comentaba, hay peces grandes, hay algunos un poco más chicos, hay cierta variación, ¿no? Y lo que hemos visto también es que con estos sistemas, con un sistema acuapónico que tenga un tanque de peces de rotoplazo, de tinaco, pues podemos alcanzar una biomasa de hasta 30 kilogramos por metro cúbico. Es decir que en un tinaco de 1,200 litros, tú puedes alcanzar una biomasa hasta de 30 kilogramos. Ya va a depender aquí, pues, de lo que pesen tus peces, ¿no? Si tienes, por ejemplo, carpa y que la carpa llega a crecer bastante grande, si tuvieras carpas de 1 kilo, eso quiere decir que puedes tener hasta 30 especies, 30 peces, 30 especímenes de 1 kilo. Y pues de ahí vas haciendo tus conversiones, vas haciendo tus operaciones. Si a lo mejor tus carpacois pesan 500 gramos, pues vas haciendo la conversión, ¿no? Eso significaría que puedes tener hasta 60 peces de medio kilogramo y así sucesivamente, ¿no? Pero pues la biomasa que hemos visto que soportan estos sistemas es hasta de 30 kilogramos por metro cúbico. Hay otros sistemas que pueden soportar todavía una carga mayor de peces, pero ya se necesitan también a lo mejor como que otros elementos y se necesitan tener, pues digamos que unas instalaciones más aptas para tener en óptimas condiciones a todos los organismos, ¿no? Y bueno, pues parte importante de esta charla es el cultivo de plantas de cannabis. Estamos viendo acá unas plantas pequeñas, pues acá las cultivamos desde la germinación, que utilizamos el método de la servilleta o el cultivo directo en macetas. Las germinamos, utilizamos para sustrato tierra de monte, utilizamos bokashi, utilizamos fibra de maguey también, la lombricomposta, utilizamos diferentes elementos, los mezclamos y pues bueno, estos son los resultados que ahorita vamos a ver algunas imágenes de los resultados que hemos obtenido. Les comentaba hace ratito, en este caso lo que hacemos es sembrar la planta del cannabis en una maceta y después esperar a que se vaya desarrollando para que las raíces puedan salir y conectarse también a nuestro sistema acuapónico. Nuevamente aquí vemos otra imagen donde estamos comparando dos métodos de cultivo diferentes. En la primera imagen, en la imagen de la izquierda, vemos una planta de cannabis que se cultivó de manera directa en el sustrato y en la imagen de la derecha vemos que son dos plantas. La primera planta, la planta de hasta adelante, tiene su primer zona de raíz en un sustrato que ya les comenté cómo lo elaboramos. Y después este tubo, lo que hicimos, este cubo, este bote, lo que hicimos fue enterrar cierta parte del bote, aproximadamente la mitad del bote, para que las raíces pudieran conectar de manera más fácil con este sistema acuapónico, ¿no? Dentro de este bote, dentro de este cubo, tenemos una malla también que impide que los lodos o que nuestro sustrato entre en contacto directo con el agua, ¿no? Porque si el agua llegara a tocar nuestro sustrato, pues sería un lodacero y nuestro sustrato terminaría por irse en toda nuestra cama de sustrato y entraría en contacto también con el agua y terminaría incluso ensuciando el agua de nuestros peces y modificando también pues la interacción que hay entre las bacterias y los microorganismos. Entonces lo que se hace es poner una división y dejar unos cuantos centímetros para que el sustrato no entre en contacto directo con el agua. Y pues bueno, acá observamos también esas mismas plantas, ese mismo sistema que les comentaba, lo observamos aquí del lado izquierdo, con zona de raíz doble. En este caso tenemos 3 macetas, las alcanzamos a ver aquí, 1, 2 y 3. Alrededor pues tenemos otras plantas también plantas chiquitas que apenas van creciendo, pero lo que nos interesa son estas 3 plantas que se cultivaron con el método de zona de raíz doble. Aquí observamos también la lámpara, ya les comentaba cómo podemos complementar la luz cuando, pues depende de los intereses de cada cultivador, ¿no? En este caso, pues queríamos darle más luz a esas plantas y una vez que pues el sol ya se iba ocultando, prendíamos nuestra lámpara por 2 o 3 horas dependiendo de los intereses que tengamos, ¿no? Y del lado derecho, pues alcanzamos a ver cómo reaccionaron esas plantas. Lo que hemos visto es que pues en sistemas acuapónicos, al igual que las plantas comestibles y las plantas medicinales, el cannabis es una planta que se desarrolla bastante bien en sistemas acuapónicos. No hemos desarrollado plantas de porte tan grande, pero pues sí hemos visto que los resultados que obtenemos son resultados muy buenos. Se desarrollan bien, con bastante hoja y al momento de entrar en floración, también incluso ya al momento de cosechar, pues los cogollos son cogollos muy fuertes, son cogollos muy sanos, cogollos muy saludables. Ahorita les mostraré algunas imágenes también. Y pues algo que observamos igual, al final este es un sistema casero, les digo que lo podemos hacer con materiales muy fáciles de conseguir. Podemos observar que alrededor hay unas paredes para poder permitir que la luz se concentre más en nuestras plantas, ¿no? Estas paredes pues fueron elaboradas con los manteles que se ocupan para los coches para impedir que la luz entre. Es material muy barato que podemos conseguir, ¿no? Acá estamos observando el desarrollo radicular de una de las plantas que se desarrolló esta imagen es del primer sistema acuapónico que les mostré, el de la tina roja. Y podemos observar que hay un desarrollo muy bueno, un desarrollo de raíces muy bueno. En la primera imagen, pues es cuando recién se sacó la planta. Todavía pues lleva bastantes piedras, ¿no? Porque obviamente la raíz pues busca la manera de crecer y pues termina abrazando y adhiriéndose a diferentes piedras. Del lado derecho pues estamos viendo esa misma raíz, pero ya sin tanta piedra, ¿no? Algo muy importante que comentar acá es que pues cada determinado tiempo es importante darle mantenimiento a estos sistemas porque cuando tú sacas estas raíces, pues obviamente no vas a sacar la raíz en totalidad, entonces alguna parte de esa raíz se queda dentro del sistema y eso pues a la larga termina por podrirse, es decir, se pudre. Y pues eso también puede modificar tu pH, ¿no? Hay diferentes cosas a lo mejor que podrías hacer aquí, como por ejemplo, meter lombriz roja californiana, de la misma lombriz que se ocupa para las compostas, y ellas se van encargando también como que de consumir esos desechos, ¿no? De transformarlos. Pero pues no está de más de vez en cuando darle un mantenimiento, darle una limpiada a tus sistemas acuapónicos para que estén lo más óptimo posible. Acá del lado derecho alcanzamos a ver otro tonel, era otra cama de cultivo. En este caso la piedra es blanca, este es el tepecil que les comentaba. Es una piedra también muy liviana que nos ha dado también muy buenos resultados. Entonces lo que les decía, acá tenemos, ya les explicaba de manera general el método de cultivo con doble raíz. Acá tenemos la primer parte de nuestra raíz, se va a desarrollar en un sustrato. Y en esta imagen podemos ver cómo es que ya comienzan a salir esas pequeñas raíces, ¿no? En este caso, este tubo no está perforado, este tubo no va enterrado dentro de nuestro sustrato. Lo que hacemos simplemente es llenar todo el cubo de sustrato, es un cubo de 20 litros, lo llenamos todo completamente de sustrato y esperamos, lo ponemos también arriba de nuestro sistema y esperamos cierto tiempo para que las raíces comiencen por sí mismas pues a buscar esa salida, ¿no? A buscar esa conexión con el agua. Y aquí vemos cómo es que se va desarrollando. En este caso, pues las raíces ya están más enterradas. Estos dos métodos son similares, no son iguales, pero son similares. ¿Por qué? Porque en este caso este cubo no está perforado, es decir, solamente tiene unos pequeños orificios por donde la raíz puede salir. Pero lo que mejor ha dado resultados es cuando el tubo lo perforas, como estamos viendo acá en la imagen de la derecha, ¿no? tiene mayores perforaciones y eso obviamente pues va a facilitar más también que tu raíz salga con mayor facilidad y se desarrolle de una mejor forma. Acá, en este caso, estos botes iban enterrados a cierta distancia, por lo que les comentaba, ¿no? Entonces tenemos nuestra zona de raíz con sustrato, tenemos después una malla que impide que el sustrato entre en contacto directo con el agua y después tenemos otra capa de piedras y después ahora sí ya podemos enterrar nuestro bote. Y pues bueno, aquí están los resultados del desarrollo de las raíces que hemos tenido en estas plantas. Es un desarrollo muy, muy bueno. Y como ya sabemos de la frase, ¿no? Ya conocemos la frase que dice, como es arriba es abajo, pues ya nos podemos imaginar las plantas que hemos cosechado. Ahorita vamos a ver algunas imágenes. Estas son las imágenes de las plantas en diferentes periodos. Ya veíamos hace ratito también una vista aérea de cómo se fueron desarrollando esas plantas, que han sido plantas muy, pues muy sanas, muy vigorosas, muy fuertes, grandes también, no enormes, pero sí grandes. Este es el sustrato del que les platicaba, el tepecil. Lo observamos en la imagen de la izquierda, que es una roca con un aspecto poroso. Entonces eso también facilita mantener cierta humedad dentro de nuestro sistema. A pesar de que se está oxigenando, pues la roca siempre va a mantener cierta cantidad de humedad y eso va a permitir también tener un desarrollo bacteriano pues bastante bueno. Nos permite tener una población de bacterias bastante buena. Del lado derecho pues observamos una cama de sustrato con tanto con tezontle como tepecil. Aquí lo que nosotros decidimos fue combinar estos dos sustratos por diferentes razones. Una de ellas es que les comentaba que el tepecil es muy liviano y como podemos ver aquí en este bote que tiene agua, el tepecil incluso a veces hasta puede estar flotando en el agua. Entonces, pues obviamente no queremos que nuestro sustrato esté flotando. Lo que queremos es que se mantenga fijo para que las raíces también puedan estar fijas, ¿no? Entonces, por eso decidimos combinar estos sustratos. Aquí en este bote podemos observar el nivel hasta el cual va a llegar el agua, el nivel máximo hasta el cual va a llegar el agua. Después lo que hacemos es agregarle una pequeña capa de piedra, lo que les platicaba, le ponemos después una pequeña tela y después ya va nuestro sustrato con lombricomposta, con Bokashi y así se desarrolla la zona de raíz doble. Este es otro método también que hemos experimentado. Es otro método de cultivo. Ya les mencioné hace ratito el de NFT, también el de camas de sustrato. Este es otro método que también pues arroja resultados bastante buenos, que es el de raíz flotante. En nuestro caso solamente lo utilizamos para plantas pequeñas. Una vez que ya tienen cierto tamaño, ya las pasamos a la cama de sustrato o a la zona de raíz doble. He visto que hay algunos sistemas más grandes, sistemas ya de talla comercial, que tienen grandes camas de raíz flotante y los resultados que obtienen también son resultados muy, muy excelentes, siempre y cuando pues tengan constante oxigenación. En este caso también, pues el recipiente que tenemos en la imagen de la derecha era una tina pequeñita, pero también estábamos oxigenando a través de esta manguera que se alcanza a ver. Incluso podemos ver por acá algunas burbujas. Y bueno, pues si mantienes los rangos o los parámetros de la calidad de tu agua, si los mantienes pues estables y los mantienes con un rango óptimo, aparte también si suplementas y le das una buena aireación a estas camas de raíz flotante, pues tus plantas van a crecer de una manera sorprendente, de una manera muy sana. Nosotros nos hemos quedado más con el método de camas de sustrato. Es un método que más nos ha gustado, pero pues bueno, esta es otra forma que también podrían ir experimentando. Les comentaba ahora sí un poquito acerca del suplemento. Hay algunas personas que a veces también pues se llegan a ir con la finta o se quedan con la idea de que si utilizas acuaponía ya no vas a utilizar ningún suplemento, ya no vas a fertilizar. Y bueno, esto es de cierta forma pues verdad, Sin embargo, en algunas ocasiones, como les decía, tus parámetros pueden verse modificados y obviamente pues tus plantas también van a mostrar que algo está fallando dentro del sistema, ¿no? Puede ser que tenga alguna deficiencia de minerales, alguna deficiencia que ahí es necesaria suplementar. Entonces, obviamente, esta suplementación tiene que ser de la forma más natural posible, por lo que ya comentábamos. Estamos trabajando con vida, estamos trabajando con microorganismos. Si tú suplementas una planta o si la vas a fertilizar con algún producto químico, con algún agroquímico, es muy probable que llegues a dañar a la población de bacterias y de microorganismos. Y si dañas estas bacterias, pues también se van a dañar los peces, ¿no? Porque se rompería el ciclo, se rompería esa simbiosis, esa comunidad que se está generando entre todos los organismos que están en el sistema. Entonces es muy importante tener cuidado y tener en cuenta con qué tipo de sustancia o con qué fertilizante vamos a estar complementando o suplementando esas o corrigiendo esas deficiencias nutricionales. Sin embargo, y afortunadamente, pues hay varios métodos naturales, métodos muy buenos. Nosotros hemos utilizado, ya les comentaba, Bokashi, hemos utilizado algunos violes, hemos utilizado también remineralización de sólidos y hemos utilizado algo nuevo que, bueno, de cierta forma es nuevo para nosotros, que es llamado KNF o Korean Natural Farming. Pueden checar, hay varios videos en internet, videos muy interesantes acerca de esta técnica, pero pues básicamente es algo similar a lo que hace Jairo Restrepo para las personas que ya lo conocen, sobre todo aquí en Latinoamérica, en México. Es algo similar a la captura de microorganismos de montaña, reproducción de microorganismos eficientes. Es algo muy similar, ¿no? Sin embargo, pues es una técnica que tiene también sus características, tiene sus cualidades, es una técnica muy interesante. Nosotros comenzamos apenas después del congreso que hubo en Guadalajara. Tuvimos por ahí una plática con algunos amigos. Hubo ponencias también muy importantes y dentro de esos temas se tocó este tema de Korean Natural Farming. Es un tema muy interesante que deberían de estudiar a más profundidad. Les digo, nosotros ya lo estamos poniendo a prueba y pues hemos visto también que tiene resultados bastante buenos. Lo que estamos observando en la imagen de arriba es cómo se ve un viol cuando ya está listo para utilizarse. Es una imagen que nos llama bastante la atención. Eso de los violes, pues también lo puedes investigar. Jairo Restrepo, les digo que tiene bastantes videos también. Y hay un manual que se llama el Manual de la Agricultura, el ABC de la Agricultura Orgánica y Harina de Rocas. Es un manual bastante bueno que trae como que varias recetas para que podamos desarrollar y complementar nuestros cultivos, tanto de cannabis como de plantas comestibles y otro tipo de plantas. Abajo en la otra imagen estamos observando cómo se ve la remineralización de sólidos. Esto pues de manera general les explico. Los lodos que se obtienen del sistema acuapónico no se desechan porque todos esos lodos, todo ese circo de los peces, todos los desechos, todos los sedimentos, se les da cierta aireación para que durante algún tiempo, en este caso, pues lo hemos estado haciendo durante 30 días, se están aireando constantemente durante 30 días, tienen bastante aireación y así es como se ve en determinado momento, ¿no? Se genera cierta espuma. Después lo que hacemos, también agregamos un poco de melaza en el transcurso de esos 30 días y después lo que hacemos es desenchufar nuestro generador de aire y esperamos aproximadamente 1 o 2 días para que los sólidos que quedaron se vayan asentando y el agua que obtenemos la podemos regresar a nuestro sistema para que todos esos minerales que se están generando gracias a la intervención del oxígeno, pues puedan ser reutilizados por las plantas, ¿no? Entonces, de esta forma podremos decir que tenemos sistemas con pocos desechos. Incluso pues hay algunos sistemas que tienen cero desechos porque todo se está reutilizando. No hay ningún desecho que se genere dentro de tus sistemas acuapónicos, con algunos sistemas. En nuestro caso, pues lo que hacemos también, les digo, aparte de remineralizar, es después de que todos los lodos que ya no se utilizan, los podemos integrar a la composta. Es una composta que pues al final de cuentas también vamos a utilizar para la germinación de plantas. Entonces, pues prácticamente los desechos son nulos. Y pues bueno, los resultados ya los estuvimos viendo a lo largo del proceso de esta charla. Ahorita les voy a mostrar algunas imágenes de las flores también. Pero pues les comentaba los resultados que hemos obtenido, no nada más con plantas de cannabis, sino también con plantas comestibles, plantas medicinales, aromáticas, pues son resultados bastante buenos. Una de las razones es porque como tu sistema acuapónico tiene que estar pues obviamente con el agua circulando, eso va a permitir que los minerales, que los nutrientes de tu sistema siempre estén disponibles para la planta, ¿no? Entonces, eso es algo que ha funcionado bastante bien. Podemos observar aquí una imagen comparativa, ¿no? De cómo se veían las imágenes al inicio en la imagen de la izquierda y cómo es que se logran desarrollar en la imagen de la derecha. Hemos tenido pues resultados muy buenos. Les comentaba, como son sistemas pequeños también, pues hay muchas cosas que se pueden mejorar, hay todavía más tecnología que se puede implementar, sobre todo cuando ya vamos a trabajar con sistemas acuapónicos de una escala mayor, ¿no? Pero les decía al inicio de la plática, estos sistemas son sistemas ideales para que las personas que apenas están conociendo el mundo de la acuaponía puedan ser desarrollados de manera fácil, ¿no? Son construidos con materiales fáciles de conseguir, con tinas, con rotoplas, con toneles, va incluso hasta se pueden construir con materiales que podemos reutilizar, materiales que tengamos en casa. Esas son las imágenes de algunas de las plantas que hemos cosechado. Las plantas que cultivamos acá, en su mayoría son semillas comunes, son semillas que pues que a veces incluso llegan a venir a veces en las flores pues que compartimos acá entre amigos, cuando nos juntamos para echar porro a lo mejor. Son semillas pues normales, sin embargo pues también hemos hecho pruebas con algunas semillas de banco y en ambos casos hemos tenido resultados pues que nos gustan a nosotros, resultados sorprendentes. Aquí están las flores pues, en diferentes etapas en diferentes periodos. Todavía no estaban como que en su máximo punto ya para ser cosechadas, sin embargo, pues son imágenes que nos han gustado bastante a nosotros, ¿no? Constantemente estamos ahí en nuestro sistema sacando fotos. Y pues bueno, estas son algunas de las imágenes de las flores que hemos cosechado, que hemos cultivado. Las dos imágenes, por ejemplo, de la derecha son unas especies que apenas sembramos de un banco. Conseguimos unas semillas y pues también fueron de nuestro agrado. Pero la mayoría de las semillas son semillas regulares que tenemos aquí en la región. Y ya para finalizar, les comparto esta tabla. Me parece que esta tabla también la pueden encontrar en el manual de la FAO, no recuerdo bien, pero bueno, ya la tenemos aquí. Es como que una guía práctica para desarrollar sistemas de pequeña escala. Entonces viene dividida en varias columnas, nos marca en la primera columna, en la columna de la izquierda, el volumen que debe de tener nuestro tanque de peces. En la columna de la derecha, la biomasa que puede soportar aproximadamente. Después, en la siguiente columna, el rango de alimentación, es decir, los gramos de alimento que hay que dar por día. Después viene el flujo de agua que debe tener nuestra bomba. A continuación observamos el volumen que deben de tener los filtros, nuestros filtros de sólidos. Y después tenemos esta parte muy importante, el volumen de los biofiltros, si es que es con roca volcánica o si es que es con plásticos o con biobolas. Y por último, pues viene el área que puede ser cultivada o que puede ser abastecida con todos estos elementos que acabamos de comentar, ¿no? Entonces, un ejemplo, si tenemos un tanque de 200 litros, que es como el primer sistema que les mostré con uno de los toneles azules, eso nos va a permitir tener aproximadamente una biomasa de 5 kilogramos. Puede haber algunas variaciones, puede ser incluso a veces hasta más. Nosotros hemos cultivado hasta 8 kilogramos de pescado en un tanque de 200 litros. En rango de alimentación, 50 gramos por día aproximadamente. También eso va a depender si tienes plantas en NFT, si tienes plantas en camas de sustrato. Eso depende también de cierta forma, puede modificar, puede haber algunas variaciones. El flujo de agua de tu bomba lo más conveniente es que sea de aproximadamente 800 litros por hora. Después tenemos nuestro volumen de los filtros, tiene que ser aproximadamente de 20 litros. El de nosotros era de un poquito más, eso pues facilita también la retención hidráulica, ¿no? Y en el caso del volumen de las camas de sustrato, si es con roca volcánica puede ser aproximadamente de 50 litros, y si es con plásticos o con biobolas puede ser incluso hasta con la mitad. Y esto nos permite tener o abastecer una área para plantar de 1 metro cuadrado aproximadamente. Les comento, podemos hacer incluso combinaciones, ¿no? Como veíamos por ahí en algunas imágenes del sistema, podemos combinar camas de sustrato con NFT o con raíz flotante. Entonces esta tabla es una aproximación. Si nos vamos al tanque de peces de hasta abajo, pues vemos que ya es un tanque de peces más grande, que es de 3000 litros, y eso nos permitiría, por ejemplo, tener una biomasa aproximada de 60 kilogramos de pescado con un área de cultivo de 12 metros cuadrados aproximadamente. Es una tabla que pues pueden utilizar las personas que están adentrándose a este mundo de la acuaponía. Es una tabla que les va a ser de gran utilidad. Y eso sería todo. Un agradecimiento a los organizadores de este evento y un agradecimiento también a las personas que nos acompañaron durante esta charla. Les repito, estamos ubicados cerca del Citlaltépetl, entre el estado de Puebla y Veracruz. Estamos en México. Las personas que nos acaban de escuchar o las personas que nos estén viendo a lo mejor después en el canal de YouTube, pues si tienen alguna duda y si quieren construir su sistema acuapónico, pues con todo gusto pueden contactarnos mediante las redes sociales. Ya no hemos subido contenido últimamente, hemos estado pues un poco ocupados, pero de vez en cuando subimos fotos, tenemos algunos videos también en Instagram, donde ustedes se pueden dar cuenta cómo es que funciona de manera también más específica un sistema acuapónico, cuál es la línea de agua, cuál es el camino que va siguiendo el agua, ¿no? Hay varios videos muy interesantes, videos también de los peces cuando andan ahí, cuando los estamos alimentando. Hay varios videos interesantes que ustedes pueden consultar ahí. ¿Tienen alguna duda? Si tienen algún comentario, si quieren hacer algo también y no saben cómo empezar, contáctenos y pues con gusto los podemos apoyar, ¿no? Y pues ya para finalizar, una invitación para que se unan también al movimiento canábico como forma de protesta, ¿no? Sabemos que el cannabis pues es una planta que es ilegal en México y en varias partes del mundo, y pues bueno, una forma de protestar, nosotros lo consideramos así, es que tú mismo cultives tus plantas. Sabemos que es un riesgo tener plantas ilegales dentro de tu casa, pero pues bueno, es un riesgo que estamos dispuestos a asumir, y ojalá y se animen a unirse a este movimiento también. Cultiven sus plantas, cultiven su comida, cultiven su medicina. Vámonos más hacia la parte sustentable, hacia la parte del autocultivo. Gracias y un saludo para todos los que nos escucharon, un saludo para los organizadores.
That was a great presentation. A lot of great pictures and a lot of good data in there. We'll make sure that we get the translations fixed on the upload when I put this back out in the shorter format. So again, do apologize. I have no idea. Yesterday, at least it gave us the option to do closed captioning. Today, it didn't even do that. So I'm not quite sure what's going on the YouTube side, but it did work fine when we beta tested this. And then of course, I decided to update Zoom and everything breaks. So I do apologize for that. Before we go on to our last presentation, I did want to throw this up here. Be sure to check out all of our wonderful speakers companies. Show them some love and some support. If you are able to support them in some way, please do. We have lots of different groups on here. You can kind of, if there's anyone in particular that you really liked, make sure that you vote with your dollars and support them that way, especially right now in the cannabis industry. A lot of these guys could use a couple extra bucks these days right now with everything being a little bit more crazy right now. Alrighty, next up we have Marty. Thanks a lot for joining us, Marty.
Hey, how's it going? You guys hear me all right?
Yep, hopefully your weather and the storms out there on the West Coast, I know you guys have been getting hammered.
I was a little worried. We were out of power and out of internet yesterday for a little while. And so luckily today it eased up quite a bit. So we didn't have the 60-mile-an-hour gusts or like monsoon style rains. Probably till tomorrow. I'm sure they'll start up again, but no, everything's been going pretty good here, weather-wise. So hopefully I'll stay connected the whole time. I prepared a bunch of different system design stuff that I've gone through over probably like the past, I don't know, like 7 years or something like that now. So I'm going to go through and talk about a bunch of home-based aquaponic design, specifically around growing cannabis. I'm also going to show some of the foodstuffs that I've grown as well. A lot of it was in preparation for growing cannabis or testing different stuff. So I'll be going through and basically showing you guys a bunch of pictures and talking about that. I hope everyone has enjoyed the third, right? This is the third Aquaponic Cannabis conference. So before we get too far into it, big shout out to Steve for putting all this shit together and putting up with all of our bullshit as we go through all of this. So appreciate it for sure. Let me get chat open here, make sure I can get some questions. All right, and let me get my sharing set up. We'll get rolling. Anything else you want to talk about before I get going, Steve?
If you guys are interested in checking out the class that Marty and I put together on Aquaponic Cannabis, you can use coupon code AP23 and get a bit of a discount on the course. So definitely check that out if you haven't already, and we'll touch on that at the end.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, I have not been on the podcast for a while, dealing with some other issues, but obviously started with Steve doing the podcast and doing in-person classes, and then as we progressed through both COVID and just in general demand from people that couldn't make in-person classes, we decided to go ahead and do the online class. So we spent a ton of time recording most of this content that you guys see getting delivered all the time. And so I thought that since I have been doing this for a long time and we have the class documented, I thought it would be fun for us to just kind of go through from the beginning. What we're looking at here is the first system I set up for doing aquaponic cannabis. I want to say it was 7 years ago or so, and now obviously progressed all the way through building much larger systems. But one of the things that we have heard throughout the conference, actually all the conferences and everything else, is that system design tends to be the big hang up to get started in terms of what do you want to do, and so many different options. And you'll see as we go through this, I definitely ran into that. I have rebuilt all of these systems and multiple times as we go through. You'll see that I've done it a number of different ways. And so I wanted to share all that data with you, and mostly just anecdotal tips and tricks for getting going on your own. None of this is really, I would say, commercial-based stuff. I do have some more commercial-based designs that we go into on the class, but most of this is geared towards home growing, utilizing space, things you want to be concerned with. So without bullshitting anymore, let's go ahead and get into this. Let's see. So we have here just basically some totes that were set up, extra totes that I had, a 2x4 frame, really nothing fancy here. There's holes drilled. As we move through this, you'll see there's holes drilled in each end of these, and they all drain back into this, very basic tote for a tank. So eventually I did put a liner in this, but everything else was mostly the same down here underneath, where the drains were just static holes drilled into the bottom. Aeration was provided by an air stone, which you can kind of see back there. And this ran on a timer. So it wasn't, it was no siphon system, no nothing. It basically just ran for, I want to say, I ran it at a number of different times. I think what I ended up settling on, what I felt like the best was more like 15 minutes every 2 hours, somewhere in that area. But I did have the air stone running constantly. If I did this kind of setup now, I'd probably run it a little bit more often for less time in doing that. So here's kind of the basic setup. Again, just totes, no dual root zone at this time. I hadn't really started doing any of that yet. This is a seedling. You can kind of tell by how tall it's shooting up. And I think that one might have actually ended up being a male and got pulled later on. But here's just kind of the basic setup. And real small, nothing fancy, all with just kind of extra scraps I had laying around. So and we'll see some more from that as we go through. I tried to sort these pictures for different systems and sort them by date, and Google just was not having it. So some of these are going to overlap. I apologize. But here's just kind of a little vertical hanging system I had set up for quite a while in my kitchen window, or sliding glass window, as you can see there. We grew quite a bit of stuff in that. Worked out pretty well. Relatively slow growth though. Leaks a little bit, so definitely wasn't anything that we kept around. All the stuff you hear about with vertical growing, any type of vertical growing towers. But here you can see, definitely just kind of progressing through flower, little tiny plants, no dual root zone. This is maybe halfway done. They did bulk up some more. We'll again see some more from them a little bit later. So one of the things I started experimenting with was a siphon system and barrel tanks. So this is on my front porch system. And you can see here, these are 2 barrels that are hooked together to make a larger fish tank. And then my half barrel beds are up here on top. And then here's kind of what that ended up looking like. Again, just some lattice work around the back. And you'll see as we move through here, these grow up and you kind of train them through that process. But this is, maybe like a month or 2, I would say, into growing in this system. These beds did have siphons in them, so they grew much faster. And then just getting them established. And here we have some raspberries and leeks and some different plants that I essentially just took cuttings from other places already existing in my garden. So from there, what I did is I expanded the system by adding these sort of NFT style tubes onto the drain. So actually these beds, the siphon drained into here, went all the way down and all the way back and then back into the tank. And then this is kind of the sump tank back here, and we pumped out of that up into the top. This actually is the best system I ever used for NFT. I tried NFT a few different ways, both with like a traditional, just kind of slow flow system that ran all the time. I tried running the same style, but instead of running it on the drain, I ran it on the input. So it would be like, up here and then ran down into the drains and then the siphon back down. And I didn't have as much luck with that either. And so I always attributed that to the fact that the siphon was turning off and on. So this system wasn't always getting water. So it took advantage of having more air exposure to the roots when there was no water being drained through it. So just having the siphon running at all, we were able to do that and get a lot better growth out of it. So here you see just these were seed starts that we started right in here. And then as you can see, we started getting more tomatoes. Here's some cauliflower. This one's out of order. We'll get into the system a little bit more later, I think. But, well, it's going to do it now. So here we started setting up this outdoor system, very similar. So after I had the success you saw with the tomatoes and everything on the front porch, using the siphon system, we wanted to switch over to doing a siphon system. And that's kind of what you see here. All of these are hooked together and will all run on one siphon, 1U siphon. And here's some of the plants growing in that. This is my first outdoor real experience there. And so again, some of these are just from the indoor system. But yeah, this was my first outdoor. Again, no dual root zone at this time. So we're just right in hydrogen and lava rock. So about the bottom section here, up to about right in here is full lava rock, and then the top is full with hydrogen. And you can see here, I had to slide some supports under here. I ended up rebuilding this later on, you'll see. But a bunch of these, whoops, kids are playing Xbox. So here you can see the, after a while, when these got warmed up in the sun, they started warping quite a bit and flexing. And I had an issue where one of them actually flexed down so much that water started leaking out of it. So I ended up having to support them a little better. You'll see how I did that later on. So here's a good shot you can see of how I originally set up this siphon system. All these connect into one bed right here. And then this U siphon goes up and over the top, and it drained back down. This is eventually got built into a filter that drained back down into the tank down below that you were looking at. There's a re-vegging clone. So I took a clone of a plant that was in flower and reversed it and planted in here again directly into the hydrogen. Here's how we started seeds. This is a great way for starting seeds in media. Obviously these are vegetables, but I did this with cannabis plants numerous times too. So we were just putting net cups, essentially sinking them down into the media and filling them up with media and making sure the seeds stay inside the net cup. And you just put them right down in the bottom. So we had great success with that. And you can see here, this is about, I don't know, 2 to 3 weeks, I would say, to get to this size. Some nice little strawberries you can see out of that system. So the lettuce getting bigger. Here's a nice shot of a very full tomatoes. So I think those were a pear or a cherry tomato that you see here with all of the lots of tomatoes on the single vine there, and then these are some larger ones. So we grew a number of different types. You know, tomatoes are obviously a good parallel. So here's this again system a little bit more developed as we go through. So we grew all kinds of stuff in here. We would start things in here. We did finish a lot of greens, but anything that got significantly large in size, the roots would end up clogging up this at some point. So if you are going to grow in an NFT style setup, you know, it would be for like vegging clones or lettuce or greens that you're pulling out on a regular basis. Anything that lasts for too long is really going to clog up your root system and cause issues. So here we go. Then you can see, I want to say this was like 26, 27 days was about where we would pull them out. And you can see they're all, that we grew some basil, a number of different things did really well in that system. So here's again my little indoor system. I grew the plants, vegged them a little longer, got a little fuller, and was experimenting with that. Here are tomato suckers that we cloned just by sticking them in the media and in there. So here's the little bit fuller outdoor plants. Again, this is the first outdoor. Here's that plant that was re-vegged. You can see it's fully reversed now. Doing pretty well. Some more lovely tomatoes, strawberries. Here it is growing up to the top. So this is about, this is probably about 9.5 feet. Big fat base. Again, this is the one that was re-vegged, so it kind of had some weird funky growth on it. You can see just some nice flowers. Again, this is all still pre-dual root zone. All good stuff. This is pretty much what most people end up wanting to ask me about or talk about or really see is, more the result stuff. So this is kind of the stuff that gets put up on Instagram, but here's kind of more the nuts and bolts of what's happening. Again, kind of like what we were talking about before. Here's the filter up here. This has layers of filter paper laid down into it now. And again, all the beds are in here, goes down to here and up over the top through the siphon and drains out. And I have the ball valve on the end there, which is kind of just something that I came up with to assist with doing larger siphons, because you can adjust the resistance and the flow. I prefer to do that rather than restrict the flow on my pump. Try to keep the water level or the water flow going as fast as possible. So again, oh, that's a lovely picture. There we go. That was a little better. So these are all just kind of the first samples. So this was, some of the first outdoor. That's after a bunch has been cut, but this is, you can see here we came and cut a bunch of stuff off and then continued to let it grow for probably another, 2 weeks or so, and came back and took the rest. So just some fun bud shots, good stuff there. These are some living soil beds that were fed with aquaponic water. So this would be like a decoupled aquaponics. And if I remember right, this is all Agent Orange, which was all very lovely and fragrant. So for all you guys that like doing decoupled, this is the first run of decoupled aquaponics that I did as well. Oh, look, shout out to my homie there. So this is in the aquaponic system again. This is, I think, Platinum Delight or something like that. It was some weird off cross. It was like Blue Power and Platinum Cookies or something like that. Anyway, it just came out beautiful. It's probably one of the more purple plants that in terms of leaves and content. This is one of my favorite pictures because a lot of people at this time were still comparing or not comparing, I should say, but suggesting that genetics didn't play much of a role in the color of plants. This was very early in the podcast days where we were answering the same questions all the time. And this is one of the ones that came up. So I specifically did this. These are two plants growing in the same media bed. This one's blue cheese. This one is that Platinum Delight cross or whatever it was. So exactly the same environment, everything identical. There's, literally their root balls were intertwined together. And you can obviously see the drastic difference between the purple and the much more brighter green. And it stayed, consistent all the way throughout. But this is always a great example picture to have in there. And they both turned out great. Some more blue cheese. Here's some of the final products. So this is dried out and getting ready to get trimmed up. There you go. So that was kind of the first outdoor run. Here's, again, different nugs, different genetics. I forget what all these are. This is the Platinum Delight. This was, I think, the Re-Veg Platinum Delight. This was like mango. I want to say this was a Jack. I don't remember what that is. I'm sorry. So not very long after that outdoor run was finished, we kind of got word that the next outdoor year would be my last year for being able to do outdoor legally, which I won't get into. And if you watch the podcast very much, you've already heard me complain about it endlessly. So I won't, I'll spare you that. But this is when I started designing indoor systems to be set up for that. So you can see here, I have the fish tank off here to the side, and I have, again, half barrel beds that I started setting up. And I also have the two tank beds underneath here. So this system has two up here at the top that ended up having just vegetables in them. And then I grew all the cannabis down here. You can see I have some clones started down there. This is why I started experimenting with microgreens everywhere in the media beds that didn't have plants. So I was looking to absorb nitrogen by growing that. I want to say this was like buckwheat or something like that. And the reason that I use this one, I still use it quite a bit, is because it doesn't regenerate at all. So when you cut these down, all that just becomes worm food, and you don't have to worry about too much root ball getting built up. Some of them that regenerate when you cut them, so the plant doesn't die, it'll just start growing back and the root balls just get bigger and clog stuff up. And I like when I'm doing microgreens, I like to be able to just cut them down, and then the root ball just becomes more like feed for the worms, which are in here. I have red wiggler worms in all these beds, which I don't think I said yet. But so again, cutting and regenerating leeks. So we usually grow these like 3 or 4 times before they start slowing down a lot, and we just replace them with new ones. But we'll let them grow up to about this size, and then we'll cut them down, and then they'll just keep growing back. So good stuff with microgreens, and then started throwing clones in. And this is an interesting way I did a trellis. This is actually just, I want to say like fishing line, if I remember correctly, that I wound back and forth in order just to create something to train them to, which worked pretty well. Again, lots of greens up in the top. Again, looking to absorb nitrogen. Here's when I didn't know any better to not waste money on ladybugs. So obviously I started experimenting with those, but it didn't take long to figure out most of them just die off. And if you're using them indoors, it's really inefficient. This is also where I started experimenting with making my own worm tea and doing experiments with different ones. So I know these, again, are right next to each other, but they were actually in different media beds. So I was manually adding worm tea to this media bed, but not to this media bed. And these are both Trainwreck, I believe, if I remember right. And all these videos are on YouTube, on APMeds is my YouTube channel, by the way. If you guys want to check that out. All these have video updates that you can go look at. I'll go into more in depth. This is some shishkaberry, I believe, growing here. Also the same thing. I was still getting a lot of, you can see like nitrogen issues, like right in here where it's starting to get curly. Shishkaberry was really picky anyway to start with. Some of these other ones you can see are doing fine. But it's actually, I kind of like some strains that are really sensitive to different things, like really sensitive to spider mites, really sensitive to nitrogen issues. I like to keep a couple of them around just because they'll start showing issues before anything else will. So it's sort of like a canary. It's nice to have plants that are really resistant to like spider mites or something like that, but sometimes they don't end up showing any type of visible damage until the infestation gets pretty bad, or kind of the same thing with nitrogen here, where the shishkaberry is starting to curl as the nitrogen climbs. So if you find stuff like that and you're able to, try to hang on to it. But I was not, because my plant count sucks and Oregon sucks, and I won't get into it. But here you can see it progressing again through the same thing. This is when I started experimenting with Bokashi brand, which you guys will find out, or have already found out through the podcast, that I started using this a lot. I started feeding it, not this early, but eventually I did start feeding this directly to my fish about once or twice a week, and it really helps keep your solids down. Really great. More microgreens. So here I am going through and rebuilding that same front porch system that we saw before, but instead of with the half barrel beds, I wanted to do a full media bed. And I think if I remember right, the main driving force was that is because somebody sent me an entire roll of this liner and wanted me to make videos for it. So that was one of the things I decided to do, was rebuild that system. So you can see here, it's just a shallow media bed. There's a drain all the way down there at the end. And then instead of doing the barrels underneath for a tank, it evolved into having this liner down here. So this is just a underneath one side of it drains down and out. So here it is again, filled up about halfway with lava rock, and then the rest of the way with hydrogen. And then just like we did before, to cut some other plants or seedlings. This is a blueberry, this is raspberry. Some of these I was growing specifically because people told me I couldn't grow them in aquaponics, like raspberries, for instance. I don't remember who it was, but at this time, we're pretty active in the forums and stuff, doing a lot of different things. So here again, just you can see seeds establishing in this new system, growing more stuff. Decided to rebuild the outdoor system. I had issues with the tank getting a lot of algae in it. I tried covering it and doing some different things, but eventually I just ended up deciding that I wanted to rebuild that whole system outside. And then this is kind of what it ended up being. I remember before I had issues with support, so this is how I ended up deciding to deal with that. I just made runners underneath each side and allowed the tank to sit at, or the media bed to kind of sit at an angle, and that worked much better. Here you can see how I plumbed these differently this time. So this one is plumbed to this one, and that one's plumbed to that one, and then they're connected in the middle. The idea here was to use less pipe and keep all of the connections over the top of the tank itself. So if any of these connections leak water, it just goes right back down into the tank and I don't lose anything. This system did not have a sump tank or anything else. So if something happened and water started leaking out of the closed loop system, then it would just drain out and all my fish would die. So that was kind of the idea around setting everything up this way. So again, all the water fills up in here, goes up over the top of the U and back down to create the U siphon. I do have lots of videos about U siphons. My talk last year on the Aquaponic Cannabis Conference was mostly about siphons and U siphons. So if you guys want more information on that, you can check that out. But essentially, the water fills up all the way down here in the bottom and fills all the way up in each one of these beds and balances out. And then right at the height of this is when the siphon will fill up all the way and all the water will drain out of all the beds. So that's the rebuild of the outdoor system. Here you can see the, sorry if you guys can hear the dogs barking. Here you can see the progression of the rebuilt vegetable garden for the front. Already got some tomatoes growing here. Already got some raspberries growing. The blueberry did take more time than everything else to regenerate, but it was going there. Here's our catfish. You can see those were what those were gifted to me by a local aquaponics place that grows vegetables, or used to. I'm not sure if they're still in business or not. Here we can see our first experiments with dual root zones outside. So I did a number of different sizes. Here you can see the siphon again running. There's some raspberries going from the front porch. Again, very healthy lettuce. Was growing faster than we could consume it. I ended up giving a bunch of it away. Here's another dual root zone setup. And yet another one. So you might be noticing the theme. I decided to again rebuild the indoor. This was after not necessarily issues with the other one, but I got access to a bunch more equipment and some new lights, and wanted to set up both a veg area and a flowering area inside one garage. So I used these storage racks and some insulation and some Panda plastic. So there's one of these racks just like this one that sits right here, and you'll see I'll set up the other one here next to it to make a little room in between. So same thing, I just put some 2x4s over the top and made a quick little grow room inside. So you can see there it's most of the way complete. hang up some lights. And then here you can see I'm starting to build a frame, very similar to the one I built outside. Gotta stop for a little Buddha hit. And then same style media beds, same drain. Everything here is pretty much the same dual root zone system, getting bigger. So I'm doing both of these at the same time. That's part of the reason why Google is getting confused. It's going to bounce around a little bit. So here you can see tomatoes and bell peppers, which are two things that are great to get a system established with and a method established with if you want it. Like if you're in a state now where it's not legal to grow cannabis, you can start growing those things. So here's the raspberries that people told me I couldn't grow, and we had tons of them for a long time. Again, very healthy plant, progressing through the dual root zone. So here I did decide that I wanted to put a sunshade over the top because the water temperature was getting very hot as we progressed into summer. So it's, tracking all that stuff, what your water temperature is and your nutrients and everything sort of leads you to what types of things you need to redesign. Here's the horsetail fern patch that's burned to the ground now, unfortunately. I harvested a bunch of horsetail fern and used that to amend the dual root zone after I made it into a tea, which we'll show here a little bit later. So there's the sunshade over the top, which is just to cover the tank. And then I didn't want the particle board getting wet, so I just covered it in some spare liner that I had. Here's the horsetail starting to bubble and get a nice film over the top. I did add a little bit of the Bokashi brand that I showed earlier. That's what's breaking that down. Back to the new little indoor. I do prefer these string style trellises over the plastic stuff. I tried running the plastic stuff a couple of different times. The only downside to the string stuff is it's pretty easy to cut, so you kind of got to be careful. But other than that, it's much more sustainable. I feel like it's much better. So again, here, these are just our various dual root zone experiments. Getting bigger. I did find that pretty much the bigger the dual root zone, or the larger the amount of soil, however you want to do it, seemed to be the biggest growth. So this has the most, the largest pot size for its dual root zone, and this has the smallest. You can see it pretty much, and these are all the same strain, by the way. They're all clones. Starfighter OG, I think, if I remember right. So we're back to different stuff we're growing in this system now. You can see we've been growing tomatoes for quite a while, so we've been cutting them back and harvesting them, and we pulled all the lettuce out. These are beets that are growing in there now, and carrots that are growing down here, which is more stuff that people said would be really difficult to grow in aquaponics, and did not turn out to be true. Nice frost. This is just using some cheap Chinese LED lights, from a long time ago. I don't really use them anymore. I use much more efficient lights, but they did work for what they were. Nothing too fancy, but definitely some good smoke. Tasted good. Purple. So by then the outdoor was flowering, and that's what we're looking at here. This is the decoupled aquaponics, Starfighter OG. This is back. So this is the second year outdoor with our various dual root zones. I really like that Buddha shirt, apparently. So again, sticking up to the top. This is probably, 8 feet up. Some more decoupled Starfighter OG. This is the plastic trellis stuff I was talking about. And when I got tired of it inside, I ended up just using chunks of it outside to help in different places. So you can kind of reuse it. And here's so this is the aquaponics, the true closed loop aquaponics. Let's click through some of these. A lot of these are just bud born. You can really see the progression in terms of bud density, number of flower sites. You can really start to see as we start to dial in the worm tea or the nutrients or the siphons or whatever it was. Here's a good size shot of that one. Some close-ups, of course, because no matter what you post, everybody's always like, oh, well, you didn't show the final product, or oh, you didn't show the this, or so here's a little bit of everything. Here it is untrimmed, just sitting in boxes. So I think this is actually, nope, that's outdoor. So here's a sub-irrigated planter. So you can see this is not part of an aquaponics system. It's sitting next to my indoor, and I was feeding the SIP aquaponic water. So what I would do was dose this system for exactly what I wanted its ppms to be, and then I would take that water out and put it into here whenever I needed to water it. And here's a good lesson in not just growing anybody's seeds. Somebody sent me these seeds for free. I went through and grew out an entire room of them, and they all ended up herming and were trash. I had to throw them all out. It was horrible. Don't do that. This is a sage from that front porch system. So these are just, cooking herbs that got seriously out of control. These are a great soak for nitrogen. It's probably one of the fastest things. Actually, tomatoes did really well. We'll get more into that a little bit later, but cooking herbs suck up, especially like sage, thyme, rosemary, like any of those will really suck up nitrogen pretty quickly. So if you have a big spike, they'll just start sucking it up. So here's restarting the next run on the indoor, changing a couple things there. Here's another shot of a different sub-irrigated planter grown with aquaponic water. I would encourage people to grow other ways besides just aquaponics, especially if you're just a home grower, so that you can get an idea of what the differences are and how they work, and it will really help you incorporate other ways of growing, or just help you reinforce your own ideas about what you think works or what you think is the best. If you just do aquaponics all the time and you say aquaponics is the best, then you really don't have anything to compare it to. So another ladybug. So you can see this stuff that's spread out here. This is from releasing predator mites, which I find to be, much more effective at controlling spider mites than ladybugs or anything else. Oh, so this is kind of fun. This is actually a Scooby. So any of you guys that make kombucha, for instance, you'll get these that develop. Looks like a hamburger bun, but it's a colony of microbiology. What happened was I went through and cleaned the outdoor system at the beginning of springtime, and I put a bunch of Bokashi bran in, which also has some yeast in it. And so the yeast combined with the microbial colony to form this, which I had no idea what it was. And if I remember right, I texted Steve, and he was the one that identified it for me. But yeah, it was a little weird, but we ended up decoding what happened there. So again, springtime, we're regenerating here. So you can see this is the second year the raspberries starting to grow back. and got a little dual root zone tomato in there. So here we got some destroyer mites, we got some ladybugs, and I think from the right, these are nematodes. Here's some lacewings hatching. So again, getting into a lot more beneficial insects. There's a great shot of a baby lacewing just hatched. These guys are cool. They've got a stinger in their tail. They've got pinchers. They crawl really fast. So in this larva stage, they'll eat. It's one of my favorite controls. Inexpensive too, right along the same cost of ladybugs. So spider mite or predator mites can get pretty expensive actually, but not the case here. So this is actually another tester LED that somebody sent me. I think I ended up identifying these as just being like some security lights that they ended up repurposing into a grow light and selling it. I forget the brand name of this one, I'm sorry. But what I'm demonstrating here is how much farther I had to keep this light from the tops than I did the other ones, because it was a lot higher wattage and not a very efficient spectrum. So yeah. Oh yeah, here's a nice little lesson. I was not wearing safety glasses, cutting some PVC, and it almost took out my eyes. So you can see it actually hit me right between the eyes and got lucky. But yeah, make sure you wear your safety glasses, people. Here's another little corner that I set up. Again, it's basically just a bed, nothing fancy here. You can see it's just 45s cut and screwed together. I'm not a carpenter, so don't copy me, but make a box, put a liner in it. More of the indoor system. Praying mantis. These guys are actually one of my favorite ones for flying insects. The only thing that's really difficult for them is that it takes a long time for them to hatch. So it can be difficult to, it's not like you can be like, oh, I have a problem and I want to go release something tomorrow or even the next day. It's going to be like, probably 3 to 6 weeks before they hatch. So, but one of my favorite for flying insects for sure. These are the sub-irrigated planters I grew. This was a weird cross too. It was like peach frost by something else. But these are sub-irrigated planters. I want to say like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 4 or 5 that were fed with the aquaponic water in the same method. And these didn't herm out, so I actually got to finish them, which was great. Back to more Starfighter. These are the indoor and outdoor are finishing up at about the same time, so that's why they're going to get a little mixed in here. Apologize. So there we go. Steve's favorite meme. I was going to throw that one in there. This is that peach frost after it has been harvested. It's other stuff crossed with it. It's not just peach frost, so don't quote me on it. But again, all these have full update videos on playlists on my channel. You can check it out. This I think was a sour strawberry, which by the way, somebody did gift me this seed and didn't herb out either. So that one actually turned out okay. More of the peach frost. More raspberries that I couldn't grow. And more. This plant actually got so big we had to just keep cutting it back, and it just kept growing back. It was crazy. Eventually we had to move and to a different place, but it's in the front yard now. Here's another one that we grew. So after we couldn't grow outdoor cannabis anymore, I replaced everything in that system with food stuff. So this is an elderberry that's actually producing elderberries year 1. So we put this in. It was a cutting from the co-op, and it's kind of unheard of for it to be producing that many berries year 1. I actually posted this same picture and updates on my YouTube channel for a while as well. Oops, there's some good hash there, or keef, I should say. And I had some professional elderberry growers hit me up and ask me a bunch of questions about how I got it to do that. I said I put it in aquaponics in dual root zone. Here's a little breather tube that I set up on the tree. I want to say that was oh, maybe that was the tomato. Yeah. So here's I forget the name of it. It's like Black Cherokee or some special, but these are purple or very dark black tomatoes that I grew out there as well. These are some Asian plums that taste terrible and nobody wants to eat them. They're kind of like pie cherries. So I end up making them into plant food, adding them to a bunch of EM1 and end up mixing this in. And that's what I ended up feeding to a lot of the pictures that we'll see from here on out. So here we grew some squash, some lemon cucumbers, some mini watermelons. You'll see throughout here. Again, most of this stuff was just things that people said you could grow in aquaponics at the time. So here we're kicking back over to the indoor where we're starting to re-veg this plant and get it trained out, which we'll see more of that later. Some more nice big tomatoes. Lots of them, big ones, lemon cucumbers. Cucumbers is another big one that people tell you can't grow in aquaponics, or maybe not as much anymore. I don't pay attention to what people say as much. So yeah. These are still relatively thinner. I didn't like that light as much. I don't feel like even this cheap light over here, what I felt like was stacking better and doing a better job than this big light that was consuming a bunch of power. I didn't like the spectrum of it. You can see how red it is. So this is GG4. I think this is GG4, if I remember right. And you can see it's stacking pretty well, getting some nice frost. And this is still a ways from it. Shishka berry was, again, it's kind of a picky plant. It didn't really like that light, but it did turn out really well by the time it was done. Nice GG4 nug. So those are, regular full-size scissors there, just to kind of give you an example. And yes, I do agree. It dirty national would be nice to be able to do more inside of the limits that we have here, but and limits are made to be broken, but not on camera. So here's just some nugs that came out of there. Some more GG4. This is just under a cheap Chinese LED light. I want to say it was like 200 actual watts. So here, I moved into using a little bit nicer lights in this next system. I want to say this is cookies, if I remember correctly. You can see it's stacking much better. Frosting up more. This, I'm primarily feeding that plum FPE, I guess you would call it, because it's got EM1 in it. So fermented plant extract, or no, it would be an FFE, right? Fermented fruit extract. So if you're adding something like a brand to it, then it's more of an extract than it is just a ferment. But that's what fed on. These plants primarily here, I did not feed them anything else, just aquaponics and that tea. And that was pretty much it. This is the same underneath ceramic metal halide light. So it did not get as thick or stack as much as the LED, but man, the frost was really impressive. And I still run some ceramic metal halides. Which I do prefer. This is the LED, doing much better. I forget which brand it was, but it was just a much higher quality LED than the ones I was using before, and I got much better results off of it. And this was, I mean, some of the best stuff that I've smoked, let alone grown. So this was the last run that I was able to do before I ended up having to move. But you can see it was getting dialed in pretty well. So these next ones coming up, this is from the system that I built after I moved here to the location that I'm at now. So this is the latest indoor system that I designed. And we'll get into some more pictures of it here in a little bit. But essentially you can see I have dual root zones, 4 to 5 of them per bed. I'm growing microgreens in between each one of them. And then each one of these drains back. This is just one whole bed that runs all the way down here. These beds are 13 feet long by 8 inches deep. And 2 beds run per siphon. We'll get into that here in a little bit. This was a Thorsberry, I believe. You can see here it's obviously doing quite well. So hopefully I'll have a wider shot back here. The tank over here on the side is the main fish tank. Underneath down here is the sump tank. So all of these drain back down into the small tank underneath the beds that runs all the way down the length of the room. And then there's a pump that sits in here and it pumps water from the bottom tank up to the top. The top overflows back into these beds here. And then it kicks off the siphon to drain them back out. And here you can see a little bit better. This main tank runs all the way down. You can't see the sump, it's underneath these down here. So the end of the beds just sit right on top of the sump and the drain goes underneath here. Hopefully I included a picture of the drain setup. Here's how I have developed what I think is the fastest way to fill out a net, where I take 2 plants and I train them in opposite directions, and I take 1 plant and I put it right in the middle. So that way you have 2 of them that go out to the side, and then 1 in the middle that I sort of go the opposite direction. And if you do it this way, then I feel like it fills up your net more efficiently than just trying to do it with the 2 plants. So originally I would do it this way, where I put 1 this way and 1 that way and try to butt them up closer. But I feel like I filled out the net a little bit more by doing it this way. Another thing that I did, remember before I was talking about the trellising, instead of going with the cloth or the plastic or the bamboo or any of that crap, I actually just took metal fencing and rolled it out. So this, I want to say, is 2-inch by 4-inch metal fencing rolled out and just supported by PVC. It's really light, so you don't really need to support it by much. And it works really well. This is in my bedroom setup, growing under a ceramic metal halide. This is a seed sprout, which obviously gets much bigger leaves, but that's a full-size solo cup that you can see underneath there. Just a huge leaf. You could cover the whole top of the solo cup with just one finger. And for those of you guys that are doubters out there, you got to get out the measuring tape. That's a big one right there. So here's the result of that other training setup that I showed you earlier. So as opposed to like here, you can see there's a little bit of gap in this one, whereas this just looks like all one big setup. So that's why I prefer to do it that way. So these are growing under a mix of LED and ceramic metal halide. So whoever it was earlier was talking about doing light mixtures. I'm a big fan of those as well. How much, when, or all that is still a little bit up to date, but we'll see. So again, you're seeing great stacking and even just an insane amount of trichomes, even on shade leaves. You can see there. So this would be, more like what I would consider maybe closer to a commercial design. You would probably use different equipment, things that you could purchase as opposed to build yourself or whatever. But in terms of design, I consider this to be more of a commercial design, I would say. It's the most recent one that I designed for indoor. I do have the greenhouse system, which if you guys haven't checked that out, it's kind of my current build that I have going right now. And as kind of the culmination of all these things. But this is the most recent indoor system that I built and how I fill it up. These are all from that indoor. We are back to the beginning. So one thing that I do want to do though, oops, let me go back. Let's stop the share for a minute. And then I will switch over to my greenhouse and we'll just look at that real quick if we got time. I don't see Steve there, so he can't keep me out yet. Let's see. Sure how, yeah, I don't have, you guys will have to go to my YouTube to check out some of the more current stuff on the greenhouse, but let me share my screen. All right, so this is the greenhouse sort of concept that I started with. I dug out a tank here in the middle. I started out digging it by hand. I'm not a fan. I ended up hiring an excavator to come in and dig it out. And so that's what you see the result of. Oh, actually, I do have a couple pictures of it. You can see right here. So he drove this little excavator in here. He finished this whole thing in like 45 minutes. And it took me like 2 hours to dig like that far. So it wasn't even close to a comparison. So the idea being that we are digging out the tank into the ground, setting up the structure around the outside. And then you can see the greenhouse ends, and down here, we have another little shelter, and we dug out a larger tank down there, which you'll see in just a minute. And then filled it, lined it and filled it, obviously. So it comes out from underneath the greenhouse. The greenhouse is, well, this is a wall right here. So this will all be sealed up. There's a door here now, but you guys can't see it because I didn't update any of the pictures, and I apologize. And here's just the tank. As you can see, we're adding structure to it, getting it filled up. Here, we're starting to build the media bed. So this is the supporting structure over the top that the media beds just sit on top of. here is lava rock has gone in, and then the hydrogen will go in over the top of it. Here's the U siphon setup. So this is my water input here. So this is a little, I can adjust the flow right here, inline valve. And this was a mock-up of the U siphon I did. Now it's locked down with a pipe clamp, so it's a little more secure, but it just comes out, loops over. That's it. That's my entire siphon setup. Each bed has its own siphon. You can see we got some fishies in there, getting all the beds set up. Let me look real quick. I know I'm probably running over just a little bit, but I think I have pictures of plants growing in there that I want to let you guys see. What year is it? It is 2023. Should be in here somewhere. If you guys have any questions on that setup or anything that you want to.
I was just wondering how deep that the trough when you had the excavator dig out, how deep is that? 2 feet, 3 feet?
That's a great question. Actually, that's something I didn't cover. On the bottom, or on the one end, it's
on the bottom.
Right. So on the bottom, here, let me bring it back up. So the portion that's not underneath. Zoom's thinking about it. There we go. So the portion that is not underneath, this section here. So actually inside the greenhouse, it's only about a foot deep. It starts at a foot deep down here, and it is sloped down this direction, and it goes down to about 2.5 feet down here. And the pump now sits down here, which you guys, again, you can't see any of that. This is all designed to be covered. And this is all covered here now with a hatch where I can open it up, and the pump sits here on the side in a little pump house. But it is it's sloped. So up here, it's only about a foot deep, and it's sloped down here so that it pushes all that water volume down here.
Okay, cool, awesome, thank you.
Yeah, I would like to do even more than that, but I happen to live on a rock hillside. So even the excavator couldn't dig down much more than that without really tearing stuff up.
I see.
All right, so switch back over here. There we go. Now I got to share it so you can see it. Okay, so now you can see here's some plants growing in here. So I was able to finish a run in here this season. Turned out great. I don't have a ton of pictures from it, but this is essentially the completed setup. And you can see now I have these, it's a type of succulent called purslane, something like that. It's edible, and it's native to this area. So I just take cuttings of it from my front yard or just growing in the wild. It's an excellent, I won't say cover crop, but it's excellent for use in aquaponics for sucking up nitrogen, and you can eat it. It's pretty tasty. It's good for you. It's native. I have a little sensor here that will track what the humidity is in my soil layer. I have lights here to keep them in veg if I want to run in off season. Eventually this will get a blackout tarp to go over the top, so we can do that. These ones in the middle are going to be used to grow food. So I grew some tomatoes and bell peppers and some of the normal stuff that you saw in there. And then all this space around here now is going to be utilized with some type of greens or food that'll grow in addition to that. Let's see if I can find. I didn't take too many of them, but hopefully I can find some flower pictures. And I asked you if you guys had any questions. I should probably actually look and see if you asked any. Oh, no. Yes, my house is a little bit like a giant workshop. I am probably the biggest project I'm working on right now is building a aquaponic system that is integrated with my front yard. So that will definitely, that I milled up all the lumber myself as well. That's another thing that I've been working on a lot, is processing stuff on our homestead and trying to do as much as we can ourselves, including mill up our own wood and use that to build our systems with. So that's been great. October, I think I need October. Yeah, here we go. Share this again. Sorry, I got 18 windows open here. Sorry, Steve, I'll be done in a second. All right, so there's some of the herb that was grown in the greenhouse. All right. So that's kind of the evolution of system design, according to me, I guess. If you guys have any other questions or anything, let me know.
If you guys want to learn from Marty and I, you guys can check out the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass that him and I have put together. I have a whole bunch of new videos I got to upload, I got to edit down. And once I get through this week and our future, then I can go back to just grinding on content again. For the book and for this. Also, I'm working on a companion book for the class that'll also be a reference guide. I'm already over 200 pages, and I haven't even touched photos or diagrams yet. So it's going to be a big book. You guys are going to like it. And we try to cover all the different stuff that you might run into with like aquaponic cannabis grow. So be sure to check it out. We do have disease guides on virals, fungal infections, pests, all different types of design demonstrations, equipment specifications, advanced things like growing mushrooms. We're regularly updating the course, and you can check it out and it's all based on Teachable, so you can view it on your tablet, your phone, laptop, whatever it is that you want to view it on. So be sure to check that out. Marty and I, it took us quite a, what was it, 8 months to film everything. It was quite a while.
Yeah,
so
yeah, it's like 600 hours of recordings. There's so much stuff in there. It really is an excellent kind of one-stop shop for whatever you need in terms of aquaponic cannabis, and especially if you want to do Steve's nutrient program, which I don't know if he's talked about that. I'm sure he has, but it was designed to pair with this so that you could also do that. So most of these pictures you see here are from the same grows that we just went through together on that slideshow. And if you want more in-depth detail on like dosing or how we did how we grew those plants, essentially. It's all in that aquaponics class. I can't recommend it anymore. We've had a number of people that go through it, whether it was the in-person class or the online class. There's just a ton of info in there that, there's a can of nutrients. So for those people that wanted, to do everything on their own, that stuff is there. If you want to make your own nutrients, we have all the information about how to do that. But if you want to just purchase them from Steve, you can send him your test results. He'll send you what you need back. If you guys have any questions while you're taking the class, obviously you can reach out to us. We can schedule live sessions. We've done like live consults where students walk around their grows and ask questions. So we try to make it as interactive as people want it to be. And some people just want to be able to go check it out. So a couple of questions that came up in chat. All that was done with one catfish. No, we had 10 catfish. One note about catfish is that when they get into warm water temperatures, they start fighting. So we lost, I want to say 2 or 3 of them to just fighting with each other. What happens is they when the water warms up, it triggers their breeding process and they start fighting for rights to breed. So if you don't, and then if they lay eggs, they get territorial. So if you do catfish, just keep your water temperature under control or have enough cover and space for them to not fight each other, which I did not. So they fought each other and some of them died. But we do talk about everything from, how to size your tanks, how to size your stock, how to, what you need to manage all that for the size of grow that you want to have. And so all of that is through all the stuff that we just got done talking about. So the other question that came up, do you leave the...
One thing on that too, also be mindful of koi. Koi will also spawn when the temperatures go up, and having a bunch of koi spawn in a smaller aquaponic system can slam the ammonia. You'll walk in the room within an hour of them doing it. It'll reek. It smells very strongly of fish sex. So
you'll smell it for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And then many of the people that you saw on the conference this weekend were actually students of ours. Bain took this course. Shannon Booth from Sweetwater Aquaponics also took this course. We have quite a few students that have gone on to found companies or do very well for themselves with the information from the course, in an actual real world commercial application. So
very cool. Somebody asked about if I leave the root balls in, and I do. I do leave the root balls in when I harvest. I cut the base. I cut the stem off right at the top of the soil. If for some reason I feel like there's an issue with part of the soil or whatever, then I wouldn't hesitate about dumping it or just reloading it as a single one. But for the most part, I leave the root ball. That being said, if I didn't have a huge population of red wigglers already in my beds and in my pots and everywhere else, then I probably wouldn't leave it because it would take longer for the root mass to break down. But as long as you have a large population of worms to break that stuff down, I would say not a big deal at all. And also, adding some sort of Bokashi brand or labs or something to help keep that stuff down. But for the most part, I just cut down and replant. So maybe you replace the top 2 inches of soil, because one thing I like to top dress and flower usually twice. So I like to leave a little bit of room at the top of the plant so that you can come back and top dress with a mixture. Otherwise, there's not enough room and the dirt just falls off into the media bed and kind of becomes hazardous.
We had another question. It says bluegills, underrated or bad for aquaponics? At least in my experience, they can be very good for aquaponics. The downside is they beat the crap out of each other all the time. Like they're extremely territorial. And if you have them in higher densities, they tend to beat each other up. Now, one thing we have noticed that helps a lot with reducing secondary infections is feeding them the curds from your labs. So if you're making labs to put in the system, feed them the cheese, the curds that form at the top, and that lactobacillus bacteria cruising around in there actually really helps reduce that secondary fin rot. And when they rip each other's fins a little bit, which they're going to do a little bit anyway, just from being, you know, a little bit of a territorial fish, they tend to be, because they are basically cichlids functionally. So they are, you know, hyper territorial, and especially when again, breeding season, they'll pair off and stuff like that. But they definitely can be more aggressive than a lot of the fish, and I think a lot of people have not had success with it because they're not treating with that additional probiotics like lactobacillus. So they end up having like one or two, I know quite a few people that have had them, and they'll get like 1 or 2 deaths every couple of days because that one fish got beat up a little too much, and then he got a secondary infection, and then he died. We've noticed with the lactobacillus, we're not really seeing that problem anymore. So that, at least that's my opinion, and to a lesser extent, that also kind of applies to yellow perch as well. They're great fish, but they do feed on each other a little more than some of the other species.
Yeah, I would say they also grow a little slower than some of the other species, which for people that are worried about that, you know, is a little bit more of the reason why I don't think they're as popular in commercial production. But they do well in the environments that we want them to grow in. Other than, like Steve was saying, the fighting can be an issue. So maybe larger tanks or more cover or different things like that. But a lot of the faster growing fish end up dominating the production markets.
Alrighty. Someone says red belly piranhas. Piranhas actually produce a ludicrous amount of nitrogen, so you could do it, but your fish to grow bed scale would be much reduced, and then also feeding them is kind of expensive. So, you know, you'd have to have a really good reason, you know, unless you're breeding them or out. But I mean, most of the U.S., not all, but a large percentage of the U.S. system is illegal because people are too uneducated to know that, you know, only a handful can survive. Now, that being said, as someone that grew up on the East Coast, I can tell you for a fact there are black and red belly pacu actively living and breeding in the Delaware River watershed. And what it is there's so many power plants on the New Jersey and Pennsylvania sides of the river, all the way up to New York.
Warm water coming off.
Exactly. So they retreat back to the power plant outputs during the winter time, and then they go back out and forage during the summer. So it's, you do have to be mindful that some of these fish are smarter than you realize. But you know, the actual red belly piranhas are there's nowhere really, maybe in extreme southern Texas or extreme southern Florida could they actually get established, but nowhere else. They're very highly sensitive to cold water. You know, they can't tolerate cold at all. So none of the ones that are actually, you know, any chance of biting you. But most of the cases of piranhas attacking humans have to do with boat crashes, and not necessarily with someone just cruising around swimming or something like that. And in fact, I've swam directly next to people catching them on hook and line. So it's within 6-8 feet of me. So you know, they're not really a hyper aggressive fish the way that they get their reputation for. But, all right, I think on that note, I think we'll wrap up the conference. Thank you everybody for coming on. Thank you to all the speakers for coming on. Marty, why don't you tell everybody how to find you before we finish wrapping up?
Oh yeah, so you can find me APMeds on YouTube, on Instagram, as I was trying to think of, are probably the two main ones that you can find me on. Obviously, you can find me on the class if you're looking for that. Steve has the links for those in the description down below. But APMeds on YouTube and Instagram are the best ways to find me if you are looking for content. All of the grows that we looked at pictures from today, and every grow that I've ever done, has video blogs on YouTube set up with playlists. So if you do want to review any of that information, it is there and appreciate it. I am not currently updating YouTube or Instagram because I have been banned and shut down so many times that I am sick and tired of it. So I'm not currently active on there, but everything that I've ever put up is still there, and you can go through all of that stuff that's there. All of my new content does get filtered through the class, so if you're interested particularly in the greenhouse build, and that kind of stuff that we'd love to see as a part of the class.
Thank you to all of our speakers. Again, please support these companies. All of these people put a lot of time and effort to make it. Some of them had to wake up at, including myself, at some pretty bizarre hours to make the conference. So please reach out and support them. And if you'd like to support me for putting this conference together, you guys can either leave a super chat or any of the different ways that YouTube allows to leave tips and stuff on there if you guys are wanting to. Or check out any other classes. We currently have the Aquaponic Cannabis Masterclass, and we also have the, let me move this so I can pull it up, the Aquaponic Pest Control course. It's not just aquaponics, but also for living soil, where we cover a really wide range of different topics, different insects, as well as in-depth guides on IPMO, even more content than what I put up on YouTube. A bunch of other trials of other things, stuff that worked and didn't work, and a ludicrous amount of reference photos that Marty and I have compiled doing consulting and visiting all kinds of grows. So you guys can check that out. And then we do have a new mineral and microbe course coming out called the nutrient class, or nutrientclass.com. Just nutrientclass.com, which you can find out there. This course is, we're in the process of finishing editing it and getting that up. So that will be available here. I was trying to get it done before this conference, but we're getting too busy here at the farm right now. So it will be up at some point here in the next month or so. You can check that out. And that's strictly geared towards all crop kind of information. It's not specifically geared towards cannabis, but it is geared towards aquaponics and the mineral and microbial side of it. So if you are already taking other aquaponic cannabis vegetable courses or other classes, it's a really good supplemental one to kind of give you that next level of knowledge when it comes to the more complicated side of things. So check that out as well. That's going to be coming out soon. And thank you everyone for supporting the conference. Please like, subscribe to the channel on whatever platform you listen to this on or watch this on, and leave a comment if you can on the video afterwards. It helps us grow the channel. Thank you everybody for all of it. I put this whole thing together by myself this year. We had a little bit of help from the people at Bowfish with the Spanish speaking people, so big shout out to them. I think next year maybe we'll do the first day as non-English speakers and then do the second 2 days as English speakers to try and break that up a little bit. We did notice a little bit difference in viewership, and then try to figure out a little bit better solution for the closed captioning, which I do apologize. We had it, we beta tested this stuff this week, worked on Tuesday, and it did not work when we actually did the conference, but it is that way sometimes. So. But I will make sure whenever you upload the Spanish speaking ones that even if I have to use a script program, there will be closed captions on there for you. So thank you everyone for watching. Thank all of you guys for your support, and be sure to check out the YouTube channel on Tuesday. I do have a wonderful tour, about 10-minute tour of a kratom and cannabis farm that I ended up at yesterday after the conference. So check that out, and thank you all for watching. Thank you all of the speakers and companies that were on the program this weekend, and have a great week, and thank all of you. Cheers. And one last thing, all of this will stay up on YouTube, so if you missed anything you can go back and watch it, and then I'll again chop all these down into 1 hour talks, or however long the talk was, and re-upload them in both audio and video format as shorter videos. So
which he also did for the last 2 years. So if you didn't check the first 2 years of the conference out, you can go back and view that as well. And again, shout out to Steve, who edits all those videos, does all of that stuff, and organizes everything. So thank you, Steve. We are not worthy.
Thank you. And thanks everybody in chat. Cheers, everyone. I'm going to get some sleep because I've been awake for entirely too many hours this weekend. So
cheers.